Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports National Competition. Today, we have two amazing regions that we are revisiting for our virtual event. We saw these two regions live, the Midwest and the Southeast region of the CENC. We were there live in South Bend and Kissimmee, Florida, where we played Overwatch and Rocket League in the later part of 2021. Now, starting 2022, we are revisiting those regions for Valorant and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. It is so great to be here and welcome everybody. Let's take a quick second and let's get it hype here. Let's get it hype. Let's wake up this morning and get it going. This is going to be some fantastic Valorant that we're about to see. 16 of the top colleges, 8 colleges, in both the Southeast region and the Midwest. So if you're on eSportsU, twitch.tv/eSportsU, you will be joined over by Caster Camel and Dan Dryad for our commentary on the day. If you're over on twitch.tv/eSportsU2, you can enjoy some of Catnator 3K and Spicy Pyro. Those will be your casters for the day over there. But we have some amazing action today so far. We have Super Smash Bros. Later in the day. We start out the mornings with Valorant, and we have some amazing prizing too, which I just want to go over really quickly. We actually, first place for both regions and both games will achieve $1,000 in cash money and qualification to our major final nationals in Atlanta, Georgia, first week of May 2022. So a lot here at stake for these top colleges. And I just want to give a round of applause for all the colleges competing, playing, the coaches, the directors that have made this all possible. And of course, eSportsU, CSMG, the Collegiate Sports Management Group, and of course, the Collegiate Esports National Competition. I am your host for the day, Paulie Hype, and we will have so much action as we go on through the day. But without further ado, I would love to throw it. If you're watching eSportsU, remember, that'll be the Midwest region for the entire day. And let's enjoy some Dan Dryad and Caster Camel. If you're over on the Southeast region, that'll be twitch.tv/eSportsU2. And that will be, of course, Catnator 3K and Spicy Pyro. So without further ado, I would love to throw it over to those guys and enjoy some casting of some top collegiate Valorant.
Thank you so much, Paulie Hype. Man, he always makes it hype. Ash, we are here, as he just mentioned, for the CENC Southeast Invitational. What is going on, Southeast region? We got you covered for the whole day.
Yeah, thank you so much for the intro, Kat. I'm really excited to get today started. And I mean, today for Valorant, we are going to have 2 pools for the Southeast region. Pool A having University of South Florida, Florida Atlantic University, Wake Forest, and Clemson. And Pool B will be seeing UCF, their main team, Full Sail, Chowan University, and UCF's Academy team. I think it's actually interesting that we're going to be seeing the main team for UCF and the Academy team playing in the same pool together. And it'll be interesting to see, how they match up against each other as well. But yeah, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on, the rosters, the games that we're going to be seeing today?
I don't know. I mean, EDU esports is always interesting to see programs just spike up, quite frankly, which is always why it's nice to have events like this from CENC, especially in a region that has been working towards getting more exposure towards Valorant and Super Smash Bros. As Paulie just mentioned to you. So regions that we didn't really get to see in these specific games, but now we do. So it's always hype just to see these rosters competing in general. But I do like your point here in terms of main roster, academy roster, because honestly, speaking to EDU teams, sometimes these teams pretty evenly match. It's a matter of having so many students interested, especially if you're not a scholarship program. It's just whoever wants to play, get on, come play, let's get things done. And they could be scrim partners as well, could be practicing consistently against each other in-house, so could honestly be evenly matched there as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super interesting to see how those two pair up. But I mean, going into the first match of today, we are going to be seeing University of Southern Florida versus Florida Atlantic University coming in hot here. And I'm just going to pull up the roster really quickly, Kat,
Sure.
if we want to talk about the players that we're going to be seeing in this first coming match. I don't believe we have information on the pick bans yet, but going into things, I mean, USF We don't have too much info on their agent picks or role picks so far. This is USF's Valorant Gold team. I believe that they have 4 teams in total, the Gold team being the top seed or top ranked team that they have under their roster. So we're going to be seeing Psycho, Bacon, Volus RB, who is usually actually the substitute for USF's Gold team. They are subbing in for Yurdid Kirk today. And then we have Kilroy 2K and Tasty. This is, I believe, maybe not a necessarily new team, but they are trying things out right now. And Psycho is actually the IGL for this team as well. And then if you want to take us into maybe FAU's roster a little bit here, Kat, before we get to
sure.
select.
So we should be looking at Subwoof, Ruff, Tyron, Changlus, and Mox. Now, honestly, a ton of these players are flexes, which is not a surprise to see. We just saw that on the USF roster as well. Honestly, a lot of college players are so good at just doing what they need to do, so good at adapting. So the fact that we're able to see flexes, we're able to see kind of anything, what makes it a little bit difficult for us pre-match on the desk to try to give you an idea as the audience of who we're going to go to, what you should be expecting to see in terms of compositions. But very, very good for rosters and very good for these teams specifically. Going into their opponents, they don't really have to worry about getting compositions counter-stratted, counter-picked, because, hey, they can do whatever they want. They can play kind of anywhere across the board. But this roster's been playing together for quite a bit of time now, and they've been playing Valorant since about the beta, especially Subwoof. He's an 18-year-old comp-sci major. He peaked ranked 1,500. So this man, he's kind of cold with it. I'm not going to lie to you. This is a squad coming from CSGO. Computer engineering for Ruff as well. So FAU got to have a good comp sci program. If they've got 2 members of the team, both within it. Tyron peaked Immortal 1. Okay, not too shabby. And was actually on the Rocket League team prior to Valorant. So this man maybe just a different gamer. Kind of cracked with it. So no wonder to see a flex pick come through. Can flex games, not just agents. Can lose the IGL for the team. Flexes as well. Can play the Sage Sentinel. Can play the Sky Initiator. Peak Diamond, just a little bit lower, but hey, it don't matter the rank as long as you're making plays. A freshman as well, so interesting to see the freshman come in and jump into leadership for the IGL position. And then Mox loves to surf, man, getting active, a junior, and kind of cracked at ping pong as well.
Yeah, I think, I just want to shout out Subwoof real quick for giving us all that information, being able to give a little bit of background info for you guys, the audience at home. Definitely looking forward to seeing that Jet Op coming out in this upcoming game. But yeah, I mean, formed back in December, this is their first season competing completely like with each other as this full roster. I do know that they are quite flexible with their agent choices, so it's going to be interesting to see what team comps come out. Due to, I mean, we have a lot of initiator / controller players here, and all that considered, we're probably going to see that typical meta comp coming out on most maps. But you know, I don't know. I am excited to see, what maps we are going to be seeing today. I believe we just heard that there was a ban on Bind, Fracture, and Split, and we're just waiting on the map picks for this best of 1.
Yeah, best one's always interesting. So many bans to come through. So many bans. Always interesting to kind of get an idea early of what these teams don't like to play, just because of how many bans there are, what the priority ban actually ends up being. That'll lead us into day 2. Day 1, all best of 1s. The entire day it'll be group style play. And then, of course, we'll jump out of the pools and into a bracket for tomorrow. And that'll be best of 3. So some stuff, if you're going to be watching throughout the weekend here in the audience in the Twitch chat, might be worth noting down for you personally, depending on how much you really want to sink into things to see what these teams maybe will give you a look for day 2, a little bit of a competition for yourself and for us as well. Of course, we want to keep notes of all of this stuff. But in terms of that, Bind, I mean, it's interesting for EDU teams, something they usually don't want to touch. It's a map that takes a lot of coordination. We just mentioned FAU is their first season together. And what is it? The second semester just started. So they've only had about 4 months. If they use that off season 2, 6 to really work it in Bind, a map that is incredibly important to have good executes on. If you haven't played together that long, don't really want to touch it.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the usage of the teleporters and whatnot, making sure that you have those timings for the rotations for your teams. I mean, we also saw those bind changes coming out in patch 4.0 with the removal of the double boxes, having that new box that you can actually jump up on, a new bench down in A shore as well, and a few other changes. So I know that, a lot of early season bans for at least this particular act are coming out in across like all tournaments for bind as teams are
Yep.
getting used to forming new strategies and adjusting to those changes. It's something that a lot of teams aren't quite prepared to tackle yet. And fracture, I mean, we don't usually see too many fracture games coming out.
Yeah.
It can definitely feel like a really hit or miss map. And sometimes you don't want to leave it all up to RNG, especially in a best of one series. You're usually better off going for a comfort pick. And then, I mean, split is also, it can be a hit or miss. I mean, it really depends on the type
Yeah.
of team that you have going. And I mean, enough about that, though. I believe we are ready to get into games, see what the agent selects that are coming out are going to be. And I can't wait to get the show on the road, Kat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Cannot wait. Very, very excited. Not actually 100% positive on what the map is, but we'll know as soon as we get into agent select, so no worries there. Well, getting the word from the producer. Thank you so much, Colton. It's Ascent. I mean, should I even be surprised? Ascent is
No.
the NA classic. It's seen everywhere. In educational esports, it's so easy to see it played because it's the easiest map to scrim on. Honestly, I play for my college team. We have 3 scrim blocks a week. Every single night we end up playing Ascent. That's just the way of the road. So comfortable for these teams. So it really comes up to compositional differences here.
Absolutely. I mean, it's such a comfort pick, like you were saying. And I mean, going into this, we are seeing a lot of hovers coming out on the side of FAU. Nothing too surprising based off of the information that we were given. Subwoof obviously locking that jet in. Kangaloos, that IGL's playing the Astra role this time around. Interesting considering the fact that Kangaloos is actually usually the flex here. Secondary controller. And Ruff being usually the main controller is actually going to be picking up that KO this time around. And I quite like KO on Ascent. You have a lot of good spots for lineups that will hit, typically held locations without actually being able to shoot down that 0 point. So going into game, though, we are going to see it's nearly a mirror composition. Actually, save for the Sky and the KO are swapped on both sides.
Yep, exactly. So interesting, as you mentioned, to see the KO come from Ruff, who is that main controller. But hey, just means he's been drilling KO. Simply put, just means I've been drilling KO, whether it's been in scrims, whether it's been in ranked. Regardless, FAU clearly is comfortable to give that positioning over. That's why it's so useful to have flexes on your team, Ash. You're so able to move around the rest of the composition if you've got a player playing like that. And then the same story for USF. They've moved almost every role. Kilroy's name is literally a parody of Killjoy, the main sentinel for the team, instead playing a Sky. There's so many differences for this team in terms of what got locked in pre-broadcast for what their roster was going to look like, what their roles were going to look like, and what their composition is now. So both these teams incredibly flexible. That'll be very interesting if they make it out of bracket into best of 3. But hey, that all starts here in the best of ones.
For sure. And going out, we're going to see that shock dart coming out early from Psycho. It's going to do a little bit of damage here, but a lot of mid control seems to be what FAU is looking to grab right now.
Bad grab for Subwoof instantly through mid-market. They've split mid quite nicely. Psycho Bolt, a lot of information, but not able to actually find the frags. Tasty, in the meantime, back inside able to grab one. Kangaloos has a CT player dead, but Tasty not done just yet. Finally shut down by the Shock Bolt back of sight, so that'll leave the plan to go down. Rotations have already come through. One bird left for Volus here. We'll now switch to the Ghost. Got a little bit of time to work with here, plenty of time to work with, in fact. Nebula going to go up towards that B main side of things. Now they just have to worry about getting into sight. How can this duo play off of one another? Nanoswarm going to send him out for now. Dart's got the information. Can't really spam too hard with the pistols. Vol's able to find one as Tyron peeks off that Dart. Look for a second as well. Tam want to get away. Bacon will grab Mox over towards the top box. He need to find one more back to the side, and Volus has it. Subwoof will fall. A great mid split, but it's shut down by the retake.
That's a really great mid split. I mean, especially on a pistol round coming out, I feel like it's a strategy that you don't see too often, is taking those that arches control, funneling yourself through market. Usually you would see on a pistol round like either a default coming out, depending on if the team likes to play a bit more slowly on attack, or you would see usually your typical tree and a main split push, or maybe like a full rush through B garage. But not too often do you see teams trying to take that aggressive of market control. So that was a pretty refreshing start to this pistol round on Ascent. And this time around on this anti-eco. USF is going to have to maybe play a little bit safely, try to conserve those guns, not let them get into the hands of FAU. And I like the default that we're seeing coming out just to hopefully get, you know, a pick with those pistols that they have. But unfortunately, it's not quite happening yet.
No, most certainly not. The picks will go early to Kilroy, who will step forward onto the jet, find that first frag. Got a second look as well. The body shot to put the KO very low, but alive nonetheless. And the default hasn't amounted to much just yet, as you've mentioned, Ash. They'll move towards B lobby now. Spike in that direction, but all that KJ utility there. No one's been able to quite clear it just yet. Harder to do so, especially low utility. Okay, rough. Able to find a Marshall shot of their own. So we've got 1-for-1 Marshall trades early into mid. Be the catwalk control gain for FAU, and they'll start to make their way there. They know the KJ utility's on B, at least they should. So it will allow them to get an easier time up to cat. Just have to worry about that Astra on scaffold.
Yeah, sneaking through tree here, Bacon is going to be using that gravity well, and it's going to be good for 1 with the Spectre, but traded out by Mox. It's a 3v3 situation now. Plant is going to go down, and the Aldrin is coming out for this retake, Alex.
That it is. Oh, very close wall bangs, but not quite. Mox in the meantime able to actually find one. Is Kilroy going to fall? Tasty's got the trade. Ruff finally taking out that low KO early into the round after that Marshall body shot. Throws gonna have info on the scaffold, and Subwolf even more info to take out Psycho. That leaves just Tasty to jump to hell, but he's caught by the second 1D of Subwolf. FAU. They managed to take the anti-eco. They managed to win it out, and USF left reeling after that round.
That was a great eco for FAU, able to, you know, get 2 guns out of the hands of USF, put them in their own with the last 2 players alive. Really made use of those slow plays there, just kind of taking down USF 1 by 1. A great hold on that post plant as well. And now we are going into round 3. B heavy default is going to be coming out right now. I think we might see a similar rendition to what we saw on the pistol round. FAU looking to take this mid control once again, and Subwoof is just quickly crawling up tree here. Might be met with 1 for this first point of contact.
Great drone to follow for Subwolf. Early information for early dink as well. Looking to finish the kill. Dart is there, and Tyrant easy crosshair placement. Great utility to gather that initial cat control. Spike still on its way mid. Was thinking about archway, but now will move over the rest of the team after that initial control. Able to get their way through door. Should have the easy generator plan as well. Scaffold players absolutely there for opposition. Same with the Hell player, but well, that's some of the opposition gone. USF Bacon will fall to Ruff in the site now. More than secured. Plant's gone down. Generator. Retake going to be very difficult for USF, but not a ton to save. Might as well just look for some exits.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think exit frags will be the play here instead of trying to go for that retake. Kangaloos, it's going to be good for 1, taking down Kilroy in this situation. And I mean, 2v5, it's going to be a rough one. Tasty, though, good for 1 with the classic free gun, by the way. And Kangaloos is going to close it out with a 3K. Nothing too surprising there, though, Alex. I mean, it was an eco round for USF, having to save after losing round 2 when they bought up, and now going into round 4, we're going to see full buys all around. Psycho going for that Odin just to be able to get those wall bangs and B main, but it looks like, unfortunately, FAU is actually going to be leaning towards A in this upcoming round, and we do have an ultimate on each side. Tasty will have that lockdown, which will be great for a retake for USF, and we're going to see this drone coming out pretty early from Tyron just to make sure nobody sneaks into wine.
Yeah, back early Gelato. Gonna gather that control, as you mentioned, towards the wine side of things. Haven't spotted anything back of sight just yet. Might see. Okay. We'll still look at the door player. So they don't know about the Astra just yet. Bacon stuck door anyway behind Nebula, so it doesn't really matter. Pop Flash has come out, but not able to swing through that smoke. Just too much impression there to actually make that happen. Dart's very good for scaffold players to get peeks. Killer able to find 1. Will dash away as well. Bacon has 1 from door. So trades will come through. Vols will grab another. It's been an absolute massacre for the defensive side of things so far. They play off site, but it works quite nicely. Subwolf able to find 1. The 1 player who did manage to get to site using Jet Dash, taken out just like that by Bacon. Trade from Max to come Cat, and Volas will catch it from doors. USF will take their second round. Interesting hold for the defensive side of things, Spicy, but definitely worked out.
I actually really like that hold, all things considered. I was expecting the Sova to be playing for that wallbang spot on B, but the gamble towards A site where it was already 3 stacked, you had Tasty holding down the 4 on B sites and Psycho just playing for a quick rotation there. Very, very good read on the side of USF. And now going into this upcoming round, we're going to see that FAU is able to afford a full buy. Once again, the Knives Blade Storm is going to come out for Subwolf in the place of a rifle. And this time, the stack towards B is actually going to do Psycho quite well. And there goes the Blade Storm taken out with the wall bangs.
Take flight.
So smart, Ash. You talk about it, instantly next round comes to fruition. Oh, tucks the drone? Tucks the drone? Possibility here? Now it's going to come from it. Just too far away, the rest of the team, so there's no trade possibility there for Tyron. Would have to work through CT. There's no Nebula there. Just a little too difficult to make the play happen. Did tuck the drone, though, but it's about it for the fancy footwork. An orb earned, at the very least, for the Juke if they want it. In the meantime, the rest of the team going to work their way towards Cat. Still that lockdown available to take, but same story for USF. So the retake potential going to make that not worth it. Alarm Bot's going to spot out this mid push. Spray comes through from Kilroy. Gets him low, but not quite low enough as they're able to find this mid split now. How much farther can they get off of it? Tyron now able to find that CT player. Psycho nailing the Odin shots. 2 more added to the tally of 3K now for the Sova player backside. Taken out by the doppelganger Sova of FAU as Tyron has that one planned to go down. Cosmic Divide will get them in. Another one available for the retake.
I'm actually kind of surprised to see that Cosmic Divide coming out, considering its placement, only really cutting off CT here, but that Guiding Light is going to come out. Not going to find anything quite yet, just clearing corners here, and unfortunately Kilroy, caught out by that drone, is not going to get Kangaloos, and it's 2v1 situation now.
Spray through from Tyron and would have to get the ace with the Odin to win things out, but Bacon will swing. Green box and find the frag back of sight. USF will grab their 3rd round. Once again, a clean retake from the squad. Cosmic Divide towards back boathouse. Splits that site so nicely. Just able to play 1v3s. It's a clinical retake coming through off the ultimate.
Right here.
I honestly, I was surprised to see Tyron playing that position in boathouse, considering the fact that bomb was not planted in their favor. They did have the Odin in hands, but the spray through unfortunately did not come through now. FAU is going to be forced onto this kind of an odd buy coming out, considering the difference in economy here, but there are so many ultimates available across the board. USF definitely having the upper hand with the ultimates here. That Hunter's Fury will be able to take out the lockdown if it is used by FAU for the take onto site. And now just kind of a more slow default coming out from FAU, changing their pace a little bit since their faster takes haven't been working out quite well for them. But I mean, Subwolf always creeping up through Cat, looking to find one. The Trailblazer is going to come out, get a bit of information, but not capitalized off quite yet.
Most definitely. At least that Cat presence is going to be there, so it doesn't allow Subwolf to play forward just yet, which is good since it's all physical control. There's not even an Astrostar donated to this Cat push, so it's definitely fragile. When the classic act strong when you are weak scenario towards Cat is absolutely trying to sell the fact there might be a crossfire setup, even though there is not. And FAU definitely are feeling the sell, taking their sweet time. Subwolf now recognize, wait a minute, there's nothing here. Boys, I'm up Cat, bring the spike. And that they do. Nebula's there, completely free for the execute. Do they get that Astro close sight generator? Not just yet. Hunter's Fury able to tag a teammate, but tags Bacon as well. Bacon in the meantime able to find Mox. Back of sight, caught by Subwolf through the Nebula. Good read from Subwolf. Also shoot that Seeker, so no concussion gonna come through. Second Hunter's Fury now to stop the plant, but the plant has gone through. Kangalis will fall afterwards, though. And finally, the USF lockdown has a chance to be used. They'll use it for this early retake, but caught out is everybody. Tyron will grab one. Subwolf has another. Subwolf gonna have to push for guard in there to try to take the lockdown. Will fall to Tasty. He's now out to his side. Trying to isolate 1v1s. Able to grab the first. That's rough. Will fall. He has to find this last player who's stuck in the detainment, and that's easy money for Tasty. Retake yet again from USF. Second round in a row we see that happen.
I don't know. I really think FAU could have converted that round into their favor. I mean, they did do so by getting that plant down. However, Ruff, unable to help Tyron out on site after the plant was put down, I believe was peaking just maybe a little bit too early. I think, considering the fact that Tyron wasn't able to get out of the lockdown, was detained, Ruff would have been better off, trying to play for time, just maybe distract just enough to be able to give Tyron the chance to be undetained. But unfortunately, that's just not the play that was able to come through this time around. And another B-heavy default is going to be what we're seeing coming out from FAU this round. The Sova Dart Recon's not going to find anything in arches at the moment, and you can see that Subwoof and Tyron are creeping up Cat once again. And the wall bang just always coming out from Psycho, doing so much damage. It doesn't seem like FAU's really learned their lesson from that quite yet.
Most certainly not. You recognize that once again can work their way towards Cat. Difference this time, there's no A main presence, so it's going to allow for the crossfire actually to be a setup this time. And it's kind of enemy conditioning here, because FAU, they were able to play up Cat, so we'll recognize, okay, they're baiting us. They're not actually putting a second player here, but now they are. They're not ready for it. Bacon has that one on Subwoof. That's the operator down. Was looking for the quick scope, and brother, this ain't FaZe Clan. This FAU. Not happening for him. They do recover the operator. They're right there for it, but Bacon will grab another. Moves to the off angle. Finds a third now. Volus will grab one as well through the Nebula. Looking for one more onto Tyron. Just sitting there in the smoke. Rest of the teammates have been decimated. What can you do
30 seconds left.
in close garden stairs? Able to make the jump to platform. Nebula's gone. The curtain has fallen, and the show's over for Tyron. Volus has that one. USF 5-2 now. The defensive side of things looking pretty darn good.
We do still have that lockdown available in Mox's hands, though. It hasn't come out for several rounds despite being available for that take, but now on an eco, we're likely not going to see it for another round once again. And Ruff does have that null command available as well in combination with the lockdown, could be really powerful. And, if they are able to take some guns out of USF's hands, maybe we will see, those ultimates coming out just to ensure the round conversion for a Thrifty. But a full A main blitz here. Subwoof's going to be dashing onto site.
He is, and dashing straight out the round. Kangless is a quick trade, though, nonetheless. As Volus will fall. Bacon from Hell now looking to do the Lord's work, and has done so. A 4K from Bacon. That's Phantom things. Vandal don't do that. End of story. Spray trans were so clean. 6-2 for USF. They'll grab another round. Round they definitely should have had, but Bacon makes sure the damage is at an absolute minimum there, keeping all the guns, keeping the eco strong.
Absolutely, we are going to see that Cosmic Divide is available in Bacon's hands now as well. However, their double also has it up. And those three ultimates on the side of FAU, the Cosmic Divide, the Lockdown, and the Null Command, they're forces to be reckoned with on their own, but even more so when used in conjunction with each other. So going into this round, it's going to be an important one for FAU to secure. Otherwise, they're going to be constantly stuck in this kind of ping-pong economy where they're going to be forced on these saves and buys kind of every other round. This drone's going to come out from Tyron just to make sure nobody's pushed up too close here on a main. Clearing wine as well. Not going to find anything. Just going to check that Nebula. However, nobody is hiding in there, yeah.
Honestly, FAU, just throw every ult, brother. You need a round. You need a round. It's been 5 in a row. First ult there, the lockdown's gone through. We'll get the Cosmic Divide as well now to split off all the scaffold. This should be a pretty easy execute, no lie. They also get a player detained. That's a nice little freebie for him. Haven't made much progress just yet, though. Finally into the site they are. Taking their sweet time. Shock bolts will get a little bit of damage done. Just a little chip. Plant's gone down. Generator. Still 2 ultimates to work with for the post plant. Sova will move their way to A main. Mox has picked up one to Volus. This should be... If this post plant doesn't get one, Ash, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, there's a really nice setup here. However, we're going to see that second Cosmic Divide coming out, but... Ruff, having saved that Null Command, is going to be able to, pull that out here, and it's going to be an aggressive retake coming out from USF 5v3 situation now.
One enemy remaining.
So we'll find one, and the second as well. We'll swing out through Hell, take out Psycho. 3K for the Jet, and a third round for FAU. Takes him a couple ultimates. but they've had them for so long. As you mentioned, Spicy might as well throw them out. That they do. They get themselves around. Use this momentum. Keep it pushing.
Yeah, I mean, it was an expensive round for both sides. However, we're going to see two ultimates now on the side of FAU. That Hunter's Fury available. However, I mean, Volusarby is one away from that Sky Seeker as well. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more contesting of the alt orbs coming out from USF. Not that they really needed it having this 3-point lead now, but they're kind of slow default round coming out from FAU. More of an A heavy one this time around, not showing too much mid presence. However, I'm kind of wondering if they might be going for an A fake just to kind of commit to B after the rotation happens, changing up their strategies a little bit here, especially with these slow plays. But USF is holding quite strong right now. Not too early of rotations being pulled. Psycho kind of just playing that rotate in defender spawn right now, and FAU is kind of struggling to gain this map control. 50 seconds now left on the clock.
Yeah, you mentioned definitely read very hard for the fake, and that Trailblazer from Cat is all the info they needed for USF's defense to realize, okay, nothing's happening here. They have never once gone A without splitting Cat. Nobody's Cat, they're not A, boys. This is clear fake. Dart came through so early, no presence off of it, and everybody more than set up. Quick rotate Jet has come through
30
mid.
seconds left.
Second guiding light will come through Cat. Still nothing. It should be USF here. All the utility now comes active. They'll pull everybody. Psycho, huge chance to spray it on if it comes to fruition, but we'll be throwing utility instead. Some chip damage is there and a frag to go with it. Sub will fall. Tasty's been able to pick up one. Another to go with it. Kangoo's just running it down CT to find Psycho, but can they get the sight? No, they cannot. Tasty has that frag. Rough to take one off screen. Ball's looking to shut down the last player. We'll do just that as Rough will fall. 7-3 for USF. Offensive side read like a book.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the conditioning with the Cat presence for those A takes has been really, really strong from FAU. Unfortunately, they were not able to use that to their advantage to really sell the fake to USF to get those early rotations pulled over. But I think another thing is that FAU is kind of struggling to force USF to use their utility for those stalls, especially with the slower plays. They're not showing as heavy of presence as needed to, get Killjoy to pop those nano swarms early on. And you can definitely play for the slow into a blitz to a site. But if all the stalling utility on the defensive side is still available, you're going to have a hard time really actually busting out here. But this time, it looks like FAU is going for a similar play, but through A main, and they're going to be met with 4 if they decide to commit to this. However, it looks like the rotation might be being pulled here, cutting noise, and it actually might be a rehit.
It's a little bit frustrating for FAU, to your point, Spicy, the fact that they've been conditioning Cat so hard that at this point you would expect the KJ to move over. But if USF can just retake with utility and give Cat away, they don't have a reason to move the KJ over. FAU, as close as they are to actually making it feel like that area of the map needs to be refortified, whether it's with Alarm Bot or turret, they just haven't been able to fully sell that point to the USF defense. They haven't needed it just yet, and so that KJ still is over towards the B site, which is so hard on this map. It's so hard to bait B site utility because of how easy it is to smoke it. Anytime Subwolf will smoke himself into the site, Kilroy, well, he ain't looking at a smoke, he's looking at frags. We'll find 2 from Scaffold, with the operator. Bacon will grab 2 as well, and Volus will grab the 5th. USF 8-3 now on the defensive side of things. FAU says, okay, B's not going to work, too much utility. Let's go back to A, hope for the best. We'll burst execute, but no initial pick, no initial util breakage, and USF, they clean house.
Yeah, USF's just stacking A at this point, but now considering the fact that, I mean, it's been several rounds where A hasn't worked out for FAU, looks like they're going for more of that default defensive position here, having the 2 on A, 2 on B, 1 watching arches. And when I say 2 on A, I mean, 1 on site, 1 watching tree, and the operator is going to keep their eye on mid here. Going to be good for 1 taking out Subwolf. That aggressive entry now off the table for FAU, and it's going to be an interesting take this time around, but Rough is actually good for 1 with that Guardian. However, Psycho with the wall bang, it's always good for 1 in Garage. FAU now, and in this 3-4 situation, Seekers are going to come out to get so much information as well, and Kangaloos is now revealed to be here by Arches.
I've been able to put the Astra all the way down cat as well. Something you definitely don't expect if you're FAU. Drone is shot instantly. So there's no info onto it. Bacon will be able to get away with a frag as well. Taken down now by Mox, but what more can you grab as Kilroy's found your teammate in mid with that operator. Will be able to make some presence here towards window. Is able to escape that gunfight alive, but very low HP. Stuck towards generator. Now getting pinched for both sides. I think both scaffold and door now from the defensive side of things. Extra player will now come over to help Cat. Mox stuck towards hell right now.
Yeah, Vox definitely in a tough position. The Owl drone likely going to clear them out too. It's going to spot Mox there. Not get the tag off, but stuck Jenny. It's going to be another round going to USF Volus, closing it out 9-3. We are going to be swapping sides, and I mean, it could be a 9-3 curse here. But on top of that, I mean, some teams are just defensive sided too, especially on a map like Ascent. There are a lot of teams who do struggle on attack on this map, despite being it a comfort pick for most teams. And I'm definitely interested to see how FAU holds up on defense, if they're able to kind of hold strong, keep their name in the game a little bit longer. But with this round coming out, Alex, I mean, we are seeing this be heavy lean, and we're going to see that typical Sentinel lurk towards the other side of the map right now. And I'm excited to see what the pacing is going to be like from USF, if they're going to be, you know, as patient as they are on defense, or if we're going to see some aggressive power that we maybe won't expect coming out.
Fantastic question. Initial 0 point comes through. We'll gather suppression for at least 2 towards lobby. A third is there, but not caught in dagger range. So information gained early here for the FAU defense. I will say, to your point, teams that have been running KO rather than the double initiator have been looking more defensive sided. I feel like teams just haven't quite learned how to play KO on offense effectively just yet. It's a lot easier to zone the dagger when you hear early presence for the execute and then just shut down on the burst execute utility than it is to try to get a good dagger lineup going into sight instead. So that's the advantage for this team. That could be the difference maker, is just utilizing the KO more effectively, utilizing the agent. Right now, Gravity was a little bit late, so Kilroy's been able to sneak around, and Volus able to pick up a frag as well. So that is the team running it down through Cat. They played a lot slower, as previously mentioned early round, Spicy, but first execute came through. They got the pick and they made it happen. Regrowth going to come through after the shock bolt damage, and Tasty now set up for the post plan as well with the Sova. Should be pretty clinical pistol round win.
Definitely. I mean, that turret is still available to maybe get a peek through door here. However, we are going to see that fragment coming out. But Kilroy with the peek is going to be able to get one here. Mox fighting for their life. Able to get that headshot down in a 1v4 situation. Now 43 HP. Might be able to be good for another, but it's not going to happen. Volus going to be taking a 10th round on the board for USF, and that's 10-3. I mean, pistol was really important, Alex, for FAU to win, to be able to have that economy advantage, to be able to buy up. We aren't seeing a force up so far. Looks like they will be saving for, you know, round. I can't even count. It's so early in the morning. I can't do math. Yeah, no,
Don't ask me, please.
Yeah, we're not doing math right now.
His next round is 15. If you get anything farther than that, I can only add 1. That's all I can do.
Enough about math, though, going into this upcoming round. I mean, another B heavy lean from USF here, and a lot of aggression to be taken in Barrage. But yeah, on this anti-eco, Kilroy is going to be good for 2 with the Bulldog. Nothing too surprising.
Yeah, he said it was early morning, and Kilroy just had his 2 eggs for breakfast. Cracked them straight open. And as the B site, just like that, plant will go down. FAU just looking to grab 1 crumb. Just 1 exit frag here. Please give it to him. Trailblazer will get information to Subwoof. Set up quite nicely for the crossfire trade opportunities. Just pistols in hand make it difficult for FAU. But I see it happening. I see a couple coming to fruition. Nebula's going to be helpful for B main. There's 3 players there, actually. Tasty still somehow able to find Kangloos. Just a different breed. Psycho to find 1 off of Barton. That leaves just Subwoof, who initially was spotted by that Trailblazer. Able to grab 1. Okay. Nice. Okay. Subwoof. There, the crumbs are coming to fruition. Turning into a whole loaf of bread now. Able to grab 2. Will sneak their way into CT stair. Grabs the Spectre. Looking for 1 more exit. Just going to stick Spike here. Not enough time to actually defuse, but I like a man after my own heart. Volus will take the frag, but kills every single player. They all rush the spike. The bait is good enough, and means no bonus.
I mean, those are nasty shots coming out from Subwoof, but a really good play, even though the defuse wasn't able to go off. Kind of just, I think it was maybe a little bit of a gamble just to check to see if there was enough time, but regardless, the fact that they did go for the spike there, like you said, just wiped out the remaining 3 players on USF, doing so much damage to their eco as they're now forced onto, an eco round for themselves, not able to, reserve those bonus guns, and making their economy a little bit more difficult than it would have been. And the Blade Storm coming out from Kilroy here could be another saving grace for USF. Subwoof is going to whiff one with the Marshall. Get some damage off, though.
Is off indeed. And Archway Control 1 for USF. They'll take Orb as well as their prize. No cat control just yet, though, so mid-split isn't there. Very, very slow default round here. Incredibly A-heavy. We'll see what it leads to. The KO's been able to work all the way up to cat. There's a lot of extra fortification here for FAU.
Honestly, I think
What lineup is that? That was sick.
I actually don't know that one. Normally you would see someone just...
I'm sorry. You do that from back of spawn. It fakes B. It pulls 2 players over, and they're able to work their way straight into sight. Kilroy jumps in. We'll grab the first with the Blade Storm. That lineup was incredible. You could tell that was theory crafted. It looks so nice. Hasty to find Rogue, and that's going to put down a Phantom. Absolutely free for USF off of an incredible fake dart from spawn. Just like that, they've taken the players down to the last one. Psycho and Kilroy connect for those 2 to dwindle the numbers on that aggressive post plant. Just looking for the Sova, now stuck towards back of window. Dart won't quite scan, so Psycho can't grab the wall bang. Tasty close, looking for the shots, and we'll have them. It's flawless for USF. I wish we had a replay. That was insane.
I'm sure we're going to see it coming up. I mean, in the highlights after the match, it was we got some crazy Sova mains in this game. I mean, I had heard that the Sova Tyrant on the side of FAU had some wacky lineups coming out, but turns out that they have a match on the other side, Psycho having some of their own, and now another interesting buy from both sides. I mean, USF was able to conserve those guns from the previous round, putting their eco in a nice position, and FAU is going to be forcing up on match point now. Don't forget, guys, at home, this is potentially the win for USF. I mean, once the first team to hit 13 here is going to be the reigning supreme in this best of 1 series, and Tyrant's taking quite a bit of damage from the shock darts.
Yeah, more damage to go with it. Second one's through into the Nebula. Psycho has that frag, and back to even numbers here.
Yeah, 4-4. Such a slow round coming out from USF, but they do play the patient game very, very well. Gonna be caught out with the alarm bot, but Tasty's actually good for the frag instead, taking out their double. I thought Mox might have the drop on them here, but looks like USF is going to be taking this advantage coming out. The market door will close by Ruff. And I don't know, it looks like Kilroy actually might need their double here in spawn, but Subwoof actually backing off this time around, and I'm so worried right now.
Timing for Sub was so unfortunate. Just somehow updrafts over all the bullets. A Matrix moment to get away. Kang goes up close. We'll grab one from close guarding. Killer will fall. Bacon's around for the flank. We'll take that frag. Subwoof instant trade back. Phenomenal Guardian shots from Generator. Now tucked towards Hell. Just trying to kill time. 15 seconds. Psycho has to get this plant down.
10 seconds left.
Can they find the Hell player in time? Ares in hand. Start the plant. We'll look for Hell, but Subwoof is taking another. And now Ruff is out through Scaffold to finish the job. FAU are able to scrape together a round to keep themselves alive at USF's match point. As you mentioned, Spicy, that was somewhat of a bonus going in for them. Now they can buy.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought Subwoof really got away from this by the skin of their teeth there. The updrafts, the movement to dodge the bullets, but I mean, keeping their name in the game for now. FAU not able to afford quite a perfect full buy. We are going to see the Ares coming out, which is still slightly buffed. I mean, was nerfed in patch 4.01. However, it was just a little bit of balancing that was needed, and opening pick on Mox here by Kilroy. Fortunately, that's the Killjoy out, and on defense, that's not the first person that you want to see dropping.
Utility broke very early. Trailblazers out. Fragment's been utilized. Lockdown's now here with a lot less stall potential. Just going to be the gravity well if utilized. See if it comes to fruition. Hasn't just yet. But to be fair, no one's moved out of B main just yet either. Will now step forward. Tailwind for Kilroy straight into his teammate. Hate to see it. Tyron straight in. Shooting bullets to Volus. We'll be able to grab one. Site they go. Plant should go down, but FAU looking posed for the retake.
And the 4v4 situation, they're definitely itching to keep their name in the game for this best of 1 series. I mean, unfortunately, nobody's going to clear logs here. And oh my god, the trigger discipline. It's going to be good for one, but not for another 2v3 or 2v2 now on this retake. And unfortunately, it's not going to happen for USF. Match point. So close, yet so far. FAU still keeping their name in the game.
FAU have done it again. They found the retake. They found a way. And they keep themselves in the match for just a bit longer. USF can buy here. Wouldn't be shy to see a buy down just to make sure they can get full utility going into what hopefully will be the last gun round of the game. And yeah, we'll see a Shiko come out. Kilroy will buy Vandal just because he can. He's got the money for it. An offensive operator isn't great when you are the solo duelist.
Absolutely, when you don't have too much more entry power. But I mean, Volus does a really great job at entering as well, considering the fact that you can kind of use Sky as an entry depending on your play style. However, so many solo lineups. That lineup was all the way from B to A this time around, but it's not going to find anything. However, it does definitely make USF wonder where Tyron's actually playing, which site that is, and Psycho is going to have a guard of their own. It's going to catch one here and not going to be capitalized off of quite yet, though. Lots of slowing power coming out from FAU, and Subwooff's going to be good for one, taking out their double.
Kill fall. That is the duelist out of the round. Burn Tailwind to try to grab that frag, and unfortunately caught out jetted in the actual peak of things. And the Tailwind, of course, for FAU still active, so we're able to get away quite easily. USF now will move away from that A main side of things. We'll look to work up Cat instead. They have been able to sneak through before the peak actually came out. 3 for FAU, actually headed towards B right now, so there's a chance at it. Again, low utility for USF. Really could use this early frag towards Cat Archway, and then maybe there's a chance to have the Vandal in their hands. Kanglu's full flash right now. Swing is there. Volus has the frag. Vandal picked up. But 2 more in the presence, and 1 more coming to scaffold right now.
Oh, and the Seekers are just going to give away Ruff's location. A frag from Volus. So 4v3 now. Things definitely favoring USF. Mox taking a bit of damage from that Nano Swarm. We're going to see the Hunter's Fury coming out as well, and it's good for 1. I mean, Psycho taking down Tyron here, and it's now a 2v3 situation. However, Mox is incredibly low. The lockdown is going to come out as well, and this is a tough situation for FAU. I mean, that lockdown is doing a lot of work, though.
Yeah, I bet they would say that Hunter's Fury now just 20 seconds later. Mox is going to tap, though, into a 1v2 to main. Great flash to come through. Volus to swing off of it. 3K for the Sky. 13-5 for USF as they go up 1-0 in Pool A.
Whew. What a first match to start off with today. I mean, USF did incredibly well in that game. On Ascent definitely was their map today. I mean, things were looking promising for FAU. They had some really great conditioning moments coming on, especially with that Cat presence, as you mentioned, Alex, but unfortunately weren't really able to capitalize off of that, using it to sell those fakes. And I mean, hopefully when VOD reviewing this, they are able to, go back, correct those mistakes. However, definitely a good try from them, especially it being so early in the morning. I mean, everybody's just kind of warming up now. I know I am personally, but despite me not playing, but my brain's chugging along. But I believe we are going to be setting up for a short interview, if I am correct. But did you have anything that you necessarily want to say about the last game that we just saw?
Yeah, absolutely. USF's defense, phenomenal. I mean, we talked a little bit about the double cat hold. We got the Astra away from main. Utility there, still able to hear all of that information when they actually played in. So the Nebula gravity well combination still stalling for time, but actually helping out towards cat instead, making that presence a little bit easier for the Sky since they didn't really have the alarm bot, they didn't have the turret, no nanoswarms either, and only one star on sparing rounds. The last star was kind of getting saved for retake instead, as there was 2 to A, 2 to B. So the fact that Astra was able to be there really made a difference. Bacon finding some phenomenal frags. We saw some 3Ks come through once that cat push actually did come to fruition. And then, of course, that led to a phenomenal retake because nobody's dying close contact onto site for USF. So the retake was incredibly strong all the way through on the defensive side. And then, of course, what a fake. Sova Dart comes through from spawn outside of top cat all the way through, double bounces, lands top of CT stair on B site instead, fakes it with 20 seconds left, and they walk into A site for free. It's phenomenal from USF, and I cannot wait to see what else they have to show to us the rest of the day. But for now, we've got to show you a quick break, and we'll be back with an interview in a couple minutes. Hey, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back from break. We got a switch up of the names, but you know the faces, so no worries at all. And of course, you notice a new face in the middle. It's Psycho. What is going on, brother? First match of groups, very early in the morning, but you look awake and definitely looked awake in the match. How did it go?
It actually went pretty well today. We it's a new team that we have going right now, just with the new semester, and so we were just kind of just trying to acclimate to each other because our last team, like, we had like pretty good chem and whatnot, but some people had to leave, and so we're picking up new people and just trying to figure out what works exactly. So I think we're doing pretty decent.
For sure.
Nice. Well, I just want to say, well, first off, I believe it was one of your Valorant managers that I was talking to this morning asking about some background information, and gave me a little bit of a quote from you saying that you wanted to be called Naruto, the world's most unpredictable IGL. And I was kind of curious to know what what comms are like for you guys. Like, do you have a set strat book that you pull your strats from, or do you genuinely just make stuff up off the fly? I'm just asking this like purely because of this this quote that I was given. Honestly, I'm curious.
No, that's funny. I said that completely as a joke, but no, I mean, yeah, it's kind of just as the game's going, I'm just like, people are playing a certain way. I'm like, let's just do this, do whatever.
Sure,
we don't necessarily have like written strats in the book, but just like kind of general things that we know how to do together. So I just kind of call around that.
Nice.
Speaking of calls of strats, you gave us, for the brief attacking half we got to see, because the defensive half was so darn good, quite frankly, we got to see last 20 seconds, Sova dart from top cat all the way through spawn to BCT stairs to fake B site to take A. You mean to tell me that was on the fly? You didn't work that?
I mean, like, I do it sometimes in ranked, I guess, so I was just like, I'm like, yeah, I was like, let's just group up main, I'm like, we made noise towards B, we still have somebody over there, let's just send a dart over there. I think some people will rotate, and they only had Jet on the site, so I think I was right.
You were right. Nah, I saw the whole mini map. You were right, brother.
Awesome.
No, yeah, that was definitely a good read. And I guess like one last question. How do you guys keep, obviously this was a great game for your team, but when it comes down to maybe closer games or games where you're losing off the bat, how do you guys keep a good mental?
If I'm being completely honest with you, sometimes in scrims, like, we just try to figure out, things that work and whatnot. And so we've seen a lot of, 0 to 5s off the bat and whatnot. And so we're always like trying to come back because we're always trying new things. So I just think we're like, I don't want to say used to like losing or anything, but like, but being down 0 to 5 doesn't really faze us just because, we're always trying new things. And so it's just kind of a part of the game,
100%. That's a fantastic mental. And take that mental with you going into this Clemson matchup coming up at noontime. I don't know if it'll be on stream or not, but nonetheless, we know you guys will be bringing the heat, bringing the mentality. So best of luck to you. Thank you so much for stopping in with us for your time. A fantastic showing for you guys, and good luck the rest of the event.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
All right, Pyro, and with that brings us to another match just like that. We're back to back here.
Yeah, we are. But I think before we get into the next matchup, we are going to throw to a quick break. And you guys can keep a little highlight reel from the first best of one series that we had today. And Kat and I will catch you guys in a few.
Straight off the round, trade though nonetheless. Ball Bacon from hell now looking to do the Lord's work and has done so. 4K because of how easy. No, you're fine. You're fine. Hey, don't lie to me, bro. In ranked only. Nah, this guy's trolling. This guy's trolling me.
But yeah, on this anti-eco Kilroy is going to be good.
Okay. Okay. EU gamer.
Honestly, I think
What lineup is that? That was sick.
I actually don't know that
Banger.
Going to a 1v2 to main. Great flash to come through. Bullets to swing off of it. 3K to the sky. 13-5 for USF as they go up 1-0 in Pool A. Which impression there to actually make that happen. Dark very, very good for Scaffold players. They're able to find this mid split now. How much farther they can get off the siren. Now you have to find that CC player.
Oh,
Psycho.
no.
Nailing grab one, someone has another. Someone's gonna have to push guard in there to try to take the lockdown and fall to Tasty. Now out of the sight. Isolate 1v1, able to grab the first. That's rough to fall. Finds that player stuck in the detainment, and that's easy money for Tasty. Straight off the round, take with a quick trade though, nonetheless. Go off the ball, Bacon from hell now looking to do the Lord's work and has done so. A 4K from Bacon. Because of how easy it is to smoke it. Anytime Subble will smoke himself into the snipe kill, but well, he ain't looking at a smoke, he's looking at frags. We'll find 2 from Scaffold, but the operator Bacon will grab 2 as well. And Bolas will grab.
Upcoming round, I mean, another beat heavy lean from USF. Hearing a lot of aggression to being taken in
3 kills.
barrage, but yeah, on this anti-eco, Kilroy's gonna be good for 2 with the Bulldog.
Initially was spotted by that Trailblazer. Able to grab 1. Okay. Nice.
Okay.
Double. There's a lot of extra fortification here for FAU.
Honestly, I think
What
US
lineup is that? That was sick.
I actually don't know that one.
To tap though into a 1v2 to main. Great flag come through. Bolas to swing off of it. 3K to the sky. 13-5 for USF as they go up 1-0 in Pool A. Which impression there to actually make that happen. Dark's very, very good for Scaffold players because they're able to find this mid split now. How much farther can they get off the siren? Now you have to find that CC player.
Oh,
Psycho
no.
nailing grab one. Subble has another. Suble's gonna have to push guard in there to try to take the lockdown. The fall is Tasty. Now out of the sight. Nice lane 1v1. Able to grab the first. That's rough to fall. That player is stuck in the detainment, and that's easy money for Tasty. Straight off the round. Tanglis is a quick trade, though, nonetheless. Go off the ball. Bacon from hell now looking to do the Lord's work and has done so. A 4K from Bacon. Like utility because of how easy it is to smoke it. Anytime Subble will smoke himself into the site kill, but well, he ain't looking at a smoke. He's looking at frags. We'll find 2 from Scaffold, but the operator Bacon will grab 2 as well. And Bolas will grab.
This upcoming round, I mean, another be heavy lean from
I return.
USF. Hearing a lot of aggression to being taken in
Thank you.
barrage, but
Okay, bet.
yeah, on this anti-eco, Kilroy's gonna be good for 2 with the
What's map?
Initially was spotted by that Trailblazer. Able to grab 1. Okay.
Okay.
Double. There's a lot of extra fortification here for FAU.
Honestly, I think
What
US
lineup is that? That was sick.
Said what the fuck?
I actually don't know that one.
It's tapped though into a 1v2 to main. Great flash to come through. Bolas to swing off of it. 3K to the sky. 13-5 for USF as they go up 1-0 in Pool A. Which impression there to actually make that happen. Dark's very, very good for Scaffold players because they're able to find this mid split now. How much farther can they get off the siren? Now you have to find that CC player. Psycho nailing round 1. Subble has another. Subble's gonna have to push.
K. UCFK, which is their main. I wonder what that username could be. Noticing an extra C. Nope. Oh, is that just a typo? Wait, is that just a typo or is that his actual name? Okay, because I was gonna say, like, how does name get through? Like, how does name get through tournament staff? Listen, I'll cast Cockies and Cream, bro.
Kilroy's gonna be good for 2 with the Bulldog.
Initially was spotted by that Trailblazer. Able to grab 1. Okay. Nice. Okay. There's a lot of extra fortification here for FAU.
Honestly, I think
What
US
lineup is that? That was sick.
I actually don't know that one.
It's tapped though into a 1v2 to main. Great flash to come through. Bolas to swing off of it. 3K to the sky. 13-5 for USF as they go up 1-0 in Pool A. Which impression there to actually make that happen. Dark's very, very good for Scaffold players because they're able to find this mid split now. How much farther can they get off the siren? Now you have to find that CT player.
Oh,
Psycho
no.
nailing round 1. Subble has another. push guard in there to try to take the lockdown of all the Tasty. He's now out to his side. On isolate 1v1, able to grab the first. That's rough to fall. Finds that player who's stuck in the detainment, and that's easy money for Tasty. Trail the round. King was a quick trade though, nonetheless. That's off the fall. Bacon from hell now looking to do the Lord's work, and has done so. A 4K from Bacon. Utility because of how easy it is to smoke it. Anytime Subwolf will smoke himself into the site, Gilroy. Well, he ain't looking at a smoke. He's looking at frags. We'll find 2 from Scaffold, but the operator Bacon will grab 2 as well. And Bulls will grab.
This upcoming round, I mean, another B heavy lean from USF here, and a lot of aggression actually being taken in
3 kills.
garage, but yeah, on this anti-eco, Kilroy is going to be good for 2 with the Bulldog.
Initially was spotted by that Trailblazer.
Oh!
Able to grab 1. Fly, but I.
Okay.
There's a lot of extra fortification here for FAU.
Honestly, I think
What
US
lineup is that? That was sick.
I actually don't know that one.
Gonna tap though into a 1v2 to main. Great flash to come through. Volus to swing off of it. 3K to the sky. 13-5 for USF. That's the go 1-0 in Pool A. Much impression there to actually make that happen. Dart's very, very good for Scaffold players to get through. They're able to find this mid split now. How much farther can he get off of it? Siren now able to find that CT player.
Oh,
Psycho
no.
nailing grab 1. Subwolf has another. Subwolf's gonna have to push guard in there to try to take the lockdown of all the Tasty. He's now out to his side. On isolate 1v1, able to grab the first. That's rough to fall. Finds that player who's stuck in the detainment, and that's easy money for Tasty. Straight out the round. King was his quick trade though, nonetheless. That's off the fall. Bacon from hell now looking to do the Lord's work, and has done so. A 4K from Bacon. Utility because of how easy it is to smoke it.
Welcome back, everybody, to CENC's Regional Invitational for the Southeast region today. We just had our first match of the day prior to this, which was USF versus FAU. USF taking the dub in this best-of-1 series, 13-5. And then coming up next, we are going to be seeing University of Central Florida versus Full Sail on Breeze. And welcome back, Kat.
Thank you so much, Ash. A lovely introduction. And yeah, we'll be switching over to Pool B now. We've got 2 groups playing simultaneously today, Group A and Group B, and they're playing on a 1-hour difference. So we can get every single game from every single group. So alternating back and forth now into Pool B, we'll get UCFK, the main roster, up against Full Sail University. And as you mentioned before, UCF, they've got 2 teams. So this one's going to be the main roster, not the secondary roster. We'll see what they're able to show us. Hopefully something nice, because, I mean, you don't get main roster status doing nothing. And if they're nice with it, it's going to be good to see, because it's going to be on Breeze, a map that's all about fragging out.
Yeah, we are going straight into Agent Select here. We are going to see that classic Viper coming out on Breeze. Can't really pick another controller in her place, to be honest, considering the strength of that Toxic screen, being able to cut these large sites up into more manageable portions. And we're actually seeing 2 chamber picks coming out. I quite like that on Breeze, actually. You know, the large size of the map, having those rendezvous available for those quick rotations, definitely help to make quick work of playing together as a team. And actually, it looks like it's going to be a double duelist hover on the side of UCF. And I'm going to take that back and eat my words. We're going to see that sky hover instead. Yeah.
They just fought in comms about it. Right? You just said, listen, I'm different. I'm going to pop off. They said, please just play utility, man. It's not that deep. And sometimes that's just how it goes. Yeah, sometimes, that's just how it goes. For Full Sail Armada, maybe they don't have a duelist yet. They don't have the Jet for early presence. I'm not going to say that Reyna can do what Jet can do. Definitely cannot supplement, but at least you got something for duelist potential. So that's probably where Jay ends up going, sitting on the hover right now, just talking a little bit pre-match. But Ash, I get torqued for Chambers on Breeze. The ability to hold hallway, the ability to rendezvous over towards sites, and the amount of creativity that we see come out of Chambers is absolutely ridiculous. I am so excited to see how these teams use the agent.
Absolutely. I mean, sorry, I almost said Casper. I was writing down the player's name, but Chamber is definitely a treat to see, especially being one of the newest agents. And although Neon is actually in the agent pool today, we have yet to see her come into play, but we are also only on the second match of today. Who knows what we have in store for us? And this time around, it looks like it's going to be an A heavy lean for FSA. Full Sail is going to be full sending it to the A site. And it looks like actually UCF is kind of maybe gambling that a little bit here, having 3 postured towards A. That's Sky holding Halls, but ready for the quick rotation in case they need it.
Now this is a point of interest. UCF definitely gambling towards the A site. They've put the Viper on A, and it looks like a default setup in terms of the chamber being over towards B, has their trademark spots already ready to go in the rendezvous as well. I'm interested to see this defensive side of things, because typically the Viper is seen holding down the B site, locking it down just like it were an icebox map. So that definitely is a point of interest for a little bit later, not this round, of course. So we've got the Breeze Classic. Run it down A, screen your way in, do your due diligence. Mentioned Jay's going to be on the Reyna instead of the Jet, so gets in just a little bit slower, but gets in nonetheless. So far, they've been able to clear in front of Cave, but they haven't got to the back of sight just yet. Now that contact will come through. Some shots traded, but no kills.
No kills, and it looks like FSA is actually falling back immediately. That regrowth is going to come out to get the heals off, but Rujan has actually pushed up all the way through Halls here, just narrowly missing the information on the rotation. Not seeing that quite yet, but Cookies and Cream poised on the B site. It's going to be ready for this rotate, but however, it's not quite an explosive entry quite yet, just posturing themselves up for this site take.
And here's the chamber opportunity. Oh, we'll peek out looking for the second shot, but it's just shots from Cloud right now. We'll take 2. We'll hit both. 2 goes 1 taps. Casper will fall. Trision back of CT, and Cloud has another. Is Bible going to fall into this one? Book close for just a moment. So that leaves the pinch to come through for UCF in a 2v4 right now. And no angles from Nest just yet for the Sky. Gonna have to get a lot closer to do damage. Seif in the meantime able to find one as Cloud will fall to a bit of its own medicine. 1 tap to come through for that Arcane Sheriff as it works its way now to Pillar. Kaiser will take down Ryujin. It's all up to Seif now to do all the work. Able to grab 2, a 3rd, potentially. Yes, it will be. But can they grab that final frag? They've got to get this spike to half. That new wall so convenient. Can actually hold this thing. Wait, no way from the Jet. Holds it. We'll get it with just 50 seconds left. And the frag as well. A 4K from Seif. The Jet comes up huge for UCF as they take the pistol.
Ooh, that new wall doing the work for UCF on that retake. Oh my god. I really don't think Ritzy there really thought that Seif was going to go for the hold on the spike, but unable to kind of peek and jiggle to check to see if the defuse was actually going off. The first round on the board, like you said, Alex, is going to go to UCF here. And now giving them a little bit of money to buy up on the second round. 2 Marshals and a Bulldog will be in their hands, as well as a Spectre. And we're going to see that Trailblazer coming out as well. Not going to get too much information, though, as it has been shot down quite immediately.
Once again, Viper set towards A, Chamber set towards B. Pyro, you got thoughts on this?
Honestly, I don't mind it. It's working out for UCF right now.
True.
It's definitely, I don't know, Viper is definitely stronger on the B site, but I think we can only really tell as further rounds go out, because it really is based off of, you know, how the teams are playing, even though it's not playing into the meta quite as much. But with all this mid control being garnered by FSA right now, it's going to be, you know, a bit of a change of pace here, kind of clustered together. They could be fish in a barrel. However, a trade for a trade has gone out, but FSA has taken a lot of damage so far, and only 35 seconds left on the clock. No moves have really been made towards a site itself. Left. The spike still has yet to be planted, and the time is on the side of the defenders.
That is 20 seconds left. FSA going to have to work their way in here, and who is it? Ooh. Cookies and Cream, the Chamber. Able to grab 1 this go around. Last time wasn't able to get that same luck. Body shot found as well. We'll swing back around the default box, and we'll find a second frag. As Ryujin able to grab 2 from Tunnel to clean up for UCF. And a little bit of foreshadowing to what could be the future. Spicy, ask you about agent allocation of sites here, because we've got the Sky and Hallway rather than towards a site stair. So we saw some inclination as we saw those 4 players gather up towards Pillar. They just threw Bible into the peak, just kind of shoulder peeking, running and gunning with the Spectre, just looking for dinks, as opposed to having Trailblazer, having guiding lights to throw through door. So a little bit of foreshadowing there because FSA, they absolutely bodied it up. Could have been a massive spray down. It'll be interesting to see how stuff like that plays into future rounds.
There.
Absolutely. However, yeah, I really want to point out the fact that you were mentioning that, Ryujin is playing halls instead of by A stairs, and with the current setup, I actually don't mind that, considering the fact that the guiding lights can actually gather a lot of information for halls, allow those pushes to come through, the lurks to come through. In comparison, you'd be able to send the guiding light even through the shoot there if Ryujin did decide to push up through halls, get that mid information, and then after which their chamber on B is able to play off of those trademarks, and lots of mid control being garnered by FSA right now. However, they are down a few. Cloud's going to be good for that double though, and it's a 4v3 situation now favoring FSA, but a lot of poke on their side.
Stealth scans come through, forces the peek from Cookies and Cream and taken out by Jay. It's in a clean mid push for FSA. They've worked their way straight through. UCF just trying to grab a couple more frags, and the bonus is Bible. We'll find one. Casper J will fall towards mid. It's a Vandal picked up. The perfect weapon for this long range engagement coming to tunnel. No one peeking just yet though. It'll be a crossfire setup towards backside castle and broken wall. This Cloud has peeked all the way to the off angle now. First contact for Bible. Gone just like that. At 3K from the Sova. FSA will find their first round. They'll shut down the bonus. We head to the gun round.
Yeah, Cloud does really well with these multi-kills. I mean, it's only 3 rounds in, but grabbed a 3K for themselves in round 1 as well. Actually, all their kills on the leaderboard are from those 2 3Ks, and the Hunter's Fury is already online. I would like to see a bit of contesting going for these alt orbs, considering we do have several players on both sides kind of close to their ultimates. Could be really great early round conversions for either team. And we are going to see that operator finally being pulled out in the hands of Cookies and Cream. And it's going to be a B take, so let's see if they're able to do a lot of work with this gun.
Ooh.
Oh, it's going to be a whiff early off, though.
If the cave had a hitbox, the was gone. Well, there's definitely a hitbox there in the middle of Chamber's chest as Casper will fall. Rendezvous out as well. So Cookies and Cream able to reposition to the back of the site now. As FSA has to once again try to work their way in. They've been able to grab a player up elbow. They've been able to grab a frag as well. As Region's falling to Cloud. Bible is a quick trade. Plant will go down default. Jay's taking out the operator. So no more to worry about unless he picked
Okay.
Okay, not the op picked up with the frags. For Wiesel able to find 2. Dart to the back of sight. Instantly destroyed, but information garnered nonetheless. They know exactly where this Viper is. Seif will swing the CT. We'll find the frag. UCF 3-1.
Really great retake so far coming out from FSA. Definitely struggling a little bit to gain that map control throughout the rounds. I would like to maybe see more of a default play coming out, trying to get some early picks on the defensive side instead of trying to go against a monster in the post plant, having, either a 5v5 or a 4v4 retake kind of situation that they have to deal with. But this time around, FSA swapping back towards the A site once again. It's going to be an A heavy default, looking for some mid control. I do like that FSA full sail likes to get that mid control, especially pretty early on in the round, kind of denying it to UCF. And it looks like it might actually be a blitz onto A this time around. Viper really being the main person holding it here. However, we actually have that quick rotation from doors, kind of pulling back towards site, playing together as a team instead of going for those flanks.
Yeah, and that early guiding light through mid door has also gained information that there's no split just yet. So they've been able to allocate the jet back over towards the back of moat instead. Fortunately, full sail will move away. We'll move positionings here. We'll reset the course now. The navigation heads towards the middle of the map. So still gonna have the sky around. So I'm looking for before the fact that they'll be able to actually throw all that information out. And information comes presently as Ryujin getting swung by multiple player seekers as well. Going to gain the fact that his team is in mid right now to move their way now over all the way to B. It's up to the Sentinel Chamber to hold on to things. Operator shot good for 1.
The Seekers also did a decent fake. I mean, we saw the Sova being pulled back over towards A instead of quickly rotating towards the B site, leaving Cookies and Cream alone with 26 HP. And the Operator, it's going to be a whiff coming out as well. However, the regrowth is going to come through. Getting a little bit of healing here.
Spike planted.
Now Ritzy is going to get that plant down as well. Trailblazer's going to get some information, and that's a Viper's Pit.
That it is. Seif will go to the top of it. One darted, one spotted. This Cloud's going to fall. Seif to tailwind forward, just trying to chip the backside of this one. As Green's able to take down the Viper's Pit. Cooks and Cream going to find Kaiser with a quick trade. Casper good for one. Instantly traded by Weisel, and just like that, UCF. Successful retake yet again. They've been allocating just the Chamber to B. Chamber's been able to constantly TP out and set up for the retake, and it's been pretty clean thus far.
Honestly, I really think that the switch over to have Viper playing on the A site probably has to do with the new Breeze changes. You maybe need a little bit more stopping power there, having the toxic screen up, being able to use that poison cloud as well, since it's a little bit easier now for the attackers to clear these corners while entering A site. Plus, you know, like you said, Chamber having those rendezvous, you know, being able to hold B with the trademarks as well, and then just being able to take TP out, play that retake with their team. It's been working out quite well in their favor, but we're actually going to see that swap happening. The Viper now going towards B, the Chamber over to A, kind of switching things up, keeping Full Sail on their toes, but Full Sail's just going for that mid control once again.
That they are. They'll be able to work their way up the tunnel now if they choose to. Information definitely gained from both initiators here. First with the Sky Flashes, and now Drone will spot 3 towards mid. Bible to peek for 1. Drop Watsy a second as well. It's a cleanup from both players. One tunnel, one towards mid side of things. We're being able to grab 2 as well, and Seif now from door to wrap things up. Flawless anti-eco coming out of UCF. They'll be up 5-1. Love teams that can switch it up on the defensive side of things, Spicy. I love teams that are able to reallocate resources. It really keeps attacks guessing. It's just, it really speaks to your ability as a team to cooperate, the amount of practice you've been able to put in. And that's really, really good to see from teams in college.
Yeah, you have to be able to be adaptive in these kinds of games. And now FSA stuck in that ping pong economy. They're going to be able to buy up this round. However, it's going to be an important one for them to win, or else they're going to be stuck on another eco. Going to have to make quick work of those ultimates to make this round go in their favor. However, Cookies and Cream always here with the operator to watch. He's going to actually rendezvous out real quickly after that Trailblazer comes out. This toxic screen is going to cut up the site, allowing for a free entry for FSA.
They're back for a retake once again. Been able to give it away, and they've got the ultimates to work with as well. We're going to have 4 going into this round. So absolutely understandable play. Seeker's out first. Now the Hunter's Fury going to get tagged. A second tag as well. Looking to finish and will do so as the Viper's out of this round early. Seeker's still with more face to the front of Castle. Cooks and Cream timing 8 to see it. Kaiser to find 1 second as well. Jay will grab a 3rd. Shockbolt to trade 1 back. Jay all the way down with Tour de Force. Moves a little bit too early. That ball goes to the right because of that movement. Bible to find 1 from top of wall. Set us to even numbers here. And now the numbers advantage for UCF as Wisely able to find a 3K. Casper J. How good are the pings here for an operator shot? Not good enough. It's off to the right. Please, just a little bit left, please. But it won't happen for Jay. Not both frags either, taken out by Bible. So no money for them this round. No weapons taken away. And UCF are 6-1 here on the scoreline.
That was a really nice Viper's Pit that came out to provide that cover, considering the fact that the Poison Cloud and Toxic Screen were not available to cover up the main, knowing that, you know, Casper J was using that tool de false from main there, not able to reposition to a more favorable spot for themselves. And now FSA is kind of, they are switching it up, but almost in a predictable manner. They have a bit of a pattern going on, kind of swapping between A, B, and mid takes here. This time around, maybe slightly different, looking for a bit of Hall's control. Some stuff coming around, and the Trailblazer is going to come out. The Viper is back on the A site, so not too much information was gathered there. The Snakebite did also come out with that Poison Cloud. Just to stall a little bit longer, I would like to see maybe, you know, FSA cut noise, try and get a retake down.
Seeker's out early here through screens. He's to find 1 to shut down that early duelist presence. Still thinking about pushing their way in. Hunter's Fury's out. We'll burn the Trailblazer. Bible to find 1. Trade back for Kaiser. Bible still getting the work done. The Vibe from the back of the site. Kaiser will take that kill as well. So 2K for the Sky, but still no advantage is actually going to be advantage for the defense here as they've got Spike down and Operator staring at it. Shot's not quite there. Shot is there for the Sky, however. This Kaiser finally going to fall after that 2K. The Casper now. Fake the rotate. Still anchored as Ryujin. Peeks there. Shots traded back and forth. Honestly, this is anyone's fight. Not even spotting each other. Just looking for wall bangs here. For any sliver of a peek. Now the help will come to Stare. The Operator's here. No more funny business. Please just end the round. And he'll do just that. 7-1 for UCF.
7-1 to your UCF. No ultimates on the board right now. You might actually see... I'd like to maybe see an investment into Ritzy or into Kelsers in this upcoming round. Try to farm those alt orbs on this eco round. Be able to get Kelsers even closer to the Seekers. Be able to make maybe an easy play for an attack onto site. Now swapping back over to the B site. FSA is going to be changing things up a little bit. But like I said, still that kind of same pattern going AB, and then throwing a couple mid rounds and here and there. Seif already taking an aggressive push. Going to be good for 2 on this anti-eco, a 3rd as well. Casper J, good for the trade though.
Oh, 2nd as well. So something for FSA from the Sentinel to lock down at least 2 frags. UCF will take the straight 2 on the anti-eco. 8-1 for this team. Back to gun round we go. Full sail. It's time to garner some momentum. If they want to take this map back to them. Something going into the half. Just 1 or 2 more. At least get to the 9-3. At least get to the 9-3.
Yeah, I mean, we are 3 rounds away from swapping sides. I really like that play from Seif, though, being able to push out through tunnel there, taking that elbow control. Considering the fact that UCF has actually not flanked very much on FSA. They haven't really had the need to. So switching it up, catching them off guard there was definitely huge. Trailblazer coming out from a different direction this time is going to spot 1, and it's going to be this kind of blitz onto the A site, but Bible's going to be good for a 2 there with
Clap fans rise. 3rd to go with it. Region has picked up 1. At least Kaiser just the mid door all alone, able to swing for 1. Nothing more to be found, though. The Chamber will bring their way over tunnel. Find the refrag. UCF 9-1 now. Making quick work of this team, and they're able to allocate so many resources over to mid door because they have Seif playing like he's C9 Leaf, walking all the way through cave, getting to early contact. 2nd round in a row now. You can tell they're really feeling themselves in this map.
Definitely. Plus, I mean, with a map like Breeze, you have to take advantage of those lurks and those flanks as much as you possibly can on defense. Obviously, switching things up to keep the attackers on their toes, but you really want them to be looking over their shoulders, kind of worried about what might be going on behind them. And that Viper's Pit's going to come out quite early on A main. Good read from Bible, making it a bit tougher for FSA to commit to this take. It looks like they will be falling back this time around. Going for that mid control. However, we do see Cookies and Cream always holding steady, holding strong on B. Such an incredible anchor on the side of UCF.
That he is. No offer this time around, though. Gonna have to do a little bit more work to get in the angles longer. Seeker's info. Okay. The free 1-tap off the Seeker shot, and then the finish as well from Cookies and Cream. Able to find 2. Has moved away from the totem, though, so no TP available. Break it as well if they want to. Ritzy actually going to get broken instead as Cookies and Cream good for a 3K for the back of the site. Usually we see Cookies and Cream looking for 1 and done, looking to jump away from the site. But this time around, different story. 4K now off of a beautiful dart. Region with the Operator will find a frag as well. 10-1 for UCF. A fantastic Breeze defense.
Yeah, their defense has been impenetrable so far. I believe FSA has gotten the plant down maybe only once or twice, not even being able to hold it every single time, either, as the retakes have been impeccable from UCF on top of their holds and stalls. We do have 2 ultimates on both sides. Full to false in Casper J's hands. Might be coming out this round considering the fact that they are stuck on that Spectre. And if Ritzy is able to get onto site, get that plant down, we will see that Viper's Pit coming out, kind of forcing some more close quarters combat as FSA kind of runs up mid here, going for a B play through tunnel.
Trap destroyed. Teleport's broken.
Totem broken early. Cookies are going to be stuck to sight once again, but worked out pretty well last time around. Well, not this time. Kaiser has a frag. Raijin up close. Oh! Able to find it just as the blind fades. Looking for a second. That's a full blind. Not this time, buddy. Kaiser has it. Good for the first 2 frags to lead this team in. Bible has a trade, though. These guys are dipped a little bit too far. You don't double dip. Those are the rules.
Steve
Not
has
when
his
you're at the
flank,
party when
though.
you're sharing.
Like, Steve totally bypassed both of those trademarks, you know, and Spawn there watching for the flank now with that Windows control. He's actually able to take down the spike, putting FSA in a precarious position, having to kind of regain that map control on site. Both players, unfortunately, did not make it on. Cloud is going to be good for 1, though. It's a 2v2 situation now.
Oh.
30 seconds
Unlucky. Yeah, just not watching there, but it's going to be a 2v1. However, Spike has still not been planted. 20 seconds, Alex. I mean, the worst thing here, though, would be for FSA to allow Whistle to get these 1v1s.
One enemy remaining.
2
There we go.
1v1s. Speak of the devil. The first
10
one
seconds
found. As Weisel will take Cloud. Okay, moved a little bit early for Casper, so not able to get the wall bang damage. Dart's going to be there. Information to the default plant spot. As Casper will sit close pillar. Scan yet again. Jump peek. Head not found. Will full swing, and Weisel will hold on to the nerves. We'll find the frags. It's 11-1 for UCF. An absolutely unsurmountable defensive half for this team. A clutch to finish it off as well. So much momentum going into a huge, monumental pistol round.
Yeah, FSA's really got to win this pistol coming up next to be able to give them that economy cushion to be able to buy up on round 2 for those bonus guns coming out to give them as much of a lead as possible. Ideally, they'd be taking the 3rd round on this side as well with their bonus weapons, but only time will tell. Might be more of a defensive-sided kind of team coming out here. They do have a lot of information, too, with both initiators. I honestly did not feel like I saw the Sova drone coming out enough on the side of Full Sail, but it's possible that maybe we just didn't have that perspective to be able to see the Sova drone coming out for those takes. But going into this round, Weisel is going to be using that drone to clear these corners through main. It's going to be your standard A take so far, kind of walking up while the screen is up, waiting for the other toxic screen to go down.
Or defaulty position here. Free CF able to sneak their way in. Plant's gone down. Kaiser going to pick up one from mid door. Second for Ritzy, now traded. So that's all of the backup mode secured. But already set up for the retake is FSA. Kaiser gets timinged. Not able to find the frag either, so Ritzy's able to take that one away. With the classic in hand, a 3v3 now. Massive flank from Jay. We'll pick up the first. On to Weisel for more. Shock Bolt who will be awarded the frag as Cloud will take that one away. All off the cookies and cream now falls to Jay out of the back of cave. Great flank from the Arena. And a much needed pistol for FSA.
Clean little retake for Full Sail. It's going to be able to buy up in this upcoming round. And on top of that, Full Sail is going to have to play a pretty strong anti-eco here. Not really get too greedy with these guns. However, okay, there we go. I was worried that they were just sticking with pistols for a second there, but we're actually seeing a buy coming out from UCF as well. 1 Marshall on the board too. I'm biting my tongue. I'll just wait a couple seconds longer before I talk about the guns, but yeah, like I was saying, FSA is really going to have to preserve as many weapons as they can in this upcoming round, just to make sure that they have as much economy position as they possibly can before UCF hits match point, or maybe avoiding that altogether. And that Poison Cloud is coming up, kind of delaying any information that Weisel could be gathering right now. But, I mean, FSA does know that the Viper is still playing on the A site.
Cookies all the way up elbow here. We'll spot the shoulder of Jay. Now into the scope of the headhunter. Waiting for the repeat. You know what's coming. There it is. There's the chance. Timing not quite there, though. Is for Cloud. A Sife's going to fall down mid. There we go. There's the timing they're looking for. But not a second frag. Cloud will take that one in stride. Find a second frag in FSA. Numbers advantage, at least by a player here. So usually going to be looking to work this Marshall. 1 of 2 bought for the team. Second one, I believe, the hands of Sova. So still have both guns to work with. Can they make an impact?
And
That's an
Okay.
impact.
I have them.
Yeah, you called it. I mean, 3v3 situation now. Bible is going to be getting this plant down. I don't know if they know Casper J is still kind of hiding back here, but
Interesting TP.
yeah, 2 HP though.
He's stuck. He's hard stuck. Definitely can't get out with that TP. As soon as they swing, they're going to have it.
Oh!
Yeah, Bible's got it. Ritzy tried to get the spray off. Bible just barely able to sneak away with that one, getting away with murder there, and it's 3-on-2 into the site for UCF. A massive round if they're able to win it, but Ritzy looking to change that story, able to find the first. Regrowth to come through thanks to the Sky. Swing around for more. Still, the Marshall's active, and impact yet again. That's Region able to find a second frag. That leaves just the Viper mid-sight. What
a flick!
His wrist is broken, but he's found the frag. It's 12-2
Match
for
point.
UCF. They managed to buy 2 guns, Ash, and they take the round.
Value weapons. Marshall is my value weapon. Like, that's my favorite value weapon. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I don't think there's anything more satisfying than getting a Marshall headshot, but going into this round, UCF having this advantage at match point. It's been a quick game so far. We'll see if Full Sail's able to pull it back a little bit there, but we can definitely tell that UCF has more reps under their belt. They have that synergy that they've built up over the time that they have started playing together. Although it is a new roster and they're experimenting, it is going very, very well for UCF. That drone coming out now just to clear some information. Not going to be able to tag up the Viper on a site, and the Seekers are going to come out for an easy, clean take.
Ooh, can't retake it. We don't got any members left on the team. Cookies and cream to find one Bible, another, and another from the chamber. They're able to trade one back. We're going to have to do a lot more than that if they want to stay alive in this game. And Seif not going to let that happen. The headshot comes through, and that leaves one player. And just like that, before I can even get it out of my mouth, UCF have taken the map 13-2. An absolutely smashing Breeze performance.
Yeah, congratulations to UCF Valorant Gold for taking the dub in this best of 1 series versus Full Sail. Definitely can tell that this team has synergy, especially considering the fact that there is a new roster that's starting out, Kat. I mean, they're still experimenting and definitely dominated on Breeze. I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to pull out throughout the rest of this series on this coming weekend. But, I mean, was there anything in particular that you want to point out about this match?
I will say there's a natural advantage for UCF going in compositionally. We talked about it just a little bit in Agent Select very briefly before we jumped into the map. The fact they're playing Reyna as opposed to having a Jet or having a secondary duelist. The fact that they can't bypass any of that utility. They can't tail into sight. So it made the option to try to flow over to B almost impossible because they can't get past any of the trademarks, which allows for Chamber to set 2 trademarks, 1 tunnel, 1 towards main, and just sit back a sight. And it just created opportunity again and again for Cookies to just find frags. And it's unfortunate, really. You don't expect it compositionally because typically we've been kind of moving into the Chamber on the B site, but it's more of like if we need to switch sites, if things aren't working hallway, we'll move the Chamber over. But if the Chamber sits there the entire time, suddenly you've lost an entire site and you can't even make tunnel a reality because the second trademark's there as well. So the fact that they don't have the Jet, I think really, really hurts them. And we got to see some examples of how impactful a Jet can be in terms of shutting down trademarks with Seif's flanks onto Cloudburst, walk straight through, as you mentioned so perfectly. It's why you're one of the best color casters. The fact that they're able to walk through on the Cloudburst to that utility, and that's just something you don't have if you don't have the Jet in your composition.
Yeah, I do want to point out, though, that even though they didn't have that Jet advantage, they did have 2 initiators on the side of Full Sail. We had the Sova and we had the Sky. We saw a lot of Sky util being put out there, but I felt like I was seeing recon darts after recon darts, but there weren't really too many Sova drones, the Owl drones going out that the team was able to at least capitalize off of. There was maybe some that, went out for information, but nothing that was able to be, used in conjunction with any other plays.
Right.
And I think that, despite the fact that Chamber was playing on B site, I would have liked to see Full Sail maybe trying to go for more of those B takes, considering the fact that, the Trailblazer and the Sova drone can actually find those trademark points, and then you can just ping it for your team, let them know, shoot it out before it's able to pop. But unfortunately that didn't go through, and definitely a great dub for UCF. You can tell that there's a reason why they are, out of the 4 teams that they have on there, the top one. And yeah, that is match 2. I mean, I'm not sure. Okay, so we are throwing to a quick break, and then afterwards we will be hitting up an interview of a member of UCF coming up. Thank you guys so much again, and we will see you guys shortly.
What do you think they do differently execute-wise with the util they have?
Before I can even get it out of my mouth, UCF have taken the map 13-2, an absolutely smashing Breeze performance.
Yeah, congratulations to UCF Valorant Gold for taking the dub in this best of one series versus Full Sail. Definitely can tell that this team has synergy, especially considering the fact that there is a new roster that's starting out. I mean, they're still experimenting and
goals from Nest just yet for the Sky. Gonna have to get a lot closer to do damage. See if in the meantime able to find one as Cloud will fall to a bit of its own medicine. One tap to come through. Good Arcane Sheriff is its way now to Pillar. Kaiser will take down. We're using his all now to do all the work. Able to grab two, a third, potentially. Yes, it will be. Can they grab that final frag? They've got to get this fight to half. That new wall so convenient. Can actually hold this thing. Wait,
no way
from the dead. Holds it. We'll get it with just 50 seconds left. And we'll go down default. Jason taking off the operator. So no more to worry about.
AB, and then throwing a couple mid rounds and here and there. Seif already taking an aggressive push. Gonna be good for two on this anti-eco, a third as well.
And yet again. Jump deep. Had not found. We'll full swing and Weisel will hold on to the nerves. We'll find the frags. It's 11-1 for UCF. An absolutely unsurmountable defensive half. Again, as we've been able to find a second frag. That leaves just a Viper mid-sight. Weisel has
what a flick!
Not gonna let that happen. The headshot comes through. And that leaves one player, and just like that, before I can even get it out of my mouth, UCF have taken the map 13 from Nest just yet for the Sky. Gonna have to get a lot closer to do damage. See if in the meantime able to find one as Cloud will fall to a bit of its own medicine. One tap to come through. Good Arcane Sheriff who works its way now to Pillar. Kaiser will take down. We're using his all now to do all the work. Able to grab two, a third, potentially. Yes, it will be. Can they grab that final frag? They've got to get this fight to half. That new wall so convenient. Can actually hold this thing. Wait, no way from the dead. Holds it. We'll get it with just 50 seconds left. And we'll go down default. Jake's taking out the operator. So no more to worry about.
AB, and then throwing a couple mid rounds and here and there. Seif already taking an aggressive push. Gonna be good for two on this anti-eco, a third as well.
And yet again. Jump deep. Had not found. We'll full swing and Weisel will hold on to the nerves. We'll find the frags. It's 11-1 for UCF. An absolutely unsurmountable defensive half. Again, as we've been able to find a second frag. That leaves just the Viper mid-sight. Weisel has
what a flick!
Not gonna let that happen. The headshot comes through. And that leaves one player, and just like that, before I can even get it out of my mouth, UCF have taken the map 13 from Nest just yet for the Sky. Gonna have to get a lot closer to do damage. See if in the meantime able to find one as Cloud will fall to a bit of its own medicine. One tap to come through. Good Arcane Sheriff who works its way now to Pillar. Kaiser will take down. We're using his all now to do all the work. Able to grab two, a third, potentially. Yes, it will be. Can they grab that final frag? They've got to get this fight to half. That new wall so convenient. Can actually hold this thing. Wait, no way from the dead. Holds it. We'll get it with just 50 seconds left. And we'll go down default. Jake's taking off the operator. So no more to worry about.
AB, and then throwing a couple mid rounds and here and there. Seif already taking an aggressive push. Gonna be good for two on this anti-eco, a third as well.
And yet again. Jump deep. Had not found. We'll full swing and Weisel will hold on to the nerves. We'll find the frags. It's 11-1 for UCF. An absolutely unsurmountable defensive half. Again, as we've been able to find a second frag. That leaves just the Viper mid-sight. What
a flick!
Not gonna let that happen. The headshot comes through. And that leaves one player, and just like that, before I can even get it out of my mouth, UCF have taken the map 13 from Nest just yet for the Sky. Gonna have to get a lot closer to do damage. Steep in the meantime able to find one as Cloud will fall to a bit of its own medicine. One tap to come through. Good Arcane Sheriff who works its way now to Pillar. Kaiser will take down. We're using his all now to do all the work. Able to grab two, a third, potentially. Yes, it will be. Can they grab that final frag? They've got to get this fight to half. That new wall so convenient. Can actually hold this thing. Wait, no way from the dead. Holds it. We'll get it with just 50 seconds left. And we'll go down default. Jake's taking off the operator. So no more to worry about.
AB, and then throwing a couple mid rounds and here and there. Seif already taking an aggressive push. Gonna be good for two on this anti-eco, a third as well.
And yet again. Jump deep. Had not found.
will fall swing, and Weisel will hold on to the nerves. Will find the frags. It's 11-1 for UCF. An absolutely unsurmountable defensive half. Again, as we've been able to find a second frag. That leaves us the Viper mid-sight. Weisel has the
what a flick!
Not gonna let that happen. That jet comes through. And that leaves one player, and just like that, before I can even get it out of my mouth, UCF have taken the map. 13 from Nest just yet for this guy. Gonna have to get a lot closer to do damage. See if he's able to find one as Cloud will fall to a bit of its own medicine. One tap to come through. But Arcane Sheriff will work its way now to Pillar. Kaiser will take down by using his all. Now have to do all the work. Able to grab two. A third. Potentially, yes, it will be. Can they grab that final frag? They've got to get this tight to half. That new wall so convenient. Can actually hold this thing. Wait, no way from the jet. Holds it. We'll get it with just 2 seconds left. We'll go down default. Jake's pushing out the operator. No more to worry about.
AD, and then throwing a couple mid-rounds in here and there. See, already taking an aggressive push. Gonna be good for 2 on the Santa Eco, a third as well.
Yet again. Jump seat. Had not found. Will full swing, and Weisel will hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CNC Southeast Invitational. We just got to see the University of Central Florida's gold roster absolutely obliterate on Breeze 13-2, and we've got Steve here to tell us about it. What's going on, brother?
What's up, man? My name is Seth, and I mean, we felt really good right there, just trying to make sure that we don't take their team for granted, skill-wise or our skill-wise.
For sure.
Definitely went into that game. It's a little early still for me, so I'm still a little shaky, but hopefully we're warmed up for the next one. Yeah, just trying to get you guys some clips. Yeah. Saturday morning, what are you doing to me?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. There we go. I did not have my mic on for vMix, but you guys could hear me in Discord. Yeah, Saturday morning. I don't know what we're doing here right now, but we're playing some good old Valorant. And do you think the early morning hours is affecting you guys at all as a team? I mean, obviously you've popped off, but otherwise, do you feel like it's affected you guys as far as like warming up for these games and whatnot?
Not really. It's more just like nerves. Just like if you're a little nervous, like I know that's probably why I was shaky, but definitely not. I'd say we're still just as good. We just gotta get the nerves out.
That's super valid. I think we definitely got to see the nerves start to kick off, especially for you just a little bit, Seth. The fact that your team, are you personally able to start working some flanks a little bit? We saw you start to work your way up cave. We saw you start to cloudburst trademarks and work the B flank when it came to it, because a lot of B hits came through for your opposition. So I definitely think we saw the nerves in the server kick off for you, and you really started coming to your own, started popping off, brother. I do want to ask you about your defense. Do you guys typically try to allocate agents in a specific place, or is it all about adapting to what you're being seen? Because, we saw a Reyna as opposed to a Jet. We definitely got to see consistent agent swaps towards sites, just kind of honestly having a nice read. So is it typically default for you guys, or just kind of go with the flow, whatever you've got presented to you by the attacking side?
Me personally, I'm always trying to analyze their composition and what they're going to do. So I know that they're playing really slow, and they kept, for the first 4 rounds, they kept bringing pressure and then going towards B. So we just kind of work around that. I know this guy is just gonna play his trips and leave it alone. I'm just gonna put pressure on him. You don't want to give him all the space, so break it, and now they have to worry about it for the rest of the round. They're on their edge. So just analyzing them a lot. We do kind of put our positions based on our comp. I'm still new to Jet. I probably started playing Jet last week, to be honest. Normally I'm a raise 1 trick, but yeah, so we're just working on that and just trying to work on our aggression together. It's more like synergy when it comes to aggression, so just communicating on what we're gonna do together.
Absolutely. And I guess one last question. We were curious to know if you guys normally run with the Sentinel playing on B site and Viper running on A initially to kick things off, because I know that for the meta when Breeze first came out and for a while after the map initially came out, you typically see Viper playing B, but I've recently noticed a shift for a lot of teams to throw Viper over onto the A site, and I was curious if that was a new thing for you guys, or if it's something that you guys have been trying out and testing.
I mean, we're still like new, so but we've been testing it out. I think personally it covers more ground. Like Viper can do a lot more space on A than Chamber can. Chamber can just cover a lot of space towards B with just like 2 trips alone. With the fact that they don't have a jet, so a trip B main will get them all because they can't dash out, they can't satchel out, they
Right.
can't fly out. So it covered a lot more space to be able to block off their A push with Viper. We were able to like just do so much more covering and feeling comfortable to just aggress anywhere else because we had Viper on A, Chamber on B. Whereas if we had Chamber on A, he'd just have to trip halls once and then maybe to not be able to do anything else on A. So it's just a lot more space
Right.
covered.
Yeah, totally. Well, thank you so much, Seth, for answering our questions. Congratulations again on the dub, and good luck for the rest of the games that you guys are playing out today. Hopefully, we will be seeing you tomorrow in playoffs. And yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your day.
All right. Thank you. You too. Bye.
And I believe we are ready for game 3, Cat. Whenever teams are just waiting in lobby. And I think we'll be just throwing over to Agent Select as quickly as possible. And I believe we are going to be seeing Haven coming up next. That's going to be USF versus Clemson. Unfortunately, Wake Forest did decide to FF at least this coming match. I'm not sure if they're going to be here for the rest of the tournament, but going into Agent Select now, we're going to see what agents we have coming up for Haven.
Yeah, USF, they found their way already back onto the broadcast, and boy, did they give us a showing for map number 1, which was initially on Ascent. So back they are for Pool A. We've transitioned back once more. They're up 1-0 right now. Not quite sure what the scoreline is on Clemson, but we'll know soon enough, and we'll get to see how that scoreline shakes up here as Agent Select comes through. Back to typical Cyphers. Interesting look. We got to talk to Psycho a little bit. Definitely a smart player. The Naruto run definitely came through last map. We got to see him running down some sites, especially off of some fakes. And maybe we'll get to see a slower pace from the lurk on the chamber.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so far it looks like a nearly mirror matchup coming out. Going for 2 initiators on the side of Clemson so far. I might be eating my words here. Looks like USF is just going to keep me on my toes. Going to go for that Cypher pick instead. So we might actually be seeing 2 Sentinels on the side of USF. Not a bad idea starting out on Haven, considering, the size of this map, the fact that there are 3 sites. You want to cover a lot more ground, and this gives you a lot more opportunity to make reads on the attacking team, considering you have that informational utility, whether it's the trips from Cypher, whether it's the trademark from that chamber, and then also the guiding lights and the Trailblazer, both for those retakes and for early info in place of a Sova.
I really, really like this composition coming out from USF. The question, of course, will be their attacking side not having the extra initiator utility. But as long as they're able to get good lurk potential, as they have 2 lurk options here, both can be pretty dang effective. There's definite possibility the execute can be easier for them. It's just up to if the lurk is able to find frags, able to find space. But that's a story for 12 rounds later, Ash. Right now, we've got to look at what the defense looks like for them. And it should look pretty darn good. They decide to allocate that Cypher over towards the A site. The chamber will work B right now. I'm sure we'll get Trademark's Garage in the future. We're going to get the classic USF energy, the classic USF execute. Looking like they're going to take it early up grass here on the defensive side.
Yeah, it looks like it might actually be, one of those A blitzes coming out for round 1. And like you mentioned, from B here, it looks like that chamber and the jet are going to be itching for this grass control, maybe getting a quick flank off on Clemson as they push on through A. That recon's going to come out, not going to find anything long. However, it does clear a lot of information for Clemson going into this round.
Drone will be the one to send Sultan in. Spotted early is the Sky, darted as well. A couple ghost tags, but able to jump away towards short. A lot of util gone within seconds here for USF. Trip is there. The swing to come through in the back of the site. It'll be Volus to find one instead. Look for additional frags, Daisy, but he'll fall to Kilroy. 2 quick trades, though, from Clemson. So they're all the way stacked up towards long. Into a bit of a stalemate now. They'll slow down the push just a bit. Shockbolt going to come down towards site. No tag, though.
No tag, and we're down to a 3v3 now. Clemson kind of all gathered up in a long here. not actually, maybe a rotation will be coming out. They did cut noise so far. 2 players of USF still anchoring A. However, Garage and B are quite open for the taking,
30
but
seconds
it's going to
left.
be a retake through short. However, USF has been holding strong here on A.
Yeah, they have the crossfire setup as well. Well, not anymore. False info peeking kind of has to there for information towards Jordan. Well, information was definitely received. Sultanite sent it straight to the brain with the ghost of 1 tap. We got sight just like that. Plan has gone down. Next, remember for the post play now. USF Chambers already back. Already out towards CT. Looking to split up the cross, but Sultanate once again will find a frag. Doesn't even have to get the third. A Scarecrow's there from sight box. It's 1-0 for Clemson.
Whew. I like the fact that, you know, Clemson did cut noise there. A long decided to re-hit through a short. I mean, could have been dangerous considering the fact that USF did have that crossfire set up, but with the amount of timing that they had, you know, kind of waiting, playing that game of patience, unfortunately, Bacon did turn away, trying to, you know, get that rotation through CT just at the last second, leaving their Sky Volus kind of high and dry. But another A heavy hit coming out, and we're actually seeing a quick flank coming out from C-Long.
Flash out, early blind, but Sultanate blind as well, so can't help just yet. Is able to get back after the flash is gone. Second shorty, looking for opportunities, will jump through. Tasty, able to find what they're looking for. We'll grab one. Scarecrow, the trade, of course, to come through. And that is the A-site control garnered. Is going to be the gravity wheel set up for the plant. We'll stop plant indeed. No one really able to capitalize off it, though. Just stall for a bit of time. We'll set up the quick retake, and Psycho already down. Well, living up to the name and gone for the round pretty darn early. We'll jump out Heaven. Be caught by the Spectre Spray of Jax. Plant now will go down under Heaven.
One enemy remaining.
CT just looking to get the round over with. They've done just that. AZ and Yuki combined for the final 2 frags. The teammates for Clemson, everyone getting involved.
2-0 now. Nothing too surprising considering Clemson was on that bonus, that buy-up round, Spectres across the board. We're able to conserve a lot of those guns as well, just to be able to contest the rifles coming out from USF in this upcoming round. No ultimates yet on the board. However, I would like to see some investment going into Scarecrow here. They are 2 away from the Seekers. It would be nice to maybe get the both alt orbs or maybe assist Scarecrow into getting a frag as well as an alt orb, but it's not going to be the play this time around, as Garage control will be taken by Clemson. That trip not doing too much so far.
Yeah, most definitely decimated quickly, but at the very least, it does burn the tailwind. Yuki will burn Psycho over towards A short. Was trying to find a lurk and shut down by the Cypher. Rest of the team going to move back over and now look to take A short instead. Will just be one Astra Star in that area. Sultanate trying to hold on to this garage control just for a bit. Look for any sort of rotation potential. You can spot the barrel. Whew, close on the fight, but one nonetheless. First 2 frags will go to Yuki, and that's the plan to go down for Clemson. Sultanate now.
Oh, look at this timing.
We'll hear the reload. Perfect timing. As Bacon will fall. The Vandal clip still yet to get loaded into the gun. And USF down to the last 2 players.
USF down to the last 2 players and just hunting for Sultanate right now. But with this rotation, this repositioning coming out from Sultanate, kind of hoping to catch one now through CT. But it looks like USF is opting for this save, considering it is a 2v5 situation. Not even going for exit frags here, kind of conserving the shields and the guns available, allowing Sultanate to kind of pick up that Phantom. Still looking, considering the fact that Clemson does have this cushion with their economy. Might be able to find one, but Kilroy is going to be good for the trade. And that's a save for USF. 3-0 now for Clemson. Yeah, they're hunting. They are hunting for these 2 players.
It's the detour coming through towards Garage. I think just barely would have made contact in time. Probably not enough time for the kill, regardless. But nonetheless, Clemson will go up 3-0 here. We'll have guns going into this round. Of course, UCF will take their last 2 saved. Not going to choose a buy up around it. Respectable because the eco's so low. Just buying for next year 2 hero rifles to work with. Kilroy and Tasty will have to figure out for next round, but should be pretty solid in terms of rebuy. We'll see what these rifles are able to find. Who knows? Maybe they're able to snag the round.
Yeah, I mean, It's going to be more of an A blitz coming out this time around, considering the fact that USF is on this eco for the most part. An easy site take for Clemson. And giving up space, playing this retake situation in a post plant instead of opting to, you know, go for the site stall and whatnot. We're seeing that gravity well come out in heaven. It's not going to find anything yet. The Trailblazers just going to get some more information for the players pushing in through CT.
Postman Crossfire set up. Great utility thus far for USF, but they haven't been able to actually get anyone physically to peek off of it. Well, speak of the devil, there's the peek. Go and find one, Tasty, another. Peeks from Hell for Ultimate, able to find 2 trades. Looking for, oh, the tail went away, and Yuki to save the day. They'll jump out of heaven, and Yuki will swing for a 3K. Absolutely saving the post plant for Clemson, bringing them up to 4-0.
4-0, USF now on another bye. This is going to be a round to win for the University of Southern Florida. I mean, otherwise, they're going to be stuck in this ping pong economy, forced to save again after this round if they aren't able to convert it into their favor. And I think it's going to be tough too. I mean, Yuki does have that Neural Theft available. Sultanate will have the Blade Storm in case they get stuck in a sticky situation. Maybe want to use some of that jet movement to catch USF off guard. And another lean towards A. Clemson's doing very well at conditioning this A split take.
Absolutely. That conditioning leads to so much utility as well. You see the Trailblazers do the flashes out early for information short. There's just one bird left to the back of sight, so if they were to burst execute, it would be difficult for the defense to swing. Though Clemson will take their sweet, sweet time. You should know a trademark is up top of short as well. See if they do opt to send Jax so far up to break it. It's pretty dang far to try to go, almost to a point where you can't uncommit. Instead, they'll opt to default. They'll hold it there just in case, because Psycho has been moving down short quite frequently. So they'll opt to anchor a player there. The lurk will be there just in case. And for now, they'll look to go C-Long.
I'd like maybe Jax to throw out maybe some utility. Yeah, we are going to see that Sova drone maybe trying to fake A, continue to pull those rotations over. We are going to see 2 being pulled closer towards the A site as the rest of Clemson moves on to C here. Seeker's coming out, but a gravity well is going to slow things down.
That it is. Bacon look for opportunities in the back of the site, able to get one fragile, but not the frag found. Yuki will take that one away, and that's the site taken. Penn's going to go down. Neural Theft is there for information. Recognize opportunity towards garage for Jax. Do they know he's been lurking? They should, because the drone came through A short. About 20 seconds for this execute came through. Vols is going to find AZN. CT Seekers now are out as they'll slide their way through. So they find one. Yuki, another killer with a quick trade. Into the site they go. Vols has another into the 2v2 now. Jax garage, presence known of. We've got to worry about the long player as well. It's going to be split in terms of defusal here. First flash to come out for the Sky. Scarecrow looking for the peak. Called himself the Clutch God. Can we see it here? Stopping the defuse. It'll be Jax instead to swing through. Just stalls for time. Lets his teammate make it all the way to CT. Able to find the last through the wall bang. Clemson 5-0.
That was really nice repositioning coming out from Jax after taking that garage control. And the fact that, you know, Jax had that garage control, you could see that the players on USF, Kilroy and Volis were kind of just checking over their shoulders, worried both about the garage choke point and CT, knowing full well that Jax had the opportunity to make that repositioning happen. And that was definitely a round winner for Clemson. 5-0 now. USF struggling to keep their name in the game so far, but not going to count them out quite yet. A couple ultimates available on both sides, and that cloud burst has just allowed them to sneak through to a short scot-free.
Looking to take a cloud burst just a step further. We'll do just that. Now to the backside box. Swing to hell, but it's Psycho to find the headhunter shot. No more though. Scarecrow and AZN will combine for the last 2 frags on the site, and they will get the plant down.
For situation now, and I just want to point out, I mean, the lurks coming out on the side of Clemson, having Yuki kind of always getting that space in mid there, having an eye on those rotations, just gives so much information to Clemson to know that, you know, everyone's coming through CT or heaven. Oh!
Greta will shutting things down. Scarecrow and Jax will combine for the final 3 frags. This is an absolute massacre in terms of the crossfire. Clemson 6-0. Look so good on the attacking side. The post plant's been quite clean as well, as they've been able to consistently get utility condition, as you mentioned, Ash, and get their way into sight.
Yeah, I mean, plus what's really nice about the takes that Clemson has had, having those two initiators for the information, allowing kind of astronaut to have to use the utilities such as the concussion, the Nova Pulse, and the gravity well quite as early on, being able to save that for a post-plant situation instead of having to use it to clear corners has definitely given them an advantage in the post-plant in that kind of sense. And now we're seeing Clemson kind of switching up their tactics a little bit here, going for maybe a slower default play. Owl drone coming out, getting that information that an operator is actually watching A long.
Triple F info on this early garage peek. So they put Trailblazer through garage here, deal with it quite effectively. Clemson's been doing a very good job of adapting when the utility does get found. Trip broken. Just to go ahead and play off of it. Sultanate's in first. Cloudburst and Tailwind to sight. Gravity will, but only to Yuki. He's the only player up long right now. The rest of the team gonna swing off the pop flash through garage. He's gonna find one, but Bacon is swinging back of sight for 3. Jax finally get the trade, but the damage has been more than done. Still close side is Volus. Plant hasn't gone down just yet from Clifton Scarecrow, and now hold on to that thing.
Spike planted.
But right around the corner lurks danger from the sky. We'll play forward now. 2 guiding lights to work with if they want to flash themselves in. Rest of the team just moments away for the trades. First shot to be found. Scarecrow to fall. Jax has another trade. But can he find more? The operator back to the side. Oh, no, to whip. Second opportunity from Kilroy will swing through, and Tasty will take it away. We won't have to worry about it. It won't come to fruition regardless. QSF will find their first round. The retake will be a success.
First round on the board, and a much needed one as well, especially having that operator in their hands. You wouldn't want to lose that, especially considering it's been tough for USF to save up to be able to make that purchase. Now going into this round, I mean, Clemson has so much economy cushion right now. They don't have to worry about their gun buys for a few rounds. A couple ultimates on the board. Tasty's going to have that neural theft, huge for any retake situation. Bacon is going to be able to use that Cosmic Divide both to either slow down a site take or for a retake as well. And we do see the Hunter's Fury, though, in Jax's hands. Might be able to get an early pick here with the Owl drone, and the Blade Storm's going to come out early from Sultanate.
Early op look down A long. Find a shot, but not much more than that. Not going to be on target. Just a little bit of a wall bang look. Clemson occupying A long here. Haven't quite found much. So gotta worry about that operator. Will slowly now work their way up long, recognizing that it's backed off towards sight. So they have the util in their possession to deal with this thing, to be able to pinch it off.
Yeah, I mean,
dry peek?
Yeah, surprising considering the fact that, you know, Clemson did know that the operator was still in the hands of Kilroy. But I think maybe, you know, the Jet Sultanate was looking to get a bit of a movement advantage in that scenario. But this lurk coming out from Ryuki is actually going to be spotted out quite early on. USF holding this defense quite strong now. Just holding these default positions. Not really giving too much. Not going for any lurks or anything like that either.
30 seconds left.
Tasty still the back of sight here. Operator has moved in the meantime towards Heaven. We'll get the Hunter's Fury through. Good for a tag. Just that consistent information towards the back of the site here. Trailblazer will get information towards long. Will spot 2. First flash out. Give me the blind backside players. They only got 10 seconds left. They got to make their way in. They got to start the plant now. Excellent trip to come through. Frags all across the board, though, for Clemson as they just do it by brute force. Psycho's going to take that one away. That's the spike planter. That's it for the round. Clemson just too little too late. They're not going to be able to get a plant down. And USF, they're just going to save these guns.
Yeah, unfortunately, the time was ticking, which is, I mean, obviously we know that the time is on the side of the defenders when the plant hasn't been put down yet. However, I would have liked to see Clemson working in conjunction with the Jacks as that Hunter's Fury came out. I mean, when you have an ultimate causing so much discord on site, you want to take advantage of that. You want to be able to push in, try to catch somebody off guard who's trying to dodge that Hunter's Fury as they have a lot more going on, instead of kind of allowing the Hunter's Fury to go out and then afterwards pushing on after all the discord has happened. And now actually some aggressive mid-control taken by Psycho here. Not going to be able to find one though, and backing off just to play their life with the team.
So we talked a lot about the conditioning for Clemson, the fact they've been able to get early map control, and I feel like these last couple of rounds has been a different story, especially in the A short department. That's half on the fact that Psycho is in a whole new spot this round, is in garage instead, and also the fact that he hasn't been playing so aggressively down short. So UCS have been at full strength for these last couple of rounds, and I think that's definitely making a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. This Tool de False is going to be peeking through B, but going to have to kind of fall back here. It's going to be an A take. A lot of ultimates coming out.
You look from Psycho.
Oh, no.
And a good peek, but now caught by Jax in the rear. Volus with the kick trade, but too little too late. So that is going to be the chamber down. Vega's going to find Sultanate looking to swing towards Sight, but caught by AZN now. As that plant should inevitably go down. Seeker's going to be there for the concussions. Not able to quite swing off them. The Cosmic Divide going to keep Yuki safe. He's able to tuck back towards box. But now gets held. This Nebula is going to come through to these first two angles. Yuki going to get up close and personal with the logs. First pop flash is there. Great flash on AZN. He's able to tuck back towards Sight box once more. His util hasn't been able to quite be used. Nebula falls. AZN will grab one, but traded quickly by Volus. Now the information gained towards log. Killer is going to swing, and Volus is there for the actual frag. 3K for the Sky. A third round for USF. They've definitely moved here on the defensive side. They've reallocated some utility, and it's definitely answered and filled the gaps.
I think the biggest change that we've seen coming out from USF is the fact that they're playing more for the retakes now as opposed to going for the stalling util. I mean, considering their team comp, the stalling ability is definitely there. However, Clemson was definitely winning their gunfights earlier on, you know, with that 6-round lead that they initially garnered for themselves. And now USF switching up their strategies. It's nice to see that they are adaptive, they are responsive to the questions and the attacks that Clemson is posing them, and now kind of completely switching up strategies here. It's going to be this full A or C long blitz coming out from Clemson as they slowly creep up just to meet Bacon in this nebula. Oh! I think the barrel of the gun was just sticking through.
Certainly. Scarecrow will be out to grab Bacon, so there's the refrag going to come through. Still the chamber towards back of Sight. Swings out now. Take a couple tags. Still alive, though. Able to break drone. Peek from platform. Okay,
what a flick
on AZN, but the flick onto Jax is going to be the answer instead. Just a second on the jumping headshot, and we'll pick it up. We'll splash through the cage. No blind. There's unfortunate on the timing where it pops. Scarecrow to swing through the cage. We'll grab both as the reload come through from Bullets and make it a third. A Scarecrow will take Kilroy as well, trying to flood out of CT, and Clemson right back to the docket. A Scarecrow grabs a 4K.
That hold for USF was looking pretty promising initially. I mean, especially with Bacon being able to escape from the nebula, playing their life there. But unfortunately, with the timing that Scarecrow had, you know, on USF, catching that reload off guard, catching that person CT as well, the cyber cage just blocking that vision to be able to isolate those 1v1 situations, put that round on the board for Clemson. USF is definitely looking to possibly take the next 2 rounds under their belt, keeping it nice and close before swapping halves here. But it is also an attacker-sided map. I just want to remind everybody of that, and just look at how much space USF is taking right now on this pistol.
They've been able to work all the way back towards C-Long. Trip is going to be in the wake, though, so we'll have to make noise getting themselves in. First flash to come through the wall. Trip spotted now and broken. Do they expect 3 long? That's going to be the advantage for them here. First flash to come through towards Cubby. Player Jax will find that one. And Seekers, well, the information's given now. The jig most certainly up for C-Long. Taps to be found. Scarecrow with 1, Jax another. Sultanate will grab the CT player, and that just leaves Garage, where Yuki is ready to answer the call. It's flawless for Clemson. Fantastic anti-eco in an 8th round secured.
Last round in the half.
Very good anti-eco, but I mean, it's tough. It's tough in that situation in 5v5 when you are on that eco buy to make the decision on whether to try for that retake or just to play for the exit frags. I think the second that the trip was discovered, C-Long would have been better off to go for an exit frag kind of play, try and get just as many guns out of the hands of Clemson as possible, instead of trying to push in, because once that trip was broken, they were ready. They had that gun advantage. They're just going to spray you down, and now going back towards their typical A split push, it's going to be that guiding light coming out, getting that information. Oh, the TP!
Chamber difference. That's what makes Chamber so good on every map. We see him utilized literally everywhere, and it's for stuff just like that. Tasty will find Scarecrow in the meantime over towards a site. See utility back towards A. It's been a long time since Clemson's been here, at least early round, and USF now on the upper end of things.
Yeah, but they're using this conditioning to their advantage. I mean, we see a 3-person rotation pulled all the way towards A site already. 1 person, Psycho holding it down on B. We've got Bacon holding things down on C as well, but taking a little bit too much time. Clemson has kind of given away this rotation due to the timing, having this default hold on defense kind of coming back to fruition. The guiding light looking to get some information, but Psycho's going to be ready here on B site for this take.
Absolutely.
30 seconds left.
Looking like they might just try to suffocate the op towards the back of the site. Dog will gather some information, and the op will grab a frag. Jackson's going to fall. Tasty has taken Sultanate as well, and that just leaves the Astra AZN to peek the operator. Actually going to win that one, but can't beat. Volus taken out now, 4-8, as USF will take another round.
I think a big thing for now we are swapping sides now, but I just want to touch very briefly. A big thing for Clemson on that attacking half is the second that they started changing their pacing, allowing the clock to run out, that was when they started to struggle with their site takes, not really having the time to set themselves up for post plans or even to get onto site, considering the fact that not a lot of util was being wasted with those slower takes, with the lack of presence being shown on sites on attack. But now Clemson is going to be on the defensive side. USF will be attacking. And I'm interested to see how this is going to pan out for USF. It's definitely tough having 2 Sentinels on your side as opposed to running the 2 initiator composition. That makes entering a little bit more difficult, but we are seeing that typical lurk coming out from Tasty here, the Cypher lurk. Tried and true. And Psycho is going to be looking for this early point of contact, but nobody is on C site right now, just playing for this retake.
That they are with that 3-man allocation towards long, and they'll start to move. Now recognizing no presence. See if Tasty's lurk gets anything. If anything, might be the sky, but looks like that'll move away as well. So plant most certainly going to go down. We'll see what the retake leaves for Clemson. If it's anything like the offense, hey, good chance for the execute. We see less utility, though, going into the pistol. Trip not broken. Could be broken now. The plant's gone down, boys. 100% they know. And there's the trip taken care of. They'll move towards long. 2 members there. 3 as well, if you count Cypher lurk. And be 2 on site. They're going to be meeting the brunt of the opposition as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we hear that Sova drone coming out for that information, guiding lights popping everywhere. Psycho's going to be good for the first, but trades are going out. It's a 4v4 on this retake. All players off site right now, and the bomb is going to be ready for the defuse.
Great
but
dart.
the sprays through the nebula are just doing work.
Great dart to grab 1 for Kilroy. He's able to trade 1 back, and it's just a stick on the defuse for Clemson, recognizing they need the nebula to stall off that long angle. AZN actually going to get all 3 frags as well to go with it. Some extra money secured from the Astra for the Classic, and nice to have a star for the retake. Not always something you see for Astras on pistol rounds, especially if they buy pistols, and AZN instead will opt to go Classic and 5 stars, so has the stars to do it.
Yeah.
Definitely made a difference.
I'm actually surprised that USF played off site there, considering the fact that site was completely free. They had the time to set up the crossfires, and on a pistol round, you really can't afford to play C long. I mean, you can't spray down the spike the same way that you would be able to with any like rifle or SMG. You kind of just have to trust your aim there, and it's definitely risky. Definitely don't think they expected the stars to be available in AZN's hands, like you said. And now, going into this round, there's going to be a lot of mid control being taken. However, Cypher is totally set up on the B site, so it's not going to be an easy blitz for this one.
USF recognizing that fact as well. Take their time on this one before dealing with that trip. See if they opt to just suffocate B site here. I think that might be the call. So the rest of the members going to make their way towards grass now. Back at site angle. Saw for seconds as Yuki's able to take both. Not gonna be looking for more. We'll push off the cage. Beautiful pop flash out of the smoke as well. Able to find a second, but no more. As AZN and Scarecrow will instead combine for the final 2. Volus able to grab 1 from window, but no more than that. Clemson will keep 4 members alive. 10-4, and now into the bonus.
Yeah, onto the bonus indeed. We are going to see rifles finally going into the hands of USF. This is going to be the round that they need to take to keep their name in the game, or else, I mean, losing this round will be absolutely dire for them, giving Clemson 11 points on the board, and then as well as being on a save, and likely go to match point in the next 2 rounds, unless we see a crazy thrifty coming out. So USF's really got to take this round under their belt. Playing a slower anti-eco, not really willing to give any rifles to Clemson too early on, and Sultanate is stuck here in A short with the Marshall, and updraft is going to come out early, just get a better angle. However, USF has backed off of A lobby now, itching for that mid control once again, this time posturing towards garage.
Concealment.
Nebula going to go up to B, so Kilroy not going to get that early information that they were initially looking for. Dog once again will break trip. Same story for the other side of the map here as well. Sides flip, but things still stay the same, Ash. In the garage they go. Nebula going to be utilized rather to get them into the angles. See if they have to work through garage. 3 players to the B site for Clemson, so definitely have the quick rotation opportunities if they'd like them.
I mean, 35 seconds on clock are left as well. You can't really pull a rotation to another site with that amount of time. It's going to have to be a commitment to C or B. You're going to see 1 fall on Clemson. Bacon taking out Sultanate. The 20 seconds, the spike still hasn't been planted.
Hasn't planted, and the time just gets shorter and shorter. The frag's been found, but it doesn't mean nothing if you don't get to site. They'll work their way through now into CT. They got to find 2 players, and Yuki not going to make this easy for him. Able to find 2 frags. Kilroy with 1 trade. Back a second as well. Plant just with enough time. About 3 seconds to spare. The 4-second plant starts with 8 remaining to get the plant, and that just leaves Scarecrow. Low player to work with, but only 1. And Regrowth going to bring them back out of 1 body shot range for the Sheriff. 2 guiding lights in the hand. First 1 tap secured. Isolating the 1v1 so far. Looking for that fake flash, puts the Spectre. Second flash now active, and Tasty run and gun Phantom able to come out, get the job done, and dispose of Scarecrow. 5-10 for USF. They'll find the anti-bonus, get themselves another round. Gonna be an interesting buy for them going into this round, though.
Yeah, plus, I mean, going into this upcoming round, USF is definitely going to have to invest some ultimate orbs, into Bacon or into Bolus here. Most likely Bacon, considering the fact that they are only 1 away from that cosmic divide, but they need every advantage that they can possibly take to keep their name in the game so far, keep Clemson from climbing their way to match point. We are seeing a default coming out, playing pretty far back actually in their spawn. A really good read considering the fact that Clemson's actually pushing out for this mid control here.
Yikes.
Mid control, gonna be good for 2 frags. Can they keep it rolling though? They cannot, as Tasty will grab 2. They start to line up. The Phantom spray transfers clean. So both the grass and garage players will fall. USF, they're able to find all the frags. They don't even have to leave the spawn. It's breakfast in bed for this team, and now they get a chance to decide where they like to wake up and work to.
Yeah, all they have to do now is play together as a team, not allow Clemson to isolate any 1vx or 2vx situations. Trailblazers going to do just that by clearing out part of B site, checking back site as well. Should be a pretty easy take, but Yuki is here poised on A link, and they're going to spot him out.
They are. They've been able to get themselves into B. Plant will go down now to follow. Drones out for Jax. Will give information that he is over towards that garage side, but it will give him info as well. I spotted 1. Doesn't know about the backside player. We'll use the dart to figure that one out. As Psycho has to shoot it. Gets tagged as well, and they're going to look to spray this through from Link. Shots found. Not quite the kill, though. Headshot on Volus. They got him low. It's a matter of if they're able to pinch together. Jack Shockbolt gonna find Psycho to back to the site. Now the push towards Cubby. Yuki's taking that one. Knows exactly where Volus is as well. Just need to pinch it together, and they'll do just that. It's a nice 2-man retake from both sides of the link for Clemson. B site. The site you'd want to be on if you're in the number disadvantage, and Clemson shows why 11-5.
Yeah, they had a great pinch coming out there. I mean, you really couldn't have asked for a better retake in that 2v3 situation. The coordination was impeccable. You had, I mean, Yuki was, spraying down towards Psycho, who was hunting down their back site. You had the shock darts coming out as well, just trying to do as much damage as you possibly can. They took each enemy down together for the most part. And yeah, just very, very good teamwork coming out from Clemson there. And now with that 11-5 lead, Clemson is one away from match point here. USF playing farther back in their spawn once again, kind of worried, I guess, that Clemson might be getting a little bit aggressive, trying to play a bit slowly, and the Blade Storm's looking to do work here in mid.
So with our early cross, Mac is info. So not on the A site. And we'll start to see it get worked early for USF. Dogs in, clearing util short. Spot nothing. Yuki on the cam though, so should have seen the cam. Jax will see Kilroy, and we'll find that frag. It's one grass player gone. It's a little bit of map control lost early for USF.
Yeah, 4v5 situation now. We're going to see the players that were postured towards A kind of falling back this time around on an eco, where there's mostly just sheriffs across the board. It's definitely a slower round coming out from USF. 45 seconds left on the clock, and not much map control has been taken whatsoever.
Well, map control leads to site control, so honestly, same difference. Because ain't a lot of either going on for USF right now in 30 seconds. They'd like some site control. If they want to get the spike down, they'll try to work garage to make it happen on the C site, but there's some oppression to be found. Psycho will find the first frag with Sultanate with a quick trade. Sultanate, don't do it, brother. Come on. Look, I know they're eco, but now I guess he's going to jump down, looking for the spray down. It's one to be found, but no more. Psycho's taking that one away, looking to get to CT, but Jack has the first frag onto his teammate. Psycho has to recock the gun, and AZN able to swing to finish the job. It's match point for Clemson, 12-5.
Match point.
If Sultanate had a Phantom there instead of a Vandal, I think that would have been a 3K pretty easily, but unfortunately...
That's actually facts.
The spray pattern for the Vandal is not here for it. Match point now, though. Clemson looking to take the dub for this best-of-1 series before moving on into the next match. And there are a bunch of ultimates on both sides, honestly. Considering the ultimates available on Clemson, it should be an easy 13-5 for them, but not going to count USF out quite yet. They've had a few clutch rounds. They've been bringing it back a little bit. And the Seekers are going to come out quite early.
But they are. We got a very quick workup. C alongside USF trying to change the tempo. We'll see what it brings to them. Kyle Big Divide to come through. The dog will get info towards both. Back to sight. We recognize that they did tuck the divide. Oh no! Kilroy, what happened? Jax has found Bolus as well. After Shockbolt will come through for a second. USF, they try to chase the tempo. They try to take it straight to Clemson, and Clemson put their foot down. They were ready for it. Only hope is Psycho on the flank, and he's been taken out by Sultanate now. USF left, reeling. 2 members left. Match point, they need to find something. Neurotheft gonna give them away.
2-5. It's definitely a tough one. There's so much information available for Clemson as well, with the Sky, with the Sova, the Cypher too. Just be able to garner all of that information. However, it's been turned into a 2v4. Still doable, honestly, for USF, but Clemson's holding strong right now. You know, playing together, playing for that utility, and looks like USF is going to try to make their way onto B here. 20 seconds left on the clock. 4v1 situation for Bacon.
Bacon better get it sizzling. Does he check back his sight? We'll have to clear Cam and Sultanate. Will fry him with the right click. Clemson 13-5. They've taken the map in spectacular fashion.
Congratulations again to USF for taking this dub in this best-of-1. This is the second dub of the day for them, as I believe they took the 13-5 on Ascent against Florida Atlantic University. So yeah, congratulations once again. Very good map for them. You know, Haven panned out very well in their favor. They had very good executions on the attack and held very strong on defense as well. Unfortunately, Clemson took the dub. I am going crazy right now.
Yeah, I thought it was me, and I was like,
no,
okay.
It is all me. It's the early hours. It
is actually so early.
Yeah, so my bad. I meant congratulations to Clemson for the dub. USF now sitting 1-1 in this group series.
Yep.
And I believe we are throwing to a quick break. But before we do that, was there anything that you wanted to point out, Kat, before we headed out?
No, honestly, just think better team play came from Clemson all the way through. We got to see a pretty dang good attacking side, and then not shocked at all by that final push for USF. They really tried to change the tempo, and Clemson just met them with pure frag potential, just like they did on the attacking side. Got the job done, and still a chance for USF to make it out the bracket. As we mentioned, they did go 1-1 so far, and then Wake Forest, of course, determining what that actually looks like for that team if they play next match or not. USF going to be up against them next, so they'd still go 2-1. They'd still have the tie potential, seeing how the rest of these matches fare out. So they definitely still have a chance to make it out. If you're a USF fan in chat, don't worry just yet. Still a chance. But for now, we can throw it a break and maybe an interview on the way. We'll see you in a bit.
The kill though. Headshot on the Volus. Got him low. Matter if they are able to pinch it together. Jack Shot's gonna find sight.
Oh my god. My brain is melting.
Knows exactly where Volus is as well. Just need to pinch it together and they'll do just that. It's a nice two-man retake from both sides of the lane for Clemson. The site you'd want to be on if you're in the numbers advantage, and Clemson why 11-5.
Yeah, they had a great pinch coming out there. I mean, you really couldn't have asked for a better retake in that 2v3 situation. The coordination was impeccable. You had, Yuki was, spraying down towards Psycho, who was hunting down their back site. You had the shock darts coming out as well. Just trying to do as much damage as possible can. It took each enemy down together for the most part. Very, very good teamwork coming out from Clemson there. Now, with that 11-5 lead, Clemson is one away from match point here. USF back in their spawn once again. Kind of worried, I guess, that Clemson might be getting a little bit aggressive or play a bit slowly, and hopefully it's gonna do work here and there.
Not really cross match so not on the A site. We'll start to see if it worked early for USF. Dogs in, until short. Just got nothing. Yuki on the cam though, so should have seen the cam. Jack still see Kilroy. We'll find that frag. One grass player gone. It's a little bit of map control lost early for USF.
4v5 situation now. We're going to see the players that were postured towards A kind of falling back this time around on an eco, where there's mostly just sheriffs across the board. It's definitely a slower round coming out from USF. 45 seconds left on the clock and not much site control has.
They haven't been able to actually get anyone physically to peek off of it. Well, speak of the devil, there's the peek. Good find one, Tasty, another. Peeks from hell for Sultanate, able to find two trades. Looking for, the tailwind away, and Yuki to save the day. Tailwind to sight, Rowdy will, but only to Yuki. He's the only player up long right now. The rest of the team gets swing off the pop flash through Garage. He's going to find one, but Bacon is swinging back of sight for 3. Jack.
Full C long blitz coming out from Clemson as they slowly creep up just to meet Bacon in this nebula. Now, and the bomb is going to be ready for the defuse, but the sprays through the nebula are just doing work.
Great start to grab one for Kilroy. He's able to trade one back, and it's just a stick on the defuse for Clemson, recognizing they see the nebula. Stall off that long angle. AZN actually going to get all 3 frags as well. Just remember, right angle. Saw for seconds as Yuki's able to take both. Maybe looking for more. We'll push off the cage. Beautiful pop flash out of the smoke as well. Able to find a second, but no more. That's killed out. Headshot on the Volus. Got him low. Matter if they are able to pinch together. Jack Shockbull gonna find sight, goes back to the site. Now the push towards Cubby. Yuki's taking that one. Knows exactly where Volus is as well. Just need to pinch it together, and they'll do just that. It's a nice. Better get it sizzling. Does he check back to sight? We'll have to clear Cam and Sultanate. Will fry him with. Haven't been able to actually get anyone physically to peek off of it. Well, speaking of the devil, there's the peek. Good to find one, Tasty, another. Peeks from hell for Sultanate, able to find 2 trades. Looking for, the tailwind away, and Yuki to save the day. Tailwind to sight, Rowdy will, but only to Yuki. He's the only player up long right now. The rest of the team's gonna swing off the pop flash through Garage. He's gonna find one, but Bacon is swinging back of sight for 3.
Full C long blitz coming out from Clemson as they slowly creep up just to meet Bacon in this nebula. Now in the
bomb is going to be ready for the defuse,
Great
but the
guard.
sprays through the nebula are just doing work.
Great dart to grab one for Kilroy. He's able to trade one back, and it's just a stick on the defuse for Clemson, recognizing they see the nebula stall off that long angle. AZN actually going to get all 3 frags. Well, just remember, is going to make their way towards grass now. Back a sight angle. Saw and, well, saw for seconds as Yuki's able to take both. Not going to be looking for more. We'll push off the cage. Beautiful pop flash out of the smoke as well. Able to find it the second. But no more as killed out. Headshot on the Volus. Got him low. Matter if they're able to pinch together. Jack Shockville gonna find Cypher in the back of the site. Now the push towards Cubby. Yuki's taking that one. Knows exactly where Volus is as well. Just need to pinch it together, and they'll do just that. Save. Nice. Better get it sizzling. Does he check back a sight? Wow, the pure Cam and Sultanate will fry him with them. Unable to actually get anyone physically to peek off of it. Well, speak of the devil, there's the peek. Good to find one, tasty another. Peeks from hell for Sultanate, able to find 2 trades. Looking for, the tailwind away, and Yuki to save the day. Tailwind to sight, Grouty will, but only to Yuki. He's the only player up long right now. The rest of the team gonna swing off the pop flash through garage. He's gonna find one, but Bacon is swinging back of sight for 3. Jack
Full A or C long blitz coming out from Clemson as they slowly creep up just to meet Bacon in this nebula. Now and the bomb is going to be ready for the defuse,
Great
but the
guard.
sprays through the nebula are just doing work.
Great dart to grab one for Kilroy. He's able to trade one back, and it's just a stick on the defuse for Clemson, recognizing they see the nebula stall off that long angle. AZN actually going to get all 3 frags as well. This number's going to make their way towards grass now. Back a sight angle. Saw and, well, saw for seconds as Yuki's able to take both. Might be looking for more. We'll push off the cage. Beautiful pop flash out of the smoke as well. Able to find the second. But no more as killed out. Headshot on the Volus. Got him low. Matter if they're able to pinch together. Jack Shockville gonna find Cypher in the back of the site. Now the push towards Cubby. Yuki's taking that one. Knows exactly where Volus is as well. Just need to pinch it together, and they'll do just that. It's a nice. Better get it sizzling. Does he check back a sight? We'll have to pure Cam and Sultanate will fry him with them. Unable to actually get anyone physically to peek off of it. Well, speak of the devil, there's the peek. Good to find one, tasty another. Peeks from hell for Sultanate, able to find 2 trades. Looking for, the tailwind away, and Yuki to save the day. Tailwind to sight, Grouty will, but only to Yuki. He's the only player up long right now. The rest of the team gonna swing off the pop flash through garage. He's gonna find one, but Bacon is swinging back of sight for 3. Jack
Full A or C long blitz coming out from Clemson as they slowly creep up just to meet Bacon in this nebula. Now and the bomb is going to be ready for the defuse,
Great
but the
guard.
sprays through the nebula are just doing work.
Great dart to grab one for Kilroy. He's able to trade one back, and it's just a stick on the defuse for Clemson, recognizing they see the nebula stall off that long angle. AZN actually going to get all 3 frags. Well, the number's going to make their way towards grass now. Back a sight angle. Saw and, well, saw for seconds as Yuki's able to take both. Might be looking for more. We'll push off the cage. Beautiful pop flash out of the smoke as well. Able to find a second. But no more as killed out. Headshot on the Volus. Got him low. Matter if they're able to pinch together. Jack Shockville gonna find Cypher in the back of the site. Now the push towards Cubby. Yuki's taking that one. Knows exactly where Volus is as well. Just need to pinch it together, and they'll do just that. It's a nice. Better get it sizzling. Does he check back a sight? We'll have to pure Cam and Sultanate will fry him with them. Unable to actually get anyone physically to peek off of it. Well, speak of the devil, there's the peek. Good to find one, tasty another. Peeks from hell for Sultanate, able to find 2 trades. Looking for, the tailwind away, and Yuki to save the day. Tailwind to sight, Grouty will, but only to Yuki. He's the only player up long right now. The rest of the team gonna swing off the pop flash through garage. He's gonna find one, but Bacon is swinging back of sight for 3. Jack
Full A or C long blitz coming out from Clemson as they slowly creep up just to meet Bacon in this nebula. Now the bomb is going to be ready for the defuse,
Great
but the
guard.
sprays through the nebula are just doing work.
Great dart to grab one for Kilroy. He's able to trade one back, and it's just a stick on the defuse for Clemson, recognizing they see the nebula stall off that long angle. AZN actually going to get all 3 frags as well. The rest of the numbers going to make their way towards grass now. Back a sight angle. Saw and, well, saw for seconds as Yuki's able to take both. Might be looking for more. We'll push off the cage. Beautiful pop flash out of the smoke as well. Able to find a second. But no more. As killed out. Headshot on the bullets. Got him low. Now they're able to pinch together. Jack Shockwell gonna find Psycho in the back of the site. Now the push towards Cubby. Yuki's taking that one. Knows exactly where Bullets is as well. Just need to pinch it together and they'll do just that. It's a nice. Better get it sizzling. Does he check back his site? We'll have to clear Cam and Sultanate. Will fry him with the able to actually get anyone physically to peek off of it. Well, speaking of the devil, there's the peek. Good one, find one, Tasty, another. Peeks from hell for Sultanate, able to find 2 tricks. Looking for, the tailwind away, and Yuki to save the day. Tailwind to sight, Crowdy will, but only to Yuki. Still only player up long right now. The rest of the team gonna swing off the pop flash through garage. He's gonna find one, but Bacon is swinging from back of sight for 3. Jack.
Full A or C long blitz coming out from Huntsman as they slowly creep up just to meet Bacon in this nebula. Now, and the bomb is gonna be ready for the defuse,
Great
but
guard.
the sprays through the nebula are just doing work.
Great dart to grab 1 for Kilroy. He's able to trade 1 back, and it's just a stick on the defuse. Clemson recognizing they see the nebula. Stall off that long angle. AZN actually going to get all 3 frags. Well, this number is going to make their way towards grass now. Back a side angle. Saw and, saw for seconds as Yuki's able to take both. Maybe looking for more. We'll push off the cage. Beautiful pop flash out of the smoke as well. Able to find a second. But no more as killed out. Headshot on the bullets. Got him low. Now they're able to pinch together. Jack Shockwell gonna find Psycho in the back of the site. Now the push towards Cubby. Yuki's taking that one. Knows exactly where Bullets is as well. Just need to pinch it together and they'll do just that. It's a nice. Better get it sizzling. As he checks back his sight. We'll have to clear Cam and Sultanate. Will fry him with the able to actually get anyone physically to peek off of it. Well, speak of the devil, there's the peek. Good one, find one, Tasty, another. Peeks from hell for Sultanate, able to find 2 trades. Looking for, the tailwind away, and Yuki to save the day. Tailwind to sight, Crowdy will, but only to Yuki. He's the only player up long right now. The rest of the team gonna swing off the pop flash through garage. He's gonna find one. Bacon is swinging back of sight for 3. Jack.
Full A or C long blitz coming out from Huntsman as they slowly creep up just to meet Bacon in this nebula. Now, and the bomb is gonna be ready for the defuse,
Great
but the
guard.
sprays through the nebula are just doing work.
Great dart to grab 1 for Kilroy. He's able to trade 1 back, and it's just a stick on the defuse for Clemson, recognizing they see the nebula. Stall off that long angle. AZN actually going to get all 3 frags. Well, this number's going to make their way towards grass now. Back a side angle. Saw and, saw for seconds as Yuki's able to take both. Maybe looking for more. We'll push off the cage. Beautiful pop flash out of the smoke as well. Able to find a second. But no more as killed out. Headshot on the bullets. Got him low. It's a matter of if they are able to pinch together. Jack Shockwell gonna find Psycho in the back of the site. Now the push towards Cubby. Yuki's taking that one. Knows exactly where Bullets is as well. Just need to pinch it together and they'll do just that. It's a nice. Better get it sizzling. Does he check back his sight? We'll have to clear Cam and Sultanate. Will fry him with the able to actually get anyone physically to peek off of it. Well, speak of the devil, there's the peek. Good one, find one, Tasty, another. Peeks from hell for Sultanate, able to find 2 trades. Looking for, the tailwind away, and Yuki to save the day. Tailwind to sight, Crowdy will, but only to Yuki. He's the only player up long right now. The rest of the team gonna swing off the pop flash through garage. He's gonna find one, but Bacon is swinging back of sight for 3. Jack.
Full A or C long blitz coming out from Huntsman as they slowly creep up just to meet Bacon in this nebula. Now, and the bomb is gonna be ready for the defuse,
Great
but the
guard.
sprays through the nebula are just doing work.
Great dart to grab 1 for Kilroy. He's able to trade 1 back, and it's just a stick on the defuse for Clemson, recognizing they see the nebula. Stall off that long angle. AZN actually going to get all 3 frags. Well, this number's going to make their way towards grass now. Back a side angle. Saw and, saw for seconds as Yuki's able to take both. Maybe looking for more. We'll push off the cage. Beautiful pop flash out of the smoke as well. Able to find a second. But no more as killed out. Headshot on the bullets. Got him low. It's a matter of if they are able to pinch together. Jack Shockwell gonna find Psycho in the back of the site. Now the push towards Cubby. Yuki's taking that one. Knows exactly where Bullets is as well. Just need to pinch it together and they'll do just that. It's a nice. Better get it sizzling. Does he
check back his sight. We'll have to clear Cam and Sultanate. Will fry him with the... I've been able to actually get anyone physically to peek off there. Well, speak of the devil, there's the peek. Good one, find one, Tasty, another. Peeks from hell for Sultanate, able to find 2 trades. Looking for... Oh, the tailwind away, and Yuki to save the day. Tailwind sight, Crowdy will, but only to Yuki. He's the only player up long right now. The rest of the team gonna swing off the pop flash through garage. He's gonna find one, but Bacon is swinging back of sight for 3. Jack.
Pull a or see long blitz coming out from Clemson as they slowly creep up just to meet Bacon in this nebula. Oh! Now and the bomb is gonna be ready for the defuse,
Great
but this
guard.
race through the nebula are just doing work.
Great start to grab 1 for Kilroy. He's able to trade 1 back, and it's just a stick on the defuse for Clemson, recognizing they see the nebula. Stall off that long angle. AZN actually going to get all 3 frags as well. The numbers going to make their way towards this grass now. Back a sight angle. Saw and, well, saw for seconds as Yuki's able to take both. Looking for more. Will push off the case. Beautiful pop flash out of the smoke as well. Able to find a second. But no more. That's still though. Headshot on the bullets. Got him low. Matter if they are able to pinch together. Jack Shockwell going to find sight. Comes back to the site. Now the
Welcome back, everybody. Oh, I didn't. Okay, well, that was a simultaneous introduction. I didn't mean to cut off Alex.
No, it was good. It was like it was coordinated. I felt like we were synchronized, and we'll
Yeah.
sync with an extra member, but off camera, as we've got Yuki stepping in to the call to talk to us about that match. What's going on, brother?
Oh, just out here taking dubs.
Out here vibing. Well, congratulations again for winning the last match. I mean, I don't know. I do a lot of the analyzing in game, being mostly the color/hybrid caster, and I think it's always a fun question to ask how things are going on behind the scenes for your team. So I was actually curious to know if your team has any like rituals or kind of traditions that they do to kind of prepare for a match, hype yourselves up before going into it. Because I mean, you guys have been rocking it today so far.
Yeah, no, we don't have any team rituals, I'd say. I'd say we all have like our own individual rituals we might do. Like Asian was talking about how he always gets on late, later than we want him to.
Sure.
But then he gets on and he says he was watching YouTube videos, to get in the zone. So yeah, that's his thing, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. The pre-game ritual is to ignore the team, run it down on YouTube, and come back feeling refreshed and energized. I like that. I like that from a player. All right, I'll hit you with a more towards in-game question here. Up 2-0 on the day. First and foremost, congratulations. You guys definitely making it out of groups. There's actually no way you don't make it out of groups unless computers implode, the server implodes, something like that. So congratulations. Definitely should be seeing you in today too. But I will ask you, you're the lurk for the team. We got to see one good look for you in terms of the lurk that was towards A short pretty early in the game, about round 4. But you were able to adapt and V top frag, 19 frags at the end of the game for the team. What did that adaptation for you look like to still have potential even when not on the lurk?
Yeah, so a lot of my lurking, well, like you said, there was only really one good lurk, I would say. I sort of caught on early on that they were pushing the extremities where we weren't pressuring. So I was kind of just holding the pushes there. And then eventually they stopped pushing, I feel like. So in those instances, I would just go with the team and trade it out and try and hold down sites in post plant.
Absolutely, 100%. I think it looked very, very good all the way through. The potential was phenomenal and definitely got the job done for the team. Fantastic adaptations. And then we also got to see a different look for USF on the attacking side for that final map, that match point, which was that 12-5 scoreline round, where USF had been playing pretty default heavy and then suddenly ran it down C-long, tried to catch you guys off guard, but it didn't look like Clemson was surprised at all. What did that round look like for you guys comm-wise?
I think we called for mid pressure. I've been setting up A because they hadn't been hitting A lately, so I thought eventually they would hit A, but they ended up not. But then because they hadn't been hitting it at all, I figured they were just ignoring it. So I put my trips on A, and then I left to go cam on C, and then that got us the info that it was very heavy C, because I caught like 2 or 3 with my cam, and then from there we could just like jump spot C-long and see if
Mhm.
they were hitting. I think they sky ulted, which kind of gave it away that they were hitting, and we kind of just
Mhm.
spammed them C-long, and yeah, I don't know. It was a fairly easy read, I would say.
Yeah, the timing's kind of worked out there for you guys in your favor, and with the
Mhm.
strategy that you're running and everything, especially with the positioning that you had, with the utility that you used, to be able to get that read down. But I mean, I think we are going to wrap up this interview shortly to move on into the next game. But before we head out, is there anybody that you'd like to shout out or thank before we move on?
I'd like to thank my mom, for really supporting my life and giving birth to me.
Got to give it to the moms out there.
Evan's in the
Got to
chat.
give it to the
There you
moms
go.
out there.
Yep.
Yeah.
W mom right there.
Mom dub.
W mom, W son.
Well, thank you so much, Yuki, for
Yeah,
coming
thank you.
on, chatting up with us. And do you have any other games for the rest of the day? Or are you done now?
I honestly don't know. We might. I know we're playing tomorrow and the day after.
Yeah, for
but,
sure.
we'll see.
I just wasn't sure if we needed to wish you luck for the rest of the day. But if you aren't playing for the rest of today, good luck. Tomorrow, we're definitely excited to cast over you guys once again. And I hope you have a great rest of your day.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. You as well.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I think that's everything for the interview. Are we heading into the next match now, Kat? If you want to give us a little bit of information on that.
Yeah, a little birdie told me we've actually got Chowan up against FSA here. Back to Pool B. We're flip-flopping all day, and we flop back to the B side of things. It'll be a Haven matchup with FSA starting on the defense, Chowan on the A side. And I've been informed by you, actually, Ash, it's the first time these teams will be facing off against one another.
Yeah, it's going to be the first time that they're facing off against each other. I think it's going to be definitely an interesting match coming out. I mean, Full Sail did just play against UCF 2 games ago, is the one that we covered. They did lose 13-2 on Breeze, so they're trying to keep their skin in the game for now. It would be, I believe, their second match of the day. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Nope, absolutely correct.
Perfect. But yeah, I think Chowan's definitely going to be a boss of a team to go up against Chowan's going to be a boss of a team to go up against. And we are going to be heading into Agent Select coming on out here. And we're going to... Perfect. Yeah, playing a little transition there. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you about to say?
No, absolutely fine. I absolutely agree with you. I think Chowan's going to be a force to be reckoned with. They actually just came through in their fall semester. This Valorant team, the same roster, went ahead and won the MCEA finals. A couple notable colleges in that event, and of course, just an EDU event in general. So the same sort of general competition. That's the Main Stage Collegiate Esports Association. So they came through all the way to finals, won it out. So this is a team that definitely has some talent, but they do have a little bit of a wrench in the plans. They're playing with Patty, who was a gold player, Rocket League captain, filling for this team, stepped up to the call when a player had to unfortunately unenroll from the university, has stepped up to the position. Can they still find the same success?
Honestly, I mean, despite being a gold player, rank doesn't always mean everything. If you have coordination with your team, if you can be a supporting character, elevate the players who are maybe better out fragging than you are. And plus, with our insider info, we did hear that Patty does tend to hold up quite well in these high elo lobbies, in these scrims. So maybe they're an up-and-comer. Maybe this Rocket League captain will make a swap over to Valorant in the near future if they're able to climb these ranks. But going into things, Agent Select is over, and we're going to see quite different compositions coming out on both sides. Actually, the first Sage that we've seen today.
Yeah, that it is. Definitely an agent that is pretty good for new players to the game. And as Patty being a player that is stepping in, filling in, helping the squad out, I'm not sure how long has been around actually messing for the team, but Sage is an agent that's solidly one-dimensional. The wall placement can be a little bit interesting, but that's more when you get into maps like Icebox. Definitely are some creative options with the wall, so I'm interested to see what Chowan's actually been able to work with. But nonetheless, if he's been holding up, I think we still got a game on our hands.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how Obviously, Patty is going to be on the support character, able to help out the rest of Chow in here, and going to be a full C blitz coming out really fast take with these two duelists.
A fast take in sight, just like that secured plant has gone down for Chow. Now they have all this utility to still utilize for that post plant. Wall will come up as well. So we will get that utilization from the Sage early. We'll follow CT, make that rotate. The retake just a little bit harder for FSA. Town will spot Kaiser out towards long. That'll be Kaiser winning that duel. The Sky to come through. Patty will have a quick trade onto Jay. Paranoia coming through. Bowman pick also pretty darn interesting. Patty and Astro combined for 2. Casper shots found, but nothing quite connecting. There we go. Right click on Nene. Looking for more, but Astro going to be the one to win that out. Dusty has Casper, and that leaves just Ritzy, who has now fallen to Dusty, as FSA will fall in the pistol to 1-0 for Challenge.
Whew, Dusty cleaning up, sweeping up the dust on site there. 1-0 for Chowan, like you mentioned, allowing them to buy up now on these SMGs. 2 Bulldogs. Sorry, I mean, coming out as well, especially with the Bulldog buff that we saw in patch 4.0. The gun definitely feels a lot stronger this time around. It looks like it's probably going to be another quick C take with this gun advantage, trying to mow down whoever is holding on to site.
Early drone going to be out here for C long. J will peek now out into the Lear though, so gonna have to opt to head back to CT. Round of you actually not utilized, just gonna opt for the good old-fashioned walk instead. Kaiser will walk straight out of garage into town, taken out by the Spectre spray, and that's the plant yet again. Chowan just walking straight into C long, waltzing on in, plants down, and now looking to secure the post plant. Same wall goes up.
No charges left.
Yeah, nice post plant positioning here coming out from Chowan as well. That aggressive angle that Ney was able to get vertically. It's going to get that headshot position here, and it's a 2v5 situation now. Oh no, the util!
Oh, it doesn't get worse than that, and Ney will swing for the final frag as well. A 2K coming out of garage, a 3K for the round. Chowan 2-0, flawless on the anti-eco, now into the bonus with all this utility.
Oh, no ultimates on the board quite yet. FSA is going to be able to buy up full on third round as per usual. Nothing too surprising there. I mean, Chowan's doing very well with this aggressive kind of take that they've had so far. Definitely posturing up for a different kind of round now that FSA does have rifles in their hands. Itching for some mid control here. And with the pings that we see going out, it looks like it's going to be a garage and B split push.
You're out early. Ney will step to the front of sight. Plant to go down. New wall will be towards that side of C Link, so not going to be able to swing through for early retakes, early rotates either. Kaiser able to find a bird, but no frag. Jay, on the other hand, will grab one onto Astral. They start to slowly pinch this site back the other way. Dusty, find one, town another. So the other grass pushing garage with both getting shut down. That's the pinch gone. Now it's just the back of the site to worry about. As town will swing through garage for another. Look to swing for more. The TP, the top for Omen, but Ritzy's gone just like that. As Ney has the frag town for 3K. Chowan have taken the bonus. Secured 4 rifles as well. The eco's there, the utility's there. They're looking to start to run away.
Yeah, they're killing it right now with this aggression, and it's actually a refreshing change of pace compared to the games that we've been seeing today. We've seen a lot of slow defaults. We've seen a lot of slow split pushes, but not the same kind of aggression as we're seeing from Chowan right now. And that's really only allowed because of the fact that they have those 2 duelists, especially the Jet, who's able to dash onto site as Town leers out, being able to help clear those corners. And going to be a jump spot here just in case there's, a sniper rifle at any point. But the Headhunter is going to miss this time around, forcing that fall back into spawn here. It's going to be a free plant for Patty as well, and the spray down is going to take down 1.
Oh, Jay looking for the shots. It'll be Ney to find a second. That's the Jet entry frag. Good for the site hold. Good for the extra post plant. And still an eco for FSA, so we'll let it slide. It's all good. Happens with pistol. Just looking for some exits.
Dusty's hungry though. Definitely looking for some more here. Astral has definitely helped out the team there with that owl drone, being able to peek through, and the duelists just hunting people down are going to turn that into a flawless round for Chow. Nothing too surprising, like you said, it was another eco round for FSA. However, they do need to win this rifling round. Otherwise, going to be stuck in that ping pong economy once again, forced to save and buy on every off round. I'd like to see maybe see FSA contest these ult orbs a little bit here, trying to get an ultimate online, maybe for Kaiser, have those seekers available for the retake. However, Chowan does have 2 ults of their own that they can answer with, and now moving over towards the A site. It's going to be a split push here. The Owl drone clearing that space in short, and a very quick rotation being called out from Full Sail. No flanks coming out.
Nate into the back of the site, looking for one, but Cloud will shut it down on the off angle. Rest of the team now looking to trade that out as they slide the way up short. Astral find one a second as well from the Sova. Just getting the work done, brute force style, as Chow will work their way into the site now. Great paranoia comes through, but Astral hits it full blind. Forget vision. The man's got census. As Astral will find a third. Plant has gone down, and the numbers advantage to the post plant as well. Walls back up and instantly shot through. So confirmation, still a player towards CT, and okay. Little visual confirmation with that kill feed as Casper going to find one on the Patty. Look at it swing through, great concussion from the dog. But Town has the trade. All of the Kaiser will spot out Town. Gonna double swing this one, flashes out, swings to come through, and Town has the cleanup. 5-0 for Chowan.
I mean, Chowan's synergy is unmatched right now. They move like a unit. You can definitely feel the chemistry going on here. Full Sail's definitely trying to put up a fight. However, things aren't panning out so far. It's going to be one last rifle buy, considering the fact that you're able to accumulate more economy, more credits, the more rounds that you lose. And I believe it's up to the 3rd round. The 3rd round is when you kind of max out there with the credits, and then you don't gain anything extra for losing a couple rounds in a row afterwards, but it's going to allow them to still afford. Toll de False is coming out quite early on, and dash up mid already. Some aggressive mid control being taken from Chowan.
Dar was looking for mid. I think lane's a little bit high, so didn't actually scan any grass presence. Unless the scan is up towards Cubby, in which case I'm dumb and wrong.
I do like how Chowan kind of, fake this aggression has fallen back now, but now it looks like some aggression is being taken by Full Sail instead, and able to get one. Not going to see another, though. Unfortunately, it's not going to pan out, and people are just dropping like flies here on C-Long.
Good stuff there for the Hunter's Fury. Cloud's out for it early, and Kaiser there to protect him from Log, able to swing out for what could have been a huge shutdown for Nay. Wasn't expecting that second player to the back of the site, so managed to hold on to things is Full Sail. Spike still very much able to be resecured for Chowan, especially if Dusty's hitting shots like that, but now very low HP. Spike recovered.
30 seconds left.
Think about options here. 30 seconds. They're going to rotate. It's got to be right now, and time dwindles shorter and shorter.
I wonder if they... No, it looks like they are going to full send it all the way towards A, but they're going to be met with 2 trademarks. I mean, one watching short, one watching long here, and that slow actually might cost them the round, considering the fact that they won't be able to get onto site to get that plant down in time. But Dusty's actually going to be able to get that trade off of Casper. I'm eating my words here.
This is milliseconds.
Oh, yeah.
3.95 that plant started.
That is rough. A good eye, though. Good eye, Cat, catching the 0.5 that they were just off of. Fortunately, like I said, the trademarks definitely slowed them down. They weren't able to get to site quite fast enough, and that's the first round on the board, though, for Full Sail. A nice hold by them. Chowan kind of rethinking their strategies this time around, maybe leaning back towards the C site that has worked out quite well for them in the past.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that inkling of team play coming out for FSA on this defensive side of things, as they are able to play that backside of C quite well. Stop what could have been an absolute... Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just going to say,
I want to know where
recon,
it was.
that doesn't hit anything. I'm not sure if it's like a lineup or it's a miss, but...
I was hoping you had info on that. Jay will grab one, Kaiser has another. Looking to swing for Ritzy here, and they are able to grab it. Passing back to the side in the meantime, able to pick up one as well. Jay from Garage. That leaves just Nay. Able to find one. They almost started to line up for him there, but now, pops the Blade Storm for this 1v3, and yeah, we'll have to regret this. Jay's got the 3K out of Garage. FSA will take their second round. I'm glad you said that, because I was gonna reiterate. I was hoping maybe I was just wrong, but yeah, what is that scan?
I don't think it hits anything. I mean, we saw the recon go out, and then we saw the players on Chowan kind of walking through grass there, and even as they walked into where they should have been scanned, it didn't quite hit. And I don't know if it's necessarily the height or if it's the roof maybe that is blocking things out for them, but that was it confusing. Thank you though, dear observer, for showing us the pathing there, because we were definitely confused earlier on. So it's nice to get some clarification on that. I'm not sure if it's just the lineup that's missing or if maybe it's a miscalculation, but
that or it's supposed to go for like top of ramp, but that feels like such a wasted dart. That's such little info.
Yeah, definitely a niche dart, if anything, but it's going to be a free sight for Chowan. It's updraft, though.
Oh, the read.
It's going to be costly, though, considering that Casper is going to be able to get that frag off. The wall will go up, and now it's a 5v3 retake.
Yeah, because that must come down as Casper going to break that one straight through. We find what's to heaven in the meantime. Seekers are in. Town will pop Empress, and well, we'll get popped in the head by Kaiser's able to swing through from CT. First frag found. That's site control taken back from FSA. One will stick the defuse. Hunter's Fury now going to be out. Stop that. Time running shorter and shorter. Jay trying to make their way up to short. Will fall to Astral's Hunter's Fury. Dusty's able to take out the long player. But Ritzy going to be sitting on this defuse. They got to get in. They got to get in now. The spray going to come through. Do they find the defuser? They do not. As it comes through for FSA, they've got it. Cloud will get a frag as well. Astral to finish the job of 4K for the Sova, but it's too little too late. This Chowan won't be able to take the round.
Too little too late, but does do good damage to Full Sail's economy, considering the fact that they are just starting to get momentum for themselves, trying to build that cushion back up again. It will be a rifling round for both sides. One ultimate online, the Resurrection, could definitely be a tide turner for Chowan to allow them to maintain this lead. Maybe turn it into a 6-3, able to get another player up after they are downed, and I believe it is the Omen's ultimate on the side for Full Sail that's available. That might be good for some information.
Most definitely from the shadows can be great for... Okay, well, don't need the info from the ult if you get it from Cloud, who stands tall against Town, tried to make a very, very aggressive play, and it cost him. Same story there. Scaffold is going to take out Nay. Patty, the gold player, trying to... No shot! He shot through him! No way, Patty there stands in front of the res. Still the second frag comes through from Casper. That is absolutely ridiculous. Casper now finally going to fall. Sight gets taken by Chowan. Got the post plant set up here, but are low numbers.
Low numbers. 4v3 situation here. However, two are stuck in heaven at the moment, especially with that slow. Not going to be able to jump out quite yet. The Lear is going to come out to help the players from CT on this retake, though, just waiting for the timing to be perfect before they all swing out together.
Bird's in, gonna pop towards close to close hell. As they'll swing now. Astral, Dusty, good for the first two. Jay with a quick trade. Looking from heaven is Ritzy, able to find one. Now the swing out. Looking to pinch hell together. The jump down for Ritzy. He'll make it happen. The aggressive play to drop out, and the defuse will come through just barely in time for SSA. 0.92 left on that one in FSA, 4-5.
Yeah, I do want to commend Patty for those Sage flows up in heaven there. That definitely delayed the retake on Chowan, or the retake from FSA onto Chowan for quite a bit there. Being able to stagger, slow down those heaven players so they aren't able to work with the players from CT. But in the end, FSA is definitely looking to keep their name in the game, bringing it a little bit closer and closer, hoping to tie it up in this round most likely as well, especially considering they do have this advantage. Empress is back online. Ritzy does still have that from the shadows available as well, and now the recon's going to be going out onto B site, try to get some information back site, and there goes that Empress.
Empress out and frags found. Jay will grab two, and it's just the way to get back to the site now. Spike stuck down in front of Cubby as Talon's able to take down Jay. Nice Lear placement, nice frag. Silver ready and wait. Drone's out for information. Lear's there and looking away towards spawn now, but they aren't ready for window as Casper's through to grab one. Looking for a second. Tuck close right. Dusty able to tuck away. Wide on the open now. Is caught by Ritzy, and that just leaves Town. 1 on 3. Still full HP, though. And 1 Devour to work with.
That was a nice flank actually coming out from Casper being able to pinch the players in grass here, but I don't think they're ready for Town, who has had this repositioning. It's going to be a third, and it'll need to be an ace to actually close this out.
Second 1v1 coming around the corner. There it is. That just leaves Casper C long. Town has no info on this, though. Might back up straight into it. We'll do just that. Able to swing around in time. We'll recognize it with 30 seconds left. We'll decide to rotate, repositioning. We'll take a new fight, a new playground to fight off of. We plant the B, but Casper's coming grass. Could be disastrous here momentarily.
No Lears available either, but both are low. Casper definitely having the advantage right now, but with the spike down, just have to wait for the tap for the information.
Casper have to archway. Town definitely will swing early, actually, and we'll get the 1 tap as well. It's the ace from Town. It's the clutch coming through 1v3 and Chow in 6-4.
Beautiful ace coming out from Town there, being able to secure that round, essentially doubling their kills in a round there. Empress is still available as well to make that space onto site for Chowan. We also are going to see likely that Cosmic Divide coming out. Not this round, but the next one, considering the fact that Full Sail is back onto an eco buy here. We're going to see Casper J pulling out that Tool to False, try to get some value out of that. Surprisingly, I actually did not hear it being popped right away.
Trying to do, especially up A long. Just good for him because there's no contact there. It says it's going to be contact up to C long as Town's going to find Cloud through the box. Nice dart to make that happen. Dusty will grab another one as Ritzy's going to fall. And another for Town as Kaiser tries to make a play. Doesn't quite work out. Jay now to swing, and that one's picked up by Dusty actually right behind. They're ready to snatch the frag. And just Casper J now. Luckily, didn't pop the ult because wouldn't have amounted to much.
Headhunter's still available though, but it's not going to happen. Nate, I really like Nay's positioning actually in these post-plant situations. They really take advantage of the jet mobility. They're able to, you know, take these vertical angles, keep FSA guessing as far as things go. You know, you think you might be safe behind that barrier orb, but second guess yourself because Nay has that angle on you. They can see over it, get that drop on you, get a pick when you're not even ready. Now, Chowan's going to be moving back to their tried and true C long push. Probably going to be a blitz onto site unless a lot of slowing action comes out here. However, it is a stack towards C.
We'll get the rendezvous out. With the tour of force out early. Once again, no A presence. Straight back into C they go. Dusty to grab one. Chowan looking like those early first 2 rounds is exactly what we saw for them as Dusty to grab another. Kaiser has one instantly traded by Patty. The captain stepping in, finding the impact frag. So he's just 2 to CT, and one of them has to try to retake now with this operator in hand. Oh, Naya grab stuck. Getting head bonked there, and Town will bonk the heads of both Casper and Cloud to wrap it up with the final 2K as the CT players fall. 8-4 for Chowan now.
Town's really found their footing in the past few rounds. I mean, after that ace, they've just been popping off with all these multi-kills. A lot of impact frags for their team, making so much space as Arena, but now we're swapping sides. Gonna see these 2 duelists on defense as opposed to attack now. I'm sure we're gonna see a lot of flanks coming out, especially considering the fact that we do have Nay, who's on that jet, gonna be able to cloud burst those, whatchamacallits, those trademarks. I had a little bit of brain lag there, but I'm sure we'll see some flanks coming out, some pressure from Chowan, considering they do have 2 very aggressive players on their team.
Lone Astra C side here. So it's been Chowan absolutely stacking it up to the A side. Nothing found though, so it'll move the dog through garage, through window, just barely will spot the Sage, and it'll be Omen, Smokes, rechargeable. Nice little touch. Just we'll throw the first pretty early in this round. We should have it back for the post plan if they're able to make it through, which so far so good. Patty gonna go low. Town though will find one. That's that flank coming all the way through. That A main push will now amount to early information. It's allowed for the quick rotate. Patty to grab one from CT. Leered out has to move away, and Cloud will grab one. Spike has made its way to site now as Kaiser's good to grab another from the back of CT. And now we've switched sides here. Chowan playing from the attacking angles. As Town will find one, dismisses in, looking for a second frag, has it. One more for the road, not to be, as Jay is able to trade one back. Still 2 more frags to find though. As Chowan has pushed their way onto the site, they've stolen the control away, but planted for Jay. The spike is. Asher will fall. Jay taking plenty of shots from Nay, and just barely Nay will win it out. Chowan 9-4.
That was great positioning on both sides. I mean, that round, neck and neck, could have gone either way, to be honest. And like you mentioned, Alex, the flanks coming out from A, the flanks coming out from grass there, gathered a lot of information for Chowan for that retake to make those calls for the quick rotation, like you mentioned. But also, I do want to commend Kaiser for that, that push into garage, just kind of pushing into CT a little bit, getting that info as well for FSA, just to let people know that, hey, nobody's rotating through CT quite yet. Might want to do a plant that is more optimal for backside for CT. Try to push in through here, but now FSA kind of swapping sides completely, going over to, oh, what a nice headshot. It's going to be a tailwind away though, as the second one's not able to connect, and as FSA was ready for this A hit, it's going to be a rotation off, and Town's getting aggressive.
We'll step up into garage as well. As 2 players on close contact will have the refrag opportunities. Dusty will slide back for the moment. We'll slide back in now. Town firing on the flank. Patty has one from window. Refrag potentially, but not to be. Okay, there it is. Just a little bit delayed. Kaiser will fall nonetheless after that initial frag. They'll sneak one more into garage as Jay up through long, and Patty refrags all across the board. I believe in Rocket League they call that a hat trick. A 3K for Patty, 10-4.
Ooh, 10-4, and Chowan is dominating so far. But like we said, nothing to be too surprised about, considering that 4 out of 5 of this roster actually took the dub in quite a big tournament last semester. So they've proven themselves. They've proven themselves at like a champs kind of level. So they are a monster to go up against, and definitely a great learning opportunity for Full Sail as well. Now, kind of moving back towards C. Chowan's going to use the same kind of aggression, but switching it up to C long this time.
You're not.
Switching up C long, and so is Town. Down for 2. Not a third, though. Rizzy able to take with the Ghost 1 tap. Renee's there just like that. A second as well. Looking to finish the job is the Jet. Kaiser swing. Frag found. The Spectre frags a 3K for Nate, and Chowan 11-4.
I really like that from Chowan. I mean, the aggression was working out very well from A, but to be able to swap things up, try and make that guesswork work out for them, use those reads to their advantage, and definitely catching Full Sail off guard in that kind of way. And Full Sail's also playing a little bit predictably right now, kind of swapping back and forth between A and C every other round. So, I mean, the reads aren't really too difficult at the moment. I would like to see maybe more of a default this time around. Oh,
they're all supposed to okay. That could have been so much worse than it was. I've never seen a team get so lucky on the break.
Yeah, unfortunately that didn't quite connect. I know we were trying to build the tension for that moment there, but it wasn't going to happen, and it's kind of 1-for-1 trade so far. Trailblazer just getting some more information, but this push from FSA has definitely been slowed down.
Yeah, he's able to find a frag towards short. Astral almost the frag for long. Kaiser just able to get out in time as the Nebula does indeed fade away. Drones out down long. Sky not going to stay around to be spotted by it as they'll start the rotate away, and that's information gained for challenge off this drone. Oh, Kaiser, okay, spotted now, and Town's up very far. This is wall bangable. We'll opt to peek instead, just in case the double box is there, which it was. Frag from Town, and Patty will be here log. It's going to hear these jumps up into garage. Knows this one's coming their way. Can they find the 2 frags here? Spectre, great for the close range spray downs. That's exactly what we're looking at. Oh, the headshots are there, but gets behind the box, so it's not quite a kill. And Ritzy able to take that frag, but Town is now on the flank. Good for a 4K. 2 frags to finish out the round. 12-4 for Challenge.
Match point.
This is what you want to see coming out from your Reyna. I mean, with a kit like Reyna's, you have to be getting those frags, and if not getting those frags, at least getting the damage off to be able to make the most of your utility, considering it is geared towards the individual rather than the team. But now it looks like FSA is going to be swapping things up a little bit, hoping for that default that I was talking about to come out instead of being like going for these straightforward pushes. Maybe change things up a little bit. Not too much conditioning has been done other than going for the AC split, and Town has already gotten so much grass control pushing over here. Yep, gonna be good for one, just dismiss away.
Second peek on the way. Another Town absolutely coming into their own right here. Looking for a third, but it's the Empress from Jay to shut it down. Vandal shift appetizer. Second peek on the way and found. Okay, this early spawn aggression has now been caught out. FSA are able to stand their ground. Will now work towards ASO team.
That's the change of pace that FSA needed. They needed to play farther back. They know to expect that aggression from Chowin, and they made the adjustment. However, it is match point, so the adjustment was made a little bit late, but the Seeker's coming out with this Empress. It's not going to count them out quite yet. Might be able to get another round on the board for themselves. Spike's not planted, and now it is a 2v2 situation. The updraft! Oh my god!
The double updraft for Nay into the headshot onto Cloud and Patty. Who other than the stand-in to close out the map? We'll get the defuse as well. 13-4 as Shaolin will take the map.
Ooh, GG's to Chowin. Like you said, taking it 13-4. Now I believe they are they 1-1 or 2-0? If we could get maybe an answer from production whenever you have the information for us. But again, I mean, nothing too surprising there, Kat. We knew that they were going to be a monster to go up against, considering their match history, considering their tournament history. Yep. We didn't really know what to expect, considering that Patty was thrown into the roster this last minute, having that gold player. But Patty, was able to actually be a really great supporting sage, had really nice timing on their utility. Didn't necessarily frag out, definitely got some nice multi-kills here and there, but ultimately being able to stagger that sage util in conjunction with the rest of their team definitely assisted with the dubs there. So good on you, Patty, for honestly holding up in this kind of lobby. Yeah. And in the end, I mean, Full Sail, I believe, is out of groups now, considering that they are 0-2. And I'm not sure if they have a third game to play just to be able to get, those final standings in, but they won't be moving on to tomorrow, unfortunately. However, I mean, being a team that has been a bit more recently formed, there's a lot of things to iron out, and, sure, it's a learning experience. And I mean, Kat, I also just want to mention real quick that this is, a regional event where the winners will get the opportunity to move on to nationals in Atlanta, Georgia in May. However, it's not the only chance for these schools to make it on. There will be other tournaments either partnered with CENC here and there as well to give other opportunities. So it's not over for Full Sail yet. They'll have other chances to make it to nationals.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And even for Full Sail's roster, I don't know if you've ever actually seen it, Spicy, the Full Sail Orlando Health Arena on campus, but if you play in that arena, every loss is still a win just because you're there. It's absolutely phenomenal space. And a good showing for this team. They definitely got to show some new looks, but unfortunately, 0-2, definitely not making it out of groups. They do have one more matchup against USFA towards the end of the day, but like you said, just going to be mainly to fill out the standings. And got to give credit where credit's due. Town had an absolutely monstrous game. 28-9 on the arena. Got to see him absolutely run it down grass a couple of those last rounds. Just finding plays, finding flames consistently where they needed to be and getting frags done. And that is the difference maker. Hopefully we can get Town in for an interview, because I just want to hear the alpha energy in the call, but we'll see what case ends up being as we head to break. And we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
For someone to peek exactly where the crosshair is, even though it seems like that is not going to be the case.
Will pop the cloud burst down. He's got to find the spike. He can't find it right now. He's trying to work all the way around the side. He does spot one. Around the corner, Pauly, a barrage of bullets. Dip fancies his chances. Will go aggressive. He doesn't spot the corner, and Pauly, right there in time, gains the shots and gains the kill. This is a definite 1v2 possibility for Dip, but just unfortunate the way he was holding that angle, that corner. Pauly got his number.
Absolutely, but even then, I mean, look at the economy for the side of Indiana. I mean, it's still not looking good. Everyone in the entire lobby is struggling to get anything done to be able to buy all the abilities that they want to, even some light shields that we see being bought to ensure that their rifles are going to be brought to the table. And that means that Northwood nonetheless can take the advantage very early on. They have been doing it most of the rounds. They still have double digits. They can get over with this as soon as possible. That is what they're hoping for. Some information is going to be revealed. Someone playing towards the sun, even denying the jump. That was a beautiful kill. That was a beautiful coordination of utility to make that work out.
Tyler, he didn't want to go to the dentist, but he had to. He had to die. And just like that, he drops and out rough. Concealed in the shadows here of the smoke. Oh man, he's going to be in for a big surprise. Here he comes. He gets rained down with bullets. And Josh is going to be good. And now he's smart punch. Good for two with this judge. Inside the smoke. That was a vandal to his name. Will take down Drakeus. Dashes away, but Tyler.
Last player standing.
And now Benji from the flank. Pauly has no idea. It's going to be a timing game here. Now Benji, slowly but surely, lurking his way around the corner. The defuse will come in. There's another fake. He'll spot the barrel. He'll find the shots. Oh my word, it's going to be so close. Benji, on the skin of his teeth, able to take down kill. 30 HP to spare Dryad. It was close, but it's all calculated.
Absolutely. It was very close. He almost whiffed for a second just because of the rotation that we saw into around that box. But we're able to make it work. 11 rounds now. Finally going for the side of Northwood. The 2 more that are going to be needed. I don't think throughout this entire tournament that we've seen today, we've seen a victory that has gone closer than the loser winning more than 5 or 6 rounds. So I want to say we are able to change things around here. The Blazemore coming in for the defense, hoping to do just that, hoping to get the 6th round under the belt for the side of Indiana, but the information once again going to take place first as we see Northwood pushing in from long.
Get out of my way! Get those daggers, but smart punch takes down Benji. He was the lurker over towards A, and it's a great piece of information now for Indiana. Dip his way inside. He's got all pieces of utility to play with. Can he make his mark? No flashes to work with for Northwood, so Dip, he's gonna have to do it all by himself. But TP is a possibility, but smart punch just watching over the teleport. So Northwood kind of pincer. Do they have to make a decision now with only 55 seconds? They have plenty of time to go for rotation, but the pace they're playing at, it seems like they're looking towards B as a target. Dip still trying to sniff out where these members actually are.
There's pretty much a commitment here on this side, and Dip is able to go in. They don't know exactly where he is, but look at that. Everyone watching goes on top. Can't get one. Does just that. The rest of the team on the side of Northwood will be cleaning up everyone else on site, and that means that for the side of Indiana, both of them are going to be playing towards Hookah. If they see the Blazestorm is still going to be available, the Cosmic Divide coming in is going to make things even more difficult. The opportunities to go in are just not going to be there, and because that the rotation has to take place, but the time is running out, they can't even hear it.
It's really going to be on Smart Punch. He's got the daggers. He's got a dash, I believe, and he'll go to use it. Doesn't spot him in time. Will get taken down, though, as Pauly. Good for 1, but he has such little HP, but now it's going to be a 1v1 here with the timing. And on Pauly's side, he's got 7 HP to play with Drake. He's 21. It's going to be so difficult, and Pauly gets around the corner. Does he have enough time on the clock? And it looks like he should, I believe. Time he does. 0.57 clutch there for Pauly. Needed that round win. It was so crucial. He finds those shots. Here's where Drakeus is and gets his number.
Right when they needed to, and another round for Indiana. So they're getting better. They're figuring out the enemy, but it always seems like it's not one of the clean victories that we've seen mostly coming in for the side of Northwood. It is very risky. They suffer a lot of losses to make it happen, or they're just fighting against time to make it work. So now it is what Northwood can do just to get this over with, and it's got to be a safe round for them, so we cannot expect too much besides maybe a couple picks going in, which every single time they've been able to do.
You want to play? Let's play.
Great kill there. Now it's going to be Chamberlain popped here to the side of Northwood. This is going to be a big investment here for Benji. If he's able to find a frag over towards A, that could be the go signal to make their way onto A. But like you said, it is a save. So just looking for frags here, just looking to put a dampening in the Indiana economy. And Indiana just content here with watching these angles in the 4v5. They have all the control in the world, and as long as they don't make any over-aggressive plays, Drive, they should be okay with just holding these sides down.
It is all they can hope to do in a round like this one, especially coming in for Northwood. They've been doing so good, but they don't want to give more rounds to the enemy. So that means playing extremely careful, and they've been doing so, but now you gotta get to another level of how careful you gotta be, watching every corner, hiding in every corner possible. Let's see the Jet doing towards that A. Spotted, but not taken down. Good opportunity, but the kills are just coming in from the other side, and no one is able to take this Jet down, fighting for her life. And being able to get away with it. 2 members alive for Northwood, and no kills that have been coming in for them. I say that though, 2 right on time. Their rifles are going to get picked up, and the spike is going to get planted.
This is a winnable round for Northwood right now. If they get this spike down, they have the showstopper for Tyler as well. Now a 2v2 here. Drakius gonna be good for one. Pauly, great intuition there. And Drakius, he's spotted. He's a sitting duck here for Pauly right now. A 1v2 for Drakius. Does he spot Druff around the corner? He does not. And Druff takes the kill, silences Drakius, and gives Indiana their 7th round win.
Good thing to get right on time, and another one also denying those rifles that are going, or that we're going to potentially go for the side of Northwood. So that means that as the full buy coming in is a force, essentially, because the economy is not looking too great for them now. And look at the ultimates, pretty much every single ultimate available coming in for the side of Indiana, and this is how they continue to take advantage. Denying that plant would be absolutely massive. Just using the Hunter's Fury and just continuing to create that space and to even deny that space with the Cosmic Divide, like we've seen them do a couple of times.
That Viper's pit as well. They want to block off one of these sites later on in the game as well, but looks like the drone will be summoned over towards Long, and they're gonna try to spot a couple of members. They do. They smart punch as well. That's crucial. He'll be forced to back away, and the showstopper will be initiated. Here comes Tyler, hop, skipping and jumping over to the site. Dip will take out one smart punch for another. Transfer back, and there's Tyler looking to make his way inside, but for the time being, it's going to be a 4v3 chaos right now on B side. For the time being, Northwood has the control, and there's Hunter's Fury coming up from drop.
Hunter's Fury coming in, but doesn't get anything. Doesn't even get that information 30 feet to work with the Sova. So much damage coming in. The Viper that you mentioned will be online and available. Just like that go inside for this defense, but it's not going to work out. The kills are coming in. Dib gets 3. Can't get another one on the other side though. The Viper almost makes it work towards it of Indiana, but this time around, so close but so far. It is 12 rounds now going for Northwood, and this is match point.
Northwood want to top the group. They want to go to that main event in Atlanta. They want to really put their foot down on this game in Indiana now. Only 2 ults here, Memphis and Ted. They have the divide, they have the showstopper there. Potentially block off one of these sites, but right now it is all Northwood. They are feeling it dip once again, 1 orb away from that ultimate. So I assume we're going to see the same play as last time, where they send that drone out and try to gain Long, but already you see a couple of players on Indiana understand that. They're going to try to take at least some footing over towards Long, but once again, this drone will be able to get vision. That orb will be taken, and once again, Dip will have this ultimate for this push, and there's the Hunter's Fury as well.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury can be good to get some information. Doesn't seem like it's going to get anything. I was hoping this one was playing towards that left side of the map. Still coming in, only with the Spectre to connect the Indiana fighting on this map and making it work. The showstopper does get another one spike on the floor, and no one can push in without taking some damage, without having to phase the potential death here. 50 HP for the last member alive on the side of Northwood. It seems like it's not going to be possible unless everyone is trying to take the duel one by one, and of course the side of Indiana is not going to make that mistake.
Now Ferbs will try to admit himself towards B, but I don't think that's a ride that you want to take, my friend. Is potentially look for the save. He's got the THP and a recon dart and a dream. He'll fire it away. Be taken out for the time being. Memphis though,
30 seconds left.
Smoke dissipates. It's going to be a bit of chaos here for Ferbs. Will be good for 1. On top of Ted. Doesn't know that another player's there on the right. I don't think he does. He'll check the corner. He'll spray his way inside. We'll find Memphis. We'll find Smart Punch, but there's too many angles to watch over, and Smart Punch closes out that round for Indiana. 8-12 here. It's coming up on the comeback time, Dryad. Let's see what this economy looks like for Northwood. see what they can buy. But it's going to be difficult. It's going to be a pretty weird Walmart buy for Northwood. A couple of guns, but actually Drake isn't Dip will say it.
Not a lot of money either, but yeah, a buy nonetheless, and a buy that can benefit them. We see Dip is going to just be using that Bladestorm, hoping to get some kills with it, and we can definitely expect him to do just that. 26 kills so far, so many of them coming in, but the Bladestorm can do it again. It has been the player that has been getting the most 3Ks over and over again. So now with this, it's going to help with the economy, but it's also going to help getting 1 or 2 kills that are crucial for this team, and just crucial to continue getting this victory over with.
Good flank right now from Memphis, checking every angle, being extra careful here.
You are divided.
He'll work his way through main. Oh my word, here's so much.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that quick break. I hope you guys grabbed a snack while we set up this interview. And today we have Town with us, Dub from Chowan, the top of the leaderboard, actually, 28-9 as that Reyna player. How's it going, Town?
I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, all good. Congrats on the dub once again. I just had my main question, actually. I'm curious about Patty specifically. I was wondering, having Patty as that sub, I was curious to know what you feel or the team feels in general, if you're able to speak for the team themselves, but what kind of difference was made having Patty on the team as opposed to having your set fifth, especially them being a lower elo player coming into this team of Immortal and Radiance. And I think that Patty did an outstanding job being able to support the fraggers, being able to support the team in general, staggering their utility to make use of, any strats or plays that were going to be done. And I was just curious to see how you felt like that maybe changed the dynamic of the team as compared to having, your set fifth that you guys were working with before.
Yeah, for sure. With Haven, we haven't practiced too much on Haven, so it's been more of a pug play style, or like we weren't expecting to play it, so we were kind of just gonna have to pug it either way. And Patty not playing or coming in as a sub was just he played everything pretty perfectly for us, just supporting everything he could, and putting his slows and his walls was pretty much every time perfect for us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for answering that question. I think, I just wanted to highlight Patty there just for a moment. I mean, the whole entire team did really well, but especially being a lower elo player in this matchup here, did a really great job holding their own. So, but otherwise, I mean, your team had amazing synergy. We could feel the synergy between you and your Jet player, who I believe was Nay. There. Sorry, I just checking there. I have so many lists of names on my notepad right now, but you guys had great synergy entering site, being able to be really explosive and aggressive together. So yeah, I just want to commend you guys for that. We could definitely feel the chemistry and are looking forward to see you guys playing it out tomorrow.
Thank you.
Absolute talent. We'll talk about holding your own. Brother, 28-9, mentioned it, top of the leaderboard. If there was a hole in the map somewhere, you snuck into it. The amount of flanks that you had, what makes you feel so confident in this roster to go for such aggressive peaks such as those?
Honestly, it's great support with the teammates. If I'm going for a flank or something, I know that they're gonna be pushing the other side of the map, so it leaves a hole open 80% of the time. And also, it's just kind of the play style. I'm a Sentinel player, so going for the rat plays is just natural.
Yeah, okay.
So being a Sentinel player, you flexing onto Reyna, is that because of Patty being the fill and playing a support? Or is it just on Haven in particular, you kind of flex that role a little bit because you can be ratty considering there are 3 sites?
For the most part, yeah, we kind of just changed it. So instead of I'll be more of a duelist player on most maps, and then we'll have him on support, and it just kind of evens it out more.
That definitely makes sense. Did you have anything else you want to add, Alex?
No, 1-1 for you guys. One more matchup to go up against UCF. Best of luck to you. Two teams making out of groups, brother. Please let me see you tomorrow. I gotta see some more crispy one taps. Win it out for me.
Thank you. I'm trying to come in tomorrow too.
Oh, you're being interviewed right now? Oh, shit.
Yeah, bro, he's being interviewed right now. For real. He is being interviewed right now. It was lit. He was insane in town. Thank you for your time. Best of luck in your next matchup here in about an hour.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, it actually looks like the lobby was set up a little bit earlier than we were expecting. So we're actually going to throw straight into the next matchup, which is going to be Florida Atlantic University versus Clemson coming in hot. Not sure, do we know, production, which map we will be going to? And we're going to be taking to Icebox. So that'll be the first time we're seeing Icebox today, and I'm excited. It's one of my favorite maps, personally.
Icebox always fun, just to see the frag potential. So many teams so good at fragging. And Clemson, a team that definitely has come out the gates hot. They're 2-0 right now for a reason. And I'm worried for FAU. I'm gonna be honest with you. Clemson, they got some fraggers, they got some firing potential, and they're now going to Icebox, a map that's all about getting frags. This is going to be a match for FAU, most definitely. As we jump into this age select, we see what they're able to bring to the table. Hope the composition's good. And I also would really like to see some chamber usage.
Yeah, I mean, chamber on Icebox is always fun, and your dreams are going to come true today. Sultanate actually picking up that chamber right off the bat.
That makes sense. He was a jet player.
Yep.
So moving over into an operator position off of chamber instead. It is going to make the entry kind of weird. Since they're not going to have the jet, they're going to go for the Lone Reyna instead. But Sultanate definitely we know he'll get value, at least defensively.
For sure. I mean, we've also, throughout different tournaments and throughout different tier levels of competitive play, I've seen a lot of renditions of some aggressive chambers, taking those, setting down the rendezvous, taking those early gun duels, trying to take that first point of contact. Whether you get the kill or not, you're able to rendezvous out just in place of that tailwind. So that's definitely a bonus as well, especially to be able to use that in conjunction with Scarecrow, who is the Reyna. But I believe we are just going to take a second here as we are waiting for the game to kind of load in at the moment. But how are you feeling about these agent compositions coming out in general?
I'm feeling good. I feel like Clemson definitely plays to win condition here of having the chamber. I'm still... You're right. Okay. You're right. First thing first, you're right. The rendezvous for chamber early is absolutely effective, especially because while not instantaneous, it's pretty dang close, about a couple milliseconds before the TP comes through. So it definitely can function as the tailwind for a chamber to get an early peak belt, get out, no holds barred. The same story for if they kind of want to lurk or throw pressure towards the other side of the map. It's just my concern is really just them breaking through defenses here. Yep. You know how fortified Icebox can be without a jet, without the tail in the back of sight. So if they can make the Reyna work, okay, I'm chilling. Because, yeah, chamber can get in early and TP backwards. He can't go forwards. He can't TP into the site. So we're still missing that early breakdown in utility. If they can find a way to play around it, hey, more power to him.
I honestly don't think it should be too bad, though, considering the fact that there actually is no Cypher or Killjoy on the side of FAU. Sure. You just have that Sage pick for the Sentinel, which is a pretty classic for Icebox, being able to use that wall both on defense and even like for retakes in the post-plant situation to get a safe defuse off. But otherwise, they don't have an informational Sentinel when it comes down to it. And that's also going to make flanking a bit easier for Clem here going out. And it's a slow round to start.
It is. We get a bit of a default from Clemson onto the pistol. Really pressure towards A, and now we'll slide away as the B site starts to be overtaken. First contact made now between Vipers. Both ending up low on that one. Sultanate looking to finish the job with the Headhunter, but shot's not quite there. So that's early control. Spike's moved over, but they haven't been able to get anything towards sight. Just into B main.
Yeah, that recon's going to get a bit of information that there is a player towards Snowman right now. That barrier orb comes up for that clean, that clean plant, and it's going to be a 5v5 on this retake.
The 5v4, Scarecrow's able to grab one early here. The numbers dwindle slowly for FAU as they now make their way into side. Scarecrow to swing out of the toxic screen. Good for one. Will dismiss away, and will absolutely be the bait for the team. AZN will take two. Yuki another. The Reyna peeks out early. It's peekaboo, and the rest of the team shows their faces, so Clemson can go 1-0 in the pistol.
That was a really, really nice hold from Clemson, actually, on that post plant. I mean, being able to capitalize off of each other, be able to swing, get those trades off. I was definitely worried for Scarecrow there with the aggression past the toxic screen. If anyone was looking in that general direction, they would have been done for. But luckily, they were able to get away with the rain to dismiss, and now looks like Scarecrow is actually electing just to go with a Sheriff on this second round buy-up, along with the SMGs that the rest of their team is holding. And there's a 3 stack towards A right now on the side of FAU.
EZN drone in early, spotted nothing. Now shots towards screen, so they've gathered information, at least towards that front of the site. No, back of the site has to be what's occupied, and that guiding light from Mox will confirm that fact. Sultanate will step up into sight now, looking to swing back with that Headhunter's shock dart in first. The tag just a bit, and Sultanate will tag for quite a bit more. First frag found, Subwolf to Ninja will find a quick trade, able to disembark as well. Tailwind's all the way out of things. The screen peeks come through, but both shut down as Yuki and AZN will both gather kills. AZN dart through information. Running gun Spectre time, has the frag. Absolutely nothing you can do there, and that just leaves Kangloos all alone towards CT stair. Shots, okay. Found with the right click. Yuki can't quite find theirs. 1 frag down onto AZN, and Jax has the cleanup. Clemson will take 3 Spectres out the round. They've taken the anti-eco.
I just want to point out also that we're actually seeing Kochukan subbing in here for Ruff, who we saw playing earlier on in this series. So I'm curious to see if this switch out is gonna, maybe cause a little bit of discord for FAU, just like the swap of players, maybe slowing down their groove a little bit as they readjust to having their sub playing for them. But 2-0 now for Clemens. We're going to see that recon coming out, get a little bit information, but not quite tag up Subwolf here. It's going to be a slow A take with that Viper lurk towards mid.
Scarecrow early belt has some contact. Chip shots aren't quite found. Lear broken quite early by Subwolf back to sight. Extending slow right now. Second Lear. Not going to be broken though. Subwolf really risking it all here in this peak. We'll get away scot-free though. No worries at all. Team once again. Clemson will make their way through to Maze. Just like that. Now top of 430 is Subwolf. A little bit of spray. Back away once more. Still just sitting pretty as FAU's defense. Going to catch on the substitute. Will find the first onto Yuki. So no mid flank going to be available here. Rest of the team for Clemson. Recognizing the space not occupied as they'd like it to. They'll walk away. Sultanate able to grab 1 before the rendezvous.
Yeah, they really didn't expect Sultanate up there, and Kangaloos with the trigger discipline is going to be able to get 1, going to spot another out, but that toxic screen is going to allow them to get away scot-free, getting a second for themselves as well. Now it's a 4v2 situation. Make that a 4v1 as Kangaloos almost tries to close it out, but Scarecrow with the Sheriff's going to lock onto a head. Can they clutch it? We've heard that they're a clutch god.
So that we have. Able to find another. We'll dismiss away towards the Phantom. Gonna take the 1v1s though. There's the first. Shot's not quite there. 13 seconds now. Gonna have to run it down. Gonna have to find the peaks. And there's no way FAU's gonna give the peaks away. Well, they give 1. Plant does have time to go down, and it will. Sub will stuck towards Snowman. Will start to work forward towards site. Scarecrow will go to the top of cargo. Positioning pretty dang good. Didn't see the barrel though. 180 that still gets it. Is this Face Clan? It's a clutch from Scarecrow. A clutch god indeed, and Clemson is 3-0.
Nice little 4K for Scarecrow, and the statement I was given reigns true. 6-0 now for Scarecrow, and 3-0 for Clement. FAU now stuck on another save. There's going to be a few marshals coming out, some sheriffs as well. They're going to be seeking heads here on out. I'm not going to count them out though. I mean, these players are, high elo, usually around Mortal, Radiant, some Diamond players in the tournament as well, but they're quite good at locking onto these heads. We're going to see this recon bolt coming in. Not going to find anything B main. However, shooting it out from mid is going to give off a little bit of information.
Down mid as that drone free cam for the team. We'll get information towards the close jet. Tyron going to be there for...
Oh, the dash in!
Wrong way, brother! Sultanate will take that one for free. AZN has Mox as well. Tyron able to get a trade, though, via Shockbolt. So boiler control now secured. Sage Wall going to go towards CT here to get them into the A site. I like this from Clemson. Love to see innovation with Sage Wall, especially around mid. And just like that, they're into site. Plan's going to go down.
That was a really nice Sage Wall. The timing there was impeccable. Now these eco guns are going to have to go for this
Southern feet?
retake. Oh, they're going to be able to spot one here. Tyron is not going to be able to get the kill off, though. I think it was a little wall bang. 4v3 here. Kanglu's trying to push onto site.
Scarecrow will take Kangloose. Push the site not amounting to what he would look for. 2 rafters now for FAU. In fact, they will full commit to this. Scarecrow trying to full commit to the jump. Fortunately, missed it. Kept him alive, in fact, and Yuki's got Tran. Scarecrow will take it in his newfound position towards the bottom of rafter. 4-0 for Clemson.
2 ultimates now on the side of Clemson as well. We have that Empress online. We have that Hunter's Fury as well. And then both Yuki and Sultanate are actually 1 away from their ultimates too. Kangalu's likely going to pop this Viper's Pit pretty early on just to try and deny the site. But otherwise, not too much going on as far as ultimates on the side of FAU. I would like to see them going for more ultimate orbs, trying to get that advantage if possible. That Snakebite is going to come out, but not finding anything considering the fact that Clemson is postured towards A right now.
They are. So Yuki's able to grab the first pick into mid. All the way up tube, in fact.
Oh!
Skill actually comes from Sultanate onto Mox. Subwolf going to find the quick trade, though, from back of sight. Walled off now. Have to look for another angle, and it's going to catch Scarecrow coming up into sight. Looking for more, and more will be found as Tyron's going to fall as well. FAU absolutely staggering on the peaks. Falling one by one, and that leaves just Kangloose for the back of Weather Station, and he'll head for the hills.
Yeah, it's going to be a save coming out from Kangaloos. Can't blame him. The econ isn't looking so great for FAU right now. Stuck in that ping pong economy once again. Sorry, not once again, but stuck in that ping pong economy where they will have to be saving and buying every other round or so. Clemson definitely hunting. Kangaloos. I'm so stressed. Will they find Easian here? Not a classic right click! Very unfortunate, but Kangaloos was also low. That is 5-0 now for Clemson. FAU now going to be on this kind of save buy here, this eco shorty coming out from Subwoof. Gonna probably see that Blade Storm being popped right off the bat as well. And I was surprised not to see Kangaloos pop that Viper's Pit, but luckily they didn't, considering the fact that it wasn't a B hit.
Oh. You see that a couple of times already today, especially with Tour de Forces, this time with Viper's Pit. So it's fortunate timing. Misfortune leads to fortune sometimes, and sometimes you just get lucky with old timings and when they get popped. It's being one of those times. Slow popped, trademark pop towards mid. The Subwoof has to back away on that Blade Storm. So we'll head back to the team over toward the back of a site. FAU's been here plenty of times before. They've had the numbers when it comes to holding this site and haven't quite been able to find what they're looking for. This time, let's see if it's different with the Blade Storm.
Yeah, you can see that FAU's playing more for a retake kind of positioning right now. Playing farther back in mid, farther back in their sites, playing for those rotations. Drone's going to be able to clear out a lot of a site here. Recon getting a little bit of information. Snakebite coming out to slow that plant as well. But the wall's going to go up and the plant's going to go down anyways. 5v5 on this retake. Blade Storm in Subwoof's hands, but not able to connect. Unfortunately, 5v3.
Peek the rafters for Jax. Will find one Scarecrow. Not able to find anything as Seamus is actually able to come around all the way to front site now. Taken out from default finally after 2 frags come through. Yuki has the trade there and has the last frag as well. We'll take Mox down to the top of rafter. It's 6-0 for Clemson now.
I'd like to see some flank pressure coming out from FAU on the defensive side. We are going to see a timeout starting for now as FAU kind of debates their strategy going into this defensive round, considering it is another bye for them. And if they don't win this one, they'll be stuck on another save slash kind of a scuffed bye going out, depending on what their economy situation looks like. And yeah, I think the main thing I would say is I'd like to see a bit of flank pressure coming out from FAU. You can tell that Clemson isn't really worried about the flank at the moment. They don't really feel that pressure, so they're able to kind of just focus on what's in front of them, the site that they're trying to take in general, as opposed to, you know, having a chip on their shoulder that they have to kind of look back on. So maybe some conditioning on those flanks, whether it's actually committed to or just breaking the chamber utility, would do very well for FAU in order to maybe get into the heads of Clemson a little bit.
Absolutely. And we'll hope that timeout does advocate for something of the sort. Vipers Pit, as you mentioned, not popped prior, so could be used in this round. We'll see if it gets utilized or not. Hasn't been a ton of deep presence, and that is going to be where the Viper allocates to once more. So honestly, I feel like it's still the same situation. If it gets pop B, I don't think it'll get the value they'll be looking for.
Yeah, but I mean, there are also 4 ultimates, almost all 5 available on the side of Clemson as well. So it's going to be a pretty ultimate heavy round if they decide to invest to get this round under their belts as well to take it 7-0, but not playing quite as passively as before. FAU is getting some earlier information this time around, and that Hunter's Fury is actually going to come out and tag some up.
Sultanate will step forward. Sub was able to find one. Sultanate now to trade. Able to get forward to pipe. Rest of the team going to be working the other side of things, though. They'll head to B. Rendezvous resecured, and Clemson on the rotate.
That was a nice rotation actually coming out.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and then we are going to see this Vipers pick coming out now. Just try and secure this round for Clemson here, providing that cover. But Scarecrow has really nice positioning. Might be able to get this flank off of the players that are going towards Kitchen for this retake.
All a matter of where FAU decides to check here. Scarecrow's been able to sneak all the way up to jump up. We'll find one. Overheal as well. Looking for a second.
Ooh.
Has found second Devour going through as well to make sure still on 150 for this final peak. Looking weather station. Shot so much of the railing. You hate to see it. Subwolf taken so low, but the railing saves it. Can't save him for Sultanate though. That's wide open spaces, and Clemson wide open on the score 7-0.
7-0 now on what looks like is going to be a force up on the side of FAU? Question mark? 4 ultimates online, though. Anglu's still holding on dearly to that Viper's Pit. This eco round might be the one to use it, to be honest. I mean, when you're on the worse buy compared to your enemies, being able to kind of close it down to some more close range battles where your eco guns can do a bit more damage, especially with the Viper Decay. Might be the play, but it's not so far. Might be saying it for that retake instead.
Already into pipe we go for Clemson. They recognize they got the util advantage, and they're going to take it straight to him. Scarecrow to grab one. Second from Sultanate towards Rogue. Subwolf is able to take up one in the meantime before getting traded. Wall will go down towards screen from Jackson. That's the plant to go down for Clemson. Honestly surprised not to see the Viper shuffled over for onto A site. Meantime, Shikukin has shuffled to mid to find Yuki. It's a weapon picked up now. See if they can find off of it. Scarecrow will find another as Kangaroo's going to fall from Rafter. Just a tiny gap in the wall, and Scarecrow will be using every single inch of it. Spot one. Shot's not found, though. Shikukin has that one. Second frag now picked up. It's that newfound Phantom doing some work. Jax will find Tyrant. That leaves just the Sage able to find a third. Looking to ace clutch to win it out, but Jax will have the refrag. Clemson 8-0.
That was a really nice try from Coach Can, though, almost securing that ace. Resurrection still in hand for this upcoming round on this buy. And we still have all 4 of those ultimates available. And that was a really good point, Kat. Surprising to see that the Viper on the side of FAU, Kangaroos, has not been moved over to A, especially not, the really popular new Viper's Pit that people have been doing this meta on top of 410 there to be able to, cover also the upper angles for the attackers. Just hasn't been able to come out, and just kind of holding down B, and it seems like Clemens is just avoiding B completely because of the Viper util, to be honest, and A is working out quite phenomenally for them.
Well, like I always say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Same plus that for Clemson. Absolutely no reason to leave. As long as they can keep getting in sight, keep putting the spike down, and win the post plant. No reason to leave. Got a little close, of course, last round, but at the end of the day, still an 8-0 scoreline A Scarecrow once again looking to open up this site. Seekers are going to come through. Instantly decimated, though. The Scarecrow's already made it back to top site here. Screens down, but Tyron, there it is. That's the frag going the way of FAU the first time they've had the first frag on the defensive side of things. Clemson left thinking about things here. They've lost the entry duelist, but they found a flank in Yuki.
Tour de Force was also popped, but that operator is going to be doing work in Subwoof's hands. 3v2 now. Kind of just creeping through maze here. Clemson might get the drop on Subwoof while he is scoped into the operator. I'm nervous.
Spotted. Still alive, though. Oh, great flick from Subwoof. Caught out by the trade from Jax. Wall's going to go up, instantly decimated, though. Might stop the 1v1s. WC Kangoose does it. Turns straight to go to ramp, and Kangoose is able to find it off the B rotate. FAU will finally catch their first round. And, well, like I always say, if it's broke, fix it. Maybe go B.
Yep. A little caster curse there. Cat through saying that it wasn't broken, and that turns out to be the first round that FAU is able to actually snag out from under the noses of Clemson here. Still 4 ultimates on the board. I'm not sure what Kangaloo's is holding on to that Viper's Pit for. We do have that resurrection available. That would be a huge tide turner for FAU if their stage is able to play their life. Try and give somebody another chance during a round, and an aggro mid-take is going to be slowed down by that Sage Orb.
Clemson stuck in the shoot right now. Start to hit the split, but running into so much utility. Kangoose has one, Subwoof has another. Hunter's Fury is out. No tags, though. Sultanate will pick up Kangoose. So they're able to find their way into sight. Interesting split coming through. An AZN new angle. We'll be able to find one. Tyron will pick up 2 frags. Rez going to come through just to secure the round. So left reeling is just AZN. Taken out now by Tyron. 3K coming off the Bulldog, and FAU will grab their second round in a row.
Going into round 11, we are 2 away from swapping sides here. It was an expensive round for FAU to secure the second round on the board for them, expending 3 ultimates in the process. Kangaloo still has that Viper's Pit. It might be the time to use it just to maybe guarantee a secure on this round, even if they are playing towards B right now. You know, can encourage the rest of FAU to stack towards the A site. But also saving it for the retake would be a great idea. That Recon is going to come out, not going to find too much, and the Leers are going to open up a bit of aggression, but the Trailblazers going to slow that down.
That it is. Clemson back to the old ways. This time around, Scarecrow caught early. This time it'll be Subwoof caught early instead. Not an operator in hand for him this time. A very early peek. Back of side, and he'll pay the price. The Scarecrow has that one. Dart taken care of, but not for the first scan could come through. And it'll be Tyron to find it through the toxic screen thanks to it. This Jax is going to fall. Not for the wall goes down, though, so still going to get that post-plant utility. Still going to get that value. Shock bolts are out. Didn't quite get the default. Clemson chilling with the numbers advantage here for the retake.
Yeah, they definitely have the numbers advantage right now. Time is ticking. Snakebite is going out, and just waiting for that Sova util to land to maybe help with that retake. And Scarecrow is so clean. Always repositioning to nest here as well.
Absolutely. No. Tyron realizing, but don't matter for Scarecrow. Able to find one quick transfer over to Kangaloo's as well under Rafter. And Clemson are 9-2. Once again, the entry duelist just doing entry duelist things. This team looking to take a heavy lead going into the next pistol, looking for their 10th round.
We've seen some dominant Reynas, honestly, so far this series. Scarecrow now, I mean, I'm not one to focus on stats too much, but 19-6. I mean, that's an almost 4 times KDA there. Definitely a boss monster to be facing right now.
Yeah.
A huge entry power, really great frags coming out, some impact frag. For sure, and Subwoof, that jet main, the op is going to come out, shut down Sultanate, and it's a 4v5 situation.
That was the one win condition we got on the A defense, was Subwoof finally got an operator in the hands and was just able to put in the work. Yet again, it's going to be the early frag. Got to find Scarecrow, though. Definitely the force to be reckoned with here, the raid boss for the team. But slide away from A. They recognize the operators there. Don't really want to poke the bear too heavily, at least not before they can get some sort of oxygen cut off from mid. But it'll be the Viper to work tube right now. Catch the Sage. Yuki will step back away now. Trailblazers gone through all of B main, has spotted nothing. See how they want to move players here on the FAU defense.
Yeah, it's going to be a rotation actually being pulled out, but it looks like it's more of a cut noise and re-hit kind of situation as the other players on Clemson maybe make a little bit of noise towards B, and seeing that rotation being pulled back towards A now. 25 seconds left on the clock. Clemson's going to start making a move onto site. That recon bolt coming out, and the resurrection on Sultanate as well, turning this into a 5v4.
Walls up to the back of CT. Clemson once again to site. The post-plant's been phenomenal. Hunter's Fury is going to work its way back towards spawn as well. So Clemson definitely have options here. In last round, certainly we see it get popped. Snakebite's going to come out. Scarecrow will take that one with the fragile. He needs one real shot to do it. And has it just like that. Sultanate's going to find Tyrant. Subwolf looking for the op frag. Flick not quite there. Jax will take him down. Tank looks for a quick trade to Sultanate. But that is all she wrote. The position's well known of for the Viper, and Jax will take it home. 10-2 for Clemson. A pistol round FAU desperately needs to win.
You're absolutely right about that. To be able to keep their name in the game, FAU is going to have to win the next 2 rounds, if not the third as well, after they bonus if they're able to take the first 2 under their belt. Yeah, because otherwise, I mean, if Clemson's able to take the pistol, that'll take them to 11, and they'll bonus at that point, giving them another gun advantage, and likely taking it to match point. So FAU's got to get their reps in now. They've got to get them in early instead of risking letting it get a bit too far as far as the difference in the score goes. And it's going to be an A heavy lean coming out from FAU. Actually, a full A push coming out from them, and it's a 3-person stack towards A. Gambling this.
Gambling, and so far hitting the jackpot as Yuki's able to find one early. Mox. Quick trade though. Continue the assault onto the A side. Sova's now already quick rotated over, so there's going to be help from screen to go along with this defensive side. Drones out. Should get the information that Sova's nearby. Spot Subwolf. Tag is there. Looking to jump through. Is Yuki able to find another? Shut down by the Sage.
Yeah, it's a 3v3 situation. I mean, on the side of Clemson right now, we are seeing Sultanate kind of holding strong on B with that trademark on B main here, with that information that will be given that'll call for FAU's rotation towards that site. At first I don't know why at first I thought that was Sultanate recalling the the trademark there, but it was not. It was the rendezvous. It's going a little crazy, but I don't know if they're going to be able to clear this out or if they will be slowed.
Well, answer right afterwards. Unfortunately, slowed, but make it a sight nonetheless. Sultanate could play anti-plan here. Gonna let it plan instead, and we'll play for quick retake. No peeks just yet. We'll have to do all this work manually as well. So how long Silver Dart has left on it. Could potentially throw it to yellow, but Sultanate just going to step forward. Ooh, step forward and step out the round as Subwolf has that one. Looking to swing as this defuse getting held. Second frag as well. Looking for the third. Spinning in circles as Jax. He knows his fate as Subwolf is there for 3K. The third round secured for FAU.
Yeah, Subwolf locking onto heads there. Unfortunately, I wish Sultanate, maybe played time a little bit longer. Especially now knowing and realizing that Jax actually had that barrier orb still available. It would have been much easier to defend that as 2 with 1 person on the spike trying to get that defuse down instead of allowing it to turn into a 3v2 situation. But now, going into round 14, we are going to see another lean towards the A site, especially with this gun advantage. Should be a nice one for FAU, but the Marshal is going to whiff, and Subwolf is going to take a bit of damage here, and Scarecrow is finally being punished for this aggression.
Absolutely same story for Jack. Peek to the back to the side as Subwolf has that one with the Marshal. Step forward is FAU, just looking for the Viper, close contact, and they've got it. AZN now will slide into a close contact position. The last hope for the sight hold, and gone just like that. It's a swing to come through back of sight. FAU, plant will go down. Easy post for them as well, 1-on-5, and Subwolf has it just like that. Flawless for FAU, now into the bonus.
It really seems like FAU is finding their footing here on the attacking half. I mean, sometimes, I've mentioned it before, sometimes you're an attacking team, sometimes you're a defending team. It depends on the map, depends on the day. But going into round 15, luckily, FAU was able to reserve all their guns from that bonus round. And they will, be a bit more of a force to be reckoned with, especially with that Bulldog in hand against these rifles. Looking to move as a unit, though, through mid here. That guiding light is going to come out, get some information, and fortunately not capitalize off of, but a nice poison orb to block that boiler vision.
Sultan able to find Subwolf as they make their way down to 2 for FAU. Scarecrows
look at his
around.
quick flank.
Flanks there. Good for 1, good for 2, good for 3 on the Phantom spray. And Sultan finishes the job from side 11 to 4 for Clemson. Flawless against what could have been a bonus. FAU more than caught out.
I'd really like to see FAU maybe going into this round trying for a fake, whether it's, fake and a re-hit, but more so fake for information, fake to bait out the aggression that we see from Clemson. Just showing some presence there and hoping that someone takes the bait for that early rotation, either that or playing a default like we are seeing them come out with now, since they do have these rifles, no longer moving as an exact unit. And once again, Clemson is getting aggressive here in A main, and Subwolf is going to be good for that wall bang onto Scarecrow, taking down the raid boss of Clemson, keeping them in the game so far, and good for a second too.
Chance for a third. AZN will opt for the drone. Meantime, FAU has rotated all the way to the B site. Toxic screens there. And they'll look to escort that spike planner onto the site. Sultanate going to be the last line of defense here. Just looking to spam plant spot. Wall's gone up now, though. Siren able to find another. AZN's going to fall. Caught out from mid, and Clemson, well, not looking at much this round.
That's a nice low orb coming out, actually, slowing that peak from yellow here. A lot of tension building in this 2v5 situation. Clemson kind of itching to get it to match point, but it's not going to happen. And Mox is going to shut that down. Nice flawless coming out from FAU. They're keeping their name in the game so far, getting the rounds that we said that they needed to get under their belt, keeping Clemson away from reaching that match point, kind of slowly breaking their econ, as well as this is going to be Clemson's last buy until they're forced onto a save. However, with Empress in Scarecrow's hands, this could be anybody's round.
And it could be a big round for FAU here. A chance to break economy, a chance to really cement themselves back into this game. As you mentioned, Ash has been phenomenal for this team so far. This is the last ticket in. Subwolf will grab the first. Jack's playing a ridiculous offense on wall and did not get the high risk, high reward they were looking for. That's site taken by FAU. That's the plan to go down. Shockbolt is in position, will do some damage. But nonetheless, spike planted. 2 on the flank here. The shots haven't connected. Noise now known. The team has turned around. The huge potential for Scarecrow. Able to find one. Will dismiss away. Sultanate will fall, though. It's a quick trade. So many players watching for it here. Mox will find Jax onto site. Subwolf has that one. AZN off of Rafter now. Will sneak down towards site. Front of Mace taken out by Subwolf for 4K from the Jet. FAU 6-11. They've done it. They've cemented themselves back into it.
Yeah, Subwolf has really been picking it up. 21-13 now. Has just been getting multi-kill after multi-kill, trying to keep FAU in the game. Taking their team into their little backpack here. Trying to carry them through, carrying them closer to a tie-up. However, I do also want to point out Mox is doing work with that regrowth with those guiding lights. 11 assists to their name. Definitely being a great supporting character. And now Clemson has their Econ broken. Scarecrow did not end up popping that Empress, so that is available for them, and as is the Tour de Force, and we're going to see that popped on A site right away, but this time it's going to be a B hit.
Viper plus B main looking to play close contact. Yuki's had moments before. Raina's going to be there to support as well. Drones through. This poison orb hasn't found anything. Completely gone is the battery, and no info. Just doesn't get a B main. Straight into Scarecrow. Sheriff, who's been able to find two. He's been saving it for this very moment. Will sneak away with a dismiss. Site secured for now for Clemson.
5v3 situation in this retake. Oh, that's a clean head tap. I mean,
one more?
4? This could be a huge ace for Scarecrow right now. Still searching for the last one here, but it's going to be a rotation away. Just checking flank right now from Tyron. Scarecrow's definitely hungry for it. And a Vandal in hand now. Makes it even more likely, but it's going to go for the clip with the Sheriff.
No, please. Not the clip. Not the
30
clip.
seconds
Rest of the team
left.
behind him. We'll pick up rifles as well. Tyron to swing. It's the clip from Scarecrow. The ace comes through. 12-6 for Clemson. Just when we thought FAU had cemented themselves back in, Scarecrow said, forget all that noise. Don't you know who we are? We're 204. A reason now they're on match point.
That clip's going on TikTok. I'm calling it right now. I mean, sticking with the Sheriff just to get the last one too is absolutely clean. Definitely a risk being taken, but Scarecrow was confident in their aim. And what a way to take it to match point as well. FAU still definitely itching to keep their name in the game. Going for another A hit. They're going to be met with 4 if they do decide to commit to this. And Subwoof has actually picked up an operator on the attacking side for this round. And hopefully they can make good use of it.
Stolpen able to find the first from back rafter. Tyron has to shoot the Lear. Swung out, but will find the one tap. Scarecrow will fall. So there's the trade. 4-4. Gonna be a low Tyron, though, for the rest of this round. Unless they can get to that sky for the regrowth. Looks like they're gonna try to link up here outside of B main. So there's the regrowth. A little bit of health left. Still one tappable, but 100 feels a hell of a lot better than what was about 30-40.
Yeah, but I think with the timing now, it's going to be a call back towards the A site. You know, it actually was a really great lurk up to be long here. However, Jax was anchoring the entire time. Not that FAU knows that at the moment, though. And now, Clemson's actually taken that bait. This timing is going to be working out very well for them.
left.
A site free for the taking. 30 seconds on the clock, and this drone is going to catch one out.
Drone will catch one. Plant should go down here for FAU. They've been able to get all the way into the A site. It's kind of how those rotations get pulled, and Subwoof just hit top 410. Looking for opportunity. I think just yet might be the feet of Jax, depending on timing, will be just that. And there's the body shot. We'll wait for the full damage shot and has it. So Jax is going to fall. That's one member out of the retake for Clemson. Looking to put it all away right now. Bolt will get smoked, so no information off of the dart. Yuki just step forward. Has to worry about the player behind him, though. Kangoose has a clean shot from the back. A second as well. And that leaves one man, Sultanate, to be upped by Subwoof FAU. They hold on yet again at 7-12.
Econ on the side of Clemson is looking a little rough right now. Not going to be able to afford a full buy across the board. No Eco Tool de False available this time around either. However, the Headhunter can do quick work as well, especially considering the fact that it's essentially a Sheriff that you can just ADS with, like a Guardian. But with 3 ultimates on the side of FAU, it looks like this round is likely going to be going into their favor. That Viper's Pit available, Hunter's Fury, and the Resurrection as well. Would be a great round converter. However, that Viper's Pit's going to come out pretty early on the A site just to deny or delay this push for a little longer.
Well, what is this?
No!
Free gun! Free Vandal. Built different. It's a better play. So much smarter.
You always got to have faith in Shorty.
Flashes out. Be able to get Tyron out the position. Repeat from Scarecrow. Second time Tyron's won that fight from Belt. For FAU, and now they'll rotate away. They've got what they were looking for. Happy with it. Will now work to be.
Taking a little bit of mid control this time around as well. Jax is going to shoot out that recon here. And the resurrection is going to come out on Kangaloos, but no gun in hand. Just the pistol. Just a little classic since theirs was stolen away, and it'll be a 5v4 retake here, but a nice lurk mid actually coming out from the Sova on the side of FAU. Tyron might be able to get some really nice timing here.
The Chamber walks straight into the Poison Orb, somehow survives. Up against 2 members. Close corner Mox. Will sneak out for AZN. Jack's trying to pick out of the Vipers pip, and Mox will grab a 2K instead. Yuki just swings, Sultan able to find 1. Will bring numbers somewhat back. So Tyron takes him down. Yuki makes so much noise on the drop. We'll see if they heard it or not. They definitely did. Looking for it right now, and Mox will be the one to find it. 3K for the Sky, and 8th round for FAU. Slowly but surely crawling this thing back.
Yeah, they're really itching to keep themselves in it for now. I mean, trying to tie it up so we hit an overtime game, which would be our first overtime of the day, actually. And now, I don't even know what's going on with the economy on the side of Clemson. I mean, some players bought last round, others saved, and now it's going to be a bit of a scuffed buy all around once again. FAU definitely having the advantage going out here, but Scarecrow has elected to force up to that Phantom. Empress in hand, looking to make a Hail Mary move to close things out, but we'll see how this round plays out.
We will. Sabu steps forward. 2 to the back of the side, drone out to front, won't clear. Sultanate, well, he'll make his presence known. Oh, some initial spray down to Subwoof. Now to finish the kill. Second frag with a Headhunter as well. We'll pull out the upgraded secondary, make it a 3rd. Sultanate looking to single-handedly take FAU out of this map. 1 pick on the Scarecrow as he's going to fall. 2nd as well. And slowly, the turns get tabled. Isn't enough. It's Tyron. Okay, we're able to find Yuki into a 2v2. So the work Sultanate's done has been stalled out for just a couple moments here. Hunter's Fury is going to be up for Clemson, for both sides, rather. Spike down in the middle of sight.
Yeah, Clemson definitely has the advantage here. And I think what's kind of fun about this one is the fact that it's a mirror matchup, Sova versus Sova, and then Sage versus Sage, both Hunter's Furies coming out. And unfortunately, Tyron is going to fall, but Kochukon's keeping their name in the game for now. But Jax is going to close it out. 13-8 for Clemson. A nice try at that climb back by FAU, but it wasn't quite enough this time around, Kat.
Oh, close, but not quite. Nothing hurts more than seeing a team slowly crawl the round score back and just falter just barely in the end. A fantastic showing for FAU, but Clemson showed us why they got to such a dominant scoreline in the first place, being able to pull the bootstraps back up and close out the battle.
Absolutely. And I believe that is the last match out of Pool A for today. I mean, unfortunately, Wake Forest did FF, so they did not play any games today. That's 1 free round for every single team. Clemson taking the dub. Congratulations once again. I'm not sure if we will have an interview after this one, waiting to hear back on that information. But after this match, we will be taking it to the last match of the day in Pool B, which I believe is, if you have that info in front of you, Kat.
I believe it is Full Sail versus UCFA, and that will be the final matchup coming through after what will not be an interview. But that does wrap up Pool A, as you mentioned. Clemson 3-0, so 100% making it through the group, and that second team making it through should be USF as well, 2-1 on the day. So those are the top two teams from each group actually making it out into the bracket that we will see best of 3 tomorrow. So those are the 2 teams you can be expecting to see. Pool B still going on, though. Those games going to get started here in just a little bit, and we'll have the results, of course, for that after we get to those games. But we've got a break to go through first. That we have. Able to find another. We'll dismiss away towards the Phantom. I take the 1v1s, though. There's the first. Shot's not quite there. 13 seconds now. Gonna have to find the Peterson. There's no FAU is going to give the peaks away. They'll give one. Plan does have time to go down, and it will. Sub will step towards Snowman. Start to work forward towards the site. Scarecrow go to the top of Cargo. Positioning pretty dang good. You see the barrel though. 180, but still gets
Operator, I'm nervous.
spotted.
Waiting for that Sova util plan to maybe help with that retake. And Scarecrow is so clean. Always repositioning to nest here as well.
No. Siren realizing, but don't matter for Scarecrow. Could potentially throw it to yellow, but Sultan just going to step forward. Ooh, step forward and step out the round as Sub will pass that one. Look at the swing as this defuse getting held. Second frag as well. Looking for the third. Spinning in circles as Jax, he knows his fate. They make their way down to 2 for FAU. Scarecrow's
Look at this quick
around.
flank.
Flanks there. Good for 1, good for 2, good for 3 on the Phantom spray. And Sultan to finish the job from side 11 to 4.
Once again, Clemson is getting aggressive here in A main, and Subway is going to be good for that wall bang onto Scarecrow, taking down the raid boss of Clemson and keeping them in the game so far, and good for
Info just doesn't get a B main. Straight into Scarecrow. Sheriff, who's been able to find 2. He's been saving it for this very moment. Will sneak away with the dismiss. Site secured for now for Clemson.
5v3 situation in this retake. Oh, that's a clean head tap. I mean,
one more.
4.
Recipe behind him. We'll pick up right as well. Tyron to swing. It's the clip from Scarecrow.
Unfortunately, Tyron is going to fall, but Pochukan is keeping their name in the game for now. But Jax is going to close it out. 13-8 for Clemson. Nice.
So that we have. We'll find another. We'll dismiss this away towards the Phantom. I think the 1v1s though. There's the first. That's not quite there. 13 seconds now. Gonna have to throw it down. Gonna have to find the peaks. And there's no way FAU is gonna give the peaks away. They'll give one. Plant does have time to go down, and it will. Sub will step towards Snowman. Start to work forward towards the site. Scarecrow go to the top of Cargo. Finishing pretty dang good. See the barrel though. 180, but still again.
Operator, I'm nervous.
Spotted.
Waiting for that Sova util plan to maybe help with that retake. And Scarecrow is so clean. Always repositioning to nest here as well.
No. Siren realizing, but don't matter for Scarecrow. Could potentially throw it to yellow, but Sultan is just going to step forward. Ooh, step forward and step out the round, and Sub will pass that one. Looking to swing as this defuse getting held. Second frag as well. Looking for the third. Spinning in circles as Jax, he knows his fate. They make their way down to 2 for FAU. Scarecrow's
Look at this quick
around.
flank.
Flanks there. Good for 1, good for 2, good for 3 on the Phantom spray. And Sultan to finish the job from side at 11 to 4.
Once again, Clemson is getting aggressive here in A main, and Subwa is going to be good for that wall bang onto Scarecrow, taking down the raid boss of Clemson, keeping them in the game so far, and good for
Info just doesn't get a B main. Straight into Scarecrow. Sheriff, who's been able to find 2. He's been saving it for this very moment. Will sneak away with the dismiss. Site secured for now for Clemson.
5v3 situation in this retake. Oh, that's a clean head tap. I mean,
one more.
4.
Recipe behind him. We'll pick up right as well. Tyron to swing. It's the clip from Scarecrow.
Unfortunately, Tyron is going to fall, but Pochukan's keeping their name in the game for now. But Jax is going to close it out. 13-8 for Clemson. Nice.
That we have. We'll find another. We'll dismiss away towards the Phantom. I think the 1v1s though. There's the first. That's not quite there. 13 seconds now. Gonna have to run it down. Gonna have to find the peaks. And there's no way FAU is gonna get the peaks away. They'll give one. Plan does have time to go down, and it will. Sub will stuck towards Snowman. Start to work forward towards the site. Scarecrow go to the top of Cargo. Good thing. Pretty dang good. Let's see the barrel though. 180, but still again.
Operator, I'm nervous.
Spotted.
Waiting for that Sova util plan to maybe help with that retake. And Scarecrow is so clean. Always repositioning to nest here as well.
No. Tyron realizing, but don't matter for Scarecrow. Could potentially
actually throw it to yellow, but Sultan is just going to step forward.
Oh.
Ooh, step forward and step out the round as Subwolf has that one. Looking to swing it. Says Defuse getting held. Second frag as well. Looking for the third. Spinning in circles and Jax. He knows his fate. They make their way down to 2 for FAU. Scarecrow's around.
Flank.
Flanks there. Good for 1. Good for 2. Good for 3 on the Phantom. Spray and Sultan defeats a jump down from side 11 to 4.
Once again, Clemson is getting aggressive here in A main, and Subwolf is going to be good for that wall bang onto Scarecrow, taking down the raid boss of Clemson, keeping them in the game so far, and good for
Doesn't get a main. Straight to Scarecrow. Sheriff, who's been able to find 2. He's been saving it for this very moment. Will sneak away with the Smiths. Sight secured for now for Clemson.
5v3 situation in this retake. Oh, that's a clean head tap. I mean,
1 more.
4.
Not the clip. Rest of the team behind him will pick up rifles as well. Tyron to swing. It's the clip from Scarecrow.
Fortunately, Tyron is going to fall, but Coach keeping their name in the game for now. But Jax is going to close it out, 13-8 for Clemson.
That we have. We'll find another. We'll dismiss away towards the Phantom. Guys get the 1v1s though. There's the first. That's not quite there. 13 seconds now. Gonna have to run it down. Gonna have to find the peaks. And there's no way FAU's gonna give the peaks away. We give 1. Plan does have time to go down, and it will. Subwolf stuck towards Snowman. Start to work.
I can't keep the team alive. Doesn't do it this time around. The defense, 3 members alive, has 1 more to get. Sean good for 2, but that is all that he said. That 3K that we see Parker able to get here is going to make things so much better for the defense. You're going to feel so much more confident into the second half as we jump right into it.
Around there for BSU, and it looks like it's going to be a force for BGC potentially. Sean will go for the Spectre. That's about it. Only one who could buy there, so it will be potentially an avenue for Kamei, as he's actually going to go for this Bulldogs. This is a big risk here for BGC, and see if they can make do and see if Kamei can get something done with this longer range weapon.
What can be done here, though? It's going to be a force for a couple of the members, which is interesting. The first time that we see it too, a force into the second round. The first time that we see it today, and it is for a reason. It is very unlikely to see things like that happening, especially because not everyone is forcing here, so it's gonna be kind of a now or never situation for them to get value out of it. They have no idea though that Tian is going to be hiding there. Good for 2 right into their head, and 4 members alive for the defense. Is going to go as planned for the team. 1 more to get, and Sean against 3 members of the side of Ball State. I don't think it's going to be possible. Even the Spectre is not worth saving. The location is going to be a reveal, and nothing else. Not really any other hope for the Sky. Gets spotted, has to move 45 HP towards the end.
This is so unfortunate for BGC. That drone didn't spot Tien in that little corner that they added a breeze, and it punishes them insanely hard. He gets 2 kills out of it, and that flash as well, really well timed from all members of Ball State.
30 seconds
happen.
left.
Now Sean only has 1 light, and immediately is taken down, and his lifeless corpse there. There's now BSU really putting the pressure on BGC right now, 9-5 after a force from BGC.
Yeah, this is why those forces into the second round are not good. I mean, unless the enemy team has double digits on you, it's just not really worth it. You risk so much, like we see the teams doing now, and now it is Barkside in a massive disadvantage into what can happen next, because they can't even count with the economy for this round. So a full safe round that we're going to be seeing for them, not taking any of the risks. But I don't even know how many kills they can get away with, right? Because it is Ball State really putting up a fight versus them.
This game, we've seen BGC move as a collective unit towards mid, and Chuck will take down Parker. That's a great start here for BGC, but how do they convert? How do they maneuver through Breeze? Tien will propel himself up top towards Hall. Still a lot of intel left to be had here for BSU. They know If an inkling of suspicion, it could be a target, and they're going to wrap around. It'll be very interesting to see how BGC play this one out towards this rotation. It's only going to be Jacorn here for the time being.
I've got your
TN behind him, but there's going to be the Seekers. That's going to be the go signal.
As a signal to go in the guiding light, revealing that there's no one up close. They can take it from a distance. Also doesn't hear anything. The Seekers as well, going to reveal someone all the way on back of side, but the spike is going to be planted, going to give at least some comfort for this attacking team. As I see that Sean does get taken down, and it's going to be an interesting flank coming in. Is this Jet that no one is looking at, has no idea where she is, but now making some noise in Cosgrove live. Good for one, makes it two as well. And the defuse is going to stick. We already know how this works. Actually doesn't even get half.
That's a good half, 12 HP on Anas. He's just going to spray through the smoke. Half for TN. Trying to prolong this round. Can he get the defuse off? So much time being burned up. Anas trying his damnedest, but in the end, Ball State stay composed, win their 10th round.
Double digits now going for Ball State, and such a strong team as we see them performing better and better. They are making the right decisions, not only in the economy, but in those rotations that have to take place and when they have to take place. And that is the difference that we already see in a matchup like this one against Buckeye. Buckeye, a team that we saw twice today, and they were popping off. They were doing so well, all in the hands of Sean and Kamid. But now they have another challenge, and they're trying to figure out how to face it. It's gonna be vying this round started off, and the star ideally a comeback for them.
Potentially aggress forward through mid. He's gonna use Jacorn with this blinding light. Will not spot anyone though, and that drone will force them to disengage immediately. But Kamei takes down Jacorn. Can he find one more TN? Gonna brawl with him, but for the time being, it's just gonna be a 1-for-0 exchange going the way of BGC, and that's a good start to this round that they needed.
Yeah, absolutely needed, but not enough just yet. Turns around, but it's a little too late, and the Jet does get taken down. It's a 4v4, and again, that is what he said. A little bit more is going to be needed because you don't know what can happen in a matchup like this one. Everyone is just hiding in such unexpected places for teams that we've seen so many of them getting taken down because they're not checking corners or just because they're flash when they're expecting it the least. So now, rotation once again towards A from mid. And Plant is trying to go down as the kills are going down too.
Parker can't find one there, and that's going to be Plant. And finally, BGC can play to their hand and play for this post plant for TN. Who's able to spot Chop Chops. This could be absolutely major. Here's the shots. Knows someone is in that general vicinity. Finds the headshot and finds the kill on Chop Chop. TN really failed himself. He'll look to go aggressive. Find Kamei. Pop the Cloudburst down, concealing himself in mystery now. It's going to be TN with these daggers still available. Sean is looking for the flash. The timing for TN is absolutely immaculate. He's got the sheriff. He's looking for the shots. He can't find the kill. The abuse is coming in. And what a play out of TN, doing so much work here time and time again for BSU, winning them this round.
All the space that TN was able to get was absolutely insane. No one could even peek the way that they wanted to because TN was right in front of their faces and getting kills right and left. 21 kills that this player has right now and gives the 11th round to Ball State. Only 2 more that are going to be needed, a Bladestorm that is going to be available, and all the winning potential that they have, as this one is going to be yet another save for Buckeye.
Save and Anas. These daggers potentially look to make an engagement happen, but it's so difficult for Ball State to really, or for BGC rather, to get really into these sites. And Jacorn rifles some bullets home on top of Kamei. That's good for one, and that's the main man on this BGC roster gone trying to, and it feels like when Kamei gets things done, when he's able to find some of these good engagements, there's not really much follow-up for BGC at all.
Yeah, and the follow-up is going to be crucial for anything that can be done. The guiding light is going to be revealed someone there, but they don't know exactly where. They don't know that there's a Bladestorm right into mid, right at double doors. Now they get an idea, really good pick right there. This guy does get taken down, numbers advantage. Now still pretty even at 4v4 in the trades that are crucial. Another one with the Bladestorm and 70 HP should be more than enough to even get another one. The spike does get planted and 2 members alive for the defense playing completely different parts. One of them coming in the flank.
They know where SUNY is as well. He's got a recon dart, he's got 2 shock darts as well, but once again, this Ian flank is a little bit late, but he is going to be able to get here in time. Chop shots though. Will drop. It's going to be SUNY looking for one more. He's going to be right in front of Sean, right in front of Yellow here. It's going to be so difficult now for this flank to come in. Sean, he senses it. SUNY going to be good for one more. Ian just going to go for the stick. He's going to go for the defuse. Anas good for one. He's got the 3K. Does he know the defuse is happening? He's going to use all his mobility to get over there. He doesn't find the shots, and Ian should have enough time. What a play out of Ian. Goes to the flank, and it finally works out, Triad.
What a shot as well that they were able to connect right into the jet. It's so difficult in a situation like that. You know that she's ulted and you know that she can do something crazy, but shutting down the possibility and also getting half of the spike defuse was everything that this team needed. They are playing perfectly round after round to take this victory. So now it is a now or never situation for what Buckeye can do. 4 ultimates available to use whenever they want, and the one that they can capitalize the most out of is going to be the Viper's Pit.
Guess right, they're going to use the Viper's Pit on B, and that's where each and every single member of VGC is. There's the Seekers as well, and they are just liberally throwing utility in front of B main, and here's going to be the engagement. BSU going to be good for one. SUNY takes down Chuck already. The Viper gone and does an Anas though. He's made his way on the site. He's in a great position. Chop finally finds the Viper Pit gone, and it will dissipate, but SUNY still takes down one more. Tia going to be good, and it's only one remaining. Chop drops, and you can tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. Triad 13-5. We're back to normal. We're back to normalcy here. CENC 5-13 is the only situation we can deal with. But once again, great showing there for BSU. Really propelled themselves in a really good spot. And I mean, they're looking deadly. I mean, Druff said it in chat. They're looking dangerous.
Yeah, they're looking really good, and it is especially because we already saw Buckeye in 2 other situations. We already saw them in 2 other matches, and Buckeye was the one.
There we go. I was muted on vMix. My bad. Welcome back, everyone, to CENC Southeast, the regional invitation for 2022. We have seen several teams, 8 teams actually, be playing it off today in 2 groups, 4 teams per group here. And we're about to hit our last best of 1 for today in Pool B. All the matches in Pool A are done. If you want to give us a little bit of a rundown on how those groupings went down, Kat.
Yeah, sure. Actually, this will be the last match of the day for everyone. Everyone else already completed. But Pool A shaped up to Clemson 3-0. They took the thing home. They'll be moving on to bracket play quite easily. USF as well. They'll move it through 2-1. Phenomenal stompings for both of those teams. So they move themselves into bracket play tomorrow. Those are the 2 teams in Pool A. And then Pool B, we've got a little bit of a toss-up right now, Spicy. We've got UCFK. They're through. They've done and dusted. 3-0, won every game. No holds barred. It's good there. But now is where things get interesting. Chowan is 1-2. Just finished a game. 1-2. That's where they're stuck there. That's it. That's going to be the scoreline for them. UCFA are 1-1. FSA is 0-2. That's the game we have right now. There could be a 3-way 1-2 tie. There could be a UCFA going 2-1 and moving on. But we've seen FSA on stream before, had a little bit of a tough showing, but now they've got a chance to absolutely springboard their way into a tie and potentially moving the tiebreaker. Of course, I believe that does go down a round differential, and that will be a little bit of a question mark, but at least they'll get to say they made it to the tiebreaker. So we'll get to see, as we do go to split here, these teams could see themselves just barely on the brink of moving on.
Yeah, and I mean, just to reiterate for everybody at home who might not know how this bracket is working out, today in the group stages, they were all best of 1 series. And then tomorrow we're going to have playoffs for the top 4 teams overall going into grand finals. And in finals, first place will snag a cool 1K from the prize pot. Second place, I believe, is getting either 700 or 750. Production, feel free to correct me on that number. But ultimately, yes, it is 750. There we go, just to get that confirmation in. And overall, the top team per group, I believe, is going to be making it. Oh no, sorry. I'm thinking about the groups between today. We also have the Midwest.
Yes.
The competition going out, that invitational going out. So both 2 teams one from Midwest and one from the Southeast region. The winners of tomorrow will be making it to nationals, having secured a spot for themselves in May down in Atlanta, Georgia for the hopefully LAN event, as long as COVID allows it. But don't fret if your team is already out at the group stages. They will have other chances to qualify for nationals in future tournaments. So it's not the end. It's just a regional invitational for now. But yeah, moving into this last game for the day, I'm pumped. And I think it's going to be quite the nail biter. I mean, we are going to see UCF Academy probably, trying to really dial in, secure that last spot so that they're not left up to this tiebreaker situation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is the chance, this team, an opportunity to just jump ahead, not have to worry about it at all. It always sucks to try to leave things up to tiebreakers. It's so devastating for teams, and a chance to just completely avoid that. Just win the game. Just like that Full Sail team that we got to see before, as I mentioned. They had an interesting showing on Breeze. We talked about their utility, the struggle to kind of try to break through those chamber trademarks initially. So we'll see what they can bring to Split, because we know it's a map that mid control is incredibly prevalent. If you're not able to deal with mid utility, you're not able to get into heavens on either A, B site, it can be very, very hard to make takes happen. So we'll see if Full Sail has been able to come back, adapt, and make something happen as we jump into Agent Select.
Absolutely. Plus, this is also going to be the first time that we're seeing University of Central Florida Academy team on stream today. They were not highlighted in the previous matches, and so this is going to be the first time that we, as the casters, are seeing them play. And it's going to be interesting to see, how they make use of their agent composition, how they make use of their strategies, what kind of strategies, and what kind of pacing that they end up using. And then Full Sail, we've seen a couple times now, and I think it's going to be definitely interesting going out. I believe Full Sail played on Haven and then also on Breeze earlier today. So two very different maps compared to Split. Two very open maps, much larger maps, some of the largest maps in the agent pool, or in the map pool, not the agent pool. So transitioning over to Split, which is considered probably the smallest map, I believe, out of all of the maps right now, or at least the one with some of the most close quarters, especially that and bind. It's going to be a really different take as far as strategies go, as far as, the angles that you're holding. So I'm kind of hoping that, this change in the type of maps that we're seeing is going to bring out a different kind of Full Sail compared to the one that we saw earlier today.
Yeah, absolutely. We're actually getting a different Full Sail here. Talk about agent pool and different takes. We're seeing Ritzy has moved over agents. We get a tab just real quick. I'm not absolutely positive which age they moved to, but I do know they moved. I think it may be the Sage, and then there's been a move over to the Omen as well. You mentioned we got to see this team play on Haven, and Casper J was running, I believe, the Chamber, now moving to the Omen. Ritzy's moved over to the Cypher. A lot of changes coming through for Full Sail. We talked about the fact that utility was kind of rough to get together. Maybe the difference going to be the change up in compositions, but so far util a little questionable for UCFA as well, but hey, they make their way in. They got that first frag to back a B site, have all of B heaven, should be able to get themselves back to the site. Just need to find one more frag. They've got it just like that. Ritzy will fall. It's Beniper Bios, and Achilles down. Good for one. Another coming from Beniper, and Kaiser able to find one trade. Now a ghost in hand, but taken just like that by Malek, and UCFA up 1-0.
1-0, and a really quick round to start. A lot of aggression coming out right off the bat from UCFA. I was definitely worried for a colleague there running through paint shells. I thought that they were maybe going to be done for, but managed to get away by the skin of their teeth. Spectres across the board. Nothing too surprising considering that Split, is a more of a close quarters map, so the SMG does a bit more work than the long range, the LMGs would. And then some shorties on the side of the defense here, and a lot of mid aggression coming up once again. No barrier orb though to slow things down.
Already to heaven they go. Beniper able to find the frag on Kaiser off of a clean Lear. Now looking to sight. Second frag to be found. Ritzy will fall just like that. B site cut wide open once more for UCFA. Beniper will take J. Tries to make his way towards heaven. Two more to CT. Both hurt out. Kali has the first. Swinging for the second. Shorty frag is there where the shots are. Frag not so much. Kali good for a 3K. UCFA, they're up 2-0 now into the bonus. All the weapons still alive.
I'm curious to see if this aggression is going to continue on as we move into the rifling rounds. Now, round 3, FSA having this gun advantage. However, I don't know if they're going to be prepared for the aggression that normally comes out from UCFA. Might try and mow them down with the M7Gs. No ultimates online yet for either team going out, and it's going to be more of a default, a heavy default, that is, play coming out from UCFA this time around.
Yeah, for lack of a better word, mid is kind of free for UCFA. You saw how quickly they run through. There's no real utility to play towards mid aside for this one tripwire. That's the reason why Astra is so prevalent on every map. She's such a good controller, and Omen just can't do Astra things. It's that simple. There's no gravity well, there's no Nova pulses. So this team once again are straight through heaven as they make it through mid so free. That's the one piece of mid utility now broken by Akali, and they have full access to the entire map now. UCFA can rotate as they see fit, and they'll do just that. Malek will run through rope, come all the way to heaven to find that frag to Jay. Ritzy able to grab one as he's left from the back of the site now to CT, but UCFA have taken sight. They'll get the plant down. Beniper going to be up close and comfortable with one with Star Potato on the rear. On the flank will find that one, and that's what that map control can do for you. Beniper has that frag. That's a Vandal picked up for free. That leaves one member for full sale, the Omen.
Casper J with a Vandal and a Dream, but with that full shield still in hand in this 4v1 situation, considering the fact that these rifles were recovered by UCFA, it's going to be a full save coming out from Casper. Nothing too surprising there. But like you mentioned, I mean, especially in coordinated team settings, not having that Astra available, she has so much more potential than Omen does in comparison, especially since he was nerfed several patches ago. But going to be caught out here. The paranoia is not going to quite be able to be enough. Rudy is going to get that kill despite the near sight, and the team ace for UCFA, a huge bonus round for them, being able to recover all of those rifles and just putting a huge dent into FSA, who is now on an eco, all things considered, allowing UCFA to likely get an even higher lead.
Yep, 4 rifles thieved away for UCFA. The final one bought up for Akali, and mid control. Spicy, foreshadowing very early on. You got to put presence there. It's the only other option, but putting presence there really leaves you to not having retake potential because you're putting physical bodies there that, of course, can be shot if they're peeking. So definitely going to be something this team's going to have to figure out and brainstorm throughout this match if we're going to see them start to find defensive rounds. In the meantime, we found Beniper up ramp. Flash is there, no contact. Now contact to be made, but Akali all the way behind. Nobody's on A site. It's a huge flank from the rain, able to find one a second, as well as Cloud will take Beniper. Quick trade, though, for UCFA. They work their way into B heaven. They'll catch Ritzy, who will fall, and Jay dies to the nade of Melik. UCFA 4-0.
Nothing too surprising, as we mentioned, though. Full Sail being on that eco that particular round, but you know, as you're saying, they are struggling with map presence in general, both on sites and in mid, like you mentioned. I do, at the very least, like that the barrier orb actually isn't going up right away in mid. Sage, Kaiser, they're actually saving it for either another choke point or for a retake situation. And the reason why I actually favor that is because of the fact that UCFA is so aggressive. They just shoot down the barrier orb immediately, kind of negating the whole point of it. And the slows are luckily coming out, though. That paranoia is going to do work as well. Burned early, especially with the slow, but at least not a free entry into mid as per usual. And Jay with that opening pick.
Opening pick for Jay. Opening pick to B site for Star Potato. Able to find Ritzy. Once again, that's the Sentinel taken out of this round, or the more heavy util-based Sentinel, I suppose. Obviously, Sage exists.
I'm surprised like Helm's actually not calling for their team to rotate right now. I mean, after getting that... Oh, well, here the rotate goes. Especially after getting that pick off of Casper. We're going to see UCFA now moving their way to a free A site that has been completely cleared out by Kellum here. He's all the way up in spawn. Should be good for at least one, but hopefully doesn't over-aggressive clean head tap. It's going to come through.
Good for one indeed. Paint shells could be good for another because those are very low players. They're able to just barely dodge that shrapnel. Won't be touched by the initial nade. The repeats definitely could be another story. This team not opting to save. They'll take the fights instead. Beniper to find the first, but instantly traded by Cloud. looking to finish the job, and he's done just that. A 3K coming through. UCFA 5-0 right now. And as long as they keep working the map in such a way, they have so much play potential. They force players to pull into mid and pull off site because of how aggressive they're getting in that direction with the lack of utility. I don't see a way this team gets beat, at least on the attacking side.
But I mean, this is going to be tough, I think. I'm curious to see, once we switch sides, to know if UCFA will be punished for this kind of aggression on the defensive side in case they might over-aggress during, lurks or flanks or whatnot. But before we get into that, we're still on the attack for them. That Blade Storm being popped early but annihilated by Akali. Kaiser, though, good for the trade. So it's a 4v4 situation. Yes, very true. However, FSA kind of playing bit more safely, not going to actually get that information that the spike is outside of A, and a rotation will be called towards mid.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, fortunately, Sage not looking for more there, just in case they are stacked up too, which allows the spike to get recovered quite easily. And now the Seekers will come through towards B Heaven. Flashes there, force J away, and into B Heaven. UCFA are once more. One Seeker will get information towards Ritzy to the back of sight. Jay swung upon, grabs one, but instant trades that come through. UCFA will find 2 frags in the sight just like that, but Hyper through Nebula to grab another just for the homies. Guys are able to find a trade inevitably on the Star Potato, and that leaves a 2v2 after the res. Straight into the rock!
No!
Okay. Line them up, take them down. UCFA 6-0 thanks to the showstopper.
No Rosa ults here, only dubs. Okay, going in to 6-0 now. FSA, I believe. If we could just pull up the buy screen, or not the buy screen, the scoreboard real quick. Get a bit of a peek over to maybe what the buys and the ultimate statuses are looking like. Yeah, we have that Neural Theft and the From the Shadows available on the side of FSA, but on this eco, likely won't see them coming out unless a cool Thrifty is able to happen, maybe convert the round by expending those ultimates. But UCFA now leaning towards the A site, looking to maybe take control of main here. The Lear is going to be going out, but Cloud is actually going to be good for one.
That huge from Cloud, looking for a second now to swing through screen. Playing with fire here. Rest of the team going to be Rafters now. Great paranoia to come through to put Rudy down at the very least, but there's definitely help coming from May. Won't matter as Jay's able to swing through. Slow is there, so Jay stuck for the meantime. Down towards Hell. Casper isn't able to get away. TP out of danger here. Viper now making waves. Jay to catch another from Hell will swing through with the newfound Phantom. UCFA stuck very much split here, looking to get together once again towards Hell. First ball to come through will give him like the first peek. That's Jay to fall. One towards screen. Another Heaven in the flank on the way, inevitably from the Sage. There'll be no lurk utility since that Sentinel has gone down. Speaking about going down, the Sentinels, Ritzy will fall towards Heaven into the 2v2.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kaiser just wasn't able to be quick enough on that flank. That operator in hand is going to whiff this one 2v2 situation.
Player standing.
Get 2v1 as Star Potato has one, and the swing will come through from the Rays. It's 7-0 for UCFA. Clean and house thus far. They make it happen. A pretty dang good round for FSA too. It's been a struggle to see them allocate resources mid-round. The adaptation was very, very good. Able to capitalize off the picks from Cloud. Jay was able to get down towards Hell. It's unfortunately UCFA. They get together. The duo makes plays happen, and they somehow steal the round.
Absolutely. And I mean, now the operator is in the hands of Star Potato. Converting that over from the defenders to the attackers might be good for one here, but nobody's going to take the bait and peek B main early. That Empress is going to be popped, and yeah, the paranoia gets extended pretty early, like you mentioned. And the Lear is going to come out through mail here as Akali tries to take this space.
Back to that original slow orb. We haven't actually seen this slow orb since pistol round. So good to see it back. Casper will fall to Milik. Quick trade to come through. UCFA have made their way into Heaven. Peek from Cloud. Kali's going to take that one away. Looking to pinch towards sight now as Ritzy on default box. Hoping a dream and will shut down just like that. Star Potato will take that one Milik through for a second frag. He anchors towards Heaven. Another on the way. Kaiser will peek. Gone. 8-0.
Yeah, I I mean, I think what Full Sail's really struggling with right now is playing as a team, to be quite honest. They are allowing a lot of 1v1s or 1vx situations to happen, not really playing for those trades, and their positioning makes it a little bit difficult to help each other out as well. I did like the stack in B Heaven there, considering the fact that they are used to UCFA, you know, taking that B Heaven control kind of right off the bat. But unfortunately, the timing, the change in pacing did them dirty, having that rotation being called off towards A as well. So some nice conditioning, a nice fake coming out from UCFA, and now more mid control is going to be taken, and they really just give it up for free. I mean, split is called split for a reason. You're splitting through mid and you're splitting through A main. You can't give up mid control.
There's nothing to hold it. They tried to use bodies and that did not work out. They used the bodies aside instead, and it's kind of the same story as it was the mid. The frags just come through for UCFA. He's going to grab another. Looking for 3, but it will be a quick trade coming through from Sniper. Always there for the support frag. Been fantastic on this guy all map. Casper on the ropes. Heard. Naded. Will step forward. Very low HP. The wall break's just barely off. Pixels off. The swing and the frag. 9-0 for UCFA. Hey, Spicy, I think that might make it out.
I'm not going to say anything quite yet. I don't want to jinx anything, don't want to curse anything, and there are two ultimates. Yeah, there are 2 ultimates on both sides right now. Star Potato has that Cosmic Divide available. Rudy with the Tool Default as well, and Ritzy and Casper have been holding on very dearly to these ults on their sides. Haven't used them quite yet, but I guess also haven't maybe had the opportunity to. However, if mid control is going to be given up like this, I would like FSA to be, you know, taking these flank positions instead. You have to put pressure somewhere else if you're going to, you know, leave another space open. You have to take a different kind of map control for yourselves. If, you know, things are just going to be left for free. And now, B control, B Heaven, that is, just being free for the taking once again for UCFA.
That it is, and Akali leading the charge yet again. The raid boss Rain, a good defined one as Casper will fall. Second frag as well as Ritzy's down to the back of the site. Cloud does manage to pick up one. That's the position known about. A fantastic flash in for Akali, but not able to gather that space. Just able to push the op further and further away. They recognize it must be on its way to heaven. They'd be right in that guess. Sniper looking there. We'll grab Jay. Timing perfect for Akali right now. Is going to sneak behind. First flash is good. Akali to swing. Make it 1. And oh! Kaiser turns!
What a flick!
Barely turns. A flick for the ages. But eventually all flicks must come to an end. The movie has credits for a reason. Malek will take that one away as the credits roll. 10-0 so far for UCFA.
10-0 for UCFA. Now going to be on this scuffed buy for Full Sail. Kaiser's opting to buy up to this Phantom right now. I'm not sure if the entire team is planning on forcing in this upcoming round. It looks like ultimately it's going to be... I don't even know what this buy is. You have to be consistent with the team. I mean, that is the #1 rule, is to make sure that the buys are lining up with each other.
Like, you say that now, Ash, but I see through this. Ritzy is about to pop off on site. He knows they like to finish B from B Heaven. We'll just pop off, grab an ace, FSA get on the board, take the momentum, start rolling. It's that simple.
Easy Cypher clap.
It's that simple. Just ready and wait.
Oh my god, the lurks.
Yeah, there's so many. Every time they allocate resources towards mid and they throw players there, it just means the lurk's on the way. And Akali's back once more. Jay's able to grab 2 in the meantime, but there's the lurk. It's here. Rudy will be the one to take that frag. As Jay inevitably going to fall. And Ritzy, telling you, here's the moment. He's gonna get the peek with the spike there. B Heaven once more. Could be huge if Kaiser can grab picks, but Rudy with the judge gonna catch it out. And it's Ritzy's time to shine, baby. Good for the first. Looking for the second. Gonna peek the operator. Finds damage. Can he stay alive? We'll get peeked towards sight, and Akali will take it away. Dreams will fall here as it's 11-0. UCFA still leading flawlessly.
Rudy also just keeping that judge in hand right now, even though the op was lying there, primed for the taking. He said they didn't need it. You know, just gonna run it down. It's split. You got them up in their grill. Those frags off. And now Cloud is gonna be forced to use that Blade Storm in this coming round. There are 4 ultimates available on both sides. Almost 5 for FSA. They are gonna have to expend every single one of them for the last round before we swap halves here. That Cosmic Divide is going to come out quite early on B from UCFA. Not going to be, but going to deny a lot of information.
Actually been waiting for that. We've seen the paranoia consistently from Casper, but no one's actually peeked off of it. Now Jay does. Was able to grab the ramen player. Cloud. So close. Trigger not pulled in time. Kai will take that one. Seeker's going to come through to garner all this mid control. They'll run their way through as Akali's running through rope yet again. Now here for the flank as Jay's going to be stuck towards mailroom. And well, package not sent as Kaiser has that one. Quick trade though for Viniper. And Rudy with the judge close range. This could be exactly what he's looking for. Pop Flash going to come through. Ray able to turn back into the angle in time, but down nonetheless. Viniper and Star will combine for the final 2 frags. It's match point for UCFA. It's 12-0. This could be
match point.
The last round on the pistol.
Still not going to comment on it. I'm holding my breath right now. Full Sail is going to definitely have to, well, regardless, they are going to have to win this one, being at match point to keep their name in the game. But it's going to be a long climb back, even if they're able to secure the first round and the bonus. I mean, I think what's tough is also the fact that FSA obviously went with this 2 Sentinel composition right off the bat, so considering they were starting on defense, but they weren't really able to use it to their advantage. And they also have no information agents other than Cypher, but Cypher's just anchoring site, right? You don't have an initiator. So they do have the double duelist. So maybe some newfound aggression will be coming out here.
Who would win? This push or 1 grenade? Well, it'll be the ghost shots instead. Noah's able to grab one. Akali into the smoke, but gone just like that as Kaiser has the frag. So even numbers so far. Not so much anymore. Rudy's got the headhunter shots. They're looking for more with the ghost. Not quite there, though. Haven't rotated yet, though, FSA. They know the presence is there, but just looking to take it to him frag-wise. Rudy will grab another, and that leaves just 2 members of FSA. So much work to do, and, well, it's not to be today. It's 13-0. It's a flawless victory for UCFA, who stormed their way out of groups.
And I just want to say, this is the academy team, too, for the University of Central Florida. I mean, we saw the main team, playing very well today as well. Actually, them being in the same group, both of these UCF teams, the main team and the academy team, played against each other earlier. UCF main team taking the dub over the academy team, but this just proves that the academy team is definitely up and coming in the collegiate scene as well. And congratulations to them for getting this dub.
Yeah, UCF, ironically, formerly a CSGO team. They always attend LAN events. Their roster actually, 2018, I saw them up at DreamHack Atlanta. They were #1 ranked in the nation in terms of collegiate CS. So not surprised to see a team that can flow through attack FPS very similar to Valorant, and then come into Valorant and look pretty darn good. 2 of their teams in the group, and guess what teams made it out? Both University of Central Florida teams will be making out of Pool B. They will be in bracket play tomorrow, and joining them is Clemson and USF. But that is it for today. Those are your teams moving into bracket play, and what spectacular fashion to do it.
Absolutely. And I think we're going to throw to a short break. We will be back shortly. And after that, we will, give our ending notes to you guys, and we'll catch you in a few.
Contact to be made, but Akali all the way behind. Nobody's on A site. It's a huge flank from the rain. Able to find 1 a second, as well as Cloud will take the Viniper. Quick trade, though, for UCFA. They work their way into B heaven. They'll catch Ritzy, who will fall. Ritzy to back to site. Just swung upon, grabs 1, but instant trades that come through. UCFA will find 2 frags in the site just like that. But Viniper through Nebula to grab another just for the homies. Guys are able to find a trade inevitably on the Star Potato, and that leaves a 2v2 after the res. Straight into the rock.
No.
Okay. Line them up.
I mean, split is called split for a reason. You're splitting through mid and you're splitting through A main. You can't give up mid control.
There's nothing to hold it. They tried to use bodies, and that did not work out. They used the bodies aside instead, and it's kind of the same story as it was the mid. The frags just come through for UCFA. He's going to grab another. He's looking for 3, but it will be a quick trade coming through from Sniper. Always there. But I see through this. Rizzy is about to pop off on site. He knows they like to finish B from B heaven.
UCFA, not going to deny a lot of information.
Actually been waiting for that. We've seen the paranoia consistently from Casper, but no one's actually peeked off of it. Now Jay does. He's able to grab the ramen player. Cloud. So close. Trigger not pulled in time. Kai will take that one. Seeker's going to come through to garner all this mid control. They'll run their way through as Akali's running through rope yet again. Now here for the flank as Jay's going to be stuck towards mailroom. And well, package not sent as Kaiser has that one. Quick trade though for Viniper. And Rudy with the judge close range. This could be exactly what he's looking for. Pop flash going to come through. Ray able to turn back into the angle in time, but down frag-wise. Rudy will grab another. And that leaves just 2 members of FSA. So much work to do, and well, it's not to be today. It's 13-0. It's a flawless victory for UCFA, who stormed their way. I'm able to Kali all the way behind. Nobody's on A site. It's a huge flank from the rain. Able to find 1 a second, as well as Cloud will take Beniper. Quick trade, though, for UCFA. They work their way into B heaven. They'll catch Ritzy, who will fall. Ritzy to the back of sight. Jay swung upon, grabs 1, but instant trades that come through. UCFA will find 2 frags in the sight just like that. Beniper through Nebula to grab another just for the homies. Guys are able to find a trade inevitably on the star potato, and that leaves a 2v2 after the res. Straight into the rock.
No.
Okay. Line 'em up.
I mean, split is called split for a reason. You're splitting through mid and you're splitting through A main. You can't give up mid control.
There's nothing to hold it. They tried to use bodies, and that did not work out. They used the bodies aside instead, and it's kind of the same story as it was the mid. The frags just come through for UCFA. I'm going to grab another. He's looking for 3, but it will be a quick trade coming through from Sniper. Always there. But I see through this. Rizzy is about to pop off on the site. He knows they like to finish B from B heaven.
UCFA, gonna deny a lot of information.
Actually, been waiting for that. We've seen the paranoia consistently from Casper, but no one's actually peeked off of it. Now, Jay does. He's able to grab the ramen player, Cloud. So close. Trigger not pulled in time. Kai will take that one. Seeker gonna come through to garner all this mid control. They'll run their way through as Akali's running through rope yet again. Now here for the flank as Jay's gonna be stuck towards mail room. And well, package not sent as Kaiser has that one. Quick trade though for Beniper. And Rudy with the judge close range. This could be exactly what he's looking for. Pop flash gonna come through. Ray able to turn back into the angle in time, but down frag wise. Rudy will grab another. And that leaves just 2 members of FSA. So much work to do, and well, it's not to be today. It's 13-0. It's a flawless victory for UCFA, who stormed their way. I'm able to Kali all the way behind. Nobody's on A site. It's a huge flank from the rain. Able to find 1 a second, as well as Cloud will take Beniper. Quick trade though for UCFA. They work their way into B heaven. They'll catch Ritzy, who will fall. Ritzy to the back of sight. Jay swung upon, grabs 1, but instant trades that come through. UCFA will find 2 frags in the sight just like that. But Beniper through Nebula to grab another just for the homies. Guys are able to find a trade inevitably on the star potato, and that leaves a 2v2 after the res. Straight into the rock.
No.
Okay. Line 'em up.
I mean, split is called split for a reason. You're splitting through mid and you're splitting through A main. You can't give up mid control.
There's nothing to hold it. They tried to use bodies, and that did not work out. They used the bodies aside instead, and it's kind of the same story as it was the mid. The frags just come through for UCFA. I'm going to grab another. He's looking for 3, but it will be a quick trade coming through from Sniper. Always there. But I see through this. Rizzy is about to pop off on site. He knows they like to finish B from B heaven.
UCFA, gonna deny a lot of information.
Actually, been waiting for that. We've seen the paranoia consistently from Casper, but no one's actually peeked off of it. Now, Jay does. He's able to grab the ramen player, Cloud. So close. Trigger not pulled in time. Kai will take that one. Seeker's going to come through to garner all this mid control. They'll run their way through as Akali's running through rope yet again. Now here for the flank as Jay's going to be stuck towards mail room. And well, package not sent as Kaiser has that one. Quick trade though for Beniper. And Rudy with the judge close range. This could be exactly what he's looking for. Pop flash going to come through. Ray able to turn back into the angle in time, but down frag wise. Rudy will grab another. And that leaves just 2 members of FSA. So much work to do, and well, it's not to be today. It's 13-0. It's a flawless victory for UCFA, who stormed their way. I'm able to Kali all the way behind. Nobody's on A site. It's a huge flank from the rain. Able to find 1 a second, as well as Cloud will take Beniper. Quick trade though for UCFA. They work their way into B heaven. They'll catch Ritzy, who will fall. Ritzy to the back of sight. Jay swung upon, grabs 1, but instant trades that come through. UCFA will find 2 frags in the sight just like that. But Beniper through Nebula to grab another just for the homies. Guys are able to find a trade inevitably on the star potato, and that leaves a 2v2 after the res. Straight into the rock.
No.
Okay. Line 'em up.
I mean, split is called split for a reason. You're splitting through mid and you're splitting through A main. You can't give up mid control.
There's nothing to hold it. They tried to use bodies, and that did not work out. They used the bodies aside instead, and it's kind of the same story as it was the mid. The frags just come through for UCFA. I'm going to grab another. He's looking for 3, but it will be a quick trade coming through from Sniper. Always there. But I see through this. Ritzy's about to pop off on site. He knows they like to finish B from B heaven.
But gonna deny a lot of information.
Actually been waiting for that. We've seen the paranoia consistently from Casper, but no one's actually peeked off of it. Now Jay does. He's able to grab the ramen player. Cloud. So close. Trigger not pulled in time. Kyle will take that one. Seeker's going to come through to garner all this mid control. They'll run their way through as Akali's running through rope yet again. Now here for the flank as Jay's going to be stuck towards mailroom. And well, package not sent as Kaiser has that one. Quick trade though for Beniper. And Rudy with the judge close range. This could be exactly what he's looking for. Pop Flash going to come through. Ray able to turn back into the angle in time, but down frag-wise. Rudy will grab another. And now he's just 2 members of FSA. So much work to do, and well, it's not to be today. It's 13-0. It's a flawless victory for UCFA, who stormed their way. He made Bakali all the way behind. Nobody's on A site. It's a huge flank from the rain. Able to find 1 a second, as well as Cloud will take Beniper. Quick trade, though, for UCFA. They work their way into B heaven. They'll catch Ritzy, who will fall. Ritzy to back of sight. Jay swung upon. Grabs 1, but instant trades that come through. UCFA will find 2 frags in the sight just like that. But Hyper through Nebula to grab another just for the homies. Guys are able to find a trade inevitably on the star potato, and that leaves a 2v2 after the res. Straight into the rock.
No.
Line them up.
I mean, split is called split for a reason. You're splitting through mid and you're splitting through A main. You can't give up mid control.
There's nothing to hold it. They tried these bodies and that did not work out. They used the bodies aside instead, and it's kind of the same story as it was the mid. The frags just come through for UCFA. He's going to grab another. He's looking for 3, but it will be a quick trade coming through from Sniper. Always there. But I see through this. Ritzy's about to pop off on site. He knows they like to finish B from B heaven.
But gonna deny a lot of information.
Actually been waiting for that. We've seen the paranoia consistently from Casper, but no one's actually peeked off of it. Now Jay does. He's able to grab the ramen player. Cloud. So close. Trigger not pulled in time. Kyle will take that one. Seeker's going to come through to garner all this mid control. They'll run their way through as Sakali's running through rope yet again. Now here for the flank as Jay's going to be stuck towards mailroom. And well, package not sent as Kaiser has that one. Quick trade though for Beniper. And Rudy with the judge close range. This could be exactly what he's looking for. Pop Flash going to come through. Ray able to turn back into the angle in time, but down frag-wise. Rudy will grab another. And that leaves just 2 members of FSA. So much work to do, and well, it's not to be today. It's 13-0. It's a flawless victory for UCFA, who stormed their way. Able to Kali all the way behind. Nobody's on A site. It's a huge flank from the rain. Able to find 1 a second, as well as Cloud will take Beniper. Quick trade, though, for UCFA. They work their way into B heaven. They'll catch Ritzy, who will fall. Ritzy to back of sight. Jay swung upon. Grabs 1, but instant trades that come through. UCFA will find 2 frags in his sight just like that. But Hyper through Nebula to grab another just for the homies. Guys are able to find a trade inevitably on the star potato, and that leaves a 2v2 after the res. Straight into the rock.
No.
Line them up.
I mean, split is called split for a reason. You're splitting through mid and you're splitting through A main. You can't give up mid control.
There's nothing to hold it. They tried these bodies and that did not work out. They used the bodies aside instead, and it's kind of the same story as it was the mid. The frags just come through for UCFA. He's going to grab another. He's looking for 3, but it will be a quick trade coming through from Sniper. Always there. But I see through this. Ritzy's about to pop off on site. He knows they like to fish B from B heaven.
UCFA. But gonna deny a lot of information.
Actually been waiting for that. We've seen the paranoia consistently from Casper, but no one's actually peeked off of it. Now Jay does. He's able to grab the ramen player. Cloud. So close. Trigger not pulled in time. Kyle will take that one. Seeker's going to come through to garner all this mid control. They'll run their way through as Akali's running through rope yet again. Now here for the flank as Jay's going to be stuck towards mailroom. And well, package not sent as Kaiser has that one. Quick trade though for Beniper. And Rudy with the judge close range. This could be exactly what he's looking for. Pop Flash going to come through. Ray able to turn back into the angle in time, but down frag-wise. Rudy will grab another. And that leaves just 2 members of FSA. So much work to do, and well, it's not to be today. It's 13-0. It's a flawless victory for UCFA, who stormed their way. Able to Kali all the way behind. Nobody's on A site. It's a huge flank from the rain. Able to find 1 a second, as well as Cloud will take Beniper. Quick trade, though, for UCFA. Welcome back, one and all. We just watched our final match of the day over here in the Southeast Virtual Invitational for CENC, and now we are joined on the desk by Rudy, who just speed ran into groups over for the University of Central Florida Academy. Rudy, how does it feel to know you're moving on to bracket play?
It feels really good. Couldn't have hoped for a better outcome in that last match. Really sort of needed that one. Really brought the morale up and woke everyone up. So yeah, we're really hyped for the next day, actually.
Nice. I was actually curious, how are you guys feeling about the fact that, I mean, both of the UCF teams right now are playing in the same group, and both of you guys are moving on into tomorrow's semifinals. I was just curious, like, do you guys normally scrim against each other, practice together, or are you guys going in blind against each other?
No, we play a lot. We've been playing a lot since last semester as well against each other, so we sort of know a lot of the like vibes and strats that we go for. So the match is definitely a lot more intense than others, because in others sort of just go in blind, have to sort of adapt like midway through the game, but we sort of know how each other plays, so it's a bit harder, and we have to, like 3D chess things. So
1000%. Now let's talk about 3D chess. Looking a little bit two-dimensional instead in terms of mid pressure for you on to split. How did it feel taking mid? Did it feel like a struggle at all? Was there adaptation there? Like, walk me through it a little bit.
It's split. You got to get the mid pressure. You always got to get it down mid. We just kept pressuring it. We realized that it just kept working and it became easier and easier. So, I mean, the mid was sort of just left free, and so we took advantage of it. It was really easy map control from there, and we were winning our gunfight. So even when we were in a favorable position, things sort of turned in our direction. Kali and Caleb really went crazy that match.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess I was curious to know, is there anything like that the team does together to prepare for, tournament days and whatnot? Like if you guys have any like traditions that you do together, to hype yourselves up before games and whatnot?
I don't think we have any sort of like traditions or anything like that, but we always try and like talk before and after and make sure the mental's strong, keep everything going. We're really like a close-knit group of homies. So when things are going wrong, we like to figure it out, but when things are going right, everything just sort of flows.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, I believe Kat mentioned earlier during the cast that this roster was actually seen at DreamHack Atlanta for CS. Is this is it the whole roster that is the same as your CSGO team?
No, actually. Or at least this roster isn't.
Really?
We weren't the DreamHack roster, but we do know of them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think I don't even know what you mean by that. I think the other team, the DreamHack Atlanta team, hasn't transferred over to Valorant. I think they're still vibing on CS.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
But it is the same school. I guess we're a strong FPS school.
Yeah, 100%. And speaking of strong FPS school, both making it out. What are the over-unders, would you say, on a full UCF grand final?
Like UCF versus UCF in the grand finals? I think it's like 50%.
Okay, I like that.
Like, I feel like we have a really good chance of making it, and the other UCF team has a really good chance of making it. And looking at some of the other teams in the pool, I feel like both of us have a really good chance about winning against them. So
sure,
I think it's very possible.
Sure.
Obviously, I don't hope they lose, or I don't hope they. I don't hope they lose. Like, I obviously want to win it, but
of course,
they're still the homies regardless, and it would be really, really fun if we got to go into the grand finals against them.
Of course,
yeah, that'd be a heated match for sure. But yeah, again, thank you so much for coming on, talking to us, doing this interview, for your time. Congratulations on the huge dub once again, and for moving on to tomorrow. And I mean, before we head out of the interview, was there anybody that you want to shout out or thank before we headed out?
I gotta give a shout out to my boy Star Potato. The Opping Astra always goes crazy, comes in clutch, notorious clutch star. And he did get like the 1v5 clutch last game. I don't know if you guys saw. It was pretty crazy. So he's shout out to Star.
Star name for a star player. But yeah, thank you again so much, Rudy, for coming on, and good luck tomorrow. We're excited to, cast tomorrow's games and see your team playing once again, and definitely rest up. Probably going to grind. I would imagine you guys are grinding more Valorant probably later today.
Yeah, we all got to hit Radiant, so.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, thanks again, Rudy, and I hope you have a great rest of your evening.
You too. Have a good day, guys.
Later,
Thank
brother.
you. And now it's just back to us, Kat.
Miss that guy. Phenomenal vibe. Phenomenal vibe from him, but hopefully we'll see more of him tomorrow. Hopefully we get another Rudy interview. If all goes well for UCFA, a very strong college coming into this event. Obviously, if they send both rosters forward. But speaking of moving forward, the broadcast certainly has to. And with that, we go to Smash Bros now for the rest of the day for CENC. We actually have a match still going on in the Midwest region, Ash. So we'll go ahead and throw you over there. And then we'll get another host segment. We'll get to hear back from the one and only Polly Hype to keep you hyped up for Smash coming later. So if you're into Smash, stick around here on this broadcast. We'll be back with the Southeast action there. Same story for Midwest. So we jump you over to the twitch.tv/esports feed. If you want to chat about the game, make sure you head there. But that's it for us here. We'll catch you back same time, same place tomorrow.
Towards A, because they understand that if, you know, a push comes over towards B, the lockdown can be used and they can just retake the site with ease. So very smart here from Northwood, putting their eggs in both baskets. Now Karisu gonna be spotted with that KJ utility, and that's a good bit of intel going the way of Northwood. They know someone is at least lurking up towards mid.
They're taking a lot of time to push, immediately backing up after that information was given towards mid, and what that is going to be 30 seconds and
left.
there's no time to rotate. This time around it's gotta be B, and luckily for them there's no one in that area. Everyone else in the distance for Northwood, they thought it was going to be an A push, and now they're going to take longer to make that rotation. The door is going to try to get closed. It should be closed pretty comfortably as there's only 10 seconds remaining and the kills start to come up for Sever Illinois.
Magic Beans actually pushed out and found 2 kills. Great play to him, and now Furbza will transfer it back. He finds one. Furbza pops the Empress. This is his moment to shine here for Northwood. Trying to make something happen. There's the KJ ultimate as well. Everything being used. Recon out will reveal Furbza. For the time being, he will be snuffed out. He's going to work around the corner. He actually reloaded during that time. Almost gets taken down. It's going to be Dip. Good for one. Here comes Furbza. Out of the smoke. He'll be taken down. DJ's good for one. Here comes the kills flooding onto the site. It will be Illinois as the debris settles, winning their 5th round.
Last
This
round
is exactly what I expected from them too. I expected this first half to be extremely close. After we saw the first 1 or 2 rounds, it was already an indication of what the stakes were for them and how they're giving everything that they have into this match. It's a 6-5. It can be a 6-6. Nonetheless, it's extremely close. Probably one of the closest ones that we can have. We have to see, and just looking at what's left, it's going to be the lockdown more than anything that can create a lot of space for pushing the enemy to go somewhere else.
Tyler here, but Karisu takes his head off and gives him a good haircut there, and now 5v4 once again for Illinois. They put themselves in these situations time and time again. They find an early frag and they play methodically dry, and it allows the rotations to come in seamlessly.
Everyone in the defense still watching out, not pushing, not making any mistakes just yet as they're trying to get some information, and it seems like at least towards the B they're hungry to get that information. They're going to be pushing and potentially spotting one of these attackers.
Drops. More Magic Beans inserts himself on top of A, and now the spike will be planted. No doubt about that. Lightest will be the one to do it. The door will close. Potentially, the door closes on Northwood's opportunity to win this round in a 4v2 with the lockdown available as well. Dryad, so many tools here for Illinois to use. They can use that lockdown as well, even if Dip gets a pick here with this operator. So much room to play with, but can he find the options? Can he work around this? Benji is going to be spotted as well, and now Dip thinks one's under health, thinks they're everywhere here, and there's going to be the lockdown being used. Now it makes things so difficult for Northwood getting onto the site. Benji is going to look to play linebacker. Like, keep away. He's good for one. He's good for 2. He can't find 3, but Dip, he's just going to stick with the views. He can't. The KJ ultimate's there. Oh, man, so unfortunate. Magic Beans plays it so well, and he'll shank Dip at the end of it all. 6-6 to round this out. Wouldn't have wanted any other way, Drag. Switching sides. So neck and neck.
It is so close. 6-6. Magic Beans was doing so much in that round, not only getting the kills, but knowing exactly when to use the lockdown, not too early, not too late. and guaranteeing that the defense, they had nothing to do. Even if they tried pushing long, it was so many different angles that they had to get the kills from, and that was just not possible. So a 6-6 really showcasing how close these two teams are in terms of skill and the potential that we have now into the second half. And I want to say this is also one of the best maps to be to have a 6-6 score, right? Because it is map that can be both attacker and defensive sided.
Firms up. Will force his way inside along the rest of the team here of North, but Cruising is going to be good for one on top of Dip. Is traded back, and there's a start. Lofts over towards the site. Northwood getting a ton of ground here. And actually forcing back Illinois for the time being, but they're still confident. Still ready with these shots. Now a 3v3 scenario here for Northwood as they go for the plant. Well, look. Post plant here.
The post is the only chance, but because so many kills happened early on, we saw 4 members of both of the teams already getting taken down. So a 3v3 is the only chance that we have here. Playing towards Hell, can be spotted, can be shot from heaven, and the situation just gets harder and harder to deal with. But it is the Astra, of course, that makes it look easy. Only a killjoy remaining. Magic Beans, he was able to be highlighted before. Can he do it again? Not a lot of HP to work with. Completely surrounded, nowhere to go. And Tyler will end up with the suffering once again. A 7-6, and Northwood once again, they get that pistol round.
Beans doesn't have any more of that magic in that pistol round, but still very, very close. And, you know, we've seen even in that last half, Northwood got those first 2 rounds, and it didn't matter. It wasn't even a factor. Illinois bursted back and scored 4 times in a row, and now put themselves here in a 7-6 deficit, but still plenty of time here in this game to look for a bit of a save here. Look for some marshals and sheriffs, and will play aggressively towards A, trying to guess right, but they don't, and it will be a mid-push here for Northwood. All the control in the world for them as Drakius gets a pick as well.
Very nice pick to start off this round. A round that can be pretty much just transitory for this attacking team, as they have the Spectres, they have the space, and they're going to be planting a spike towards B to have everything they could need. And in the meantime, Illinois trying to catch up, trying to all be together before going in and hoping to get 1 or 2 picks.
It's going to have to be first once again with these Lears gaining some entry onto this site, but every angle is how it's surrounded. Dip is going to be good for 1. Continues the spray. He's good for 2. Firms and Benji backing up his teammate, and right now it is all Northwood galloping onto the site with ease. It's a flawless here. They're going to go up 8-6 right now. Confidence oozing through their veins, Triad. What a round.
1 or 2 picks, but they can't even get that. It is the flawless coming in for the side of Northwood, and a good way to start it off. But this round 3 is where the trouble started for them into that first half. This is where they started losing. They couldn't win that 3rd round with the Spectres. The rifles were just better, and they couldn't get their pace back up after some of their time. So now I want to see how they change things up, especially as they are attacking. They want to take these goals up close and personal, having those Spectres and guaranteeing that they can happen very early on for them.
That Owl drone will spot 1 over towards Garden. That would be the go signal to move on to the site. Benji not here for this push, so it's going to be a 4-on-4 here, as both KJs are not even close towards the site. And right now, Firms getting harassed here, sprayed down with bullets. He's got to be careful. The plant will come in and will ensue. Potential post plan here for Illinois, a must-win situation, and right now the corners, the angles are so close. Dip is going to be revealed. His location is spotted, but right now no push going to come through from Heaven. He'll wait and move in under Hell now. 8-6 here for Northwood. So much control over the site. They're waiting for the piece to come through. Here it comes from Burza. He's getting swarmed and harassed by so many members of Illinois. And now Dip, his location is known as well. Benji's going to be good for 1. The flags are coming in from Northwest. But can they find more? Hoop and GJ is getting so much film with this Astra. The look for the right. That comes in from Benji. He can't find it. Now a 1v2 here for Dip. He's got the 3K. He's got no HP. The stick comes in. The updraft, the parachute up top. From the top rope, he slips his way down, and Dip is good for 4. Northwest, wow, Northwood 9-6. Oh my word.
And 4 kills that Dip was able to get. That is absolutely insane. What a player that he is for the team. The performance that he has on the jet, it just makes stands. It just puts the team on top over and over again. A 9-6 round that Illinois was supposed to get at those rifles, but now they cannot have them. They lost them completely, and it's got to be a safe for them. Really perfect scenario more than anything for Northwood, just to continue getting more, just to get those double digits on this round.
Flying it away on top of the smoke. He's got to be careful. Work his way out, but he's spotted by that KJ turret. Takes one more shot, but takes a good bit of chip damage for his troubles. And now 9-6 here. A couple of ultimates here from both sides, but regardless, another easy push towards B. Do they spot the KJ in the back of sight? That's the question.
Oh, and what I see is gonna be Magic Beans getting one kill, but everyone all across the side makes things so much more difficult. The spike is going to get planted.
Spike planted.
The defense slowly pushing in, looking pretty comfortable to get something done. As one of them is towards switch, the other one with that Blade Storm that Dip had was able to get from the last round after that 4K. It can do something. You just have to wait for the defense to take the first move.
One enemy
Massive
remaining.
Tyler gets so much information. And they spray through two and Dip. Easy shot pair finds the tagger onto lane. Now 10-6 here at Northwood, ascending up the mountain so far. Dryad in the second half of play, haven't lost yet 4 rounds in a row. This is totally different from the first half, as now after those first 2 rounds, they play that bonus phenomenally, and they put themselves in a great spot going into this next round.
Here. The thing is that if you are Illinois, what can you do, right? You have used so many possibilities, you use so many resources that have been wasted. That puts your team at in so much more pressure for the upcoming rounds. The costing device that is going to be available just to create space to create that distraction what they need, but that is not going to be enough. What they need right now is going to be fixed. The Emperor is going to try to guarantee that one.
Inside of Wine is taken down instantaneously, along with the lockdown being used. Northwood primed and ready to look for this A site. Nobody seeming close towards B. There's Hunter's Fury being used, and that's everything now in the kitchen sink for Northwood, committing towards this push as Heaven being barraged here with darts. Now Northwood trying to get the plant down as well. Firm's gonna be good for one more. He's getting a ton of chip damage on him. He's gotta be careful. The plant will go down eventually. Tyler gonna be good for one more. Firm's dismissing and tipping his way out of every single situation he puts himself in. He's so slippery, so slithery. As now Northwood in a 5v2 advantage, or just in complete control on the
last player standing.
And only one more member alive, hopping, having hope to get something done here. Good for one. Dip does get taken down, but with that location, it just gets so much harder. They were about to surround him anyways, and that means that it is going to be the 11th round for Northwood. This second half has been all about them controlling sites, all about them getting kills, all about them being dominant and staying dominant in that position, to the point where Illinois, they have to either get a timeout as soon as possible or just go into the save round, take the save round the best way possible for what is to come next.
Called them Northwest before, but clearly they're heading west. They're looking for gold right now. They are clearly in control of this game. 11-6 right now, and everything going their way. All the shots are falling, and with this Astro Divide available as well, it's another opportunity, another pathway Northwood can look towards to get on one of these sites. And if who dies, it could be major.
Oh, and there it is. The Jet does get taken down. The utility going to stop everyone from taking mark just for a couple of seconds, but everyone, you see the desperation coming in for the defense. They are pushing in. They're going to be trying to be taken down. They're getting no value out of their movement, as no one so far for Northwood has been taken down, and that is a 3K for Dip. He's hungry for more. He can't get more. The Astro is too close, but the crosshair so far, it doesn't matter. He makes it look easy. An immediate reaction again with 4 HP remaining. That is all that he needs for a clutch like that one, a flawless like that one for Northwood. And at 12-6, this is a match point.
You know, credit to Dip. And that's one of those kills, you know, when things are going your way, it's just going your way. And that's one of those shots where Dip finds that kill and just makes everything so seamless for Northwood. And right now, I mean, everyone contributing right now. Drakius with Russell Westbrook numbers is putting up a triple double right now for us, giving us 12, 12, and 12. Great scoreline for him, but didn't even have to use that Astro Divide. Dip can go towards B and potentially get that orb for the daggers. And with the aggressiveness he's been playing at already, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the aggressive play with those daggers as well. As right now, another mid push tried, and this has worked so well for Northwood every single time.
Yeah, every single time is just all about the confidence game at this point and what can be done with it. The trade, yeah, it is going to connect right on. The numbers advantage will not be going for the set of Illinois. This is just not something Northwood wants to allow. So the trade is doing so much as everyone on this attacking team is aiming towards that B side. The defense, they don't know if when to rotate towards mid, but it makes it look easy. The flank gets denied. Magic Beans gets taken down. The Leer to make sure that no one is going to be peeking from Market. Delian a little hungry for kills. Good for one, but a little bit more is going to be needed as the Empress is going to come out. But not knowing that the enemy team is going the complete opposite side too, though. Make it 3 for popping, changing the story here. What it seems like it could have been the last round, what it could have been the victory round for Northwood turns out to be denied just by that patience that the Astra was able to use there.
Astra Duelist.
I should play some Astro Stars in this
right now, Delane not having the greatest of games, not really able to find some of these kills, so he's got to step up, and he does just that right there. 18, 15, and 6 there on this Astra. Really, towards the end of that round, trying to make things happen, gets that 3K, and saves this game for Illinois. Remember, both these teams sitting at 2-1 in this group, so pivotal. And if you do end up winning this game, you knock your opponent out. So now, for Dip with this operative, he's able to find a pick towards Cat. It could be massive, could open up the space, but right now Northwood not going back towards mid. They understand that last round kind of confirms that potentially it's not really the greatest thing to go to anymore, and they'll look to play this one a lot more slower and methodically, because they do have 2 ultimates to use as well.
No more mistakes for Northwood. At least that's what they're trying to do, and is a good way to start it off. The Jet for the defense shooting a little too much and does get taken down. So that means on the other side, talking about those ultimates, is going to be that Blade Storm coming in, trying to get some kills, and we already know what this Jet or Dip can do. We've seen so many highlights, 4Ks, 3Ks, all over the place, all over this match alone, just because of how well he's able to perform and jumping right into side and gets a first kill. The Reyna does get taken down. The operator is going to be ready on side to use whenever, as the Cosmic Divide makes that visibility so much harder for this retake, and there's only 2 members alive for Illinois.
Oh, it's so difficult to push through the divide. Luckily, though, it does dissipate, so now it's gonna be a little bit easier here. Magic Bean's good for 1. He's traded back, firms and drops. Last one standing here. It's the main man of this squad. He's in a 1v4. It's a daunting task. It's an impossible task, and Northwood win 13-7 after a bit of a scare. They come out on top, and now 3-1 in this group stage, put themselves in a really good spot, and congrats to Northwood.
Cracky.
Esports National Competition, Midwest Region, and Southeast Invitational. We just got done completing both regions here for Valorant, and I just want to update you all on exactly what the standings are. So coming out of the Midwest Valorant, we have Pool A is going to be Ball State coming in first in that pool, and the Buckeyes coming in second. Over to Pool B, we're going to have IU, Illinois University, in the first place slot, coming out with that upset over Northwood University, who got out of that pool, but they finished second. Over to the Southeast, Pool A, first place was Clemson Esports. Great job to them. Second place in Pool A was USF, University of South Florida. They will advance to bracket play tomorrow. For Pool B in the Southeast, there was both the UCF teams have come out, and I think they did that also at our LAN event as well. Very quality college there, UCF. Knights in first and UCF Academy in second. Which is fantastic stuff. Valorant just concluded, as we'll have the finals tomorrow. Twitch.tv right here, twitch.tv/esportsu. At the same time, 10 a.m. is when that starts. Right now, we're going to switch it over, though, as we head on over to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, one of my favorites, if I have to say. There's going to be some exciting stuff as we have some fantastic casters for you. Coming up, if you are watching the Midwest Super Smash Bros., it's going to be Max Ketchum and Lyric of Wisdom. Over, if you're watching the Southeast, you're going to enjoy some Psy and Kilamiles. So without further ado, get ready for some Super Smash Bros. Action right here at the Collegiate Esports National Competition. Over to the casters.
Thank you very much for that hype intro, Paulie, as we are getting hype for the CENC Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Southeast Invitational. Like you said, my name is Keelan Miles, joined by Sai, and we're ready to open you up with the group stages.
Yes, I'm so excited. I've been chomping at the bit, just kind of waiting on this to get started all day. I'm so happy to be here, A. B, this is my very, very, very favorite format of Smash. I love crews. I love crew battles. I'm so excited that that's going to be like the main format that we're going to be seeing through these colleges. So I'm super pumped up. We're actually going to go ahead and get into our first match right now. I believe we have Clemson versus Full Sail for our first two crews competing, and they're just as ready and hyped to go as we are. So let's go ahead and get to it.
Yeah, if I know my geography well, it's two Florida colleges, so they likely know each other from locals and stuff, but, well, there can always be some discrepancies. So we're going to see who they're sending in first to open us up. It's going to be JLB versus Chunky Charger. Now, JLB has been shouted out as an incredible edge guarder. Could be very good against Wii Fit, but we'll see how this opens up as Wii Fit straight to the corner.
Yeah, we're definitely going to need to see if that's true. There is no character I can think of that needs to be edge guarded harder than Wii Fit, and she's so good defensively. But also, not to sleep on her offensively, she just did 97% in like not even like a full string, just a couple of straight hits, but that deep breathing is just such an unfathomably powerful tool, and not enough people talk / complain about it. IMO.
Yes, you can look at this. JLB, if they want to get these edge guards, you got to find a way to get Chunky Charger off stage, and that's, well, going to be a little bit difficult. Okay, getting all the technical difficulties worked out right in the beginning, you know? So we're going to get back into that battle soon enough, as we're going to go right back to our wonderful faces. How you doing, Sai?
Smash Ultimate. All right. Well, from what it looked like, Chunky was off to a really strong start. I actually think it's really smart to start your crew battle with a Wii Fit, just because, one, she has so much explosive kill power that just generally from like just good spacing, like throwing out like back airs out of shield. And there's all kinds of like unique tools that she has. Her toolkit is also, it's not like you're gonna fight 1,000 Lucinas. Lucina's solid, she's strong, you know, she's definitely top 10. But like the Lucina matchup is something everyone's gonna know. The Wii Fit matchup, not so much. And even just those little bit of heals, again, if someone is tuning in and they don't know how crew battles work, those stocks are going to carry over into each following game. So being able to heal yourself, even if it's like a small amount, and also being able to kill really early, both of those are really, really strong attributes you can bring to a crew battle. So it definitely looked like Chunky had the lead, but we don't know. We won't really know if it got figured out on the other side. But we'll pop back in shortly once we're able to, or probably around the end of the match. And yeah. And this is just a thing that happens. This isn't even like an issue that happens because of this stream or anything like that. Like Smash just sometimes likes to do that. So
yeah, and we should be hopefully a little more stable going into the later games. But going back to that matchup, I feel like Wii Fit is a really swingy character, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, literally has the deep breathing mechanic, which gives you a huge power-up in terms of speed, kill power, and damage. The fact that you're so swingy, it means you can slow the pace of the game down if someone comes in red hot, and then you see your opening, and then you saw that in the first, I think, like 5 seconds of the game, JLB took, what was that, like 90%?
Right. Off like one neutral win. And based on the speed at which that went down, I'm assuming.
Yeah. So that's going to be a 3-stock.
3 stocks.
Yeah.
I was just like, based on the way that started in that first 10 seconds and how fast that game was over, I was pretty confident that was a 3-stock. At worst, a 2-stock. But definitely, Chunky started us off real strong just now.
Yeah, and that, I mean, I know for a fact JLB isn't like the anchor for their team. Some teams like to send in their anchor first, so we'll have to see from the relative skill level, well, if we ever get past Chunky, if the rest of Clemson is up to that level. But I expect we might be sending in some, well, you might want to go for some of your heavier hitters right away. Like, just make up this deficit. And then maybe, I know for a fact they have a very punish game heavy player in the form of their captain. I think that might be good for Wii Fit, because with slippery characters like Wii Fit who like to stay away from you until you get their opening, when you hit them, you've got to make it count.
I fully agree with that, because she's not going to give you that many opportunities just naturally. One thing I also noticed is that I've seen a lot of Wii Fit excel just from like really good defensive play, but Chunky was going in. Like Chunky was playing super aggressive. So that's actually kind of interesting to see a Wii Fit that just goes like full aggro. And as many Twitter clips have I seen, all in Japanese characters of Wii Fit just like committing crimes. I'm sure Chunky's got some crazy combos. Okay, a strong punish character, Terry. Great character for that. Jab is just so powerful of a tool to have to like it's such a powerful tool to have to like deal with in neutral because it leads to so much. And as soon as he gets to go, it leads to so much more. So it won't be that hard to land a jab. So I feel like this is probably a pretty good counter pick on paper at least.
Yeah, this is the captain I was talking about, and the kill confirms are the main thing here. You can see a little bit of a button check as we're getting ready for this. Just want to make sure, especially with a fighting game character, a lot of really precise inputs. You want to make sure you're able to actually perform them.
Yes, for sure. Oh, are they just getting into it? Okay, cool. I guess they're just getting into it. All right, cool. Just wanted a quick lag. Yeah. A little bit of delay, but I mean, that is to be expected, of course. I mean, everyone competing, I'm sure, is doing everything in their power. Everyone going land and, doing their best. But, you kind of work with the tools you got. Despite that, this is a very even match so far. And we're seeing Chunky, now we're starting to see Chunky play on the ledge and play a little bit more defensively, which is what I'm more akin to seeing from a Wii Fit.
Yeah, I think Chunky recognized right away that this Terry's going to hit hard if you let them, so they've got to find ways to slow them down. Go is online, so you can see them fishing for those down tilts, for those confirms, but when you're juggled in the air, you don't have access to those special moves, and, well, Chunky not going to let you even touch the ground.
Chunky starting off already looking like the MVP, only taking 50%. Of course, still got, oh my goodness, still got deep breathing kind of at the ready. And I feel like Terry, as strong as he is on stage, his ledge trapping outside of literally just down tilt is not nearly as threatening as like a lot of other characters in the cast. And Wii Fit doesn't really have to respect it. Like, you can see him going for the ledge, going for these ledge jump fairs, throwing a lot of soccer balls out, just making it really tough for Terry to get anything started.
You know what Wii Fit does? It forces you to make a decision.
Oh, that was godlike!
And that is a decision that you're going to make. You're going to decide to go all the way off stage, commit to covering that ledge and taking the stock.
You know what? Let me eat my words real quick, because I'm like, all right, Terry's got to really, in my head, I'm like, he's got to really commit to get something, so that's why it's so tough for him to, kill off stage, and then he just super went for it with that power dunk, and God, did it pay off. He's not out of the woods just yet, too. These mid-percents with Go, this is nightmare fuel. Chunky's going to have to, like...
Oh, but the mid-space forward smash, now you've got the chance to put them off stage, trying to maybe use that Go, but not a lot of options off of ledge to cover with Go. Down tilt right there, but just go through jab, power dunk, not fully confident in their confirm.
Yeah, I think that F tilt was absolutely crucial, too. The main thing I could think of from Go at the ledge would be, like, probably power gazer, but soccer ball would make that really tough to, like, deal with, too. Just because that can interrupt you, and, that can make the timing a little bit funky. But yeah, Chunky fought back, found that F tilt and a little bit of gap there, and has put on so much more damage already. Only just now getting tagged with a spot dodge attack.
Yeah, you figure. Now, one thing to mention about this format, there is going to be a rematch. It's a best of 3 crew battle, so there's going to be another crew battle after this. You can already see the adaptation from Juice right here. They're going to be stronger next game, even if they don't get to finish off Chunky here. If they're trying to find them on the ledge, they get them off stage, but even then, it's not that easy to get rid of, as the roll-in forward smash is going to finish you off.
My goodness. So for this first round, Chunky is now mathematically the MVP automatically. That's 6 stocks to Chunky's only 1 loss so far. I definitely think Terry was a good idea, and it was hard fought, but again, as I was saying, it's kind of hard to steal off those Wii Fit stocks. Like, you know, she's got a lot of, she can really kind of like slow the neutral down whenever she wants when she goes to the ledge. Of course, she can heal herself, and her knockback is just so explosive with deep breathing, and you have to really pick your shots. And I think a crew battle format is like really beneficial to like just the way that character is designed.
Yeah, and I feel like it's the angles of approach that are really, really difficult to deal with. You saw for the entire like first 2 stocks, Juice wanted to get that landing nair, so they're coming in at this upwards diagonal angle. And Wii Fit just has so many tools to slap you out of the air, sometimes literally throwing the soccer ball at you.
Yes. Now, I have the wonderful misfortune of one of my good friends / grind partners, if you want to call it that, mains Wii Fit, and God, I've just been hit by every wonky hitbox you can think of from that character. She has like 312 spikes. Like, just being in air-to-air situation with Wii Fit is so scary because her hitbox is just so unpredictable. She does a lot of wonky hurtbox shifting, and God, if she guesses right, you can die really early. Like, going off stage against Wii Fit is just like most of the time a death sentence. We did see, again, a really well-placed power dunk. Definitely threw Chunky off his momentum for a little bit there, but other than that, Chunky just really figured it out and just really stayed on top.
Yeah, and when you have these games where in order to get any mileage, you need to go for the most ludicrous option, like you need to think so far outside the box to make up the gap in the neutral, you can't pull that out all the time. You can't. Like,
no.
If you're able to do that, you're gonna be a top player. If you're able to outthink your opponent that hard, most people just don't have the stamina to do it, and I don't blame Juice for not being able to find these creative ways through the defense.
No, getting reads like that, especially if you were able to do that consistently in a best of 3 crew battle, that's like protagonist tier brain. Like, you have to, that's like main character level talent to be able to do that consistently. But yeah, you think we could see an OCV starting off this crew battle? Because that would be a crazy start to this. It's possible.
Can I ask, for the benefit of the audience, could I ask what an OCV is?
One character victory. So like one person on the team like wiping the whole other team. You can actually, that term is used a lot in Marvel. That's kind of me showing my age. So I'm also like a Marvel player and like an FGC person too. But like KOF, Marvel, stuff like that, where you have teams of 3, like one character can like sweep the whole team. But right now it looks like Chunky is as primed and ready to go as you can be to do that.
I think it's pretty likely. I think Juice was probably the answer if they were going to have any. And all the others, I mean, we talked about JLB's edge guarding, which didn't even become a factor because, well, supposedly didn't become a factor because we didn't really get to see it, but we don't know if that edge guarding played a factor. Obviously, they didn't get the stock. And then Juice kind of was figuring it out towards the end. Like I said, I called out their approaches being the same every time. They mixed it up towards the end, and it was much more even. But even then, the deficit was too much to make up.
Yeah.
Those were your 2 biggest answers.
Now, P is coming in as a Joker, correct? Generally, they play Joker, it looks like. I feel like that's a good idea. I think Joker is another really strong crew battle character. Arson is generally explosive, especially in this format. Here's the optimistic way this could go down. Chunky could start off with another strong combo. Juice could get Arson and then very easily steal those 2 stocks with something like Arson back air. I feel like Joker's a character that kind of can fight her off stage. Like, she has, no matter how slippery she is, she has to respect Arson back air. It's just too powerful. And theoretically, he can get himself back in this. He could technically, if he plays like phenomenal, he can really take those out losing stock and kind of keep the team alive. But either way, at this point, the only 2 possible results now are like Next, they're going to Violet. Okay. The only two possible results now are going to be that like Chunky just gets like an OCV and just wipes the whole team on the first round, or P has to do the exact same with those same 3 stocks. So whoever wins this is going to be pretty interesting no matter what.
I think if you're P, your main goal is to, even if it's a scrappy last hit, last stock situation, you need to get these 2 stocks off just for information gathering. You know what I mean?
That's true too, yeah.
Like, it gives you an idea of who would come in next if you manage to beat Chunky. It gives you an idea of what you like. And I feel like Joker with a stock lead is the type of character who could do it. Now, what I want to ask you is, I know that P, they're a very neutral-based player. They've been practicing that a lot. And in that mid-range, how do you feel about Joker's ability to contest charge shot and volleyball with Iha?
I think honestly, it's just gonna come down to like really, really, really careful spacing. Like the onus is definitely more on Joker to like try to find angles. Like WeFit, she's not really gonna get punished super hard for throwing out charge shot if it's charged or a soccer ball. And there's so much more versatility in like where it can go versus Eiha, where it's just very diagonal and linear. So it's just gonna take like a lot of really, really careful reading for Joker to put that same pressure back on her when it comes to like a projectile battle. Oh, but gun could be an option too. I actually kind of forgot about gun.
Yeah. Everyone forgets about guns.
You forget about gun until it comes in and like cooks you. And we cooks you right now.
Yeah, you're actually making Chunky feel very uncomfortable off stage.
Yeah, and that's huge. This character now, Chunky has definitely shown us that they don't have to rely on the ledge, but it's definitely a big part of their toolkit. So if you can remove that, that means a lot. Oh, and really smart down B right there too. So here we go.
Oh.
There it is. Look at my predictions. Look at exactly what I said was going to happen. I said he's going to take a little bit of damage. He's going to force him off stage. And he's going to take an early stock with that arson back air. And look at exactly what happened.
And now,
word for word,
their counter is a reflector. Hey, where did this come from? This is a perfect counter pick. As you saw, they were running back towards ledge, and P does an overshoot dash attack to get more damage. It's even right now on this stock, and you're going to get VOD off stage now. You're going to maybe drop the no. Instead, they just are trying to maybe get another early Arsene off of these projectiles. That's another thing. Joker can farm Arsene off of this as they try and go off stage. And they close this out.
you have to hold this stock for dear life. But yeah, being able to... Oh, no. Don't do it. Are we going to be able to recover from here? No. Really unfortunate SD from P. Definitely needed that way more than normal because there are still, 8 stocks after this. I do think it's a really good idea to try to absorb as many projectiles as possible. That's another way to kind of take the teeth out of her ledge game. He's got a really good plan, but boy, this is going to be an uphill battle. It's going to be a long day for P.
Just calling out the aggression right there for Chunky. I mean, I've got to stay optimistic about P because, well, Chunky just worked miracles on FSA's previous players. But the thing right there, Chunky started that out with incredible aggression. Did you see that? They were choking Joker out.
Yes.
And then P got them on ledge, and the momentum just stopped. And right there at the end, Chunky was like, okay, I got to start swinging again. I got to make this up. And just raw F smash. Just stuff him out. No opportunity for a comeback.
Oh, yeah. And Joker F smash is so crazy. It's so high on the tier list of really good F smashes. But I feel like his isn't always in the conversation because he has so many other really good moves, but Joker's is way up there. I am really happy we got to see that match because I wasn't 100% sure what Joker was going to do to her off stage outside of that back air. I felt like once she was not at the ledge, but kind of coming back to ledge, you had a lot of options. I didn't know what he's going to do at the ledge, but down angle gun is a perfect answer. It's going to snipe her from jumping. It's going to actually interfere with the soccer ball, so it's not going to be a threat to him once he shoots it, and it kind of forces in rolls. I think the only safe option that Chunky would have in response would be a roll. So, yeah, he played that phenomenally. That SD was a little bit unfortunate, but hey, if you can, two-stock Chunky after everything Chunky was doing, you definitely have a dog in this fight. I could definitely still see this full, 3-person comeback happening.
Yeah, and I do have to harken back to what we were told about P's neutral game, because the way they made it look like Chunky wasn't the same player we just saw take 6 stocks.
Oh yeah.
Chunky didn't get any of their massive punishes. It wasn't like a runaway train. They weren't punishing you every time you tried to run to the ledge. And what I think that might have been also the thing about crew battles, you get to get information, not just on their habits, but their habits on that day. So P was definitely watching those previous sets going like, okay, this is what happens when you run at the ledge. Like, one thing I saw right away, they instantly committed to a full hop approaching Chunky, because they knew that you just get stuffed out if you try and run in or short hop. So they go for the full hop, and that was their first opening. I saw that full hop, and I'm like, oh yeah, they were studying.
Oh yeah, and I'm really happy they did that too, because we were both just trying to figure out like, all right, at the mid range, like if they're both grounded, Joker shouldn't be winning the projectile war at this point. Like, Wii Fit has way more to put out, it's way faster, and it's more threatening if they're both grounded. So him just kind of like, he stayed on the ground a little bit and then he full hopped just so that, like, you know, if charge shot came or if volleyball came, it would be aimed at where he was grounded. Like, volleyball aimed up at the top could theoretically anti-air him and slow him down, but he definitely wanted to make sure and get that little bit of conditioning in just to make sure that it was going just horizontal so he could like kind of find a diagonal around it.
Yeah. And it's all about these angles. I brought up in game one, the angles of Wii Fit, truly terrifying thing. But I feel like with the showcase we just saw, P is going to relay that information to the rest of the team. I think the next crew battle might be a little even, assuming P doesn't pull off maybe one of the biggest clutches we could start out with. This is our first crew battle of the day, Sai.
Yes.
And if P pulls this off, it might be the most hype, too.
This is definitely looking really hype for me. I think they should start him next round, too, because that was a really explosive start. I know he did have 2 games to like watch and study and get as much information as he can, but he came in blazing. He put the whole team on his back and was like, we are not going out like this. We're not letting our whole crew lose to one Wii Fit trainer. You know, we're not going to go home and feel that, you know. So, I mean, shout outs to him for being able to pull it off anyway, because all that momentum coming in with Chunky, I really did think Chunky was going to do it. I'm not going to lie to you. I honestly thought Chunky was just going to like wipe.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, I do these crew battle formats a lot, Sai. I have seen like 9 stocks, and then the next game is incredibly even. Like, it's the longest warm-up game you can imagine, as the team just gets beat down upon, and then they pull themselves together. They're like, okay, we're better than this. We know we're better than this. And they get right back into it swinging.
Here's what I like about the mentality of all this too. So crew battles are really fun. Any tournament around me that's doing crew battles, I do them. When me and my homies are playing, if there's enough of us at the house, we'll do crew battles for fun. We just really, really genuinely enjoy them. But like, I like doubles, but you don't want to disappoint your teammate. Disappointing your whole crew, the motivation you get to not let that happen is so extreme. Like the psychological power up you have when you're just like, I cannot let the whole squad down. You know, it's, you know, I don't want to lose, you know, $5 or whatever's going on. Like you're so motivated to play when you're like defending yourself and also like all of your friends all at once. So
yeah, and
that's my favorite aspect about this.
And P acting as this anchor, trying not to disappoint their friends. We'll see if they're able to keep up the momentum, going up against Flux Waver and Lucas Player here, starting out on small battlefield.
P trying to sneak in some extra damage. I see you. Trying to cheat, P. No, I'm just kidding. He's just, you know, joking around with some tech. All right, so Joker versus Lucas. This could be really interesting, actually. I don't know. I've been watching this game since, you know, pre-release and casting the whole time. I don't know if I've ever actually watched Joker versus Lucas. That was huge, though. That was an explosive, really, really smart counter from P to absorb that entire PK freeze. Oh, no. It happened again. Not again, Nintendo,
well,
please.
Yeah, they're going to finish playing that out right there. But one thing I'm going to call out right away, P's early Arsens have been amazing. The fact that they're always able to call out a very hard-hitting move early on, like they called out a full charge Salute the Sun against Chunky, and then just called out that PK freeze. To get that early Arsene at like 50%, that's crucial. It's so crucial because it gives also... you... Oh, go ahead.
No, go for it.
It just gives you such a like snowball effect. If you're able to take that early stock and then get more damage with Arsene, it completely upsets the balance.
It like throws off the momentum of the other person too. It's like, all right, why do you have Arsene in your sub 60? It's like, because here's the thing, the Lucas had the lead there, but it's just like, if you're Joker, I've done a little bit of damage, but you already have Arsene at 60. I'm not going in anymore. Like the aggression is over. You got to come here. Like we're gonna start playing defensively right now. And it looks like P is very good about like noticing when a player is backing off and then just going like super ham. Because that was definitely what worked against Chunky. Is that like as soon as Chunky was just like, oh, let me chill for a second, and then P just he took that inch and he got a mile. Man, really can't determine who's going to win this until we know. I mean, your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah,
but
I think sitting here and speculating probably isn't the best thing. So instead, I want to talk about the next crew battle. Who do you think? We don't know. I'm just going to assume that they're going to start off with Chunky again, because why not? Yeah, P going to fall, so we're going to be shuffling over to the next crew battle. And I don't think we actually covered the full format, so it's a best of 3 crew battles. You just saw one crew battle right there, 9 stocks for each team. Once one team runs out of stocks, the crew battle is over, but it's best of 3. So you need to win 2 crew battles to take it all. So we're going to reset to 9 stocks each. If Clemson gets another 9 stocks off of FSA, they're going to be your victors and moving on in the group stages.
Yes, and just so everybody knows, not only do the winners get, the winning team from each region get $1,000, they also get a chance at national. CENC is going to be putting on a huge national event later this year. It's going to be IRL as well. COVID providing. So these players are not only fighting for a bunch of money to share between the 3 of them, they also are going to get to travel. They're going to get to come out to like something even bigger and better. So there's a lot more than just pride on the line here. There's cold hard cash and probably a really fun weekend. So, definitely a lot to look forward to if you were able to participate in this battle for sure.
Yeah, I talked to a lot of the players before this crew battle started. I talked to pretty much every team, like what they're looking for, what their goals are. The universal thing among almost all of them is we want that land. We want that land really badly. Yep. And I don't blame them at all. So they've definitely got motivation fighting through this. And besides just, $1,000 ain't bad at all.
I'll take it. Hey, it's good for me, yeah.
We're resetting, getting ready for the next one. It is also the kind of thing I will have to check on the schedule for the group stages, but you might also just want to not give away as much information if you're going to be playing again later. And people are probably watching this. If they know they're playing Clemson later, they want to be like, okay, who are they running? Who's feeling hot today? So I think you want to either start out with Fluxwaver or Chunky. I would have to say Chunky again.
I mean,
the question is,
you take 7 stocks as the starting player. Like, if your point player takes 7 stocks, there's no logical reason not to run them again, unless you just want the rest of your team to just play just for funsies. But if you want to win and your very first person took 7 stocks, my guess is they would probably start Chunky, and then the opposite team would probably start with P again because they think they're going to start Chunky. That would be my thinking for this.
Yeah. And the thing is, we were digging up some stuff on these players previously, and they've got some other players you haven't even seen. Morality is another one. They all go to the same locals, and they all sort of trade wins at these locals. So while it may be a different story online, they are all around the same skill level, like leveling up off of each other. Like, that's the thing about Smash, especially Smash teams.
Mm-hmm.
You will see a lot of players like level up playing in these crew battle formats week by week as they just get motivated. They're like, I don't want to be the weak link. I don't want to be that guy on the crew.
Right. You don't want to be the fodder that they just kind of like start off with. You want to like make sure you really represent your team. So I totally get that. And I will say, I was looking at some of the players in the Miami area because Miami, Ohio is like pretty close to where I am. And those players are really strong. They have a full collegiate team, obviously, as we're seeing, but like they grind really, really, really hard. Like Fritos from Miami is currently was fighting it out at Frosty Falcons at Major. Time Gear is one of their players. Really strong min player. Has upset a lot of people, like Wadi and like all these other really big names. But at the core of it all, their scene is not just strong. It's strong, and they grind and they practice. They level up. They do VOD review. When they want somebody new to come in on the team, they bring in other strong players from Ohio to like test them out and like train them. Like, these collegiate teams are different. This is not just, we're in the basement, we're hanging out, we're having, a drink or whatever and just, playing for fun. Like, they are different. They are taking notes. They are doing the work. And honestly, from everything I've seen, it's really paying off.
Yeah, really paying off. And that is the thing. You got to remember, this isn't just an open bracket. This is an invitational. These teams, they were picked to be here because they're all around. Like, these are the best of the best in Florida. Maybe not the best players, though we do have some very high-ranked players in Florida.
Florida's crazy.
In this tournament. Yeah, but in terms of colleges, these teams are the heavy hitters. I'm excited to see. And you can see right now, who is it? Full Sail. They're thinking pretty hard about what they want to be doing here, because I know they have some other characters, and one character in particular that we didn't see, Aether, is a ZSS player. I feel like hit and run characters do pretty well against Wii Fit, but for the sake of planning and for the sake of sanity, I'm just going to assume it's one of the people we've already seen. I think it's possible they send in Juice first. Juice was starting to get an edge and also has many other characters to play with, but you might just want to stick with the tried and true data, send in P, deal with Chunky right off the bat.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And I do wish I would have gotten to see the match with the Lucas player just to kind of know how they navigated that matchup instead. It looked like they fell pretty quickly. I don't think those two stocks, they weren't around that long, but we'll see. But for transparency's sake, I know FSA is like restarting their router and trying to get things together. So we might cut to a break depending on how long it takes for their router to get reset.
Yeah, as we're finishing this up, we're going to get back into this crew battle very soon as all these technical difficulties are worked out. So don't go anywhere. The CENC Southeast qualifiers will be back soon enough. Go is online, so you can see them fishing for those down tilts for those confirms. But when you're juggled in the air, you don't have access to those special moves. And well, Chunky, not going to let you
Going for these ledge jump fairs, throwing a lot of soccer balls out, just making it really tough for Terry to get anything started.
You know what Wii Fit does? It forces you to make a decision.
Oh,
Stage, trying to maybe use that go, but not a lot of options off the ledge to cover with go. Down tilt right there, but just go through jab, power dunk, not fully confident to finish off Chunky here. As they're trying to find them on the ledge. They get them off stage, but even then, it's not that easy to get rid of as the roll in.
Oh, and really smart down B right there, too. So here we go. There it is. Look at my predictions. Look at exactly what I said was going to happen. I said he's going to take a little bit of damage. Hold this stock for dear life. But yeah, being able to... Oh, no. Don't do it. Are we going to be able to cover from here? No. Really unfortunate SB from P. Definitely needed that. So, 8 stocks after this. I do think it's a really good idea to try to absorb as many projectiles as possible. That's another way to kind of take the teeth out of her ledge game. He's got a really good plan. But boy, this is going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, and just calling out the go is online, so you can see them fishing for those down tilts for those confirms. But when you're juggled in the air, you don't have access to those special moves. And well, Chunky, not gonna let you
going for these ledge jump fairs, throwing a lot of soccer balls out, just making it really tough for Terry to get anything started.
You know what Wii Fit does? It forces you to make a decision. Stage, trying to maybe use that go, but not a lot of options off of ledge to cover with go. Down tilt right there, but just go through jab, power dunk, not fully confident to finish off Chunky here. As they're trying to find them on the ledge. They get them off stage, but even then, it's not that easy to get rid of as the roll in.
Oh, and really smart down B right there, too. So here we go. There it is. Look at my prediction. Look at exactly what I said was going to happen. I said he's going to take a little bit of damage over the stock for dear life. But yeah, being able to... Oh, no. Don't do it. Are we going to be able to cover from here? No. Really unfortunate SB from B. Definitely needed that. So, 8 stocks after this. I do think it's a really good idea to try to absorb as many projectiles as possible. That's another way to kind of take the teeth out of her ledge game. He's got a really good plan, but boy, this is going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, and just calling out the go is online, so you can see them fishing for those down tilts for those confirms. But when you're juggled in the air, you don't have access to those special moves. And well, Chunky, not gonna let you
going for these ledge jump fairs, throwing a lot of soccer balls out, just making it really tough for Terry to get anything started.
You know what Wii Fit does? It forces you to make a decision. Stage, trying to maybe use that go, but not a lot of options off of ledge to cover with go. Down tilt right there, but just go through jab, power dunk, not fully confident to finish off Chunky here. As they're trying to find them on the ledge. They get them off stage, but even then, it's not that easy to get rid of as the roll in.
Oh, and really smart down B right there, too. So here we go. There it is. Look at my prediction. Look at exactly what I said was going to happen. I said he's going to take a little bit of damage. But yeah, being able to... Oh, no. Don't do it. Are we going to be able to cover from here? No. Really unfortunate SB from B. Definitely needed that. So, 8 stocks after this. I do think it's a really good idea to try to absorb as many projectiles as possible. That's another way to kind of take the teeth out of her ledge game. He's got a really good plan, but boy, this is going to be an uphill battle. It's gonna be a long wait for these.
Just calling out the ago is online, so you can see them fishing for those down tilts for those confirms. But when you're juggled in the air, you don't have access to those special moves. And well, Chunky not gonna let you
Going for these let's jump bears, throwing a lot of soccer balls out, just making it really tough for Terry to get things started.
You know what Wii Fit does? It forces you to make a decision.
Oh,
stage, trying to maybe use that go, but not a lot of options off of ledge to cover with go. Down tilt right there, but just go through jab, power dunk, not fully confident finish off Chunky here. As they're trying to find them on the ledge. They get him off stage, but even then, it's not that easy to get rid of as the roll in.
Oh, and really smart down B right there, too.
From that break, we're getting right back into it after just a little bit of technical difficulties. If you don't recall, Full Sail is down against Clemson, but they're sending in P, their player who was starting to clutch out last time, to take on Fluxwaver in the rematch.
Now, this is a really smart read. So, again, they started Chunky in the last round. Chunky took 7 stocks. P was the only person that could just beat them. So they're kind of obligated to send in P in case they send Chunky again, which logically they should. But since Fluxwaver is the one that beat P the last time around, they had the hard read and said, yo, let's send in the guy that beat like what felt like their strongest player, get that started, and save Chunky for later. So Clemson is real smart for that. Clemson made a really great read. Yeah, it's just a lag test right now.
As we have to assume the game was close if P is willing to go again. Like, if P got 3 stocks, they're not going to be like, send me in, coach. No. They're rational.
No.
P,
And then-
very smart neutral player. I have to hope that translates to their strategy.
But yeah, again, I really think they were just like, all right, they got to send Chunky again. Let's send the Chunky counter. And they're like, actually, let's send the Chunky counter. So like, I love the Yomi that we're already seeing at the beginning of this. Now, again, Clemson took that with, I think it was 5 stocks, so they won pretty comfortably. I'd love to see if Full Sail can try to figure something out and bring this back, but who knows?
Yeah, it's the Lucas. We got to see a little bit of the movement right off the bat. Lucas does not have the confirms that Ness does. Starting off right off the bat, does not have anywhere near the sort of versatility in their combo game. Like Ness, it's creativity. Lucas, very strict combo trees, especially across the ground. So if you get caught on the ground by Lucas doing Zairs, you can more or less kiss your stock goodbye. So I honestly think you just want to beat them out in the air to air. I think even with Lucas's slight disjoints, Jokers are generally better, and you're able to drift easier. So, yeah. I think fighting in the air is P's best strategy, and probably avoiding the EHA too. Gun can't be absorbed, EHA can.
Yeah, I would also argue that Lucas, even though he doesn't have the same amount of combo trees as Ness. Optimal Lucas combos are death. So like the Zaire chains, or like once they get to like those upper mid percents, you start seeing those dare loops and stuff like that on the ground. Like Lucas can be really scary, but like the tools that confirm it are way less consistent than like a Ness forward air or like a Ness side B. Lucas is really good at boxing, like you said. So I fully agree that P should be trying to fight this battle like way more on the air than like a grounded boxing match, because Lucas, you know, this isn't necessarily like you could argue like maybe high tier, maybe not, depending on what you think, but like no matter where you rate this character, his boxing game, pretty strong boxing game. And a lot of people don't really recognize that until like you're fighting a really good Lucas that really has a strong understanding of their ground tools. Like they're really smart with like the way they're using down tilt and Zaire. Like he can scrap. Lucas be scrapping. So
one thing about Lucas's scrapping though is a lot of his really strong moves are kind of slow. They're like Greninja forward air. They've got wind up to them. And even though they hit like a heavy, well, you got to be positioned correctly. So I think with a lot of overshooting, a lot of preemptive aerials, I feel like P could maybe just make it so the spacing doesn't matter. If you overshoot, you aerial preemptively, and while that can be punished, I think you can just make it so Lucas can't breathe, can't adjust to this new aggression.
That's true. Especially if you start getting those reads on like how he's responding to disadvantage, because like Lucas Nair is solid, but it is not Ness Air. Like Ness Nair is such a strong combo breaker. Like Lucas's Nair is good, but you know, it's not one of those things where I never feel like I'm starting a combo on Lucas and then he's just gonna like combo break and like take all the momentum back. He'll normally, at best, if he's able to combo break, just kind of like run to the other side and just try to reset neutral. And Joker is a character that can like, he also can scrap. He can really poke at you really well from like a distance, and all of his poking tools are like really safe. Like if a Joker F tilts your shield, what are you doing about it? call for help. Like, you're not gonna punish it. Like, what do you?
Call your parents.
Right, call mom. Mom, he's on my shield again. I can't do anything. Like, this. What do you do? So, I guess it's actually going to be really important to see Flux Waivers out of shield game. That's going to be really big in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's go ahead and hop into this. Now we have the actual game. No more lag tests, no more waiting, no more technical difficulties. We are doing this.
Uh-oh. Okay, I think we're good now.
I spoke too confidently. That's where
there is that boxing game you were talking about. The down tilts immediately. That is one of Lucas's fast options. As if you get grabbed, well, we were talking about Lucas is out of shield game. Sometimes you just get shield grab. As the Nair is a great shield pressure tool, and you avoid getting dragged down by that Nair Flux Waver. Playing some good defense, avoiding any of the big Joker combos, and not really feeding that Arsene that we've seen P get early consistently.
Yeah, Flux Waver's doing a really good job of like navigating the mid range. Like, we're not seeing him super commit, just being like, oh, let me just try to get these short hops, air strings, like, and like commit to them. Oh, excuse me, I said burp. He's throwing out like one or two, or even a PK freeze if he needs to. But P, again, this man is committed to getting Arsene before 60%. Once again, finds a PK freeze and is able to really turn the tide to this. Like, all the momentum just kind of goes away. Like, Flux has to back off now.
Well,
oh, here we go.
Theoretically, but if you've got the Nair loops, it doesn't matter. Multi-hits drain Arsene faster than anything. That's a very deep off stage, and now you're in a bad position, but you're able to just jump right out from into that platform. These full hops to get around the projectiles are always very nice to see. I'm hoping, it might be a player-to-player thing, so hopefully once we get past this crew battle, these disconnects won't be happening, we're trying to get this figured out.
Dang, I really want to see where that was going. And you brought up a really good point. I didn't even think about how like multi-hits specifically really do take a lot of Arsene away, because it died mad fast. I was just like, oh, okay, bye Arsene. Like, I feel like, you know, easy come, easy go. That was kind of the energy I got out of that.
Honestly, I'll be real with you, Sai. That's my favorite change they've ever added to Smash Ultimate, making it so if you hit Arsene more, it goes away faster. Because instead of just camping, you combo Arsene and it goes away, and it's a big risk, but a huge reward if you're able to take away Arsene.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, you deserve that reward for running in on that character. I play Snake and Young Link, so that means I have no friends, but no. That means I definitely don't necessarily like force my way in a lot. Young Link you kind of can, but Snake not so much. But a character like Lucas, again, if they do get the right read, we did see the Flux Waver had the dare strings ready. Like, as soon as he got to that mid percent and got the first dare, I was like, okay, here comes the combo. He got like a slight drop. I think it was the fourth hit that didn't connect, but you definitely saw he was looking for it, trying to like secure an up smash. And again, if you can get that string from Lucas, it's really, really detrimental and really huge, but it is a lot more work than you see from like other characters, even like Joker, for example, where like, they might have like a 2 or 3 hit confirm or 2 or 3 hit string that like steals a stock with a lot less effort than Lucas.
And another aspect we don't really talk about, we haven't talked about at all, is it was a pretty common belief that Lucas and Ness super easily edge guardable off stage, and I still think it's true. I think it's just the massive risk reward, because they're easy to edge guard off stage, but if you mess up, you die. You just die at 40. Like, you get an untechable and you're down.
Like,
yeah.
I honestly, I feel like, yeah, on the surface you think they are really edge guardable, but now where the meta has moved, it's like, one, Lucas's recovery specifically is so far. Like, it's so egregious the angles he can come back from. But even today when I was watching Frosties, I was watching Sin versus Super Dan, and who's a Chicago Mario player. And Sin got spiked from like Battlefield platform height at like 80, and I was like, oh, he's definitely dead, right? And he's like touching the bottom blast zone. He PK Thunders all the way up to touch like a spoonful of Battlefield and gets a whole nother PK Thunder recovers. And everybody in the chat was just like, this is ridiculous. Like, that is certainly where a character like this should die. Like, he's at like 100 post hit. He's in the magnifying glass at the bottom with no jump. And he's like, I got away. And Ness is the one without the better recovery. Like, that's insane to me. Lucas, I'd be like, you can just make it. But Ness, I was like, holy crap, you really can. You can just do whatever you need to at this point. Especially with that air dodge.
And it occurs to me, Lucas also has a tether. Mm-hmm. You're not hitting this character off stage. Okay, I was gonna like talk about like, the potential of down guns. Like, it's risky, but you can use down gun. And I'm like, wait, Lucas has a tether. You're not hitting that.
Lucas has a really good tether too.
Yeah,
it's not like Byleth here, which as we've come back offline, we're all gradually understanding that Byleth's recovery is like actually insane. So it's not that tier, but it is really good. It's definitely a really good tether. And it's also like not even a tool that he has to use either. So he does have that mix-up potential.
Yeah. The Byleth hype right now, like I said, I interviewed all these players before. Let me just control F Byleth in my 2 note sheets. Yeah, there are 7 players with a Byleth secondary coming back.
7?
7! Everyone is like, okay, we want Byleth. So
7
we actually,
is insane.
I mentioned that because Aether, one of the players we haven't seen yet, has a Byleth, and so does Juice has a Byleth secondary. So we could see that come out, but we're talking about tethers when the game has concluded. Did you see who won that?
Yes. Flux took that. Based on, it was 3 stocks to 1.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay. So Flux
The
takes
run back did not go well.
All right. Well, yeah, Flux does it again. I was gonna say from the length of that, I thought it might have gone down to the wire, but it looks like Flux was able to figure it out and take that with 2 stocks. P, again, a very explosive player for his crew, got a lot done in the first game and goes out early at the beginning here. So here's where we are. So Flux Waiver still has 2 stocks. They still have Chunky, who like totally ran through the squad in the previous round. So it's going to be really tough to deal with the rest of Flux's team at this point. That's going to be that's a hard fought battle already just without P.
Yeah, and I feel like one thing we talked about, you were saying how Lucas doesn't have great shield combo breakers or shield options. Juice hyped themselves up as a player who is carried by their punish game. They are, which by the way, my favorite kind of player right there. They're so swingy. But when you're carried by your punish game like that, and you have a character whose best out of combo option is like frame 8 or something, you can just hammer away at them.
Yeah,
so
you can go crazy.
I think Juice coming in would not be a terrible idea. I think Juice could get a lot done, but then you don't have Juice to deal with Chunky. I feel like at this point, Juice is the only one who could, unless there's some miracle practice going on with JLB.
And then here's the other thing too. So I'm looking at Juice's character roster. So we got Seth. When he came in, he was Terry before, right? He was Terry. So you see Seth, Terry, Kazuya, Roy, Joker, Byleth. Well, apparently everyone involved was required to have a Byleth secondary, apparently. Sephiroth versus Lucas is a pretty good idea. Sephiroth versus Wii Fit is also a pretty good idea. There's actually some really character-specific punishes that Sephiroth is able to get on Wii Fit. So if Seph is his main and 2 of the 3 characters he could fight have solid matchups with Sephiroth, we could see him come in as Seph. I'm not saying Terry can't do it, but I feel like his strongest option, at least on paper, would be to come in as Seph. One of the main things I saw on Twitter, I didn't know this. I saw it pop up last week, and I was like, "Yo, is this true?" Because I also play Sephiroth. Soccer ball at the ledge. Let's say Wii Fit does it and you shield it. When it's bouncing in the air, you can run up with Seph counter it, and kill Wii Fit at maybe 90. And that's such a powerful tool. It's one of those. It's a knowledge check for one, because you have to know that can happen to you, and you're gonna die when you find out that it does. But also, Wii Fit is not able to safely soccer ball the ledge, because if you shield it, that counter is going to cover jump, it's going to cover ledge hang because you just probably re-grabbed. It's going to do a lot. It's very active too. So yeah. I know we're just theory crafting right now because we're kind of feeling a little bit, but I definitely think Seth might be the play. I don't know if he'll go Seth, but I would go Seth.
And based off of how P was using counters, I'm of the opinion that Sephiroth's counter is the best in the game. I don't know a lot about Sora's, so maybe it's Sora's, but Sephiroth's counter is maybe one of the most DLC moves ever programmed. You paid for that counter, and it is going to work no matter what. I have had people jump off stage and use Sephiroth counter on my Lucina's up B, which, that's more or less a teleport. You should not be... No, Sephiroth will hit that.
Oh, yeah, that's death. Even at the ledge sometimes, if you miss spacing and go high, you will die for it. Shotos die for it. K-Rool dies for it.
And when you're Wii Fit throwing out options like that all the time, I feel like that counter is a massive neutral tool. I would love to see the Sephiroth come out. I think, especially because, again...
Byleth. Okay, Byleth is a solid choice too.
Yeah. The one thing I've seen, the take that I've liked the most about Byleth is consistency. The moves aren't always that good. The neutral isn't great, but the moves work like they're supposed to. The confirms work. You just need to hit them.
I would argue Nair works better than it's supposed to. Nair really works. People don't get hit by Nair. They get hit by Nair's bonus hit. It's always that landing hit. 9 times out of 10 when somebody's getting nared, it is that last hit. All right, they're just going right into it. Yeah, but you're right about the consistency. Nair is really consistent. I would say down tilt is a shockingly slept on move in Byleth's kit. Like, I've seen it lead into up smash, up air, or so many other different kill confirms. It's got great range. There it is. And then, yeah, Nair is just such a universal combo tool, at least dash attacks, throws. I've seen it lead to F smash plenty from watching MKLeo. Like, you really have to navigate around those two tools more carefully than everything else. I think it's mostly Nair and like down tilt are the two things I'm most afraid of.
Yeah, because they are both massive confirmed. They get you off stage, but there's a massive confirmed too. Stepping on your head and then smacking you off stage with that stick right now. Peach struggling to get back to center where they clearly want to be, but ooh, nice turnaround there. A little mind game to mess up Fluxwaver. Now they're on stage and they'll need that spot dodge. The up air will finish them off.
Yeah, Byleth up air is mad good. Like, that time, normally I'm used to seeing a kill from like a confirm, like again, like from down tilt, but even just raw, it's really active. Like, if you don't time your spot dodge carefully, you will get clipped at the end of it, which is what we saw from Flux. Despite that, though, that PK Fire is still really good at the ledge. It's not nest here, but boy, will it kill you.
Well, it will, as it will also stuff out any attempt to use that bow and arrow. They're like, come on. Mine's so much better than yours. They're using these their mix-ups to make their movement really unpredictable. Can't really absorb that either. That is a physical projectile, that arrow, even though it looks like a laser. You're off stage.
Ooh.
This could be detrimental to Byleth's recovery.
So good. Like, Byleth didn't have another jump. You know, they were at like an awkward angle. They were coming against an extremely active down smash that hits way past the ledge. It was just like, we're fine. Like, it's just such a good tether. We did see Fluxwaver try to reflect that very first arrow, and we have not seen another arrow since. I think even though he didn't get it, you have to put your opponent on notice and be like, you know, you can die for this, right? You know, like, you have to let them know. So, shout out to Flux for that. And speaking of, like, Flux has taken 5 stocks already.
Yeah, and you were talking about the out of shield. The spacing really isn't quite there. Juice is getting nared out of shield a lot by Fluxwaver, and that's a free punish. Lucas, not a terrible punish game, and a misspace forward smash was almost your doom. But Juice still has a semblance of a lead right here. Able to snap back to ledge, but they get caught. They're jump red like a book as you jump up with the down air.
Yeah, we could really see Flux start the momentum once again with Clemson taking 6 stocks to start this. Who knows? Juice is really close to finishing it off, though. Let's see if he can do it.
Ooh, they wanted that tornado right there, dropping down with the up air, but you're not able to scoop. As a please. We will.
Senor Flux, porque?
I promise you, noble viewers of CENC Southeast, we are doing our best to figure this out as fast as possible. But as we do figure it out...
That one hurt a little bit.
That one did hurt a little bit.
I was really wondering, clamoring to see who's going to win that. But I mean, we'll find out shortly.
Yeah, we will find out shortly. And I feel like the momentum swung really hard towards Fluxwaver, towards the middle of that match. And then it started slowly creeping back towards Juice, who was able to close it out with that last stock. Yeah, 1 stock left. It's going to be... Okay, it might be impossible. 1 stock versus 6, when you couldn't even get more than a stock off of Chunky. It's going to be very difficult. Oh, wait, no, they've still got 4. Never mind.
No, they got 4. They've got 4.
Miscounted right there, but regardless, still going to be very difficult, but getting that first win on the board, this is already more of a lead than you had last time. I've got faith in Juice.
That's true. Now you're not coming in 6 stocks down. You're only coming in 5 stocks down. However, if they send in Chunky against Juice, Byleth versus Wii Fit, I'm really trying to formulate a game plan that would be in Juice's favor for Byleth versus Wii Fit. It's not impossible. I don't think Byleth is going to be as scary against her ledge options. Like, if he gets the right read, F Smash could seal things out, and you could stop a lot of soccer ball with neutral air if you're careful. But I think it takes a lot more precision for Byleth to like really capitalize on that position versus like some other characters. So it's definitely going to be tough. If Chunky decides to play this defensively and just kind of hang out at the ledge, I can see them getting like a lot of free percent. But again, it's risky because if Juice is ever right, even just once, I've seen that sweet spot F Smash kill at like 40, 45. Like, I've seen some cuckoo banana shenanigans with that
Everyone's
move.
seen that one clip of T getting 0 to death at like 30. They die at 30 because they pick jump off of ledge. It's brutal.
Mm.
It's brutal. Getting skewered by that
Just-
forward smash is
Yeah.
going to be weighing heavily on Chunky's mind. If Chunky is the one to come out, we're making a lot of assumptions here.
That's true.
Now,
That's true. We don't
I
even know if it's gonna
would-
be Chunky.
I
We haven't even
would
seen
send
their
out
we haven't even
Chunky.
seen their whole team yet.
Yeah. And when you don't even get to see a full crew, you know that crew is powerful.
See, okay. So as a person that again loves crew battles, if I'm ever captain, which I'm captain a lot, my ideal setup is that my crew should be strong enough that I never have to play. So a lot of the crew battles I've done for fun, the goal was that I never touch the controller because I'm like, no, we should be able to plan and counter pick so that I never even have to come into CENC. I think that's always my personal goal. And
It's looking like Clemson's goals too. Not
yeah,
gonna
Clemson
lie.
looks like they're crushing it on that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Very powerful team. You've got to watch out for them. But looking ahead, there are some heavy hitters. Clemson, they were up on my list of teams that could be taking it, and they're proving why. I don't even think they're like in the top right here, as we're going to see a Cloud come out. Who would this be? This could be Chunky as well. I know Chunky
true.
has a Cloud, but it probably is Morality.
We will find out momentarily. Oh, Morality is also Cloud. Okay, yeah. So Morality plays Cloud, Chunky plays Weave It and Cloud. So who knows?
Yeah, it's going to be a sortie battle. A very swingy sortie battle. And I do like this. Like, I feel like Cloud, a much more consistent character. Wait, Zoroaster? I didn't know that person existed. Well, we'll see how Zoroaster does fighting against Juice. One stock, that's all you need to take.
All right. So the biggest thing here when it comes to neutral, obviously, is going to be like a lot of air-to-air battles with both their aerials. But the biggest thing I'm expecting is that Cloud is going to have to like try to make sure that back air is being spaced away from neutral air. Because once they get up close and personal, outside of like not a panic option, but like outside of like Cloud's literal up B, it could definitely get tough if Juice is able to get in there and get those nair started. But right now, Zoroaster is playing really well. 93% on B. He's got limit on deck. He's not in a great spot. He's got to come back against. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's going to be the finisher right there.
Clean
You get
up.
that one option, and let's be honest, it's ultimate. It's online ultimate. You know they're going to neutral get up.
Yeah.
If you want to avoid getting hit at all, well, I have the solution for you. Put an execution test on your opponent's table and say, hey, you hit me. It's down to you if you want to get this easy punish.
So here's why that was a good idea too. So he waited a little bit. He didn't see a jump. He knew he was hanging at the ledge. At that position, if he jumped, he got hit. If he stayed at the ledge, he got hit. If he neutral got up, he got hit. He could have rolled, but if Zoroaster was patient, which he was, he also got hit. Blade Beam actually covered every option right there. The only option I think he would have had left would have been like fall down again and come back. But then you're regrabbing against Cloud. Blade Beam doesn't have very much like recovery, if any. Like he kind of just like lets it rip most of the time. Yeah, and then you're in a regrab situation. So that was tough. That was a tough. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I would have got off ledge there either. I think I would have. I might have got clipped by that too. I think he needed to make like a really immediate decision, but you don't really want to make emotionally. You don't want to make like an immediate decision getting back on stage against like a full limit Cloud when you're at kill percent. But waiting was not. Waiting kind of like guaranteed the death, you know. So I don't know. It's a lot of really careful risk management that is like where the onus is way more on you than on Cloud just chilling with limit, and that's what makes that tough.
Yeah, the way I look at neutral in games is forcing your opponents to make decisions and not giving them time to like make them well. Because if you can consider every single factor every single time you make a decision in a game, you're gonna win every time.
Yeah.
But that's not how games are played. You act quicker than they can consider every option, so they just have to pick one. That's what you got to do in situations like that. You gave Zoroaster time to be like, exactly what you laid out. Okay, neutral, get up, roll, blah, 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 blah. Like, you had time to figure that out. And by the time you picked one, you're dead.
And that's one of those things where like conditioning comes into play too. Like even if you're making your decisions really quickly, then you at least like you might survive a little bit longer, and then your opponent at least has to start considering options for like conditioning. Like, okay, they seem to keep liking to jump at the ledge, so maybe they'll go for it a third time, maybe they won't. They at least have to like play that game. Like they could probably guess right, you know. They have a pretty good chance of guessing right, but like nothing. Yeah, well, if you're not gonna make any rash decision, like yeah, you're kind of screwed. I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta just kind of push through the fear. Sometimes the smartest play is not the smartest play. You know. Sometimes that's how that works. I think Ultimate does a good job of representing that actually with some of the characters in this cast of almost 90. But yeah, sometimes you just got to really throw your opponent off with something unexpected. Mars is really good at that actually, and that's not a knock on anyone that does that. Oh hey, Zero Suit. Hey, look at that.
This is Aether coming in, playing this hit and run character we all know and love. Not even top 20, but Cloud is mid tier apparently too. So you know. Mid-tier battle right here.
All I'm gonna say about that is that a Smash Ultimate mid tier is definitely a Smash 4 top tier. That's all I'm saying. Because this game is insane. We really break down every tool that we have.
When everyone's broken, no one will be.
Yes.
That's Smash Ultimate in a nutshell.
It really is. And as a former Brawl Minus player too, which I don't know if you know about that, I'll tell you in between games. That's a fun mentality in basic game around though.
But in the game, it's getting pretty swingy right away as Aether did a great job avoiding the general swings. I've been told Aether is a hit and run character who just gets huge punishes, but not very often. So you're going to be able to try and exploit Cloud off stage. Nice landing with the down air. Usually I wouldn't love that, but it was good spacing right there. Now you get caught by that cross slash. Limit's going to be online when you're on ledge. But
I think the main thing I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I think the main thing we're seeing from Zoroaster is like he's really, really outspacing Aether with back air. Like I think that was like maybe the 11th back air just now that connected. And Zero Suit has answers. Like if her spacing is clean, she can throw out some Zairs. Like she doesn't necessarily like have to eat the brunt of those back airs, but well darn, there we go again. But yeah, it looks like Zoroaster has really clean spacing. He's got a solid neutral game plan. Like I know it seems silly to consider just a single back air as like a solid neutral game plan, but if your opponent isn't figuring anything out, it's a solid neutral game plan.
How many times have you run into a player who doesn't know how to deal with one option, and you sit there and you have to make the mental decision? You're like, do I just do this one thing the whole game and win, or do I try and get saucy with it? Because optimally, you should just keep doing that one thing until they figure it out, but also you want to win. And when you're trying to win in a crew battle like this, just stick to that one option.
Honestly, I've been on both sides of this and like everything I've played. Like there's like I play a lot of Guilty Gear and I post a lot of clips on that. I was playing against this Mei player and Zato has a move where he summons a drill on the ground. So if you wake up with a button, you get hit. She woke up with a button 7 times in a row. And I was just like, I'm not going to stop doing this move until you learn to try to block. All she had to do was not mad. And there was like a 10-second clip of me just doing the exact same move and her standing up and getting hit. And I'm like, you got to learn. You got to adapt, man. Like, this isn't even like a mix-up. You just have to quick. But yeah, but I've been in that situation too with certain moves that are really strong where I'm like, they keep doing it, but I don't know what to do, so I guess I'm just going to keep getting tagged by it. Okay, it looks like Zoroaster won that, and I believe that is the game for Clemson, ain't it?
Yeah, 2-0 for Clemson College, and a pretty dominant one, too. We didn't get to see a ton of it, but don't worry. We're working on these issues. Should be better coming up, so stay tuned with the CENC Southeast Invitational. We're going to be having more coming up soon. I'm trying to check out the schedule right now, but even if I can't find it in time, we are going to have Wake Forest versus FAU Blue. 2 teams we know a little bit more about. We'll get to see how those teams measure up, if they're going to be able to stand up with Clemson in the later part of the group stages. But in general, looking back on it, I think Clemson is a team to watch. They beat out every single option that they had. There was one time where it looked like they might be swinging back and the momentum just wasn't in their favor. Like it was like a 2-to-1 ratio. Exactly.
I was just about to say that. It definitely felt like a 2-to-1 ratio. Like it looked like Clemson was just very consistently in the lead, and it's not that their opponent, it's not that Full Sail wasn't able to like switch it up or like try different things. Like they made a lot of attempts, but Clemson was just really consistent, and I think that consistency is what really did it. And again, despite the changes in round 2, Clemson, they started with like a 7 stock lead, and then even in the next one they went in with like a 5 stock lead. And it's just, once you get that early momentum going in crew battles, it's really tough to overcome it. But I will say this: we haven't seen like a glorious failure or anything. Like there's been some like, which I'm hoping we never see, but there's been some like iconic crew battle losses. Like if we want to get into it, like Rayquaza versus Kie in the Midwest versus Japan crew battle. Short story: I was at that tournament, and me and all the Midwest homies were like pouring a drink to wait for it to be our victory drink, because he only had to take 1 stock from that Peach player. And boy, I was one of the saddest drinks of my whole life. I tell you what, we were all just like, nah, come on, you can do this. No, okay. I was like, all right. So that was an iconic crew battle fail. We saw
we were
saw
talking
redacted Peach player at Frostbite do the same. Go for it.
We were talking earlier about like not wanting to disappoint your teammates, and like there is a certain magic. Like if you think about it, it's way better to send in your anchor first to like clear out the field, let other people get data, blah 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 blah. But there is a certain magic that comes with being the anchor, with being the last man standing, being the only thing between your team and a loss. That like even though it's not optimal, being the anchor is so powerful. So those last stock, when you have 1 stock left situations, you've got to watch out for them. The game is never over until it says game.
I fully agree with you. And it's one of those things where it becomes like an issue of, not an issue, but it becomes a matter of mutual trust. Like you're the anchor, your team is looking up to you. If you're the anchor, you're probably also the team captain generally. Generally, that's how that goes. The captain is almost always the anchor. And it's just like, you know, they're looking up to you. You want to make sure you don't let them down. And there's just so much mental fortitude that comes out of you when you're playing, when like there's that much pressure on you. Not necessarily negative, but like not negative pressure like I'm scared to lose, but just like I really, really can do this. I really got to make sure everybody knows why I'm the anchor, and I really want to, you know, support the team as best I can. And it's really fun. It's really fun even to be in those situations, even if you don't win. Like I know it's stressful. Especially in a situation like this where like, you know, there's money on the line, you know, there's the winners get to move on to nationals. Like there's a lot on the line, but at the end of the day, if you have that competitive spirit, if you enjoy being a competitor and you're in a crew battle, this is the thrill of a lifetime. You know, no roller coaster compares. You know, the adrenaline rush you get when you like pull it off, or you get the big upset, or you get like a crazy read. God, it feels good. Oh yeah, so good.
A crew battle, it's the best way to do Team Smash Brothers. I've seen so many formats for how teams should be played. This is it. It still has the hype, the clutch of like trying to do it, but it doesn't also like take away from the fact that you're playing on a team. Like there are some team formats that like take away from an individual's carry capacity. That's not great, but also, yeah, I love this format. I love the CENC format, and I'm glad we get to watch it all day. Hopefully, as we're looking to get into, I think we said FAU Red versus Wake Forest. Now, Wake Forest, bit of a mystery to me. Some foggy tree lines right there. We're not entirely sure what they're running, but FAU Blue, they have a very large team. They actually split it up into a red and blue. Like, so, and the one thing I noticed, you love to see it, top tier privilege all throughout this team. There comes a point when you have to grow up and be like, okay, top tiers are there for a reason. You got to play them. And I think FAU Blue in particular has a lineup of characters with the best buttons you could possibly ask for.
You are not kidding. We've got Palutena, we've got Inkling, we've got Peach. Like, those are some really scary characters. Those are some characters that could like be the anchor and like carry the team all in their own right.
Yeah, we are already done the lag test. It's going to be Tetris from Wake Forest taking on Polar. As right away, there's going to be a top tier matchup. Okay, I promise you, everyone, we are working on this. It's CNC's first online thing, and it's better that we have run this online than, you know, host a LAN and be exposing everyone to possible new variants of COVID. No. We're trying to keep things safe, and we will suffer through the technical difficulties. And hey, Sai and I are pretty much starting a podcast today so far.
Honestly, this is now my second podcast. I've already got one going.
It shows,
I'm gonna be
man.
real with you. You know that subreddit r/watch people die inside? If anybody was looking at my camera just now, I fully just had that moment. I was just like, oh yes, new match is starting, and I just
Yeah, it's rough. As I'm not even gonna try and comment on that matchup, Palutena versus Roy. We can say all we want, but commentator, sometimes we fall into the trap of talking strictly about character matchups, but it's all about the players at the end of the day. You could be playing the worst matchup in the world, but the player is very skilled in it. They're very skilled at maybe edge guarding that character, or they know their out of shield options and they're never going to get hit out of shield. Like, for example, Spargo versus Meister. Spargo, like, plays Cloud, which is a pretty even matchup. Maybe a little losing in terms of Cloud. Spargo will literally parry Meister's up B out of shield and then jump up and hit Meister. And even though that is like such a difficult option to deal with, like Game & Watch up B out of shield, most people are like, okay, let's watch this cutscene. No, Spargo found the way to deal with it because you have that matchup knowledge. It's all about the players at the end of the day.
You're fully spitting right now. Yeah, I was because I mean Spargo like cooks Meister, and it's definitely a thing where I've seen Game & Watch just run wild in that matchup. Cloud is so good at like pressuring your shield, but unless you literally have those Spargo reactions, you don't really have to worry about it. Because 9 times out of 10, no one's getting parry up B, double jump up air punish on Game & Watch. Like you have to know some stuff. And yeah, matchups, again, they're all theoretical. Let's say you have a 60-40 matchup. That sounds like a bad matchup, but that still means 40% of the time you play it, you should still win it. I'm so Rob pilled right now. Like Rob, for example. First of all, I just said this today, if Rob isn't in your top 5 is wrong. Because all of Rob's bad matchups don't matter. This character should be losing to like 20, 25 different people in the cast on paper. But he just kills you. Like, what is a bad matchup if you're killing a character at like 40 off the stage for like any one mistake, or on stage for any one mistake, or for touching your shield, or for getting grabbed, or for getting forward aired, or for getting side beat? You know what I mean? Like, if you have a strong punish game, like, you know, matchup information is important. I'm not going to act like it's not, but certain characters, especially in Smash Ultimate, like just have really explosive kits where it just doesn't matter anymore. And I think Rob is like the antithesis of just matchups just don't matter anymore.
Yeah, and like it makes me think back to like the beginning of Smash Ultimate where everyone's talking about how it's like a completely neutral based game. The player that comes to mind with that is like Dark Wizzy. Dark Wizzy doesn't have the strongest punish game out of the Marios. Like still an amazing one. Go on. But it's not the best. And yet they were winning neutral constantly, getting so much damage. It was great. But in the modern meta, Dark Wizzy has been struggling a little bit because when you don't have that punish game, when you don't have kill confirms in particular, that's why I think Rob is so good. I think kill confirms are the most important thing in all of Smash Ultimate. What do you think about that?
Honestly, as we're seeing from the way the meta's going, I don't know if I think it's the most important, but there's a very strong argument that it's the most important because it really does. It's like neutral starts to just like not matter. And a lot of like traditional, like, oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Wake Forest won first round. Okay, cool. So, all right. Wake Forest took the first game. So shout outs to them. Did you catch which player was the Roy player for Wake Forest?
It was Tetris, if I remember correctly, who, again, we're just getting that noted down as, I mean, Palutena versus Roy, definitely very, very, I mean, I keep saying swingy matchups, and I think that's because so many characters in Ultimate just take turns destroying each other. Palutena is one of the few characters who usually doesn't have to deal with that, but Roy is fast enough to be able to bait out an aerial and actually go in and punish it. So, not incredibly surprised by that. I hope we get to see more of that later as Wake Forest gears up to continue their lead.
I think a big thing about that matchup, if we're theory crafting again, is that like Palutena actually should do pretty well against the swords. I feel like back air is just such a powerful like spacing tool to keep people away, and normally the swords would thrive in like an air-to-air battle just because like they're so disjointed, but back air being invincible is just, or the shield being invincible is just like, all right, it doesn't really matter. If
They're actually on that Palutena. Okay. Got it completely mixed up. But Samus versus Palutena, I don't think this is great. Palu, I feel like, does really well against the zoners. Samus, in my opinion, one of the best zoners, but regardless, like, it's so hard for zoners to really get any mileage against a character like Palu.
Yeah, I think the best bet here would not necessarily be like projectiles, but it would just have to be like a lot of really careful spacing with like Zaire. That would kind of be the way I would think you could break in to Palutena's ball. But so far, 72% in the face is a really tough start for anybody, I think.
Yeah, just using that jab for guaranteed damage. And to get forward smash off stage, you got to deal with Samus's ledge trapping, but a nice explosive flame gets you off that ledge, and the forward tilt sends you off. Now it looks like Polar, they're just getting smacked around. Lament not letting them get anything done. Is off the top is where you're going to go.
Jesus Christ, yeah, right off the top. And only 37% too. Like, that's such an explosive start to the beginning of this. Then we have another Nair train coming in. Now, theoretically, Samus could maybe get hit by a little bit less Nair just because, not because she shouldn't get hit by it, but just because like her aerial hurt box is like really small and like double jump. But it's not seeming to matter. Lament isn't even able to get like a solid double jump started. Just to even try to like make Polar kind of work for those Nairs. He's kind of just like trying to fight in with back air and, you know, neutral air and tools like that, but Palutena's not really going for it. She can just kind of shut you out with back air, she can shut you out with neutral air and even up air. And if nothing else, it looked like Polar had really good stage control too. We saw some combos utilizing a ladder off like the right and the top platform on Battlefield. Like definitely looked like Polar had a solid game plan on Battlefield. Samus is good on that stage too, but Polar was just really running away.
Yeah. I feel like there's like a limiter with Palu, and it all revolves around your nairs. When I see a Palu come out, I'm able to almost instantly tell if it's a secondary or if they actually main Palu based off what they do off of that first nair. I know the nair combos are pretty easy with a little bit of practice, but there's just a certain fluidity when a Palutena specialist lands that nair and they just carry you across the stage. You just hear the over and over again. And
no, that's the sound of my nightmare.
Yep.
Don't do it.
Listen. I'm from up in the Jersey area. I used to do Jersey. There are a lot of Palus, and there's one team in particular, New Jersey City University, 3 Palutenas, and I did them every week. I learned so much about the Palutena matchup, and I will say, you get some really nice fluidity with Palu. And people say Palu is not a very expressive character. I can understand that looking at the top level, but just having these tools, having these fundamentals just opens you up for so much more.
It's one of those things where like here's the thing, she can be saucy. Like you can see like crazy warp cancel reads and like, you know, really smart teleport to like side B plays and stuff like that. Like you can see those things, but it's just not required of her game plan. So like if the player, you know, decides they want to be saucy, they want to try to be flashy Palutena, and they do that, as a spectator, great. But like as someone that's like playing you in bracket, you know how to do all that because, you know, your normal game plan is just going to work. It's just, I think here's another thing about that character too. I talk about Palutena being broken all the time, but when you think of like a traditional character in this game being like broken, they normally have something like super cheesy, like, you know, like KO punch or like arson back air or like, I would say finishing touch as of the buffs. You know, they have something like really explosive and flashy that makes them broken. Palutena is still in that conversation. She's still in that tier, not because she has something like especially crazy and flashy, but just because she's so unbelievably solid and neutral. Her learning curve is relatively low compared to like what you can get out of that character. And that's what it is that makes this character like a top tier. And I think you see somebody like, you know, Pikachu, where they might like loop you off and like kill you with thunder really early, or like, you know, anything that Joker does, all of it, for example, you might be like, oh god, that's gotta be like the best character ever. But like a character like Palutena with like an easy learning curve, with virtually no bad moves, extremely strong spacing tools, you know, good projectiles and neutral, relatively good recovery. Like, it's not that she has one specific thing that's like crazy and like meta dominating and like forcing her to the top of the tier list. It's that her entire kit summarized is just really generally strong.
Palutena is like a concept character. If you understand the concept of juggling, then the up air is gonna let you juggle. If you understand the concept of anti-airing, that up tilt, oh man, you're ducking down, there's a hitbox way above you, you're gonna be fine. The concept of spacing aerials, just pick an aerial. The fact that there is so much debate about what Palu's best aerial is is hilarious. Like
One of them is
Twitter
the
threads.
size of a car and invincible, and it has to be in a conversation with the other ones.
Yeah, exactly. That is the toolkit that Palutena runs with. And this, again, this is not a Palutena hate. Like, I love when characters are good. Like I said, there comes a time when you grow up and you're like, okay, characters being good is cool.
No,
and I
it
like
is.
that.
It is. And the only move I think that is quote cheesy, like cheesy, I think down tilt at the ledge is like really strong. And I'm in the Midwest, so Mysterica, she's just one state over, so I see a lot of Mysterica Spalutena, and you know she's one of the best. I've seen that down tilt do a lot. All right.
Yeah. Okay, so I think it was actually, I think it was actually FAU's Palutena that we were seeing Polar right there, as right there. Very, very nice. J21 gonna be running this nest, and it's gonna be a little difficult to get this landing. Nest does have mixed up, but J21's not really using them that much.
FAU is going crazy right now. Yo, Polar is nuts. J21 only gotten like a single, I think this is an aerial. I'm gonna assume that was supposed to be like a falling or rising forward air maybe. But right now Polar is like fully in the driver's seat, barely taking any damage. J21 is supposed to recover yet again. Recovering low, that was really smart. Not gonna give her the opportunity to like run off and like nair, like counter. Good decision making right there. Maybe J21 can clean this up in neutral, but right now it's definitely the Polar show. Oh, that could have been it! Oh man, just a couple inches further to the right, that could have been a really early stop for J21.
And going to this drag down, just a little bit of slip ups right there. That's the thing, when it becomes more even, the gameplay doesn't look as fluid. But hey, you got that back throw. Ness got, well, the influence back throw, but Palu ain't bad at all.
No. I mean, she ain't him, but her kid is so strong outside of that, it doesn't need to be that strong. It doesn't deserve to be that strong, actually. They gave her everything, you know. Homegirl is privileged.
I like the teleport on the stage right there. I love using that up B aggressively. It's very unsafe. But when someone commits to an option like PK Frost, you got to do it.
Oh my god, the counter. There it is. Ooh.
We talked about Ness being easily edge guardable, and we're like, is that true? Don't make it a big argument for yet.
This is one of the characters that can really take advantage of it, though. Like, and again, J21 didn't come from like a bad angle, but I think he's going to be really forced to just save his jump really carefully, air dodge for a stage more, because coming back with PK Winner 2, even at like a relatively smart angle like the one he chose, feels like a death sentence against characters like Palutena sometimes.
Yeah, they're going to get caught by the landing fair, but they don't want to deal with that edge guarding at all, going straight onto stage, and look at that, they've reclaimed center, just barely missing that. Good roll from J21, there's a panic option, and right now Polar's catching on to those panics.
That's
back throw, going to be the finisher.
All right, J21 does get a good stock off the board. I don't know if they'll be able to make it like a crazy zero death. Ness has the potential, but Polar's just playing a really solid neutral right now. Oh, this could be an SD. That's going to regrab.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for J21.
I mean, that was just checkmate.
Yeah, that was totally checkmate. Because, like, the down tilt at the ledge already almost two-framed as it was with invincibility. Coming back with no invincibility against Palutena, down tilt is just way too active. There wasn't another angle that Ness could have mixed it up with, even if he air dodged. Like, that was just kind of, that was checkmate. As soon as he dropped off the ledge, I don't think there was any good answer that could not have been punished by Polar. Like, if Polar dropped the controller and picked it up real quick, he still would have had time to, like, probably get that punish.
Yeah, real quick, solve a Rubik's Cube, and then you're done. You're like, okay.
Right.
Like, all you need to do is just hit that one button at a reasonable amount of time. You're probably already going to get the 2-frame anyways, but even if you don't, they're going to SD, which they did, or they're going to get the ledge trap. So that's going to be FAU clawing their way back into this. Wake Forest, remember, took the early lead, but FAU Blue looking to start to come back right here. If we could get an updated stock count just so we can refresh ourselves, that would be great. But as we are looking into this, again,
I think it's 4-3. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Or...
Yeah,
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay. Yeah,
all right.
Well, if it's because you didn't hear that, we are actually done. That was a win for FAU Blue. J21 not able to clutch that out. And so we're going to be moving. Yeah. Yeah, we have another crew battle coming up. And, well, I'm not going to pretend to comment on all this. Sometimes you don't know everything. And in this case, we literally don't know everything. Hopefully, though, we will be able to get a little more info going into this part of the crew battle.
Yes, and I kind of wonder what Wake Forest is going to be able to change up. It definitely looked like Polar. Geez, who do you think was their captain? Do you think Polar was the captain? I'm gonna actually look up the player database because Polar was playing really well. I'm gonna see what all they've done.
Yeah, while you do that, I do have to say, I'm really hoping we get to see Rai. If there is one thing I know about online Peach players, it's that if you are committing to playing Peach online, you have a reason for doing it. I don't think I've ever seen a not cracked online Peach player. So Raishi, one of the other members of FAU Blue, I got my eye on them. It's a theory that's never been proven wrong, because if you're going to commit to a character online and you stay on Peach, one of the hardest executions offline anyways.
Exactly. Yes, one of the hardest to play offline.
It's got to be good. It's got to be impeccable. Yeah. But we are going to go to a tiny little break while we get this next crew battle set up. When we come back, we're going to have more Smash action as FAU continues against Wake Forest. Water, please.
Okay. Did they? Oh no.
Okay.
Well, shit. I was wondering. I was like, did they just like forfeit? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Damn, that is unfortunate. Right. Are they giving up their round, or are they gonna come back in and try to like reschedule? Okay. Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna definitely go get me some water because cold brew coffee is not water, and getting jittery. So I'll be back in a moment.
Do I have at least 2 minutes? Okay, I'm just adjusting my chair real quick. I forgot to put a cushion under me before, and I've been sitting on this hardwood.
Pulls up versus Georgia Tech. Okay.
Now, Georgia Tech is a fun one. I understand.
Well, you shouldn't have pulled that fire alarm. That's on you.
Yeah.
You're like, no, I'm bored. I'm out. I'm done.
Palutena.
Oh no, we know, man.
Yeah, I believe it.
What's up now?
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. We are getting right into it.
We are back. All right. So we got Roku versus P coming in. Let's see. Joker versus Cloud. It looks like they might be doing a little bit of lag test right now. What would you say are your thoughts on this matchup? I feel like this could honestly be sort of close to even. This could be one of Cloud's decent top tier matchups, if I had to guess.
Yeah. I feel like Cloud definitely has the tools to pressure Joker's shield. Nair out of shield can, I think, be outspaced by back air, but intricate move spacing aside, I feel like even though Joker has a lot of really safe landing hitboxes, you're not going to be completely safe all the time, and you can get stuffed out by this up the out of shield, and then Cloud, like we saw, has a lot of options to keep you at the ledge. And
yes.
Or even just straight up two-frame you. I mean, I think the dash attack two-frames you, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, and it is huge. It will definitely two-frame you. I would say this, Joker is good at like virtually everything in the game, but all of his options off the ledge, I would say they're pretty standard. Like there's nothing like super broken that helps him get off the stage. It's just like a relatively, normal kit for that. I definitely think the biggest thing here is just going to be a battle of spacing. Like, how well can Roku keep Joker out with that bear? And then how fast can, P adapt to getting bared and being able to, like, get, like, a grounded punish or, like, kind of get, like, a read on Roku's defensive landing option. That's going to be the main thing here. But other than that, the neutral, it's literally just going to come down to, like, a lot of spacing and, like, a little bit of fundies. I think that's really going to be it. Even when Arson Bear comes into play, if Roku is able to space well, I still feel like he might not be in that much danger.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of, like, obviously two comeback mechanics in play. Arsene easily way better. I'm trying to think of the role that Arsene may play in this matchup. We just talked briefly about it, but I feel like Cloud.
I know where it's gonna come in.
Cloud doesn't really have the boxing tools to really get a huge combo on Joker and destroy Arsene. That's not really something Cloud does, You
know what I think where it's going to come in? I think the scariest part of Arsene in this matchup is not going to be back air, which is good. It's not going to be gun, which is also really good. Gun could be good. I think the scariest part of this matchup would be Cloud trying to recover against Arsene counter. Because if that connects at all, that is death. There's no way he survives that hits him at literally 0, because it forces you so far horizontally. I don't think Cloud can survive that. So that would be the number one thing I think I would be afraid of if I was Roku. All right. So now we got the real match going here. We got Georgia Tech coming in against FSA. Let's see what they got. Let's see what Roku's got for the squad.
Yep, Roku running this Cloud right here because that's P the Joker. We saw them in game 1, or the first crew battle, and they're honestly very unquestionable neutral.
Oh no! You had the limit. It's not worth it. That's unfortunate. And P took 0 damage too, so that's a crazy start. I also want to know, I'm not a betting man, but I really want to figure out if P finds another way to get Arsene sub 60. I just want to see him do it again.
I mean, getting that stock lead right here, the timer might just give it before you even get hit. I mean, look at this, you're halfway there. As you just keep harassing with these down guns. You're not getting a lot of damage, but you're technically winning neutral, and you're annoying Roku. You're making it hard, but it's also hard to land.
There it is, 56%.
Affairs.
Y'all check his switch. I swear to God. I've never seen him get an Arsene out of desperation. But yeah, now both players got the Super Saiyan Blue Soul Glow, so, a lot of threats on here. Of course, Arsene being the bigger one. It definitely feels like Roku can still bring this back. Like that SD was early, but as we're going like raw damage to raw damage, it's been like pretty even, honestly.
And I talked about how Cloud doesn't get these huge combos, but you saw they got the huge juggle extension. They just wait for their opening, and then they get the conversion. But now you're getting to where Cloud shines. A lot of kill confirms, a lot of kill power. The back air into the forward tilt immediately pressures that shield. Now you got Limit online, looking for that cross step, but the wrong direction. Reading a roll that's never going to come to B, but the up air to shield and cover you just fine.
I also think that was interesting where like Roku was in a position to try to like ledge guard P, which as we were discussing earlier would be like not like super duper hard, but definitely, you know, a little bit weird for P to get back from. But Roku was just like, I think I'd rather have Limit, and just immediately went to center stage and tried to charge Limit, which isn't a bad plan because now P has to run in against, you know, center stage Cloud with Limit. So that's scary enough in its own right.
I love that little weight on the full tilt right there, being like, okay, pick an option, now it's stuff. As you get stuffed by that forward right there, you're going to be sent off stage as Roku holds center, strong and true, gets that grab as back air safe, but now that's safe, and that back air is going to keep you safe, sending them off stage.
And that's the exact interaction I was talking about earlier, where it's like, all right, so P has Arson back air. Roku is at kill percents and could easily like make this a way wider gap. But just that spacing battle, because it's so disjointed and it's so far from Cloud horizontally, still he was able to come in and get that reversal and take the stock instead.
And we saw Roku slow things down once you had that SD. Now you have P slowing things down. And I love using that gun to stall off stage. Just sort of hovering there. It's like a discount float.
It really is. His gunplay's been really good. Like, he's been able to... I'm glad you pointed that out. He's able to, like, spend more time stalling in neutral. He was doing a lot of, like, trolling with it on, like, P shield, just trying to, like, condition him and see how he reacts. He's really, really good with gun.
Yeah. And with Arsene powering up that 6-shooter even more, we'll see how it pans out. You can see just staying on the platform to avoid any of these long-range poking tools that Joker has. But again, these misspaced back airs, at some point you got to start crossing up because you've been grabbed going for back air at least 5 times at this point.
Oh, that could have been a gimp right there. Yeah, I mean, that SD was unfortunate, and especially, I mean, there's no worse place on earth to SD than a crew battle. Like, that's when it really hurts the most. But we're going to hope ideally for Roku that, oh my God! That he can take the stock anyway. Oh, Lord. The great equalizer. I think people should be, I hope everyone is scared, but those finishing touch buffs, the finishing touch buffs, sorry, that was hard, are really, really terrifying in the meta right now.
And you got to know how to steal these stocks early because now this is a winnable game. Very winnable. You can see the pressure already starting to get the P. They haven't been able to get really any touches besides the gun a shot or two as they get under that spaced forward air. But their tech roll in, not going to be covered quite yet, but look at this. They're so close to Limit, so close to Arsene. Who's going to get it first?
Oh, God. You can't even call it. I think we're going to see Limit a smidge before Arsene, and then it's literally just going to come down to a battle of the anime power-ups. P is also in a pretty good position. You know, his health is still pretty low. Limit has to run out organically. Oh, but he still got tagged by that blade beam. But now we're at the full reversal. Good patience from Roku, though, not taking the bait on that counter.
Oh, shield play, I think, is where Roku is shining. You touch that shield, you're dead. And now, in a tech chase situation, a little bit of footstool. Always happy to see that. And look at this, they're just holding underneath. Finally! By the skin of their teeth, they're able to get that back air, get that stock, and FSA takes a slight lead over Georgia Tech, but slight underlined 3 times, put a star next to it, because without that SD, it was that close when they were stock down, a clean stock.
Yeah, and you saw he was desperately trying to make sure he didn't interact with Arsene, even going as far to like midair footstool him, just be like, I don't want to be near the back air. Like, I feel like he can play a really close to the ground game with just retreating short hot bears and like maybe stay away from it. But when you're 70% down and you're trying to land anywhere near Joker and like Joker's just like waiting on you to land, it's very scary. It's scary. It's like on theory you might be okay, or in theory you might be okay, but in practice it's very scary landing in that situation.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about, because I kept shouting it out, how it felt like anytime the shield was up, P couldn't get anything done. The shield was the great deterrent. And we were talking earlier about how if someone is going for a habit, if someone is not finding a way around something you're doing, you've got to exploit it all the way to the bank. And that is exactly what they did. They saw that the shield was essentially just putting a period at the end of whatever sentence they were trying to say. And, well, why would you stop? Just keep shielding, keep waiting for them to mess up, and then punish them.
And here's the other thing about that. Being in that position where like you're able to do like a single action and your opponent can't figure it out, it's so good for just such a multitude of reasons. One, psychological damage. It's very hard to not get tilted when you've lost the same option 7 times in a row. Conditioning. You can understand your opponent's decision making when they're like pressured by an option they can't figure out. And on top of all of that, your kit is still not being fully displayed because they spent so much time trying to work past this one thing they can't figure out. They don't even know, the rest of your mix-ups. They don't even know the rest of what you want to do in neutral because they're so stuck at this brick wall of trying to find an answer to like a single thing. So being in that situation is tough from every angle imaginable. And honestly, it's a little bit funny. Like there's the infamous Justin Wong clip where like, I think it was like Mortal Kombat 10 or something. And he's playing and there's like a child, this poor child on the opposite side of him. And he's just getting hit by the same projectile over and over and over again. And this little kid is like, you're cheating. He's like, no, learn. And he just gets tagged by this missile like 20 times in a row until he dies. He's like, I can't do anything. He's like, learn. Like sometimes you just get trapped like that.
P has an opportunity to learn right here because it looks like we've got another cloud coming out from Georgia Tech right here? Question mark? Okay, maybe not. Maybe. No, this is P switching it up here. I think we are going to see another cloud.
I thought Georgia was the land of the Roys, but maybe it's the land of the cloud. Who knows? Maybe I was wrong.
Well, they got a sky too. I mean,
yeah.
I have to assume it's going to be better for P that you're just warmed up. But hey, sometimes playing 2 characters right in a row and they're 2 vastly different play styles is even worse than playing a different character.
That's true. Now, for what it's worth, Cloud's playstyle is generally a little bit more linear than like a couple others. Like you play like 2 snakes back to back, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Like 2 me gunners back to back, you're like, I don't know. But like Cloud, his game plan is solid, but it is comparatively linear to like some of the other stronger characters in the cast.
Yeah. As now, Joker versus Cloud, the rerun. It's looking like Buddy is going to be repping the Cloud this time. And we're going on to PS2. Decide who is going to be maintaining their lead and who is going to be sent back. Buddy from Georgia Tech, from FSA, who has honestly been kind of an MVP for their team this whole time. We complimented the stalling, but come on.
All right, so let's see what Buddy can bring to the table that his previous teammate couldn't quite figure out. Again, it was really, really close. And we could easily see Buddy just take the first stock and even this back up. But right now, I like the way that P is playing. P isn't like super committing. He's trying to force some AHAs in just so you get that like passive damage, makes it a lot less stressful. Again, Arson at 30. Oh my God. I just realized something. I'm so dumb. Duh, he's getting Arson mad early. This is a crew battle. He's coming in down 2 stocks. So,
yeah.
Duh. Now, yeah, that makes perfect sense why he's getting it so often.
Well, regardless, you're not going to have it anymore after that forward smash, and now...
No. Ooh.
Okay, you get hit by 1 final touch in a crew battle. You don't get another one, buddy. That's very optimistic. And you're going to get punished hard, thrown off stage, and gimped. Now, P does get a stock off. FSA is going to maintain their lead nonetheless. P looking to extend it if they can.
And it definitely looked like Buddy was like fishing right there. Like he was very close to like eating things back up and just like getting the stocks back even. You're seeing him go a little bit more wild, just kind of throwing out a lot of smash attacks. And P, despite being at this disadvantage, once again just playing really passively. He's throwing out these AHAs and just kind of letting Buddy whiff. And if nothing else, he's really close to getting Arson again. He could definitely steal another stock before he's got to sign off here.
Ooh, missed that air out of shield right there. This could be a very easy thing. High air dodge though. Nice option right there.
Oh!
Shield!
Dropped it a little bit too early. When that hits your shield, you gotta hold shield for your life, literally. It's never worth dropping early.
Yeah, that high percent. It's gonna get you, but it's not unexpected. Did you see how many get-up attacks P was getting hit by? Again and again and again, they were running into them because they wanted to push buttons. When you're down that much, you want to make up that deficit as quick as you can. And so P obviously wanted to run in and to get the jab lock, but no, you're going to get hit by the get-up attack. You want to drop shield and get right back into scrapping, but no, you've got to hold that. And they didn't. They were too focused on getting back into the fight, and that was ultimately their downfall. But They can clean that up going into the next crew battle.
They definitely can. So Georgia Tech is only down 1 stock right now. That's not too bad. Actually, I would say I think that's the closest we've seen in these so far. Like the matches at the start of this have all been like really dominating, like somebody getting like 3 stocked or barely 2 stocked. We've seen a few 3 stocks so far. So I'm really happy that this particular match seems to be a lot closer to the teeth here.
Yeah, as now looking into this, Buddy on that Cloud. It's hard to honestly say. I feel like P, do you remember how Chunky, the Wii Fit trainer from the first crew battle, seemed so dominant, so domineering, and then P came in and slowed everything down? I want to say that Buddy was a little bit slower in their playstyle, but I think that's just how P plays. I think P just makes you wait. P makes you slow down your decision making, and then all of a sudden hits you like a truck.
And the good thing about that is, like, if you're a player that's able to like consistently force your opponent to like play your game plan outside of the character's tools, like if you, the player, are making that happen, that's just really valuable in this game, I think. Like there's certain characters like Sonic who are like, yeah, you're playing their game because it doesn't matter who you're playing their game. But Joker, not necessarily, outside of like, just backing off a little bit for Arson if you're, afraid. But yeah, you're right. P is really good at like slowing down the neutral and like just kind of like forcing turns and like commanding them to like respect P. And not everybody pulls that off so well.
Yeah. As we do have a little bit of an idea of who could be coming in next. Against a Cloud like that, I mean, I'm not even thinking about matchups. I am thinking about Cloud. You want to punish him off stage. And one character who can do that, I mean, hypothetically, you don't want to get gimped, but I feel like the Lucina is a very good option here. You can actually box with Cloud as Lucina. Okay, Rule? Okay.
Who?
This
I'm
is
looking
a new
through
one. Who is this?
Who?
Wait,
it's
we're
me.
sounding like Donkey Kong right here because who? Oh, this is JBL coming in here. Maybe they weren't feeling hot on the Lucina, so they're like, okay, old reliable. And if you remember the PG stats, K-Rule, one of the most consistent characters on online.
Yeah, you know what? That's true. I actually kind of forgot. I was, getting pretty accustomed to the offline meta, and outside of like Kirby Kid, you don't see a lot of K-Rule, but you're right. Online, pretty consistent.
Look at this. And an instant 56% after one crown hit. When you steal K-Rule with a punish game, you know you've got to respect them. So many K-Rules placed solely off of their big like that spike. But they've got the combos too. You got to be wary, buddy.
Yeah, that was God tier. Like, I expected him. Not only did he get a whole bunch of damage and take that stock really quickly. Okay, now he's just cooking.
Why were you playing Lucina? Why were you playing Lucina? This is an amazing game, JBL. Okay, you've got my respect. I respect the top tier privilege, but come on. That was mental. You deconstructed them. They're dead.
I'm
Buddy's gone, unfriended.
Buddy didn't want to be there. That angle? Buddy didn't want to be there at that angle. Let's all have a quick lesson. Whatever angle was selected to DI from that F smash is not the one. That's not it. Because that was the most horizontal I've ever. I don't think I've ever seen anyone get sent that horizontally from K-Roll F smash ever. Like that was like, oh, there's an emergency. I need to leave DI. Like there's like, oh, hold on, my
what
DoorDash
it could have
is
honestly been. What it could have honestly been was they were trying to mash out of the berry, and they just
I'm hoping.
They just got caught DIing crazy. But either way, you still would have been off stage, and well, we talked. JBL got hyped up again as an amazing edge guarder. We didn't get to see it on Lucina because we didn't really get to see their Lucina gameplay. But at the moment, they have 100% accuracy off stage, killing that Cloud.
I really thought it was going to be like the lazy edge guard too. I'm like, okay, cool. So Cloud, another really linear recovery. He's probably just going to run off and counter, and I think that angle kills Cloud. And then he was like, "No, I'm just going to dare him." I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, you like it? I love it. It super worked.
Yeah, they drifted right into the drop zone, and it was game over.
Oof.
Honestly, can't wait until this game is over so we get to watch these replays that are going to come out between set, because just wow.
I'm gonna be thinking about that angle for weeks. Like, I can't get over it. I can't move past it.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate. And as you said, it most likely was due to like mashing out. And there's plenty of times you're trying to mash out of something, you get something really unfortunate. Sometimes you hold a bad angle. Sometimes you mash out of something and end up in like an air dodge, which like triple sucks. You're like, oh my gosh, I just got out of pressure and now I have no air dodge off state. Like, the things happen. Bad things happen to good people. But man.
You know what I love about K-Rool? K-Rool's combos look like a Rube Goldberg machine.
They really do.
Like, that's why it took so long for people to get good at comboing with K-Rool, because it's like, okay, you gotta do this, the crown back hit comes in at the last second, and then you down smash and hit them with the very tip of the crown. It's like, sure, why not? That's how you combo. It's literally just the intro to Wallace and Gromit. I don't know why that's coming to my mind.
It really is. But it's so fire when it works though too. Like when you see Kirby Kid like clipping somebody and it's just like, oh, the hit of Crown did and then like they just get like a crazy kill at like 72. You're like, all right, cool, whatever. You figured it out. Like I love it.
Good K-Rules make it look like every single move has like 20 less frames of startup and end lag, because like I said, you're not even watching K-Rool when he's comboing them. You're watching like the opponent just be knocked like ping pong comboed all around, and then all of a sudden you're back on K-Rool, and it looks like they had a like frame one option, but no, they started that like 3 seconds in advance because they knew the opponent was gonna get hit by all this other stuff.
He did get some buff last match too. Like I remember, I think the most important buff, to my knowledge, and I'm very open to being wrong about it, I think the most important buff I saw was that like forward air has like no landing lag now. Like it's a really strong landing aerial, and K-Rool's forward air was already pretty good. It was just a little bit committal, but the main thing I remember taking away from the buffs that he got, at least from what I saw on Twitter, were like forward air. But honestly, I don't even think that was really what decided anything in that match. I think JBL was just cooking.
And I think one of the best ways to deal with that is say, okay, if we touch you, we die. I get it. I don't want to interact with you. Because I got this little star to do it for me. As you can see, every single move that JBL has thrown out has been beaten out by Luma. And they haven't even been able to get a hit. And look at this perfect ledge trapping setup right there. But JBL took a moment to get settled on the ledge, and now they're putting in some damage on Luma. They're able to get the forward tilt, and they're already making up this deficit.
Boy, I gotta say, if you put a gun to my head and told me to counterpick a terrible matchup and just like write it down on paper, Rosa K-Rool is probably it. Like this looks really tough. Luma is gonna be like devastating for K-Rool to deal with. Him countering Luma has nothing to do with Rosalina. Like she gets free punishes for it. All his projectiles are just completely destroyed by that down B. I don't even think I've ever watched this matchup, but my God, I don't know what K-Rool is supposed to do. He's got to get like reads on top of reads. Like, even when he absorbs the projectiles, K-Rool doesn't really have the speed to like punish him for it. And he's dying like way earlier than I expect him to. 145 off the top.
Up there.
Like you never see that off K-Rool.
Yeah, that was a brutal start, but you were able to keep it even. So even if you're just able to get a few stocks, that is the aggression, honestly. Normally I would be like, no, you've got to go for the ledge trap. No, that's the aggression you need to see. You need to take every opening you get, and there is the kill. Honestly, not a terribly uneven game right now if you're able to avoid getting clipped by Luma early on.
No, and then of course that is the main thought process of every heavy. I don't have to be right a lot. I just need to be right once. And that down tilt is even from the opposite side of the stage, nearly coast to coast, still killing off an F smash. Ooh, okay.
Ooh, yeah, that was some boxing right there. They went for the crown, but nothing on your head. It's right in front of you. And
like,
now Luma is out of here. An opportunity right now for JBL to get in there, getting a grab, thrown off stage, but that's not quite a true follow-up, and the belly armor actually gets you through it.
I really like Kevin's playstyle. Like, you're seeing him, there's a lot of Roses who just play like straight up defense all the time, but Kevin's like being pretty aggressive. Even when Luma's gone, like he fades back a little bit and does like retreating aerials, but he doesn't necessarily just like run to the opposite side. And of course, all the way from Smash 4, the lunar landing, but once again, JBL killing Kevin at exactly 88%. It's so crazy. Like, Kevin will have the lead and he'll be winning neutral, and then like 2 or 3 mistakes later, it's just totally even.
If you told me that JBL would be winning this game by last stock after the first stock, I would not believe you. But look at this right now. Oh, a regrab right there. But no Luma. They weren't in position to punish. They didn't know the ledge trap. And now, look at them. They're getting up, uppercutted. They're off stage. This is truly dangerous. You got to pick the right option. But there it is. lands the down smash, the belly flop right on the Rosalina. And after an explosive start, JBL is able to bring it back against Kevin and give the lead over to Full Sail.
Let's unpack. You said they got to pick the right option. You said they have to pick the correct option from the ledge.
Yes.
You said they have to make the right decision. K. Rool is charging a down smash since 1974. You know it's going to cover roll. It's not going to cover jump. It might cover neutral get up. Running into that Luminous, that's a brave play. And the sad thing about it, Kevin, he got the hit, but totally forgot about the armor and just exploded. I don't know. I don't know if that's the decision I would have made. Even if Kevin went to do something as wild as like another upbeat to the opposite side of the stage, which is safe with Luma, is not safe without. You can't contest a move like that, man. That is high on the no-no list of moves you want to mess with, especially coming back from the ledge. God, I think that would have killed it like 50. Like he put some stank on that down smash. I don't have a more educated way to put it. Like he just really, really let that down smash rip. That's unfortunate for Kevin.
I wasn't paying much attention to the ledge options that Kevin had been choosing. It's possible that JBL had been seeing that they go for that when, like, that's their default. They get up and they swing. And so upon learning that, they're like, okay, I'm going to put some fear in you. And what do you do when you're scared? I mean, scared me too. And what do you do when you're scared? You fall back on what makes you feel safe. And what makes Rosalina feel safe, apparently, is getting off stage and swinging.
Let me say this. I, as a spectator, really enjoyed Kevin's playstyle in that he was a very aggressive Rosalina, even when he didn't have Luma. That was really fun to watch. However, Rosalina, you don't see that very often because that's not her ideal game plan. And even when Kevin would have the lead, because he was so aggro, a small mistake from JLB was just a stock anywhere around 80%. Rosa never hit triple digits. Like he would go in a little, he would overextend a little bit and then get like down tilt F smashed, or he would get hard charge D smashed. Like I think moving forward, and again, this is a best of 3, so Kevin has another chance at this. I think they should play again. I think Kevin's just going to have to slow down the pace just a little bit. I know aggro Rosalina is probably really fun. It was very entertaining to watch, but against a character with the knockback of K. Rool and considering how light Rosalina is, I don't think that's the play you want. I don't think that's the game you want to play.
Yeah, listen. I thought it was going to be the edge guards. But on stage, they were slowly able to find the way in on K. Again, think back to that first stock. That first stock is how you need to play it the whole time. I love to see you not play it like that, but just stuffing out K. Rool. Don't let K. Rool interact with you. Let him play with your little kid. Like, that's really...
Send the child.
Yep.
Boy, send him off. Send him off to do his job. Because when they were full screen, I could not fathom an answer when they were full screen. I did not know what K. Rool was supposed to do from that distance. But Kevin closed the gap, and took a gamble it didn't have to take. I don't know. You're right though. When he was playing that matchup appropriately, it literally looked like 100-0. I did not know what he was supposed to do right there.
I think the game was won when JBL took that first stock. You remember that? Like, we were almost like it felt like it was unwinnable. You were saying if you had to counterpick an unwinnable matchup, and then what happened? They got like that crazy combo on the left side of the stage and then followed up with a down tilt forward smash, and then it was like the mentality was broken and you just wanted to make up that deficit. You wanted to bring it back. You kept trying to again and again and again, but Kevin couldn't find the way to do it. They're grasping at sand, and well, JBL.
And that you're right. And that's gotta hurt psychologically too, because you're like, yo, the first minute of this, I'm about to put this on Twitter. Like, I have an infallible game plan. Nothing can stop me. And you get down to F smash, you're like, all right, nah, that wasn't real. Like you almost don't even want to believe. You're like, nah, that was, stuff happens. But Yeah, if they do play again, I would say, I don't know if anyone on their crew is listening to the stream just for funsies while they're waiting in between. And I don't want to coach, but running in against K. Rool was not the wave. It's not the wave.
Yeah, it's sad. It's a big heavy character. You want to combo them. That's what you hear all the time. Oh, heavies are so easy to combo. You just gotta say no. Say no to K. Rool.
Say no. You know, and even the kills he was getting were like pretty solid because like he was dying from 145 off the top, and it wasn't even Luma hitting. It was actually just like the actual Rosalina hitboxes hitting. It wasn't even Luma, so it was just like that looks consistent. That looks pretty good. I feel like K. Rool landing against Rosa would be really tough. And then Kevin was just like, "What if I just step on your face, bro?" I'm like,
yeah, like,
or JLB was like, "What if I just step on you? Like, what do you do about it?"
Like JLB, they throw out a crown. Kevin says, no, you don't have a crown. It's gone. Throw out a cannonball. It's gone. You try to fight me. It's gone. It's just done. You get hit by the most disjointed up air in the game. Well, no, but close to it. And
in the, you know, in BP before Pyra. Yeah. In that time frame. Yeah, it probably would have been,
yep.
Or Palu. BP. Forget it. You know, both of those. But yeah. So I wonder what they're going to do now because, like, they can continue to try to counterpick JLB, which they definitely did. But I don't even know if you can counterpick K. Rool harder than Rosa. JBL and Kevin are starting? Right?
Yeah.
Again?
Okay. Yeah, so we're going to see an immediate run back. What if JLB just went back to their... to their Lucina? No, they're gonna stick to the K. Rool, obviously. I just think that would be the funniest mix-up you could do. As here we go, Kevin.
All right.
We didn't mean to, but we just spent like 2 minutes yelling at you. I hope it settled in.
It was with love.
It was with love.
Oh god,
we did say we loved your play style, but now you've got to put this to the test. As you go in against K. Rool, you get jabbed, and now dash tag will send you off. A good situation.
Let's see how they adapt. All right, Kevin, you do not have Luma.
Nah.
Luma's not here.
Oh.
Still choosing Kevin!
The same thing. The down smash at ledge. The fear it puts into Kevin. It's a phobia. And you see it and you're like, I want to hit it. I see the flashing. It's like you see movement and you just want to hit it. And look at this combo game, 47%. JLB is running, or JBL is running away with this down smash at ledge. They're like, okay, I'll shield it this time. But Kevin is not able to get back to stage. Finally have Luma back. Finally have K. Rool in disadvantage.
To quote TikTok, emotional damage. Like, that's brutal. That's such a rough way to start that off, getting hit by like the exact same thing. Okay.
That was like the most avoiding thing they could do, and I don't blame them for it at all.
Me neither.
Oh, they pick up that crown. Oh, I didn't even notice that you pick up the crown and it becomes an item. That's very nice to know, but either way, Kevin, you're going to need a lot more than obscure knowledge checks to beat this K. Rool.
I mean, there's a lot of options here. I could definitely see, like, you know, running off stage with, like, Dare or, like, Nair could be really strong against K. Rool's recovery. A lot of opportunity here. Kevin's definitely got to find a way to take this first stock because JBL is very good at throwing out, like, an explosive option relatively unpunished at this point. Or even just these F-Toes are honestly, like, really keeping her in place. It's a pretty good move. It's got armor already. It's got great range. But the fact that it's going to extend on Luma as well is going to make it even tougher to deal with if Kevin doesn't, like, get out of that area.
And here's the slowdown we were talking about. I feel like they just wanted to get in there and redeem themselves initially. But spot dodge, down smash, spot dodge. They wanted that stock so badly, and Kevin did not give it to them. That is character growth right there. Kevin is bringing this back.
Look at the growth. See? Look at that. A little bit of patient play. Take advantage of, like, you know, the stage control. Oh, that armor was... That was a really smart crown from JBL. The armor was able to keep him from getting gimped by that forward air. Really good stuff there. All right, now the reversal from below the ledge. I didn't know up smash hit below the ledge. Did you know that? I didn't know that.
Luma's hitboxes are like unmapped territory. No one knows. No one knows.
Look,
now.
I'm almost speechless at this point. This is definitely a much closer game than the first, though. It looks like Kevin is being forced to respect these options a little bit more. Still playing up close, but not playing as risky as we saw earlier. Meanwhile, JBL, of course, this is the ideal territory trying to sneak in another forward tilt, but Luma's going to come through and make it a little bit tougher than it was before. It was a different position. It wasn't on Rose. It was just like kind of hanging out there.
But now the wall is gone. Luma's out of there. An opportunity for JBL to finish this off, to retake their lead. Oh no! Unfortunate. After all of that, Kevin, I could try and make some excuses. I could try and say, oh, they were trying to go for the cannonball or something, and like, no. That was just unfortunate. They were trying so hard. At ledge, the fear that is put into them is unmatched. Think about it. Think about the options that Kevin has chosen on ledge. It's terrifying.
That's literally, that was a perfect way to summarize it. That was just pure psychological warfare. The blunderbuss charge, or the vacuum from it, that wasn't something that Kevin had gone for yet. He, of course, took 2 very important stocks with the down smash, and you saw Kevin starting to back off. Like, Kevin would kind of like jump away. He wouldn't come in with aerials anymore. But when he switched to blunderbuss, it's just like, oh, this perfectly counters that option. What do I do? And maybe he got stuck in a little bit of analysis paralysis, but up being the wrong direction, I mean, that's unfortunate. Honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if it clipped him from the up B too. I think it does a pretty decent job of like catching people off the ledge. So, and Rosalina's very tall, so I wouldn't have been surprised if it like clipped him anyway. But yeah, he definitely didn't want to go that angle. So,
genuinely, I don't know, and Kevin didn't either. And you see them standing at ledge with blunderbuss, just sucking there menacingly, and you have to assume, based on how they have punished you off of ledge again and again, that they're doing it for a reason. And maybe JBL was. I don't know all the intricacies of the matchup. But either way,
I do respect Kevin for making changes and being like, all right, these options aren't working. I have to switch it up. Like, Kevin was still adapting and learning about what did not work, but he wasn't necessarily finding like a solid answer either. You know what I mean? He was trying new options of it eventually as it went on, but he wasn't able to find like, oh, this is the answer. It just didn't work out. It went real well for JBL though. He did lose 2 stocks, so the start of that is only going to give them Full Sail a 1 stock lead, which again, not nearly as drastic as some of the other leads these crew battles have been. They're definitely still in this. But who knows where we go from here? I'm curious.
Yeah, I'll be real with you, Sal. I'm scared to make any predictions about what JBL does. Like, look at what they've done. Look at what they've done to our boy. Like,
look how they massacred my boy.
It's okay. Another run back. Another person who's familiar with the terror that is JBL's K rule. We'll see if Buddy has also learned from their mistakes and is able to get a clean 1 stock off of this heavy.
Yeah, JBL is like medium key, kind of just running through Georgia Tech. Because I forgot he killed Buddy really early with an F smash. He got that really early dare. Wow. I don't know if they had a 3-2-1 go. If there was, JBL
if you start charging limit, you forfeit your right to 3-2-1 go.
You're right. Oh, caught that in the face. I think he thought he was going to low profile it. Not quite yet.
No.
Buddy?
It's full coverage, and no matter what you do, you're dead. Frame traps, that's what it is. And now you're called by the board smash, sure, but you still got to stock off.
God damn, this is the king of the King K rules. This is the one they're talking about. When they say king, they mean JBL.
This is Kirby Man.
That's what they mean. This is Kirby Dad coming in.
Yeah.
He just signed up for this. He's a freshman right now. You know, it'd be like that. You can always go back to school, especially if it's just to win a couple crew battles. I get it. Wow. Oh, Buddy really throwing these smash stacks out. Again.
Oh, air dodge towards the stage. Oh no, you want to preserve that limit, and I understand you, Buddy. You don't want to give up that limit, but air dodging towards the stage wasn't the option because now you're already 50% down. This could be a 3 stock.
He punched the highlights out of her hair. Like, he is duffing this man. I don't know what Buddy's gonna do from here. No. Okay.
Oh, get up attack. Forward smash, you dropped shield early, and you're able to finally end the reign of the king.
Ooh. I really thought he was taking all 3 of those stocks, not gonna lie to you. I really thought he was about to clean up. I mean, he still did great. He still took 5 stocks, so mathematically, I think he still has to be VIP regardless, but Wow. Or MVP, but wow. Yeah, he took those 2 stocks quick. And it wasn't even like what you would expect, where it's like, all right, he forced Cloud off stage. He forced an edge guard situation that Cloud couldn't deal with. It wasn't that kind of thing. He was just throwing hands like on stage in neutral, like just raw hands right to the face. So shout out to JBL. He's done great. Let's see who they might bring in next. Let's check. They still got Juice. They still got P.
JBL's been running the show for so long that it feels wrong to bring someone else in.
It's also crazy because like when the event started today, we didn't get to see the whole match, but JBL's Lucina got like 3 stock pretty quickly. So not to like dump on JBL, but my thought process was okay, this is probably the guy they just have going in first, blah, 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 blah. Nah, man, this person thoroughly cemented their spot on the team because they are putting in work with this K-Rule. I don't know what happened with Paulo Lucina. I don't know if K-Rule would have been. That explains it. There's no way there's no way K-Rule Paulo was better than Lucina Paulo. So I fully get it. I would have gone Lucina too if I was a K-Rule main going against Paulo.
Yeah.
Everything makes sense. Yeah. I figured it out. I have solved the murder. Well.
And now, Buddy. I want to say some good things about Buddy's play style, but I don't feel like we got to see it in that last game. They were just getting counter hits and counter hits and counter hits until the counter hits eventually stacked up enough to take 1 stock. And that's not a fault to Buddy. Like, there was a lot going on. I don't blame you for not being able to shut your stuff, but now, Buddy, it's your time to show what you're made of, Buddy.
JBO, you're right. There was a lot going on. Like he was in a tech trap on that right platform on PS2, where like he was forced to tech. Cannonball was going up. If he stayed there, he would have to like at best get up, attack, and clank with it and still get punished, or stand up and get punished. So the fact that situation led to double up air and like that really early first stock, hey, I'd have been stressed out too. I'm like, yo, what is going on? Like Buddy was going through it. As you know what, Buddy was going through it. We'll say that. But hopefully he's able to reset and maybe even take a couple of stocks on the way out here. Now he's playing against a different opponent, but I still don't know who's going to be. It could be Juice. It could be P. It could be Aether. We saw Aether come in with the ZSS earlier. I can't really call it.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. But since you mentioned that double up air, I think one of the most dangerous things you can do in Smash Brothers is think the punish is over just because the true combo is done. That's what happened with that double up air. That up air is one of the laggiest moves in the entire game. Besides rest, it might be the laggiest move.
It's up there. It's way up there.
Yeah.
Outside of like Falcon Punch or something. But it's aerial wise, yeah. I think it might be the laggiest aerial actually. Outside of like it's competing with like Piranha Plant Bear, but it's in that tier of lag.
Now we got P coming back in. We forgot about P, the previous MVP. That's the power of JBL. JBL made us forget that we thought P was the best player coming into this.
Yeah. I'm actually not even sure anymore. I feel like they both honestly have earned the right to consider themselves. I don't know who is considered the captain of this team or even the anchor at this point because they're both going in the front and the middle. But whatever's going on in their club when they're discussing who should be the leader or the anchor, they both have a solid argument in my book from what I've seen. We might be seeing a DC, unfortunately.
Hold your breath, please. Everyone, I do believe in Wi-Fi. I do. No.
There it is. That's unfortunate for us. I guess we've got a mystery to.
Wait, was it not us? Oh, miracles do happen every day, Sai. But we are going to be figuring this out as we do. Starting off, I'm trying to think back again. I feel like JBL was just like a memory wipe for me. Like I'm trying to like take myself back in time, but it's just like a wall. Like where JBL just ran the show, and now I'm like, okay, P was on, and P played Buddy, but there was only 1 stock, so like how did that 1 stock go? And if I remember correctly, P did pretty well, but Buddy managed to scrape it out in the end.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Like when he got that charge down smash on Kevin, my brain was just like wipe it all. Like there's nothing else to think about. It was just it's gone. I am curious to know how this will go because P's come into situations where like he's got the stock lead, but like still kind of gets clutched by the other person. We saw it happen with P1. All right,
okay,
he took
P1.
that one. Oh, he kept all 3 stocks. Okay, so he took Buddy stock. So that means that does that mean that not Full Sail? Where are they? That means that Georgia Tech is on their last character then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do believe so. Yeah, I apologize. We're trying to keep track of all these different scores. We'll have a better method of doing that soon enough. But either way,
we're gonna get us some exciting
what I was
Smash for
saying earlier when Full Sail was playing Clemson, when I was like, sometimes teams just don't get a chance to show how good they are because they're up against someone who's just that much better. Like, someone's really good, but they just completely shut out. Full Sail lost in their first game. Full Sail lost handedly. And look at them now.
God, yeah. I mean, they are looking insane right now. Boy, oh boy, I would. Whew. And again, as you said, this wasn't just randoms coming in and seeing what they could do. This is an invitational. These players were picked for a reason, and it's crazy to me how scary Full Sail actually is. My lord. Also, for what it's worth, as a music nerd, neat. I'm glad you guys are here because I know Full Sail University, at least to my knowledge, is mostly a music-based school. I'm pretty sure. Or if it's not a music-based school, they have like a really strong music program. I think it's a music-based school though. But shout out to them for being, just multi-hyphenated, being like, hey, I'm really great at, music composition, or I play all these instruments, or I produce or do whatever, but also check out this K-Rule, bro. Like, so
yeah,
shout out to y'all.
They got players that play at all sorts of different tempos. I mean, you've got the non-stop, unending march forward that is JBL. You've got the slower play style, the chippy play style that P brings to the table that just sort of chips away at your mentality. Like, if you think about mentality as a big, block of ice, JBL is like a big old sledgehammer, whereas P just slowly carves away at it more and more, melting it away in the summer sun. And theoretically, we haven't gotten to see Juice that much, but everyone kept saying that Juice was like the best punish game on the team, and Juice had just monumental swings. They're a very swingy player because they might be bad and disadvantaged, but the second they hit you with their combo starter, say goodbye to your stock.
I mean, we did see that crazy power dunk punish from Juice earlier, so you weren't kidding. Because it definitely was like, oh, We Fit, she's hanging out. She's not even that close to the ledge. It's whatever. And he's like, doom. Like, he like doom-fisted We Fit for going for like some relatively safe options. So
she is not okay.
No.
As now.
You can't stretch that off. I don't know. Like, there's no stretches when your skull gets caved in. It's nothing for you. You do as much yoga and Pilates as you want to. So let's see who we're gonna have coming in.
Roku coming in. I know Roku is the captain. They were the other Cloud player we saw, and I feel like Roku looked a little more disciplined, and against P they actually did a lot better. Remember, it was down to last hit, last stock against P, and P barely clutched it out. So we're gonna see another 3-stock rematch between them, maybe with the magic of the anchor. We've talked about how being the anchor brings a certain power into your soul. Maybe Roku can use that to finish this off.
Let's find out. Ooh, we going to the Joker-themed battlefield. All right, I see you. Getting some of that main character pro tag power-ups. Fully respected. I feel like the stage is pretty good for both. I think it might be like slightly better for Cloud. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think Joker really has a bad stage, but
and
yeah, I'm curious to see how this goes.
Real quick, again, it's been so long and JBL wiped our minds, but Roku was the one who SD'd, but they were clearly winning almost the entire game, and it was only really the SD.
That is right. That was what happened.
So I do have a good feeling about it, but it was all bait. As Arsene is already a third gone after that one cross slash.
I couldn't even like mention that was like a good counter because he was immediately getting cross slashed in the face. I was like, oh, that's a go. Okay. I didn't even get to start the thought. Like my internal monologue got cut off. Like that was how fast he got cross slashed for that. Okay.
The platform camping, when you're down this far in a crew battle, do what you need.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you don't want to. Here's the thing. He's got the percent lead. He's dealing with Arsene, who could always like tie things up immediately. Oh, just kind of throwing away that late game. I'm not 100% sure about that.
Like, they wait until they can get P above them, and then they hammer into them, and then they wait. They wait for their opening. E, come on, get above them. Yeah, up smash. Yeah, there we go. Now you're in a juggle situation. I guarantee you the stock is almost gone, but maybe not P's stock. As they go down for the fastball up air, but it's gonna be carved out by the blade beam before Taylor will finish them off.
Yeah, great, solid set play from Roku. You were not joking when you were talking about how they were more disciplined because, as you saw, they were very comfortable like using the entire stage and just like trying to outmaneuver P, not necessarily like trying to force their way in. Even when they did or didn't have limit, they do use limit a little quicker than most people. But for the most part in neutral, yeah, you're right. They're very disciplined with their decision making.
With how they're getting the limit back on platforms, though, I don't mind them pulling the trigger immediately. I mean, It feels like limit is on a cooldown. Well, it kind of is, but either way, our SENC cooldown is almost back online. And that blade beam, now you have it to assist you in your ledge trapping. The grab's going to be beat out. They're just scrapping. And finally, the up B will end that little interaction.
Can we unpack the bravery of clinking multiple times with Arson F tilt at 123 at the ledge?
Bust the sword, baby.
My God. All right, here we go. Both players going blue again. Arson running out, but Wait Thing on the finishing touch pretty hard. It's going to give P a good opportunity, and he takes advantage fully with that zone drop zone back air.
Yeah, those double jump back airs where they go all the way down. He loves those, and I feel like they're just one of the most powerful parts about Joker's edge guarding. It's just so brutal. As now you do a little tech chase on the platform, but Roku is fine to just hold shield, reset this interaction. They don't need to get swept right away. They have the lead.
Yeah, and honestly, all right, Roku's going to take that. I was going to say that if they keep playing this defensive game and P is able to just rack up passive damage with AHA, that might take a little bit of the wind out of their sails. But it definitely looks like Roku was really ready to punish with that limit, and he's already kind of lapping 100%.
This is oddly specific, but I love clouds with good platform movement. Because fall through platform up air, such a good tool that not a lot of clouds really use that much, at least mid-level clouds.
Not in this game, at least.
Yeah.
4 it was everywhere, but not in this game.
Yeah, so Roku, I mean, sometimes they're delaying on platforms, but they've used these platforms to get an opening. Every time they go to the platform, it ends up with them winning neutral, so it's a good thing that they're doing it.
I'm not sure if that poked. I don't know how well that pokes, but P definitely going to be on his turning stock life right here. He's really stressed out, trying to figure out what to do about Roku. Roku's only at 35 or 45%. This is going to be a tough mountain to climb. Not a lot of Arson either. Got another chance due to that whiff cross slash, but this definitely looks like Roku's game to seal out.
As now you can tell they want that Arsene so badly. They threw out the Rebel's guard, but any hit is going to give it to him. Now Roku wants that hit to be the final one. You don't have to deal with Arsene at all. There he is.
There it is. Yeah, Roku taking absolutely no chances, which I love because like he could try to run in and like force an interaction, and he would win the game from a trade right now. But he respects Arson so much, he's like, it's not even worth the risk. Oh, but that SD once again, Roku's not going to move off this platform. I could already tell from like the way he was playing in general, he was going to kind of wait out as much Arson as he could. Boy, that SD was unfortunate. And there's still a spoonful of Arson left.
Yeah, 22% off of that. There's a chance right here if you manage to get Cloud off stage of getting a very early percent get, but no. Just charging that limit. No nonsense whatsoever. That is P's plan as they go and try to figure out the way to punish this platform movement. But if you mess up, you're dead. You're at 152. Anything's going to kill. And you can see Roku wants it so badly. Oh, it's P's turn on the platform. They say, stop hogging it. It's mine.
This is also one of the slower games we've seen. We're now passing the 5-minute mark. Oh, but Roku cleans it up with that straight back air all the way from coast to coast. I guess P was just at such a high percent there wasn't really anything to do. But yeah, that was definitely one of the more patient games we've seen where both players are like actively, like you already talked about how like P plays really slow and tries to like chip away at you and figure things out. And Roku was also just very disciplined in his movement. He wasn't necessarily rushing in, which is interesting to watch because Cloud is a character where you really can't just rush in. But it's very admirable that he decided to play really like passively like that. So it was definitely a good game. Like it wasn't like a campy game. Like it went long, but it wasn't like any kind of intentional timeout shenanigans or nothing like that. Just really good neutral from two really solid players.
The only thing I get a little frustrated with camping is when there is literally no interaction happening, and the occasions where that happens are so rare that it's not even a thing. That wasn't no interaction, even though they weren't hitting each other. Every time a move whiffed, every time you short hopped away from an aerial, that's an interaction. It was a very intricate dance that Roku kept coming up on top of with that platform movement.
And both those characters, they're relatively slippery. Like Jokor, one of the thinnest characters in the game. Like his hurt box shifting, personally, I think is what annoys me the most about the character. It's not even necessarily just like arson and how much he gets away with. It's just very hard to physically hit him. So if the Joker player is also like really good at playing a passive neutral, it can really wear on you trying to like catch up and find him. And you saw a little bit of that. Like you saw Roku was like eventually trying to go in and like trying to find these back airs, and he's just like, nope, not gonna hit me. Skinny legend, sorry, not gonna happen. And I think that's how you end up with like a 5-minute game like that.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see captain versus captain, to the best of my knowledge. Roku with 1 stock on the board taking on Juice. Now, Juice, unfortunately, has not had a great opportunity to show off the punish game that all of their teammates hyped up. They kept saying, Juice, Juice, keep an eye on Juice. Juice is the best player, but they haven't had a chance to shine too much. Maybe we just didn't see it, but either way, now, you've got 1 stock to shut your stuff. Otherwise, Roku, with their discipline, is just going to make sure you never get one of those huge punishes that Juice is known for.
It's true. It's true. And he is finally going Seth. We are seeing a canon matchup in the wrong game. These players, it doesn't, if they have fought in so many universes at this point, a collegiate crew battle, sure, why not? You know. So again, Roku's only got 1 stop.
All right.
Ooh.
Might be a little bit of a reset.
Ooh, you're not supposed to do that.
Uh-oh, Roku.
Mm-mm.
You can
Roku's...
see it's like when you catch your pet doing something it's not supposed to do and they just freeze. They're like, what are we gonna do about this?
I do that all the
time. Worry about?
It happens all the time with my cat Zangief. I'm like, what do you have? What's in your mouth? What are you playing with?
Is that blade?
Why are you playing with a nail?
None of that. Out. Drop it.
Like, nope, give it.
Sword, not for you.
Spit it out. Spit it out. Whatever my cat is, he normally runs around. I guess I'm fine with that. You know, I don't need him climbing all over my laptop or anything. But yeah, I don't think he meant to tap him with that, so they just went ahead and restarted, which is admirable. I mean, he could have allowed him to do 6%, but I don't know what Seth has that does only 6%, because that boy puts out some damage.
Yeah.
But let's see. All right, so Juice is going Seth against Roku's Cloud. This is a pretty interesting matchup. I feel like, again, you know, it's a sortie battle, so a lot of this is going to come down to like really tight spacing in the air. Cloud has a lot less recovery on his aerials he's spacing out with. I think Sephiroth requires a little bit more precision, but he does have more range. So let's see how this battle goes.
Immediate, very nice movement right here. This Sephiroth looks very practiced. Look at that perfect spacing on the forward airs.
Oh, wow. And even right there, you see he goes for a landing back air. He didn't misspace it or anything, but Cloud's jump squat actually allowed it to whip over his head. You know, it almost shout outs to Pikachu. You know, just happened to low profile a pretty big aerial. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about precision. Like Sephiroth's back air has really great horizontal range, but it is a line versus Cloud's back air, which sweeps all the way from below and even hits a little bit above him at some points. Like, it takes a lot more precision to get these punishes with Seph.
Yeah, this is the spacing game that you need to see right here. And Roku, we keep shouting out the discipline. They have not overextended once.
Like, they know the threats. They've seen too many cutscenes. They saw what happened to Aerith. They're not going for it. Like, I totally get it.
And when you have that huge advantage, if Cloud is off stage, go for the up B. Why not?
I really thought he was trying to... Yeah, I thought he was trying to end it all right there. Oh my gosh. Nice.
And you can see a little bit of fear. Oh. That discipline can be a double-edged sword when you're not going for a preemptive option. Both of them throwing out their huge options off stage, and neither of them connect. As now the being just zipping right under that blade beam straight into the finisher. As Juice is able to clean things up for Full Sail University and get a win under their belt in the group stages.
And as you mentioned, Juice's punish game, we haven't seen a lot of Juice on stream, but boy, the little bit of time he's been there, we see that punish game. Because punishing a blade beam that extreme from mid-screen is crazy good awareness. And that was really smart. Even to know that you were going to like low profile under it with the character as tall as Sephiroth, it's crazy.
Yeah, that honestly, Sai, I feel for Juice because Juice has shown hints of greatness. Like a lot of some of the best plays we've seen are Juice zipping in from across stage to get a big punish, but they always come in at a very inconvenient time. Like they're getting screwed over by the writer. Like I'll be real.
It's giving Kelly and Destiny's Child, like, you know, she got it, but it's giving Michelle, you know, you see Kelly, you see Beyonce, you know, they're doing the thing, and it's like, she can do it too, but like, you're seeing the other two members of your team take 4, 5, 6 stocks all at a time. You're just like, okay. Like, but
Yeah.
if nothing else, I will say they definitely seem like a really solid team. And there's also Aether as well. We only saw them come in once, but you know, it definitely looks like they got themselves a pretty good squad here.
Yeah, definitely do. Full Sail finally get to show what they've got, and I hope they're going to have a little bit more of a chance to show that off later, but you got to remember, Full Sail got shut out earlier. There are still many other heavy hitters coming up, and we haven't even gotten to the school that I consider to be the heaviest hitter among all of them. So there's a lot more to come in the CENC Southeast Invitational.
What school would you say is who you would favor the most as the heaviest hitter? Is that UCF?
That's got to be UCF.
UCF.
I mean, they've got so many
Let's take a look
ranked
at the
players.
roster.
And other players, they got players who have like won regionals and stuff, and it's good. But overall, UCF, you've got to keep an eye out for them.
Oh, no, yeah,
I'm
you got
excited
it.
to
I just
see
saw
them.
Javi on Earth. I just saw Jake. You got it.
Yeah.
This got to be the one seed in this category. I'm not sure if they're even if it's necessarily designed by like seeds in that way, but if there's a one seed, that is who I would pick because Jake is so incredibly good.
Yeah, and we are going to hopefully get to see them a little bit later, but we will be going for a short break. When we return, we'll have more Southeast Smash Collegiate action.
See you soon.
They're honestly very unquestionable moves.
Oh no! You had the limit.
Right there, you're 100% off stage as Roku holds center, strong and true, gets that grab. The back air safe, but now that's safe. See that gun stall? Just sort of hovering there. It's like a discount float.
It really is. His gunplay has been really good. Like he's been able to. I'm glad you pointed that out. I mean, there's no worse place on earth than SU. That's when it really hurts.
Step into the ring.
We're gonna hope I do this for Roku. But oh my god!
Touch that shield, you're dead. And now, situation, a little bit of foot. Always happy to see that. It's finally now. Ooh, okay. You get hit by one final touch in a crew battle. You don't get another one, buddy. That's very optimistic. And you're gonna get punished hard, thrown on the stage. Right there. This could be a very easy high air dodge though. Nice option right there. Oh! When you see a cable with a punish game, you know you've got to respect them. So many cables placed solely of their everybody.
Yeah, that was God here. Like I expected him. Not only did he get a whole bunch of damage and take that stock really quickly. Okay, now he's just cooking.
Why would
he's got to get like reads on top of reads. Like even when he absorbs the projectiles, Cable doesn't really have the speed to like 100%. And he's dying like way earlier than I
get a few stocks. That is the aggression, honestly. Normally I would be like, no, you gotta go for the ledge trap. No, that's the aggression you need to see. You need to take every opening you get. And there, that's not quite a true follow-up, and the belly armor actually gets you through it.
I really like Kevin's playstyle. Like you're seeing him. There's a lot of roles who just play like straight up defense all the time, but Kevin's being pretty aggressive. Even when Luma's gone, like he fades back a little bit and does like retreating aerials, but he doesn't necessarily just like run the outside. And of course, all the way from Smash 4
ledge trap, and now you get them uppercutted. They're off stage. This is really dangerous. You gotta pick the right option. But there it is.
Let's see how they adapt. All right, Kevin. Do not have Luma. No, not here.
Oh.
Still choosing Kevin. You know, running off stage with like Dare, like Air can be really strong against Cable's recovery. A lot of opportunity here. Kevin's definitely got to find a way to take this first stock. Getting hit by that forward air. Really good stuff there. All right, now the reversal from below the ledge. I didn't know up smash hit below the ledge. I didn't know up smash hit below the ledge. Did you know that? I didn't know that.
Ruma's hitboxes are like undeniable. Ruma's out of there. An opportunity for JBL to finish this off to retake their lead. Oh no! Unfortunate.
You're right. You're right. I think he thought he was gonna go for Fowler. Buddy?
It's coverage. And no matter what.
You're right. You're right. I think he thought he was gonna go for Fowler. Buddy?
It's coverage. And no matter what.
I don't know what Buddy's gonna do here. No.
Drop shield early and you're able to finally. Now you're in a juggle situation. Guarantee you the stock is almost gone, but maybe not the stock. As they go down for the fastball up air, but it's gonna be called out by the blade beam on the platform. But Roku is fine to just hold shield, reset this interaction. They don't need to get swept right away. They have the lead.
Yeah, and honestly, all right, Roku, like, he could try to run in and like force an interaction. You know, he would win the game from a trade right now, but he respects Arson so much, and like, it's not even worth the risk. Oh, but that SD.
So badly. Oh, it's his turn on the platform. It's not hogging it. It's mine.
This is also one of the slower games we see. We're now passing the 5-minute mark. Oh,
when you're not going for a preemptive option, both of them throwing out their huge options on stage, and neither of them connect. Is now on being just zipping right under. Honestly, very like unquestionable.
Oh no! You had the limit.
That movie right there, you're going to set off stage as Roku holds center, strong and through, gets that grab, and back air safe, but now that's safe. I haven't seen that gun stall off stage. Just sort of hovering there. It's like a discount float.
It really is. His gunplay's been really good. Like, he's been able to. I'm glad you pointed that. I mean, there's no worse place on earth to SD than a crew battle. Like, that's when it really hurts the most. But we're gonna hope ideally for Roku. But oh my god!
If you can touch that shield, you're dead. And now, protection situation, a little bit of foot slow. Always happy to see that. It's finally now. Ooh, okay. You get hit by one final touch in a crew battle. You don't get another one, buddy. That's very optimistic. And you're gonna get punished hard, thrown on the stage. Back there, the shield right there. This could be a very easy high air dodge there. Nice option right there. Oh, shield! When you see a cable with a punish game, you know you've got to respect them. So many cables placed solely off of their everybody.
Yeah, that was God tier. Like, I expected. Not only did he get a whole bunch of damage to make that stock really quickly. Okay, now he's just cooking. What? He's got to get like reads on top of reads. Like, even when he absorbs the projectile. All right. And welcome back to the CENC Southeast Invitational. I am, of course, Sai, being joined by the homie Kilo Miles, and we're running right back into this with UCF versus FAU Blue. So we're starting this off with Saichik. I thought we were going to see Ness, but it turns out we're going to see Palutena, which is always a good idea. UCF definitely got a whole bunch of killers in their team. We got Jake F Smash, you know, one of the legendary Steves. We got Javi on Earth. We got a lot of strong talent here. Let's see what FAU is going to do against these Pirates. Pulling a Stitch is a great answer.
But I was not able to get anything real off of it, as now it is going to end up being a bit of a scrap right now. I say a scrap. It's just a spacing war. Neither of them want to get hit. There hasn't been a hit for like a whole 15 seconds, but finally that down air call out is going to give a slight advantage to Raishi. I said, remember that Peach players, if you're going to play Peach online, I have a lot of trust in you. Let's see if Raishi holds up to that legend.
Oh yeah, Raishi's doing incredible in neutral. One, to have a spacing battle against Palutena as Peach means you have to be really, really specific about the way that you're spacing your aerials out. And two, that situation right there where, like, you know, there was an opportunity for double jump up air to like take a stock, which Palutena gets away with that so well on the stage. To go for a float and not actually burn any like severe defensive options instead, really smart stuff. And Rod takes the first stock with that snipe, which is much easier said than done against a character that literally teleports.
Oh, and here's the start of 51% already. They just got off the platform. But the goddess is already fallen. You get the Nair drag down right there, but not quite a drag down, as Raishi is able to get out of jail. Now, a
Riot's taken very little damage in the past minute or so too. Like outside of again that up smash trap they were in, they barely been tagged by like maybe a straight aerial. They look like they're kind of unfazed.
Some Psychic says no.
Good read from Psychic. Yeah, that was really smart. I'm not sure if it's Psychic or Psychic. We're just going to kind of guess. But either way, great decision making, catching that roll with a back throw. And God, Riot's attacking you on so much damage right after.
Yeah, you can get that forward air right there. Woo! Yeah, they're floating around. They're going all over the place. And this little dot eye right there. A little more damage, but they don't get a chance to use it because it's beaten out by the Nair right away. Played a lot around these turnips, but it's
oh my God, a bomb too?
A bomb? Jesus. Now you've got to get off the ledge. Where are you going to go? The Nair doesn't make call. You do get a grab out of it. Not the worst that could have happened. As now they're looking to get that 2-frame whip down here. Doesn't quite hit ledge though. As they do float right into that explosive flame by accident. Now there's a juggle situation. Psychic not going to let this drop. Raishni hasn't had a jump forever. They're not able to touch the ground side.
Man, they need to drop out and go play the lottery. Get the game. You're about to win $1 million tonight. Is that another stitch? Bro, go to your gas station right now.
Check the switch.
I have never seen 2 stitches, a dot eye, and a bomb. Like,
okay.
Considering the funniest part about all this is the most damage Rai got was a combo with a normal turnip. He keeps drawing the like automatically kill you turnips on top.
Yeah, and it's a big fear factor right here. It's Psychic, his old shield. There's been a really good shield pressure too. Every single time Psychic's shields, they go down to like a little pearl of a shield, just barely keeping them alive.
Yes, they're going through Nam right now. Like I could not imagine having to deal with 4 like incredibly strong items like that. And on top of that, Rai's like combo game is the main thing that's coming through here. I love what I'm seeing. Let's see if Psychic can take this second stock build. Wow, almost killing off the top with down here. That's how you know you got a lot of damage on it.
Psychic has not let them play the game whatsoever. Perfect recovery, though. Able to snap the ledge, avoid the down tilt, and you get one more chance, but the Nair is going to put a stop to that.
Especially considering like how active that move is too. Rai had to grab literally right in between the first and the second down tilt because there's a lot of time to 2-frame with that move.
There we go. Now the ultimate putting pressure on the platform, but there's some pressure of your own with the down tilt, able to combo some more, 104% right now.
Man, shout outs to Rai because again, this is who we would consider like the strongest team in this bracket, and it's looking real good for them at the start of this.
Right now, it's looking like very. That's fear right there. You're standing there and holding shield, holding the line because you're not sure what is going to happen. Here comes the shield pressure. They're trying to read a jump. They just want that kill. But again, they stay firm and true. And eventually, Raishni will finish them off with the forward air. The crown sending them off that side.
You very rarely see Palutena get cornered that hard. Like Rai was playing at like perfect spacing. When you're trapped in that situation where like there's a turnip up high, your shield is kind of like medium length. Like back air can do a lot of damage. Side B can like outright just break your shield. Like I don't think people really recognize how much shield damage comes from Peach Bomber. But I have a friend that plays Peach, and I see them get a ton of shield breaks in the corner like that. And Psychic was definitely aware of like all the options, but was paralyzed with fear because even a character with moves like that rising Nair and that crazy invincible back air was just absolutely clueless on how to get off the corner in that high pressure situation. I don't know what you would have done either. Like, I don't know. That was just really good play from Rai.
The one thing that was clear to me is that they knew that grab wasn't their main threat. They knew it was the shield pressure and you didn't want to get caught jumping. And Raishni knew that too. Because the way they eventually got that kill was reading a jump with the forward air.
Yes, and again, even if she had tried to contest that with like Bear, like it's gonna, it's invincible, it's gonna actually come out faster. Like Peach's forward air, as insane as it is a 14-frame aerial, which doesn't make it bad because obviously she eats off that forward air all day. But like even with that in mind, the pressure was just very overwhelming. But let's see who they send in next. Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure who they're going to send in next. We could see, let's see, they can go in with Jake, they can go with Steve. I feel like Steve is a solid character in like really any position. Especially in a crew battle, Wi-Fi, offline. I think this character is just really strong. Of course, they can send in Javi on Earth. Like, they've got a very powerful team to deal with this, but really shout outs to Rye for putting the team on his back and showing them like he is not to be played with either. They do still have Polar, who's very good with Palutena, and honestly, okay, full transparency, the notes for Polar just says very damn good. Agreed. I would assume that that's probably where Rye gets so much Palutena practice, because we were watching Polar cook earlier today too. I'm really excited for this match specifically. This is going to be great.
Yeah, this might be one of our highest level matches we're going to get to see all day, because you've got true ranked players in the form of Jake and Javi on Earth. They are very good. They have top 8'd at major. Like, they've done amazing. However, this is a good all-around team.
Yes. Like generally. Man, let me see. I'm trying to find Javi on Earth status. I keep getting stats. I keep just getting Javi, which is, Leo's cousin, which, great player, but he's not here, so not looking for him.
But
I'm not sure. I wonder who listened in.
Yeah, we're not quite sure who's coming in next. We don't have access to that information right now, but
he's fifth in. Oh wow, Javi. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but Javi on Earth is fifth in CFL, so that's very strong.
Yeah, very strong indeed. I mean, again, it is the kind of thing where Javi on Earth has just the experience. Like,
Jake is coming in. Okay.
Yeah, Jake
from State Farm.
Yeah, from State Farm. Here's the thing about Jake. Javi on Earth has been consistent for a long time. I will be honest, I don't know Jake's full competitive Smash history. I know his recent one, though. Everyone knows Jake's recent one. Probably one of the strongest Steve performances so far. Just consistently getting... I think on Orion rank, they got like 30-something. Like, they have been popping off.
And here's the thing. This is getting into like not personal stuff for me, but like personal stuff in like the Smash Twitter universe. Is that like Jake has caught so many unfair strays, like people just being like, oh, you're only good because blah, blah, blah character or whatever. But it's like, I really hate that mindset, because like you're supposed to latch onto a character. You're supposed to find a character that like gels with you and like helps you accelerate. Like, that's how the game is supposed to work. That's like the entire purpose of DLC, is that like you bring in new blood to the mix and you have some players that are going to like find a new character, and like that's going to be who clicks. Like maybe I think Jake might have been, I'm pretty sure played Mario, I think, and I could be wrong. I think it was Mario before Steve came out. But to get the results you're getting, I'm sorry, one character isn't just going to like automatically carry you into that. Like Jake has like several PGR wins and like absolutely deserves their flowers. And I really hate that they catch so many strays on the timeline, because it's really undeserved. They seem like a cool person, like you can't really quell and reel in Smash Twitter and like make everybody play nice. But it is unfortunate that just as of recently, I've seen Jake just catching smack talk he doesn't deserve. So.
Yeah, well, against some fellow Floridians, a chance to work out some of that frustration. As, again, I'm curious to see. I don't know Sychik's relative skill level. The two heavy hitters I called out were Jake and Javi on Earth. So we saw it was pretty even. It was very even between Sychik and Raishni. We'll see how that continues to be a factor. Is there another level that Jake is just going to wipe the rest of the floor? Or is Raishni able to stand up and at least get like a stock on the board and then give the rest of their team a fighting chance?
I mean, it could. This is what's tough. So the game starts and Steve has wood tools. At first, I think when Steve first came out, we were all just like, all right, we need to be concerned about not letting Steve get to diamond. But like, there's like an infinite number of combo trees he gets from wood tools, which is like the default. So it's kind of hard to plan what you want to go for. Like, do you want to give him space and let him like mine to get stronger tools? Or do you want to go into the beginning when he doesn't have stronger tools, but he like ladders you like a psychopath? It's a really hard mentality you have to like try to figure out. So who knows how this is going to go down? But I will say one thing: Rise Peach was looking incredible. Like I saw a lot of really, really solid play, really good decision making, and fantastic pressure. So who knows?
Yeah, and well, there's a thing about. I don't think Jake is going to camp, but there is a thing to be said about camping where if you don't approach, it gives Peach more time to pull turnips and more time to get lucky.
And Rye is very lucky because Rye wasn't even like Rye was pulling those turnips straight up in the heat of battle and was like, oh hey, look, 2 stitches, a bomb, Dad-Eye. What else we got? You know, surprised he didn't get a Saturn. Honestly,
it is crazy that they didn't even need it to be good. They didn't even get anything off of any of them. They got like a grab off of the bomb.
I think that's like a Peach thing too.
It's more of the fundamentals that is Rye, but every time they get close to Jake, they just get called out. Their options are found, and it's already Diamond Tools, 46%. And here's the ledge trap. You're able to get up and shield around it, but you're still caught by the back air.
Oh man, Jake just looks like somebody with a ton of options. You can't roll in, you know, up smash or activate the TNT. Still? Wow.
That's going to be the detonation that is going to take Arashni out of there. They didn't get anything out of their bomb, but Jake certainly did. As Jake is able to finish that one stock off in style. For a moment, it looked like Arashni might have been able to get the touch of death on Jake, and then Jake slowed the pace of the game down, and anytime Arashni came in to punish, it was a minimum 30% counter hit.
That is a really tough ledge trap to deal with. So Peach, who's generally pretty good about getting off the ledge because she has so many different angles she can come in with. You know, she can just straight up double jump. She can just float in with her aerials, which you have to respect. But putting the TNT at the top platform, all of her aerial options just seem like simultaneously covered. Like maybe you could like Peach bomb with the TNT. I don't think that's a good idea. It'll probably detonate. And the fact that he stood under it and was just ready to either punish roll or neutral get up with like jab or F smash, it was just a tough situation. I don't really know. It's one of those things like, I don't think Rye did anything wrong. I just don't know. Whatever the answer was, I don't know what it was. I don't know what you should have done. Miles, what should you have done there?
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know either. And that's the thing about a good ledge trap. A good ledge trapper will set up a very complicated scenario where you have to pick the exact right option. The best ledge trappers, like Jake right there, will set up a situation where you can maybe find a couple options around it, but they're also covering their options. Like, you saw they didn't immediately jump into the TNT. It's not like they picked the wrong option. It's not like K-Rule charging a down smash at ledge.
No one would jump right into that. Couldn't be me. Never.
No one would. But it doesn't matter that one option you set up didn't hit because you're in position to cover any other options that could happen. That is the mark of a great ledge trapper, and that's what we saw from Jake.
So, who do we think they're going to send in to deal with this? Maybe Polar would probably be my guess.
I don't know about the Palu-Steve matchup, but I know against Steve's archetype, Palu does generally well.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also a player-to-player thing. You need someone who is cool under pressure.
Yes, you definitely do. I'm trying to think the matchup through. Side B actually would ignore a whole lot of like the traditional way that Steve camps by just like setting up a three-layer wall and just kind of like hanging out behind it. Side B would go straight past it. We did see Rye actually clean up an entire wall with just a single Peach forward air, like hit the top, middle, and bottom. And Palutena has aerials that are big enough to do something similar too. Of course, Jake punishes you when you go through that. So I don't know. I really don't know what we're going to expect here. Polar would be my guess. I don't think Inkling is a bad play either, but they definitely have an uphill battle because from here on out, even if they are able to make it through, and this isn't me like sleeping on them, but even if they are able to make it through Jake, they still have to fight Javi on Earth, which is one, a really strong villager, and two, a really strong villager on Wi-Fi. So it's a tough day no matter what they do at this point.
Yes, it is looking like
Okay, go on Snake.
Yeah.
I like this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's very tough. I feel like Minecart adds an entire other dimension into how Snake usually plays.
It's true. Yeah, you don't get to like hold grenade and shield for free anymore because like there's a flying command grab. Hey, look, a flying command grab. There's a flying command grab coming at you. So like a lot of what you would normally be doing in neutral, which was, you know, just waiting with grenade and shield, just gets deleted by that. Oh, buddy. Okay, all right.
I guess they were both on stage, so full reset right here. As Vannon is who's going to come up now.
This is where it gets tricky. So I think the main thing. Oh wow, Jake is just platforming. I think the big thing here is hardcore parkour, the hardest core. I think here smart C4. We're definitely gonna have to see some like tricky C4 setups and just try to take away some of the stage control that Jake can just kind of like manifest for himself. And we're gonna have to see some really careful grenade play too. Not necessarily like holding it in shield, but just kind of throwing them at the walls and seeing what happens.
At this point, you're probably not going to craft diamond tools. You have Jake's respect. Jake is like, okay, I'm probably not going to get a 3 stock right here. But the Regal right there.
Wow! What do you do?
What do you do?
What is the answer? How, Sway? How?
Yeah. And now Jake literally not even mining. They're just watching them. They're like, pick an option over this wall. And now, they're trying to break the cipher right away.
Yeah, they're very lucky it didn't happen.
Jake is just trying to get as much damage as they can. They're trying to I'm going to craft the diamond, and no, I'm just going to grab you and get even more damage. And the threat of crafting the diamond is something that is forcing Vannon to respect it.
Wow. And here's the thing. This started off really close. Like, I don't think Vannon is playing it bad, but like after Jake took that first stock, he just racked on a ton of damage. And again, as you said, without crafting diamond. So this is where this gets really detrimental. So now you're in a crew battle. Jake is even things up, but he is in a really good position to take yet another stock and really grow this lead. And again, they still have Javi on Earth after this.
Yeah, like I said.
Nice. No.
Here's the Athens who you got to keep your eyes on.
Yeah.
Deconstructing Vannon right now, who looked like they had a chance for just a whisper of a moment, and it was snatched away.
And now we have the diamond tools.
The second Jake crafted the diamond tools, I think it was over, because that was Jake saying, okay, I'm confident enough that I don't need more than 1 stock to beat you. And
all right, getting a little bit aggressive with that edge guard. Great recovery though. Steve's recovery is so misleading on like where you think he's going to SD. There's always like a little bit more fuel in the tank. But Vannon is able to take that stock off Jake, which again, very valuable stock. So shout outs to Vannon right there. But at a 2 stock deficit already at mid%, it's going to be really, really hard to bring this back, especially if Jake continues to play more passive and just try to force Vannon to throw these projectiles. And now he's got diamond all over again. Minecart's coming in. This is what we would call a disaster. Oh my god. 81% and he nearly died off the right.
And here's the lead trap. Here's the lead trap we've seen over and over again, but you break the cipher and you're not able to get a C4 out in time, and it's going to be Jake. A clean 3 stock. It was scuffed at the beginning, but oh my word, Jake brought it back.
So the same ledge trap that we have seen work without fail already, now he's throwing the anchor in there, so he's forcing a panic option. And again, if you even do pick the right panic option, you have to go into the Steve zone with the TNT and like try to force another panic option just to get back to the stage. Like, again, I don't know what you do there. He could have theoretically tried to like drift out a little bit, which easier said than done because Snake doesn't really have horizontal drift. But he could have tried to drift out a little bit and try to like air dodge into the ledge, but that's really tough. And here's the other thing. Jake is setting up this TNT ledge trap, but there's so many other layers he can add. He can start throwing blocks over the ledge and like forcing it so that you can't grab it. The anchor is the anvil is really strong. We've seen the dirt block anvil trap too that like automatically breaks shields. It feels like there's 1,000 things Steve can do to you in that position, and Jake is just really good at forcing his opponent to play his game.
Yes, now the thing is that was Jake disciplined too. Like that was Jake preparing for the long war and then realizing it was just a skirmish, and they're like, okay, so I can burn everything. As Bowser, I have no idea who this is, but
let's
Bowser
see.
versus Steve. I mean, Bowser, amazing aerial burst into his Talos.
Let's see. Talos. Let's see, Talos. What you got, Talos? Let's find out.
Yeah, okay. Some immediate... Oh, this is what happens when you play heavy against Steve. 45% on the board, and you only had wooden tools. Now you refresh the durability with some iron. And even though you get the up throw, There's not much you can do. No, real follow-up right there as they detonate the TFT with the lava, too.
Yeah, taking no damage for that setup either and doing a crap ton of damage to Talos. All right, here's the trap. Let's see if he has an answer. All right, he rolls in, survives. That's smart stuff, going for the up B out of shield, trying to force the explosion to happen on Jake and kind of reverse the situation, but still gets tagged. Now, again, this is a character, ton of knockback, you know, potential to kind of reverse this. Oh, but he loses that stock to that forward, or to that up smash. Even a move as active and with as many hits as Bowser neutral air just doesn't matter against a move like that.
Yeah, that's...
Oh,
we talked about
no.
disjointed moves earlier. That is, and so is that back air too, setting you all the way off. No way you're getting back as the Elytra rocket Steve safe and sound back to the stage, back inside your home, your abode, where you don't have to worry about anything except how you're going to start your next combo.
Can we talk about minecart to OL minecart and it like fully like solving that situation? Bowser neutral B is like a really good move, and it totally didn't matter. It was definitely fully out there in Jake's favor. This is looking like a big shot. Oh gosh! If you remember, Jake's Twitter is Jake F Smash, and if you're wondering why Jake goes by Jake F Smash, it's because Jake is really good at F smashing. I guess that's the only thing I can think of.
University of Central F Smash right there. As
Yes, UCF.
University of C-Stick F Smash. That's what that is. But yeah, the triple F Smash. Sometimes though, all that is saying you're gonna mess up. I have the resources where I can mess up as much as I want, and you still need to punish me like 8 times for you to make this up. All you need to do is mess up once. Let's see.
Man,
1, you dodged it. 2, you dodged it. 3, that's game.
And here's the thing. Bowser technically is a more mobile character than others, but he's not the kind of character to like weave in and out and get a quick punish. He just moves quickly when he does commit to that direction. I think what he needed there was like the ability to kind of weave in and out, or maybe just reset neutral and just hope for like flame breath. But I think he got a little discouraged from flame breath because minecart clanking with flame breath and then a new minecart coming out right when it got destroyed. Your head's not ready for that. I'm not dealing with that. You know, my flame breath is just such a universally strong move on so much of the cast. It shuts out so many options. It does a ton of damage. Like, it does a lot. But if you can die for like successfully landing a good neutral tool, that throws you off your game. That throw me off my game at least.
Yeah, I don't know where FAU Blue goes from here. It's always a scary thing when it starts out even and then it ends and you forget that it started out even. Like, it didn't even start out even. Reichny got the lead.
That's true.
And then it was gone. It was gone out of there. As now, I think we're going to have Psychic back to open it up, to just sort of poke at the bear that is Reichny. I think maybe you save Reichny too, but who else do you send in?
Yeah, and again, they haven't even made it to Javi on Earth yet. I don't know if they will, or maybe Javi might start just for funsies, but I don't know what their Jake answer is.
Javi can, if Javi's on Earth, just go on vacation. Like,
Right,
I think you probably got this covered. And they've also got someone else in the bank. They've got SLK, who is a very, very good offline player, but they also play FGC characters. And, well, you can see the attitude that they have there. Wi-Fi law, you don't want to deal with that.
Right.
It is going to be, I think, Talos, this was, coming in on the Bowser. Hopefully, against Psychic, they can get a little bit more done, but...
Against Paulo too. That's a tough one. All right, let's see what he can do. I feel like the main thing here is worrying about getting nared. I have seen this matchup a lot just because Lunik is one of our PR players in my region, and again, missed. She's only one state over, so I've seen a decent amount of Bowser Palu. It's not as polarizing as you think, but I think one of the big key things here is one, getting on the stage against Palu feels impossible because of down tilt. Like, even right there, like, Talos nearly made it back, but Bowser has very few options to deal with it. And then two, of course, the combo game is going to be strong. But speaking of edge guarding, of course, Bowser does have that neutral B, which is very good against the recovery like Palu's, and great two frame with that F tilt. I feel like they both have a pretty similar ledge trap game actually at this point.
Yeah, and, well, Talos is getting the better end of it. So Sidechick, they try to punish that landing on the platform, but it's not going to connect. Instead, they just beat them out with another nair. But even so, it's still a very even game. If you factor in the weight, arguably Talos is ahead in percent right now. They're even able to climb their up air correctly to get around the down tilt.
Ooh, but the up air. Again, when we're talking about crazy aerials earlier, Palutena up air is high on that list. Got to be top 3 in the game. Even a character as good at spacing aerials, especially like that forward air, still going to get clipped by that and still die off relatively early off the top. Especially considering his weight class being, the heaviest.
Yep, and now the punish game comes out. Bowser,
there it is.
You start out at like 80%.
Counter.
It's the unfortunate reality. And
rinse,
yeah,
repeat.
you don't even get one more. The back air kept you completely safe and sound. The shield against that hard spell is not enough. And you have to go for that hard read there. You have to try and read the roll because, well, not getting much else.
Yeah, Sidechick is just playing like perfect, just textbook Palutena right now. Like all the ledge traps are really good. As soon as he had a down tilt to the stage once, it was just a death sentence. He was punishing with counter. He was just intercepting with the drop zone bear. It just looks really rough if Telos ends up off stage at any point in this game.
And we saw some beautiful ledge trapping earlier, and you can see Telos wants it so badly now. But Sidechick has gotten a little better at getting around that and the potential 3-stock in the works. And if you remember, Sidechick is the one who barely had that last stock game against Raishni earlier. There will be a 1 stock off the board, but is it enough?
Yeah, that was very important. I mean, for nothing else, obviously the math, you want 1 more than 0, but just the mentality of coming in after getting 3 stock, after fighting Jake of all people, like, that's just a tough day. But he is able to get that stock with a straightforward air, even from coast to coast. I'm not necessarily sure how he can make up this deficit. Potentially maybe a side B, but I think he dies first, so that probably wouldn't even do it, and he wouldn't have control of where it's going to go. I'm not sure. Actually, I haven't seen a lot of side B from Talos, period, and that's one of Bowser's like scariest moves. It's a 6-frame safe on landing recovery, or safe on landing command grab.
Some parries are meaningless. That parry was straight into your mentality. If you go straight to ledge into the down tilt, the game was over after that. You were in disadvantage, and Palu never letting you out.
Yeah, Sidechick starting off strong, and definitely reminding us like this team isn't necessarily like being carried by like the anchor or the mid player. Like Sidechick is on this team for a reason as well, and is really playing some great Palutena right now. So great stuff to them.
Yeah. Honestly, impeccable. I'm not sure if you even want to send out Raishni yet, because they probably can maybe take it against Sidechick. It was a very close match, but you're down a stock. But again, I don't know. I don't know where you go from here.
Here's the thing. Let's say they're successful, then they have to come in against Villager, which I imagine Villager Peach would be pretty hard. Or Steve Peach, which I don't know so much about that one. I know that's got to be chaotic. Like she can't play her normal, she can't get off her normal grounded crazy combo game. Like I feel like he's good at intercepting her aerials, which we saw when they played last time. And the ground itself literally would just be like, if there was a block floating, her approaches are just kind of stuffed out. So you could send in Rai to clean up this Palutena because, again, it worked really well, and he definitely knew the matchup, and he played it really well. But whoever you have coming in after is going to be tough. So maybe you want to consider the next person on your team, too.
Yeah. And that's the issue with going up against a team of heavy hitters. This is a dungeon crawl that you haven't even seen the final boss of yet. Javi on Earth remains elsewhere. Somewhere else on Earth. Because... This is, again, sometimes you have a member of a team who is a brick wall. Sometimes you put him at the end, sometimes you put him at the beginning, but it's hard to get around it. Every member of this team, it's a triple layered wall. Like, it's
it really is. It's just a very well formatted team. And then, of course, if need be, if they're able to take this to set 3, they do also have SOK, who we haven't seen yet, who plays all the FGC characters. I'm not sure if they're there, and they could be an alternate, to fill just in case. But I mean, I'm sure if they're picked on this team, those are pretty good too. So there's a lot of like unique character variety on this team. Not even getting into like the crazy amount of skill that's just like concentrated from this school.
Yeah, we have Vannon back at it again. If you remember, Vannon had a very nice start against Jake F Smash, but couldn't quite find the kill. And when he couldn't find the kill, well.
Well,
There's no way
I
to
will
win.
say Snake Palutena, pretty tough for Snake. Not undoable, but definitely not like in his favor. Some people say even at best. Sidechick is playing really well. Force Bandit in some kind of awkward offstage situations, even outside of like the accident there. Nair's kind of hard to get around. It's definitely going to be tough. You can't hang out. Again, another character that really punishes you for having Grenade and Shield, because Neutral B just totally stops that game plan. She doesn't have to come in with those aerials. She doesn't have to run in and like try to pressure you or force a throw. She just stops you from doing what you want to do by pressing Neutral B.
Yep, and now Vanon's not able to do much they want to do either. They try and get drop to platform aerials, well, it's shielded. As Sidechick drops down, flashes the shield, sees they're safe, and attacks. And Vanon just isn't pulling the trigger fast enough on grabs and such to get a real punish.
And here's another thing too. So you saw that down throw into up air right there. There's a lot of characters, like, even if you have the DI on point, Snake's horizontal drift is so whack. She still has like a better chance of getting the punish, because even when you're holding out, like, you still don't really go that far.
Yeah, not far at all. That is a lot of pressure right here. Grenades and C4 are fine, but it's actually Vanon who ends up getting hit by it.
So I like Vanon's plan. I feel like he's got like a lot of really neat shenanigans and tricks planned. And a dare Sage Spike. All right, we got that.
Yeah,
but Sidechick plays really patient. He's not running into Snake's traps either. He's just playing like a really patient neutral, because that is where Palutena wins this.
Yeah, 100%. As at this point, you're able to kind of get some lead. I mean, you have the lead, and Snake plays really well from the lead. However, I would say like every trade makes it so much more, and you're able to actually get values from the trade. For the most part, you're not getting a ton, but even though you die right there, they just took 30% from all that.
Yeah, we're seeing some crazy stocks out of this actually. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Vanon coming in clutch. Maybe a chance right here, but now you're getting carried across stage by the Palu combos. Where was this punish came earlier? 87%. And to get the down tilt right there, not into the back there, but you're still keeping the disadvantage with the tech. That means more damage. It just keeps stacking up as you hang out on ledge to try and get up tilt, try to make things right in the world again, but you get sent off again.
God, Psychic is just like, we're going on the right we're going on the right stage, we're going on the center platform, we're going off, just like fully just bullying Vanon and disadvantage like a solid minute. And this back throw is going to do it. Yes, very well played by Vanon, but Psychic was just super on point right there. Taking 3 stocks, losing just the 1, giving them a huge lead. Meaning that UCF has to come in, take the first stock off Sidechick, who's playing really exceptionally well right now, and then take 6 more stocks from 2 globally ranked players. So
yeah, I think Raishni will probably get us off of the first person. Fingers crossed. Beyond that, I cannot tell you, Sai. I cannot tell you. We've said that we don't think Peach has a very good matchup against Steven Villager. And beyond that, I don't think any player outside of those also globally ranked has a good matchup against Jake and Javi on Earth.
Also, Peach Palu ain't even all that. Like, it's fine. It ain't like, you know what I mean? Like, even that matchup is like, all right, it's fine. It ain't like exceptionally good. Yeah, but we'll see. I mean, again, Rye does play really well. Rye has great neutral. Some of the best neutral I've seen in a while, because a lot of Peaches, like, they'll go ham, they'll have like all these crazy combo trees, but like they're just kind of like fishing for the combos. Rye was really good about conditioning in neutral and playing patient, and then making sure he got the necessary reads to like start those combos too. So it's not that I don't have faith in Rye, at least for this first game, but this is just a big ask right now to take on 7 stock. 7 stocks against anybody is hard. 7 stocks at a birthday party is hard. Like, oh, we're going Zelda. Okay, all right.
I love this, but I feel like FAU Blue in particular, every time, like I think I understand the roster, and then they pull someone else out from behind the curtain. Like,
I would say, so another thing about crew battles is like, even if you have a character you're most comfortable with, oh, look at the girls giggling. Fun for them. Fun day for them. Even if you have a character you're more comfortable with, when you have to think about like several matchups and like what character is going to have the best matchup spread against like an entire group that you're locked into, sometimes you do end up switching. And Zelda against all 3 of them would make the most sense matchup-wise.
Textbook combos right there. Textbook ledge trapping as well. But the miss red forward smashes. Going to hit you back in the neutral. No more advantage state for you, my friend.
And we are seeing a lot of pressure coming out from Rai with his Knight, making it really tough for Psychic to like play the grounded game. Palutena can counter that and send it back, right? I think.
Yes, I believe so. And it literally, as you said that, Raishni, it looked like they were trying to get a little more specific with how they positioned and reading that spot dodge is going to give you that one stop. Nothing dropped right now, and I think they went Zelda with the anticipation of how they have to go into other matchups. You don't have to play the Peach into that. I think Zelda might have a couple more options. It's still going to be incredibly difficult, though.
Plus, for what it's worth, like if you have like, as you said earlier, if you have like the execution to like consistently play Peach on Wi-Fi, you definitely have the execution to play Zelda on Wi-Fi. Like no shade to Zelda, but you know what I mean. Like it's just one character is like very hard compared to the other. This isn't me dumping on Zelda. It's just Peach is super hard. So definitely seems like Rai has a strong knowledge of the game, and Zelda Villager sounds way better than Peach Villager. Way better. So let's see. They might send in Jake anyway, actually, just because of that. Just because Zelda might have a more favorable matchup on paper.
But characters aside, Jake didn't... I mean, Jake only took 40% against the Peach when they played last time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's... Again, it does feel like another tier. Another level. Like, think of that who was it? The Snake player earlier. Think of them. They looked really, really domineering. And yet with that, just checking that everyone is good. Colton, you're not muted. As we get into the Snake matchup. Sorry, we had a little bit of a production issue right there, but as I was
listen, just so you guys know, there was just a very, very high volume, full conversation happening while you were speaking.
It's fine.
And I just had no idea what you were saying. I'm trying to read lips, bro.
Okay,
like I
so
literally didn't know
I'm just saying, for those in the audience, we are hearing ghosts, but
we are.
The Snake looked really good against Psychic. They made it look really even for most of it. Jake kind of deconstructed them. Jake crafted diamond tools on the first stock. You only do that when you're going to win.
That's true. All right, Kesar. So it's going to be somebody different. So it won't be Jake because Jake came in with... It is going to be Javi. Okay, or Javi.
Javi
on Earth. All right, so this was the goal of the counter pick. If I had to guess, getting inside Rai's head, if I had to guess. So let's see how well it turns out.
Yeah, 3 stock to 3 stock. This is very doable. Right?
True.
Has...
Oh. But you know what? If Knight gets pocketed, that's a stop. I know that feels really surface level, but now that I'm kind of like starting to unpack the matchup because we're about to see it, Rai's gonna have to be pretty careful with Knight. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Like, really careful.
Yeah. I think these early Knights aren't as impactful, but once Javi gets an idea of how you like to use it, then it gets a little more difficult. Extend that flame all the way down. A very strong lead for Raishni right now.
Oh, wow. Just being like, you know what? I don't have to block this. I can just go. I like this. There's a lot of Yomi that comes into this. So, as you were saying, they're not using the full charge.
They went for the pocket. Did they get it?
Full charge tonight. Oh, they got it.
Uh-oh. Well, 40%, who cares? Because
I wonder if it'll... Oh, my God. That was so close. That would have been a stock at 45.
The fact that there's no wind-up to it, that's scary. And the up-the-out shield is actually going to go unpunished right there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure unpocketing or throwing whatever out of your pocket, I'm pretty sure it's like 1 frame. Like, it's crazy fast. If it's not 1 frame, it's like maybe 2. But I think it might literally be... It's somewhere from 1 to 2 frames. It's like insane.
You know, get the grab right there. Some very good damage. Zelda's down for those like 15, it's so good. As-
And it's a DI knowledge check too, because like she can kill you off it if you don't know what's going on.
Oh, trying to bait them in, but the grab went in the wrong direction. I was like, okay.
Yeah, Javi's just like, nah, you deal with that. Just gonna Javi's opting once again to just kind of slow down the neutral. Like he's at like a negligible deficit. Oh, but running in with that forward air, no more defensive play, just kind of going and taking it to her face. Good idea from Javi. Now Ricey, only 2 stocks left, trying to keep the whole team alive. And again, there's a whole nother player at the end of this. So this is going to be a long, tough battle for him.
Javi on Earth's smiling little face right now, just dodging and weaving all across the stage, will not die. If they live to above 150 every single time, well, GG's.
And here's the other thing too. A lot of Zelda can take some pretty early stocks, like for hitting her shield incorrectly. Like up the out of shield is a really. Oh no!
Woo!
Oh,
that was the K-roll combo right there.
It was. She was
And
only at
it's
60.
still going.
Oh man,
You got
I think
advantage
Javi's gotta
and
figure
you
it out.
never let it go. We're just holding
Yeah,
our
just
breaths right now. Look
going
at
for
this,
these bolt balls.
constant pressure. Javi had just such a slow game plan, and all of a sudden they're like, "You forget who I am?"
Right. I almost want to see one of these get reflected, but that's such a big gamble. But he probably has a plan because he's going for a lot of these bowling balls with no fear. When did he get one? Did he just do 2, or did he have one in his hand?
No, he did 2, I believe.
Okay, I thought he had one in his hand. Well, that's that.
FAU blue. Sent out into the blue by Javi on Earth. UCF, I called them out as most likely the strongest team going into this region. And they're proving why. Like, that was like child's play. Raishni was the only one who stood a chance. And Javi on Earth was like, okay, I'll play neutral with you. I'll play even with you. And then went, nah. Put some respect on my
that
name.
was
Like,
I really thought it was gonna be like a slower neutral, because that's when it started. It was like, all right, a little bit of Yomi, you can reflect this, I can pocket that. He's like, no, I was gonna kind of just F smash you, bro. Like, let's start a combo at like 8 and see if I can kill you off it. And he did. Like, that was a crazy combo. I can't wait to see the replay of that combo actually, because I think there was like a dash attack in there as well. Like, it just, that looked tough. And he was going for a lot of those F smashes, not even with the fear that like they might get reflected from Rai. He just knew that they were going to be safe and unpunishable.
Going from 0 to 100, just cranking the dial as fast as you can, is probably one of the most impactful things you can do in anything. And it completely upset the momentum. It was game over as soon as the momentum shifted like that. As UCF remains one of the strongest competitors, I expect to see them at the in-person event in May in Atlanta. And we're going to see more of these group stages right after this quick break.
I would jump up there to like take a stop, which Palatena gets away with that so well on the stage. To go for a float and not actually burn any like severe defensive options instead, really smart stuff. And right in that up smash trap they were in, they barely been tagged by like maybe a straight area. They look like they're kind of unfazed.
Cedric's not going to let this drop. Raishni hasn't got to jump forever. They're not able to touch the ground side.
Man, they need to drop out and go play lottery. Get the game.
Cedric is not let them play with it whatsoever. Perfect recovery, though. Able to snap the ledge, avoid the down throw, and you get one more chance, but the Nair is going to, you're not sure what is going to happen. Here comes the shield pressure. They're trying to read a jump, but they just want that kill. But again, they stay firm and true, and eventually.
Oh man, Jake just looks like somebody with a ton of options. You can't roll in, up smash or activate the TNT. Still? Wow.
You have Jake's respect. Jake is like, okay, I'm probably not going to get a restock right here. But the league
wow! What do you do? Really good position to take yet another stock and really grow this lead. And again, they still have Javi on Earth after this.
Yeah, like I said,
Nice. No.
You need more than one stock to beat you. And
sorry, get a little bit aggressive with that Asgard. Great recovery though. Steve's recovery is so misleading of like where you think he's going to SD. This is what we would call a disaster. Oh my god. 81% just nearly died off the rate.
And here's the lead trap. Here's the lead trap we've seen over and over again.
And of course, the explosion happened on Jake and kind of reversed the situation, but still gets tagged. Now, again, this is a character, 100 knockback, you know, potentially kind of reverse this.
Yeah, that's... Talking about disjointed moves earlier, that and so is that back air too, setting all the way off. No way you're getting back.
Definitely fully out there in Jake's favor. This is what oh my gosh. If you remember, Jake's Twitter is Jake F.
If you factor in the weight, arguably Taylor is ahead of defense right now. They're even able to climb their upward trajectory to get around the down swing.
Ooh! There
You start out at like that's the unfortunate reality. And yeah, you don't even get one more. The back air kept you stuck in the works, and if you remember, especially against the one who barely had that last shot game against Bryce earlier, there's gonna be a long
safe on landing recovery, or safe on landing command grab.
Some parries are meaningless. That parry was straight into your mentality. If you go straight to legend, it was much they want to do either. They try and get dropped to platform aerials, well, it's shielded. Like drops down, flashes the shield, shoots the safe, and it's apparently Van who ends up getting hit by it.
So I like Van's plan. I feel like he's got like a lot of really neat shenanigans and tricks planned. Or
I would say like every trade makes it so much more. And you're able to actually, you're not getting a ton, but
I think just like we're going on the right platform, we're going on the right stage, we're going on the center platform, we're going off, just like fully just bullying Van to get to the and this back goes going to do it.
As you said that, right, it looked like
Step into the ring.
More specific with how they positioned and reading that spot dodge.
He's like, no, you deal with that. He's gonna Javi's opting once again to just kind of slow down the mission. Like he's at like a negligible deficit. Oh, but running in with that. And here's the other thing too. A lot of Zelda can take some pretty early stocks, like for hitting their shield correctly, like up the out of shield is a really. Oh no!
Woo! Oh, pressure! Hub had just such a slow game plan, and all of a sudden they're like, "That's who I am."
Correct. Then he probably has a plan. He's going for a lot of these goals. When did he get one? Did he just do two, or did he have one in his hand there to like take a stop? Which Palutena gets away with that so well on the stage. To go for a float and not actually burn any like severe defensive options instead, really smart stuff. And right in that up smash trap they were in, they barely been tagged by like maybe a straight air break. They look like they're kind of on focus.
Celtic's not going to let this drop. Mai Sheen hasn't been a jump forever. They're not able to touch the ground side.
Man, they just go so hard.
Celtic is not whatsoever. Perfect recovery, though. Able to snap the leg, avoid the down throw, and you get one more chance, but the Nair is going to... We're not sure what is going to happen. The shield pressure, they're trying to do the jump, they just want that kill. But again, they stay firm and true, and eventually...
Jake just looks like somebody you can't roll in, you know, up smash, activate the TNT. Still? Wow.
You have Jake's respect. Jake is like, okay, I'm probably not going to get it to restock right here. But the Reaper have that.
Wow! What do you do? Really good position. Yet another spot to really grow this lead. And again, they still have Javi on Earth after this.
Like I said,
nice.
No, you need more than one stock. And
getting a little bit aggressive with that as well. Great recovery though. Steve's recovery is so misleading when they're playing things in the SD. This is what we would call it as Oh my god. 81% really.
And here's the lead trap. Here's the lead trap we've seen over and over again.
And of course explosion happened on Jake and kind of reverse the situation. But still now again, this is a character on a knockback, you know. Essentially kind of reverse this.
Talking about disjointed moves earlier, that and so is that back air too, setting all the way off.
I'm ready. 3, 2, 1,
fully
go!
If you remember, Jake's Twitter is Jake F.
Yeah!
I'll go finish! He's ahead of you. I'll go finish! They're able to climb their upward trajectory around the down. Ooh! I like this.
So I like Bandit's plan. I feel like he's got like a lot of really good
I would say like every trade.
We're going on the right stage, we're going on the center platform, just like fully just bullying Bandit to disadvantage. And this back row gonna do it.
As you said that, they were trying to get a little more with how many they said that eating that hot dog.
He's like, no, you do it. He's copying the boxing once again. He just kind of sort of a negligible deficit. Oh, but running in with that. And here's the other thing too. A lot of Zelda can take some pretty early stocks, like start hitting her shield directly. Like unchaotic shield is a really good. Oh no! When did he get one? Did he just do two, or did he have one of those? Take a stop, which caused him to get away with that so well on the stage. If they go for a first, that actually burned me like severe. And right to that up smash trap they were in.
I knew I'd win.
Cedric says, nah, Cedric not gonna let this drop. Vaishni hasn't had a jump forever. They're not able to touch the ground side.
Man, they need to drop out and go for the lottery. Game.
Cedric is not let them play the game whatsoever. Perfect recovery though. Able to smash the right before the down throw. You get one more chance, but the nair together. You're not sure what is going to happen. Here comes the shield pressure. They're trying to read a jump. They just want that kill. But again, they stay firm and true, and eventually.
Jake just looks like somebody pulling up. You can't roll in. You know, up smash activate the TNT. Still? Wow.
You have Jacob's respect. Jake is like, okay, I'm probably not going to get a stock right here. Okay,
wow! What do you do? Really good positional take. Yet another stock. Really grow this lead. And again, they still have Hobby on Earth after this.
Like I said,
nice.
No, you need more than one stock. And
alright, getting a little bit aggressive with that edge guard. Great recovery though. Steve's recovery is so misleading when you think he's gonna ask Steve. This is what we would call a disaster. Oh my god. 81% was nearly died off the range.
And here's the ledge trap. Here's the ledge trap we've seen over and over again.
Of course, it goes you have to on Jake and kind of reverse the situation, but still gets tagged. Now again, this is a character under knockback. You know, this is the kind of reverse thing.
Just going to move earlier that. And so is that back air 2 seconds all the way off. No way to get back.
Definitely fully out there in Jake's face. This one. Oh gosh. If you remember, Jake's Twitter is Jake F.
In fact, in the weight, arguably Taylor is ahead in defense right now. They're even able to time their up to correctly and get around the down throw.
Ooh.
You start out at like a young infinite reality, and yeah, you don't even get one more. The back air kept you in stock in the worst, and if you remember, it's the one barely had that last stock game against Vaishni earlier. There's gonna be a long
safe on landing recovery. They're safe on landing the grab.
Some parries are meaningless. That parry was straight in your mentality. If you go straight to legend, it was next to one to do either. They try and get dropped to tackle Marios, well, it's shielded. I drop down, flashes the shield, shoots the face, and it's kind of random you guys that ends up getting hit by it.
So I like Van's plan. I feel like he's got like a lot of really shenanigans and tricks planned. Or
I would say like every Welcome back from the break, everybody. We are here getting right into, well, the middle of an amazing set going on with FAU Reds taking on Full Sail, who we've seen twice so far. And right now, Full Sail is actually down a little bit.
Yes, which again, considering the crazy work we've seen from Full Sail all day, actually is pretty interesting. We've got Omnilex on the FAU Red team, and he seems to be very strong. He's top 10 in SFL, so I imagine that's a pretty good top 10 right there. But we've seen phenomenal play from everybody on Full Sail all day. Juice is putting in work. JBL is the King K. Rool. We saw P playing a really nice Joker, so I'm really excited to see how the rest of the series finishes. But again, as Miles just said, FAU Red is in the lead right now. So who knows if they can turn this around? Who knows?
Yeah, I have faith. I don't actually know what the scoreline they won by was. That is something we would have to figure out. But either way, I feel like it wasn't an unwinnable. It was 5-3 last time I checked. So, kitty cat. But
yep, that's Zangief. Say hello to the stream, Zangief. Okay.
Yeah, as we prepare this stream, I'm excited to get a rerun of JBL, even if they're not quite running the same dominance of K. Rool. Still gonna be very nice.
Yeah, and also he does have that Lucina, but I mean, K. Rool is the one that showed up and said, "I'm the star of the show today." So who knows? Zangief, do you know who's gonna win? Oh, he doesn't have a mic, so you guys can hear him just now.
Damn.
I gotta get the cat a mic.
Sad.
One
I mean,
day.
it's more fun to find out by watching than just be told by a cat.
We don't need spoilers, you know.
And it sounds like we're getting right into it now, either for a lag test or the actual game. Either way, looks like it's gonna be P. Oh no, this is Arsenic taking on Juice, the captain, right out the gate.
All right, ooh, and some nice
there's
F
those
combos starting us
punishes
off.
we were talking about.
Yeah, okay. I was trying to see a Seph too. We saw it a little bit against that Cloud, but now we do get to see 3 full stocks of a Sephiroth, so I'm very excited.
I like that right there. Using that side B to get an instant Arsene. Now, you've got your comeback factor way earlier than Juice does.
And you're definitely seeing Juice just like slow down and be like, okay, I see Arsene here. Multi hits are really good, but Seph outside of like, you know, up B and side B isn't really gonna get or neutral B, excuse me. Oh, never mind. I forgot about counter. I was gonna say he's not really gonna necessarily shine off multi hits, and then he literally shined off multi hits. So let me take that back. Ooh, great spacing. That was
really
a
full
good spacing.
drift away from Juice, and they got chased down, so they were dead either way. But not canceling that soon enough. They dropped shield and got hit by get up attack. Now Juice trying to hold this center stage, and even with Joker all the way above you, they can't track down Arsenic.
And this is, again, we talked about it before, but Sephiroth takes a lot of precision to actually land these attacks as big as they are, and Joker is the skinny man in this game. So even right there, you're seeing him try to land with forward air. Joker's just like innately kind of like low profiling and running in with dash attack. It can get tough. Unless you're SD, and then, you know, it's a lot easier for you. Who knows?
Yeah, Arsenic trying to avoid that up B and jumped a little too low right there as they just slide right through that Iha. Now trying to control underneath that platform, but they get caught by the Nair. A nice combo starter, sure, but the one wing evens things up for now. Arsene nowhere to be found when you're at 0%.
All right, let's see what we get. Another nice combo attempt. Not as quick as the first one. You saw Arsenic was ready to try to like absorb some of that damage too with the down B. Yeah, this definitely looks like a little bit tough for Sephiroth. Not undoable, but just a little bit inconvenient. Like we're seeing Arsenic run under the side Bs as well as the Fair and Bear. And those are some pretty key neutral tools for Sephiroth to like, you know, secure a lead. Okay, not gonna get back there just yet.
Underneath this platform, try to space these back airs. The Nair on shield is not going to go punished, but the back air trying to go all the way out, get the scoop, but not quite. Instead, they get the spike, but it's not quite enough to really finish them off, as this is looking more and more even. Arsenic clawing their way back into this, but they can't find the kill. Juice just keeps slashing them away right as they're going for the kill move, and they get the lead.
There it is, and it was like right in the middle of the sword too, so it had all that extra juicy knockback attached to it. So it's going to give P the lead, but a coast-to-coast down smash is going to even things up immediately. So let's see how this final stock goes down.
Oh, and they went to down guns to avoid that counter right there. A nice bit of micro spacing off stage as they try to get right back into the fray with the instant up B, but it's not going to catch Juice.
Yeah, not just yet. All right. Arson about halfway on deck here. Could be a problem, especially if he's successful with those down B reads. One wing isn't going to happen just yet. DI check. All right, that's really important. Back throw to back air is crazy strong. If you DI that wrong, if you hold in, you instantly kill yourself, basically. So good awareness from Arsenic, knowing about that trick.
Ooh, nice positioning right there to avoid being caught by that counter. Now you're able to just swat away Arsene. The little bug it is, but there it is. That does sting. They've been going for that counter off stage a lot.
Ooh, the reverse
and they carried them
upbeat.
all the way up. They reversed it.
That was
going to be the stop.
That was really well played from Juice. You were not kidding about that punish game. And it wasn't even that Arsenic got impatient because like he was baiting the counter out. He went out and like forced it to happen and was still patient and tried to get a punish afterwards. But Juice being able to reverse that situation after like fully guessing wrong in neutral and taking the game, that was really important. That was super important for the team.
The most important thing in neutral and covering options is not covering the option that happens. That's always nice. The mark of a truly good player is covering the option that happens right after it.
Yes.
They miss, they whiff, and yet they're still ready to keep up the pressure, to keep the heat rising.
So where do we go from here? So again, as we pointed out earlier, Joker is very strong in crew battles because he's going to be going into this next match. Or no, he's not. Never mind. Excuse me. Seth is going to be going into this next match, and he'll probably get one wing really quickly because he has to come in down 2 stocks. So there's a lot of potential for Juice to steal off another stock, kind of low pressure, because I'm pretty sure once he gets to like 35, 40, it's just gonna that comeback mechanic is just gonna be out there and at the ready. I'm actually surprised we have not seen any Lucario today because Lucario eats in this format. He really eats in this format. It's like,
yeah, starting out on that, it's broken. I mean, I think Joker is a close second.
Mhm.
Okay, Joker's better, but still.
Overall, yeah. But you're right. Overall, full package Joker is much better. But for just going for the specific cheese you can get in a crew battle, man, or is a really scary tool. But so is One Wing. So who knows? Let's see. Who do we got
coming out here? This is Juice staying in. We don't really, we haven't gotten to see FAU Red on stream, but we know who they have. I have to assume they're reserving Omnilax as their anchor, playing a pretty traditional crew battle format. So I'm thinking maybe Archmage or Archmage, rocking the Robin. Yeah, that is them.
All right, let's see what happens.
Okay, as right now, just getting all these SDs out of the way. Yeah, do a little movement, do a little dance, sing a little song, get down tonight, but you're still going to get down into that blast zone as we're getting ready to start off.
And speaking of characters that can get those tiny little crew battle buffs, Robin doesn't start with Levin Sword for a few seconds, so he actually was able to start with immediate Levin Sword. He didn't have to worry about starting with Bronze. So small buff for Archmage right there. Ooh.
Yeah, a bit of matchup and experience right there from Juice, not knowing that the crew battle...
Yeah, you didn't play around not coming in with less stocks.
Yeah. That's a nice bit of chip damage right there. That Levin Sword, hitting 2 Levin Swords across the stage did so much work. At this point, if you get a right hit at ledge, Sephiroth is so light it might just be death.
Yeah, it really might be. You did see him roll in on reaction to Archfire, which is kind of like the secret. It's very rare that you get punished for like when you watch his hands throw it, and I say this because my main doubles partner plays Robin. When you watch his hands move, that's when you can roll, but it is kind of a tight window if you're like not in that time frame. Because you don't want to stand up into it. You don't want to be like really late and you call it like an F smash or something. No, it's tricky.
Yes. Full reset to neutral right now as they try and throw the book at chip, and Sephiroth is not willing to learn right now.
I feel like Archmage's recoveries, like, they seem risky, but he hasn't been, like, hard punished for any of them just yet. Oh, here we go. Waiting on the ledge isn't the play either.
Yeah, has the spacing, has the precision, and Juice is out of there. Straight off the top.
Great play from Archmage. Again, it seemed like there were some opportunities that Juice could have capitalized on his recoveries. They weren't necessarily bad, but they weren't like the safest either. But I think Juice might have been a little bit thrown off. He's like, oh, I didn't think a Robin was going to go high past the stage, because like, why? But hey, it worked out. So Archmage takes that, does not drop a stock either. really putting on for the team. Let's see how they respond. Let's see. You think we're going to see like crazy K rule again?
I think P is the call here. Against a Robin like that, who's throwing out projectiles like that, P has been so consistent with being able to get the Rebels guard on projectiles, get an early Arsene, and not expose themselves to unnecessary danger.
That's true.
And I feel like having a constant Arsene, having poking tools in neutral, in gun, in Iha is really important.
And I could see, like, I feel like Robin competing in an air-to-air situation with Levin would be really detrimental against Joker, so I'll have to be very careful about trying to deal with the spacing of that. But offstage could definitely be great for Joker. Like, drop zone Bear could do a lot. Gun could mess up his up B as well, because a lot of the times Robins will, like, just try to go under and just go straight up and not, like, you know. You don't see Robins go for too many crazy angles of the recovery. Like, the move itself isn't linear, but, like, the safest options are. So, I don't know. Go either way. But we are going to have 3 stocks each. So we're not going to see one come in with Arsene automatically or come in with Aura or, you know, one wing or anything like that. It's going to be a solid, fair fight at the start of this game. And, yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, me too, Sai. I mean, I think P, despite being a very clutch player, especially in that first game we saw them in against Clemson, kind of gets overshadowed by, like, the hype plays of Juice and JLB, but they're still winning. They're still playing a very intricate neutral game.
They're still winning. Yeah, you're right.
Like, well, they obviously didn't win, because remember, if they win this, we're actually going to go to a third crew battle, which I think is very doable right now, 6 stock to 6 stock. But we don't know. If it's even right now, maybe there is an X factor named Omnilax, most likely.
I do want to see this person play too. I'm excited.
Yeah. Oh man, the K roll versus the Shoto with a good punish game, with a top 10 punish game. Oh.
I'm actually a little bit sad because Riddles. I think Riddles is like kind of put the Shotos away, like for the most part. But Riddles' Kazuya was at this point one of my favorite players to watch do anything in this game. Like I know Kazuya is insane, but as an also FGC person, I love watching Kazuya go off and just like fully just break this game wide open. Like I think they honestly gave him so many tools. And it's a little sad to see the top rep just kind of like drop him. Doesn't mean that somebody else can't pick him up. Doesn't mean that, you know, the motivation isn't there. I know I've seen a lot of people on Twitter being like, if Riddles doesn't play him, I still will. We'll figure it out. But just as a spectator, I really like seeing that character come in. So when Omnilax does come in inevitably, or unless Archmage just like takes 6 stocks real quick, I'll be excited to see what they can do.
Yes, this is the litmus test right here. We have seen this K Rool run away with games, and you're going to be getting some early kills here on Yoshi's.
Low-key, these are both kind of knowledge check characters too, so let's see how the matchup goes down, because I don't know if a lot of K Rools are comfy in the Robin matchup, or a lot of Robins are comfy with K Rool. Who knows?
Oh,
well, all their moves certainly work. You can say that much.
Yeah, as right now, this is what you need to do. This is how that game against the Rosalina started as well. But the Rosalina didn't get the finisher.
No. Here's one thing too. Thoron, it doesn't matter how big you are. Oh no! A really unfortunate SD. He's only done 17% to Archmage. He's done a single attack. That might have sealed up the fate for his team. But that aside, really heavy characters, if you're close to the blast zone, especially on a stage like Yoshi's, Thoron just doesn't matter. At Big House, I watched my teammate who plays Robin kill a DDD at 0 for being off stage against Thoron. Like, it is crazy polarizing.
Yep. Yeah, it is brutal, as we can see. You're able to avoid that, but either way, Blunderbuss, potential comeback right here. I mean, we've seen JLD do crazier things, but not against a player of Archmage's caliber. Look at this. Full option coverage. Perfect play. As they do not let the king do anything.
No, and I definitely think Yoshi's story is like really working into their favor as well. They've definitely been taking advantage of the stage way more than JLB.
Yeah. Putting up the array right now, and They just keep forcing a regrab. They don't even need to go in for the forward smash. They'll continue the punish anyways. Still 3 stocks on the board. Forward air, not quite going to do it. An opportunity to recover.
Nice. Oh, no! Oh, that is really unfortunate. Even going for that drop zone fair was a smart idea, but just 2 SDs, that's unfortunate. And I feel like Yoshi's is also a little tricky. I don't think the bottom blast zone on Yoshi's is always like, at least the camera for the bottom blast zone. I think it's kind of off because I've seen a lot of SDs there, myself included. Like, you're like, you should have room to come back, but just kind of explode sometimes. I'm not saying that was one of those situations, but yeah, it's definitely unfortunate to be in a situation to be like, all right, I SD'd once, but at least I can take a stock in this crew battle, then you SD again. That's just really unfortunate. That takes a lot of momentum from your team.
Yep. 3 stocks left to help Full Sail stay into this. I don't know how the brackets pan out. I don't know if winning 1 is enough to get you into the bracket on loser's side. We'll have to see how that plays out as we process the end of the group stages. That'll be Pauly Hype bringing us home after a couple more battles. But, well, Full Sail might be in a little bit of jeopardy if they can't bring this back. And they do have P in reserve, but I'm not sure. This Robin
six
is
a
looking,
lot.
and we haven't even got to Omnilex. You said you wanted to see them.
I
You're
do.
denying it.
I still do. I don't think we're gonna get to. No. I mean, professional opinion. Good luck, y'all. That's all I can really say at this point. It's quite the mountain to come back from.
Yeah.
And almost.
And I don't feel like P is like a super momentum heavy, bring your team back from the brink type of player. They are the kind of player you need on a team, the player who can just, muddle through all these sloppy matchups and be like, okay, I'm going to better character you, I'm going to better neutral you, and I'm going to win.
Yeah, and that's really good.
Yeah.
It's better in like a traditional singles bracket than this crew format, though. But yeah.
As all our hopes, all our dreams, all of the Full Sail hopes and dreams, they rest on P's shoulder right here on Smashville to see if we can bring this to the final player on FAU Red's team.
It's crazy that Archmage is going into this 3rd round and still does not have to like throw a stock away. Like, man, that's gotta feel good being him,
Archmage's like, yo, why do y'all SD at the beginning of games? I've never heard them do that.
Never been me. SD, never heard of it.
Yes. Right there. The up B does a little bit of save pressure as, look at this. Archmage is so good at not only pressuring you, but comboing you from across the stage without even putting themselves at risk of being touched.
It definitely, and again, we were talking about P's methodical, like slower play style. It definitely looks like he's trying to figure out the angles that Archmage wants to cover, but he's doing a really good job of having like a chaotic looking neutral. Like there's a lot of aerials that are coming up in between the platforms. There's a lot of pressure coming from Arcfire below the platform, and like Levinsword covering the reactions. Like it definitely looks like if you're gonna play it slow and try to figure out somebody's neutral, this one might be a little tougher. It definitely feels a little bit more chaotic than the average problem.
Air dodge off, but they're not quite able to get the ledge trump either. Unfortunately, but the forward tilt will still send Archmage off stage. If you remember, it was P who was very clutch as the anchor in against the game against Clemson.
Well, let's see if that clutch factor comes in again. Right now, the percents are totally even. No Levin Sword from Archmage right now, so he's going to have to work a little bit harder to take this stock. In that exact same vein, though, P's nowhere near Arson, so... Oh, Levin's back. All right. Wow, low profiling through that neutral B, uncharged. That's pretty big, I think, actually. Again, Joker is just so hard to hit, but if you're able to just like run through and ignore a character's like zoning tools, that can be pretty big.
And the ability to just sit there and stand still is terrifying. It's pretty much just like, oh no! They tried to go for the gimp with the up B, but instead they just saved P and doomed themselves.
We've cursed Archmage. We said they never have the SD, they're not throwing any stocks away, and unfortunately that is the only reason they've lost the stock so far in this crew battle, at least from what we've seen.
Well, I know how to do that. Watch this.
I can do that too.
That's
Arson.
He knows how to do instant Arsene right there, but does it matter when you're off stage? Arsene even easier to edge guard than regular Joker. You do get the drag down right there into the grab. Very nice extension right there from P, but you need to get the killing blow at ledge, and you can't quite find it. An opportunity to punish off the upbeat. You're scooping deep, but you can't quite finish off Archmage.
We're seeing Archmage go for like a lot of onstage up B, and I'm starting to wonder if like maybe it's a misinput, like a failed B reverse or something, because it's definitely putting him in like really risky situations. Still hasn't been punished for it just yet, or at least not super hard, but definitely got to be careful about that.
Yes, now at this point, bit of item play right here.
A little bit of basketball, you know, just kind of messing around, throwing the sword around. I get it.
You can SB, you can double. What else can you do? Because, well, they can zone out Joker as quick as you please and throw out Levin Sword at ledge to make it almost impossible to get back to stage. Landing with that Arsene down gun and avoiding the grab, getting the parry. P finding some momentum to maybe take their stock, but they don't face that Arsene back air and they get punished.
Yeah, typically you see them go for like a rising back air, but a falling back air, you actually can do things about it on shield. And Archmage was ready. Because if that's just been a rising back air, it is what it is. Like, you know, he's going to drift away, might even go for the second one. But rarely do you see him die for that.
Not at all. Now, this might be it for Full Sail 2 with Arsene. This is their final chance to make this work. But they clank with something. They dropped something off, a little present. And now that is right there to get pierced straight through the chest.
Yeah. Archmage is definitely going to be the MVP we've seen so far on this team. Mathematically speaking, I think he took, was that 7? Was that 6 or 7 stocks? 7? That is a ton. Again, I don't care who you are. 7 stocks is a lot. We've seen people be put in situations. We've seen people be put in situations on the disadvantage where like they needed 7 stocks to win, but like just straight up winning by taking 7 is crazy. That might be the most.
Yep.
All right, that might be the most we've seen so far, actually. But we're going to shoot to a break real quick. We're going to have our last match of the evening before we sign off and shoot over to Paulie. And that is going to be, is that FAU and Wake Forest? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, I think that is. So we will see you.
Oh, I'm sorry,
We'll see you with that match right after this break.
Yep. See you in a moment. Oh, never mind. I forgot about counter. I was going to say he's not really going to necessarily shine off of all the hits, and then he didn't really shine. Let me take that back. Ooh. And Joker is the skinny man right there. So even right there, you're seeing him try to land the forward air. Joker's just like innately kind of like roller profiling and running it.
Looking more and more even. Arsenic clawing their way back into this, but they can't find the kill. Juice just keeps slashing them away right as they're going for the kill move. But it is, but there it is. That does sting. They've been going for that counter off stage a lot.
Ooh, the reverse
carried them
upbeat.
all the way up. They reversed it.
Here we go. Waiting on the ledge isn't the play either.
Yeah, has the spacing, has the precision, and right. This is how that game against the Rosa Luna started. Well, stocks on the board.
Oh no!
Stocks on the board.
Oh no!
And the ability to sit there and stand still. It's pretty much just They tried to go for the gimp with the upbeat, but instead they just saved P and Blue themselves.
We've cursed Archmage.
Make it almost impossible to get that. Landing with that Arsene down on the avoiding grab, getting the parry, finding some momentum to maybe take the stock. This is their final chance to make this work. But they clank with something, they drop something off a little pressure, and now that is right there.
Oh, never mind. I forgot about that. I was gonna say he's not really gonna necessarily shine off what he is. Let me take that back. Ooh. And Joker is the skinny man. So even right there, you're seeing him try to land the forward air. Joker's just like innately kind of like low profile.
More and more even. Arsenic clawing their way Runs the hook for the kill move. But there it is. That does sting. They've been going for that counter off stage a lot.
Ooh, the reverse upbeat.
All the way up.
Here we go. Waiting on the ledge isn't the play either.
Yeah, has the spacing, has the precision, and right now, this is what you need to do. This is how that game against the Rosalina started. Well,
Oh no! Oh no!
And the ability to sit there and stand still. It's pretty much just they tried to go for the gift with the up three, but instead they just saved P and beat out.
We've cursed our mate.
It was impossible to get back in the game. Landing with that Arsene down gun and avoiding the grab, getting the parry, P finding some momentum to maybe take this shot, but they didn't find a chance to make this work. But they clanked with something, they dropped something off, a little present, and now that is right there to get pierced.
Oh, never mind. I forgot about that. I was gonna say he's not really gonna necessarily shine off lumpiness, and then he didn't really shine off. Let me take that back. Ooh. And Joker is the skinny man. So even right there, you're seeing him try to land the forward air.
Step into the ring.
Arsenic clawing their way back into this, but they can't find the kill. Juice just keeps slashing them away. Right as they go for the kill move. But there it is. That does sting. They've been going for that counter off stage a lot.
Ooh, the reverse upbeat.
All the way up, they reversed it.
Here we go. Waiting on the ledge, isn't the play either.
Yeah, has the spacing, has the precision. And right now, this is what you need to do. This is how that game against the Rosalina started. To the CENC Southeast Invitational, where we're getting into our last crew battle of the night. It's going to be Veery from USF taking on FAU Blues. I don't remember who this is, but Veery, you might know, has some very good wins, has won a regional, pretty much a major, and they are showing this amazing punish game already.
If you want to know how, check that last 92% because, dear Lord, I don't know what the plan was right there. Yeah, getting trapped by those down tilts next to the gyro is just really tough for any character to navigate, especially a character as big as Ganon. Only 14% on Veery. It's going to take a miracle to bring the stock back. And really by a miracle, I mean one or two good reads, but Rob is just really scary.
Rob will just kill you dead like that.
Whenever.
And so, yeah, literally every percent is kill confirm percent. As we're seeing here, you have Ganon off stage. You have the gyro right there, side B, and you're dead.
Oh my god. Dude, what is the play there? Like, I know you don't want to neutral get up into side B, but you know, you're like 15. You expect some kind of punish. Not death at 15, though. That was really smart for him to go straight into side B and just like, you know, set up the strongest punish he can, but Jesus. Again?
I know you know we're behind schedule. I know this, Veery, but you don't have to speed run. And you're gonna get punished for that super high recovery right here. With that upbeat, I mean, that's honestly great. I wasn't honestly the way things have been going. Are you kidding me, Veery? That was your pinned Twitter clip right there. Like,
I have watched Rob do that all day today. Because I was watching Frosties before I hopped on. I think it was Zamba. And I was like, it was like Zamba against Colorado. I can't pronounce his name right. And I was like, oh, this should be a pretty good match. And then it said go. And before the letters were off the screen, Homeboy's getting side beat in blast zone. Like, it's just so incredibly powerful. That move is just so incredibly powerful in this character's kit. And like, he gets it off everything. He gets it off one of the best projectiles in the game. Whether he's throwing it at you, whether he's just leaving it at the ledge, like whether he's Z dropping it, like this character is just a force of nature. And I think it's really funny that people are like, I don't know if he's top 5. I'm like, look at any results, bro. He's there. Like, Rob is crazy.
My beloved Smashers in the audience, I want you to take a minute to realize Viri ended that game before we got the UI up.
We didn't even switch over.
We didn't even switch over yet. Viri is on a rampage, and now you're up against another strong combo game character. I think this will be Rai Schnee coming in.
All right.
Can Rai Schnee on the Peach hold up against Viri? Remains to be seen. I think if anyone could, they can.
Now, I will say the up B kill that did come through was very clutch because he was certainly, on the bullet train, to 3-stock town. So that was clutch. Rai Schnee, I saw some very impressive play earlier, so I'm excited to see this match go down. I feel like both these players have, extraordinary combo games, so I don't think this match will be going on for very long. I know that much, no matter what happens.
Oh, some nice shield pressure right there, right out of the down air into the back air. Oh, look at this perfect movement right there, perfect pressure. As you throw the turn up right into Viri, you have a slight lead, but you gotta remember, every percent is kill percent. You can't get caught by that nair because you'd be sent off the side, not quite close to the blast zone, but they still go for the back air anyway. Remember, if you drop something, keep swinging, keep going for that punish. That's the sign of a good player.
Especially with a move as enormous and powerful as Rob's back air.
As the up smash will put Rai Schnee in disadvantage. They lost their lead, but now they're without a jump right here, trying to get back. That side B gonna be punished with the forward air.
Viri's doing a really good job of controlling space right now. Not even just with the projectiles, but those back airs at the ledge, making it so she can't jump up and or even land with a nair and try to get a combo started. It's making it really tough for Rai. Rai's not out of this just yet, but these gyro combos, oh yeah, you definitely want to catch that gyro. These gyro combos are terrifying.
Yep, Viri's just going all the way out to get time to get their gyro back, and then there's right back into the fray. Gonna get caught by the flow cancel back air, but regardless,
a lot of good pressure.
Find this kill?
A lot of good pressure from Rai. Viri actually was running out of gas and had to just kind of float his way there. But despite that, 112, already lapped in percent, narrowly avoiding that back air. Here's the thing. He didn't get hit by that back air by a wish and a skittle. It just barely didn't touch him. But then, where's the punish? There's no punish for a move that is that powerful and that devastating at the ledge.
And now you have to win neutral again to finish on Viri. They're going all the way up, and they shield both you with down smash. Look at that turnip flying in from off screen. I've never seen that. But either way, you get right into the gyro. That's the same way they got the first kill.
All right. Now, I don't think we haven't seen a full OCV yet, right? No one's taken all 9 today yet, right?
No, they haven't. Viri making a strong argument for it. If you're able to beat Rai Schnee like this, I think you might just be able to finish off FAU Blue. As right now, Rai Schnee looking to not let that happen, looking to give their team a fighting chance against USF. But how do you do it? Where do you find the kill? Where do you get in against this constant maze of projectiles?
And look how tough that is. Even being right, even knowing the spacing of the laser, the angle he was going to pick, and when he was going to do it, he doesn't get a punish because that forward air comes out right after. That's the thing that makes his character so scary, is that even when he's not zoning you, he has insane boxing tools.
Gyro pop it in to give us the whip. As that drop turn up. Ooh. And 170 without a kill? The side B certainly will. No, it won't. As Rai Schnee is able to survive, hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Just a thread between them and losing this.
That was a dirty side B, by the way.
Right now. This person trying to space with the tag attack, put that up there on the platform. You're out of there, son. As now Rai Schnee is out of there. Viri still has 2 stocks to their name. And well, where do
we go from here? What we gonna do now?
I don't know.
Now Vanon's really good too. I do really like the way I do enjoy his snake. It was really fun to watch. But Viri's on a tear right now. If I had to guess the anchor, I would assume it would be Rai Schnee. That would, from what I've seen, that's who has looked like the strongest player so far. I don't want to necessarily assume who's best on their team. I don't know these guys. But Rai Schnee definitely was the most threatening to me, and didn't take a stock just now. He played well, but you call it like it is. He did not take a stock off Viri, who is extraordinarily good. So
yeah,
Vanna's got to really clutch up. This is a lot of work.
That was brutal. the only way they were able to take a stock of Viri was the Ganon in game 1 with, frankly, the most overcommittal read I think I've ever seen, and it worked. You got it.
It worked. I was just like, all right, that is a wild punish. But I mean, he got it. But yeah, Rob would have super killed him if he was wrong. Like back here.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you have to go for reads that will kill you if you are wrong. And how do you deal with that? How do you plan around that? I don't think you do.
And even on that in that exact same vein, you saw Viri go for that side B out of nowhere, just that grounded one. We got a Bowser versus Rob. Let me think. How's this? I don't really know. I don't know the play here.
A good out of shield option with heavy punishes and some very heavy punishes right here.
Okay. Best case scenario, forward air actually can probably contest a lot of Rob's aerials just because it's so disjointed. So there is that. Off stage, next question. Combo game, next question.
You're able to get the jump out. Good job saving the jump for just the right time to avoid the kill move.
Yes.
But now, look at this. Kill moves.
Can we talk about how the punish for not dying from that 0 death was another 40%? And now a death.
Oh my god.
All right, Viri is going to be the first player to OCV tonight.
Yeah, I can't argue with you there, side. Look at this. Landing there, right there. The gyro falling back down for just additional shield pressure. As at this point, yeah, Taylor, just hold that center stage. It's where you might be safe, but it also just gives them more stage to combo you with.
Wow, I almost never see Bowser get like straight up shield poked, but he's actually been tacking away his shield with these projectiles for so long, which is really good because like if he goes in up close and tries to like hit his shield with like fares, like down to whatever, Whirling Fortress is an option that can like come through and reverse the momentum. But the fact that he's getting his shield so low with these lasers and gyros and then going in with those aerials, it's gonna kind of force Telos to try to like run in and play an even closer game. But still, even that still looks pretty tough.
There. Gosh, it's just impossible to land. It's impossible to survive. But the get up that does get them off you. The up smash out of shield will do something good. Maybe you can get a stock off just for pride's sake. That last stock though, you're going to need a miracle.
Yeah, this is they might as well just start Viri on the next one, honestly. Why not? You know, like which is crazy because they were down a set because
what happened?
Because FAU was coming in up a game. Maybe he didn't. He's playing right now.
Okay.
Game.
Because look at this. OCV. Not only that, only dropping a single stock.
1 stock to 9 is crazy.
The most dominant performance we've seen all night from Viri's Rob.
What better plan do you have than starting Viri again? Homeboy took 9 stocks. Took 9 stocks comfortably too. Like there was no point in that match that we just saw where he was in any real danger of losing just a second stock. I can see if it came down to last stock and they had to, move on forward, maybe over to Riolu or Grapefruit, but like no, Viri just said, I got it. I got this.
I think Rob, too, is a character that when you are a better player than someone, it shows so well. Like, think about, like, top players who get upset. Like, Tweak plays a very neutral-based character, and you can lose neutral a lot. And even if you're just losing neutral, okay, you're fine. Against a good punish game, you can be taken down. But with a character with a good punish game, when you're just a better player, there's, like, 5 neutral interactions that happen in the entire game, and each of them lead to either death or almost death.
And that's the thing. This character just shines in that regard so hard because, like, if he wants to, let's say Rob wanted to play like a cautious neutral, like Diddy might, he has all the tools to do that. So it's just insane. It's like you have the 0 death threat of like fighting like a Luigi or a Steve. You have crazy zoning tools a la like Young Link at this point or Diddy, and you have like a solid neutral with like crazy boxing options like in Little Mac, and you have a fantastic recovery. And they're like, oh, Rob is big. It's like, and like, who cares? All right, so we're starting off. This is going to be game 3 of the set. I'm so sorry, I don't want to mispronounce it. Okay, Van is going to come in, start us off. Snake versus Rob. Honestly, I feel like this is a relatively even matchup until Snake gets back here a single time.
Yeah, how do you feel about like grenades to break up Rob combos?
They're life saving. They're life changing. If Veery's on the ball, it doesn't always amount to much. Like if he's aware of when it's going to happen. Just because like if he decides to keep chasing you with like up air or like neutral air, like you still have to kind of hold it. Being able to armor through up air is really important too, but off stage it's rough. As soon as Snake is sent high into either direction and is forced to like kind of very slowly drift back into the stage, or even with up B, Rob is getting a free back air no matter what. It doesn't matter. Like you have years to land the back air punish, so you have to play a really careful ground in neutral against them.
And we've seen Veery land a ton of those back airs against not even Snake. That was a nice recovery though.
That was really smart.
Yeah. Always do what is not expected. That was not the safest thing Veery could have done, or Vannon could have done, but either way, he's still getting caught by the back air, then off, and yeah, just
even the laser. Yeah, and you only do a recovery like that when you know all the other options are going to get you killed. Like that worked as a surprise element, and he's probably been bared to death plenty of times to know that it is that crucial to get back to the stage that quickly.
Look at this perfect option cover. Oh my gosh, there's just. You need to find a way through. The dash tech will actually be it. And you forgot about that C4, didn't you, Veery? Maybe a chance for Bannon to get some mileage going, but the gyro throw out of shield is going to open you up to a massive punish.
POV, you have to fight Rob in neutral and you want the stage. Like, that could have been on a loop for years.
The thing about this, even though Snake has the tools to escape Rob combos, it doesn't matter. Because even though it forces Veery to play neutral more, they're still winning it.
Yeah, that's the thing, too. Is like Snake does have the tools for this, but he's been trapped in the corner the entire game, and normally Snake isn't even bad in that position. You know, he's zoning you. He's got great projectiles he's throwing at you that you have to respect. He's got, you know, a frame 6 kill option if you're wrong about something. But, like, Veery's just got so much momentum on his side. He's covering every defensive option. He's baiting out all these air dodges. Like, he's just way ahead right now as far as this
Oh my gosh, it looked like for a second at the beginning of this that Bannon might be able to get some momentum, but it's been snatched away by Veery's Rob. Look at this. They're just trying anything to find a way in. And the gyro, I like that. The Cypher actually knocks the gyro away from lead, but it doesn't matter. You're still going to get up smashed.
Yo, let's talk conditioning. So Veery goes for like 5 back airs at the ledge, which again is a really strong option, period, especially on a character as tall as Snake. So he's like, all right, I'll crouch so that the back air will whiff. And out of crouch, you can buffer up tilt and get like a lot of free cheesy kills. And he's like, oh, cool. I'm going to scoop you up with up smash as punishment for not getting hit by by probably top 3 back airs in the game. Like, Veery's on point. How many stocks did he lose? Any? 1?
No.
0?
No. 0 stocks. I think Veery's going for the 9 stock. I think they are. They have the potential to. They got the 8 stock without dropping 1. They definitely have the potential to... Okay, I don't even want to speak it into existence, but I think it's almost inevitable at this point. Veery just started hot and just keeps getting hotter.
Did Veery not play in the first... Like, we didn't get to catch the first round. Did Veery not play in the first round?
Like, what happened? Look at this! It had to be Veery not playing. No offense to the other members. I know they're good. Like, I know Jeth is good. I know Grapefruit is good. But Veery
is different.
Like,
Veery feels different right now.
Yeah. Like, again, this is a person who has won IRL arguable majors, more regionals, but still. They are a serious threat offline, and they're proving that they are online. Right out the Zelda.
All right, you know what? Going for the Zelda again. I don't blame him. I mean, the Peach was not able to take a stock, so, you know, logistically, no reason not to switch it up if you have the opportunity to.
Yeah, and I do like Raishni's option coverage as Zelda. But do you remember what destroyed their Zelda when they were playing Javi on Earth? When Javi suddenly decided to go from a slower playstyle to just stuffing Zelda out, overwhelming her. That is how Veery has been playing this entire time.
That's true. Yeah, Veery's been really aggressive, which I love. I always love to see me some good aggro play. Raishni cannot. There's not a lot of ground and neutral that's coming out in their favor, and even right there, that could have potentially like started a combo. But I think the up tilt got extended on the gyro and kind of like robbed him of that.
Ooh. Man, getting robbed in the air too. Look at that.
Man,
finally able to
everywhere.
land thanks to that up air.
It's actually crazy how much pressure that Raishni has put out against Viri for him only to be at 36%. Because he's doing a lot. Like, he really is putting in a ton of work trying to like throw Viri off his game. But yeah, it's just the Viri movie right now.
I think Viri stays very grounded, so they always have options. They always have access to the defensive options. And then they land with aerials, sure, they might catch an aerial out of shield, but they're not really getting followed up on. Zelda doesn't have the craziest combos, or really that many at all. As you can see, you're only getting stray hits in neutral.
Yeah, her combo trees, they extended a little bit with the most recent patch because she got some buffs. I've heard some cool stuff that happens from like jab 1 now, and I could be wrong. I think down throw is like a different angle or something now. But yeah, she's definitely not the most combo heavy character. She's way more about like neutral and just a lot of knockback. But Viri's not really losing neutral. But a great read from Rai, recognizing that Viri wanted to keep zoning with that laser, coming in hot with that up B as a punish.
Yeah, Raishni has done that before, and they always go a little bit in front of Viri, trying like as if they're trying to read a roll, but the gyro bounces Raishni straight into the forward smash.
Oof. God. Viri's just mad good. That's the only way I can put it at this point. This dude is just a legend.
Yeah, Viri is someone to watch out for. I talked about Central Florida, UCF, but USF, definitely someone to keep your eye on.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that match tomorrow. Sorry, that's, you know what, let me not say that, because that assumes that they won. I don't want to do that while they're in the middle of the set. But if they do win and they play tomorrow, I'm going to be really hyped to watch it. Oh, not the jab.
I mean, if Raishni gets another stock, there's a definite chance. But, they're just barely able to survive right there.
Yeah, you're right. I really think that Raishni can get a little bit overwhelmed by like faster playstyles, and Viri is only sped up the pace at this point.
Like, how do you have the stamina to keep this up? They have not relented once, even under the face of all this Zelda pressure. They have not let up. And they're going to get the side B at center stage. The finisher with the laser, not quite. The gyro, not quite. What is going to be the finisher? I'm just trying to find out.
Everything just looks so covered. The ledge, the roll. Okay. All right. Viri went a little bit too far to the right and does not get that roll punish. But that down smash in that scramble situation is also going to do it. And once again, that's what I'm saying. This character's frame data is bananas to be able to have all the tools they have. Like Rob, if Rob had like mediocre frame data, he'd still be really good. But he doesn't.
The thing about Rob is that all top tiers do this, but I think Rob and Pikachu are the best examples of when you throw out a move and whiff and you gotta punish it, there's already another move out to contest you. And then there's like a third projectile falling down, and just in case you thought you could punish that. Like, it's never ending. Like,
It
you
really
win,
is.
you win neutral, you get a counter hit, and they're already back on top of you.
And it was well fought by Rai. Like, you can see Rai like trying to like peel the layers back and like find those gaps, but Viri just, as soon as you get past, options A and B, Viri's already on E somewhere. Like, just, there's always more. And I think you even saw Rai get tripped up because Viri started like throwing the gyro up top and like covering low and just like really making the screen just very chaotic and just making it really tough for Zelda to just play neutral, because her neutral's pretty good, but it is a much slower, much more controlled neutral than what Rob needs to do. And yeah, I just don't think Rai was able to take the momentum back at any point because of it.
Yeah, at this point, 3 stocks. Don't let yourself be the first person to get 9 stocked on
Twice.
stream.
Don't get OCD. Don't get
pressure
OCD
lies on you.
twice. And he's still got 2, right?
Okay,
He's got 2 stocks, right?
Did Viri lose a stock? I didn't think Viri lost a stock. Okay, Viri did lose a stock. Okay, so you're fighting for that OCV. Yeah, I remember now. I recall. Sorry. It's so hard to imagine Viri losing after seeing all of this. Like, I mean, just
You gotta
look at
spin.
this.
Yeah, Viri is playing to be in that same territory we saw earlier with like Jake and like Javi on Earth, like, that separate caliber of like really solid players. Like, everyone's been pretty good from what I've seen. If anything, it's been like some small mistakes here and there, but this is a big gap. Now, Polar, again, Polar's really good. We saw some really cool stuff from Polar earlier in the bracket. Maybe they can take the momentum back from Fury. Who knows? And I, again, still don't know what happened on the first match. I'm just assuming. You can't tell me otherwise that Fury just didn't play the first match. Or maybe he SD'd and is back with a vengeance. I don't know. But
I'm actually not sure either, because I think Polar didn't play in the other FAU3 matches, and I'm not sure why. But either way, Polar was stupendous when we saw them previously. Maybe Polar was the answer to Viri. However, it looks like Viri has figured out an alternate solution.
That back air looked like the answer to her face.
Oh. And the stocks are even.
Yeah, 40 seconds. All right. Oh, wow. So that actually was a combo opportunity, but sometimes you drop projectiles when you get hit, and it actually saved him. No way. All right, she is going to make it.
Yes,
oh, my God!
It's never over. You think it's over, but it's not. You never think you're safe against Rob.
This is just a clinic. This is literally, if someone didn't know how Smash worked, they're like, well, how good is this character? You just show them this match. And this is on Apolitana, who's another character very worthy of being in top 5.
Yeah.
Wow. That was
how
1
much
minute
time
and
passed?
16 seconds.
Yeah.
1 minute and 16 seconds.
Against one of the better players we've seen here. Polar is no slouch. When I saw them for the first time, I wrote down next to Polar's name, very good. And look at them. Look what they've done to them. Viri is unstoppable. They might meet some immovable objects going into the bracket tomorrow, but right now, Viri cannot be touched.
I don't want to fight Viri. The fact that here's the thing. The fact that there is a whole team plus Viri feels really overwhelming, because we just watched Viri take 17 stocks in those 2 games. And there's other people that could be there. That's crazy. Like, he just, oh my gosh. Well, I think that's going to wrap us for the night. To my knowledge, I think that was the last match we had on deck. So shout out to the people advancing. I'm very excited to see where this team goes tomorrow, and also see the rest of it, I guess. Yeah.
But for now, this has been the CENC Southeast Invitational for Smash. I've been Keela Miles. This has been Sai. You can check out both our social medias right below. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's not going to be us. It's going to be Pauly Hype to close out the night.
It's been real, guys. Follow my social medias. Follow me on Twitter at SaiPPOK. And also, if you like anime, we've got a fantastic, very funny anime podcast called Shonen Chumps. You can follow that on Twitter as well. It's in my bio. Other than that, thanks for rocking out with us, you guys. I'm excited to be back tomorrow. And y'all have a great day.
Hey everybody, what's going on? Welcome back as we're rounding out the day. Day 1 is finally complete here at the Collegiate Esports National Competition Valorant Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Qualifier. So just a recap, we saw what happened in Valorant earlier on in the day. Well, let's take a look now at what happened to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Coming out of the Midwest, here at our regional Pool A is going to be Michigan State and Mount Union. Congratulations for you guys. You'll be moving on to day 2, which will be tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Pool B, the 2 advancers are Miami, Ohio, and Buckeyes. So those 2 colleges are advancing in the Midwest region. Those 4 colleges, excuse me. Pool A and Pool B to play tomorrow. That'll start at 4 p.m. EST. Now to go over to the Southeast for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, we have Pool A. Advancing from that pool is Clemson and FAU Red. And then over to Pool B, we have University of Central Florida. They're advancing in 2 games here today. And USF, University of South Florida, they will be playing once again tomorrow, starting at 4 p.m. EST on twitch.tv/esportsu and twitch.tv/esportsu2. Well, that's going to do it from everybody here at the Collegiate Sports Management Group and the CENC. Thank you all so much for tuning in. My name is Paulie Hype. I was your host for day 1. I'll see you tomorrow with some more action right here for day number 2 and the grand finals as we look to crown a winner in each game and each region. Don't go anywhere. Tomorrow we'll see you bright and early for a 10 a.m. EST start right here on Twitch. See you guys next time.